President Trump, you know, I asked him on the South Lawn yesterday about some of the politics of all of this, and he said he didn't want Republicans to go too crazy with cuts. So they're, I think, still very sensitive to some of the politics that could be in play in all of this.
Yeah, he's educating them about how difficult he will make it for them politically if they vote against him. Kevin Liptak at the White House this morning. Keep us posted.
Zach, I want to start with you because I remember covering Congress, and all those last-minute deals are what get you the votes you need. Murkowski voted for this bill. She's someone who people wondered, like, is she gonna, is she not? What do you think happened there?
Well, we know what happened. They gave
Did we wonder that? Another 100 bones from open presents. Let's go. I wasn't wondering. This is classic Murkowski. Classic. Oh, I'm concerned. I'm looking into it. I'm concerned. I'm concerned. Oh, nope, not that concerned.
gave Alaska a bunch of stuff. You know, exemptions from SNAP cuts. They gave, you know, there more money for Alaskan rural hospitals than for those in other states. And even I was reading, you know, very specific tax deductions for, you know, boat captains in Alaska. It was very simply the way politics used to work on Capitol Hill, and it feels a little gross these days. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when, after they passed Obamacare and there was the Cornhusker kickback, there was a lot of outrage. It probably cost, you know, Ben Nelson his job, the senator from Nebraska at the time. But there doesn't seem to be the same kind of outrage now, just because Murkowski is this sort of, you know, very unique lawmaker.
And caring about her state, But I want to turn to you, Kristen, because in a way we're kind of talking about winners and losers. Who were the people who kind of win, so to speak, out of this bill? Who less so? What do you see in that?
So the argument that Republicans are making is that when you talk about who's going to lose health care, who's going to lose benefits, the argument that Republicans on the Hill are making is that the people who are going to lose benefits are folks who are not legally authorized, allowed to be in the country, or folks who are able-bodied, working age, and are not working. And the real test is going to be, is that accurate? For things like work requirements for programs like Medicaid, is the paperwork too onerous, and therefore people who ought to qualify for these benefits just...
No, you don't have to start off by literally just lying at the behest of the Republicans. This is not a test. Like, your job as a media figure isn't to say, this is what the Republicans are saying, this is what the Democrats are saying. Your job is to, even if you're going to mention that, immediately frame it around the truth. You're supposed to go, Republicans claim that this is going to bring people back into the workforce. However, in all of the different instances where these kinds of work requirements have been implemented, it has actually not led to any additional people entering the workforce, and instead has only kicked people who are in the workforce already. 2/3 of Medicaid recipients are already a part of the workforce. It has kicked them out of their coverage, out of their healthcare coverage. That's all this does, is just paperwork designed to stop people from being able to receive these fucking life-saving government the life-saving government healthcare that they need.
Unable to get through the bureaucratic system to get it. Those are the sorts of things that 18 months from now I think are going to play a big role in whether there is true negative political impact from this bill among the very voters that Donald Trump brought to the table.
You mentioned those Medicaid work requirements, also adding veterans and former foster youth to the work mandate for food stamps, and one that interests me, cap on student loans for kids and their parents who also take out loans. You know, the House Republican from Kentucky, Tom Massey, who's been kind of a thorn in the side of the caucus, opposes the bill still, and the president is threatening to primary him. And here's what that sounds like.
Well, I just don't think he does a good job for the country. He's always a no. I call him Rand Paul Jr. He's always a no. Nothing constructive at all. I mean, just terrible.
Are you seeing people head for the exits? I don't know if there's anyone left to head for the exits under the threat of primary. Are we actually going to see any real opposition here?
I mean, I think in the case of Massey, he is a very strong conservative. This is not a case of like a moderate who doesn't really know what to do with Trump.
I mean, fiscal conservative.
You know, fiscal conservative. You know, he, in the last iteration of his back and forth with Trump, he was saying, you know, I've always been America first. I've been MAGA before MAGA. So in his case, it's going to be interesting to see. He represents a very conservative district, and Republicans still haven't figured out exactly who they would have primary him. We've seen that Elon Musk has said he's going to throw a lot of money into that race, so that'll be an interesting one to watch.
Hey, everybody, I guess you want a progress report? I don't know.
Do you have the vote, sir?
We are working through everybody's issues and making sure that we can secure this vote. I feel very positive about the progress. We've had lots of great conversations. I've met with individuals and groups all day long, as has the president, who's fully engaged as well, trying to convince everybody this is the very best product that we can produce. But I feel good about where we are and where we're headed, and stay tuned. There's more conversations to be held.
Can you talk about your conversations with the House Freedom Caucus, since the chair continues to say that he's a no?
Yeah, I've talked to Freedom Caucus members. I've talked to Budget Committee members. I've talked to members from the swing districts. I mean, every caucus in the House has had the Speaker's attention. I've heard their concerns about it. And the thing about it is, when you have a piece of legislation that is this comprehensive and with so many agenda items involved, you're going to have lots of different priorities and preferences among people because they represent different districts and they have different interests. But we can't make everyone 100% happy. It's impossible. This is a deliberative body. It's a legislative process. By definition, all of us have to give up on our personal preferences. I never going to ask anybody to...
So we can unify around tax cuts for the wealthy and killing the working poor. Come on, guys. You can't make everybody happy, but there's one thing that we're here to do, which is melt the poor. Get on board. You're a goddamn Republican. This is what we're here for.
Compromise core principles, but preferences must be yielded for the greater good, and that's what I think people are recognizing and coming to grips with. And this is part of the process. It's a consensus building operation. Has been from day one. This is the culmination of 14 months worth of work, and I believe we're going to deliver this. Get the ball over the goal line. So stay tuned.
All right, on that note, let's bring in Democratic Congressman Richie Torres of New York. He's a member of the Financial Services Committee. Congressman, always good to talk to you. Let's pick up that conversation about Medicaid cuts. I think it's important to bring these massive bills that can get so confusing and have so many different things in it to the street level. Let's go to the South Bronx and the district you represent. If this bill passes through the House, as most people expect it will, what does that mean for the residents?
Wait, he represents South Bronx? Is that a district of Tel Aviv? I'm confused. It's shocking because as a Richie Torres fan, I look at his output all the time. I love how he tweets. And he's always tweeting about Israel, so I just assumed that he was a representative of the District of Tel Aviv. Interesting.
Residents of the South Bronx, for the people in your district.
Have you been to Brooklyn or the Bronx in your life? Yes. Also, your name is Roll Tide Alabama fan. Of course, dude. What the fuck? Like, you're not talking about, like, fucking Missouri. You're talking about Brooklyn or the Bronx. Of course, I've been to both. I went to Alabama, but I'm from Flatbush. Roll Tide. Actually, fuck that chatter. War Eagle. War damn Eagle. Hell yeah, baby.
Well, look, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill represents a betrayal of the working people of America, and nowhere more so than in the Bronx. When America sneezes, the Bronx gets the flu. The Bronx is going to be the hardest hit by the $1 trillion cut to Medicaid and children's health care. It's going to destabilize every healthcare provider, every hospital in my district. I have the highest rate of Medicaid enrollment in the country, 67%. So more than 70% of children, more than 80% of nursing home residents, more than 90% of baby deliveries are covered by Medicaid, which is going to be gutted at the hands of Donald Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. So it's a catastrophe for the working people of the Bronx.
You know, Steve, we've heard when challenged on this, leadership and members of the Trump administration dismissive of kind of what you laid out right there and said there's a lot of bloat in our entitlement system. We're merely making it more efficient. We're taking some of the burden off of the federal government. How do you respond to the claims by Republicans that say, oh, the concerns about this bill are overblown. It's going to create an economic explosion with these tax cuts?
Interesting. Richie Torres, who is, who was supposed to be a progressive when he first ran, BIPOC, bisexual, progressive congressperson, is over here talking about Medicaid and how poor his district is. His district is the poorest in the country. Now, it's odd because most of his advocacy revolves around reappropriating funds to a country that actually has comprehensive free health care. Israel is the country I'm talking about. So that Israel doesn't have to waste a single dollar on their own defense. We got that covered for them so they can spend all their money on their own health care and their free college. So confused by Richie Torres is, he's not bi, he identifies as gay. Oh, I thought he was bisexual, my bad, sorry. Confused about this messaging because he's constantly talking about how much money Israel needs.
It's at the top of the economy for wealthy people. How do you respond to that?
Well, first of all the revenue that Republicans expect to generate from the cost cutting is simply going to be cannibalized by the higher interest payments on the debt. So the legislation at its core is a radical redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich and from the American people to bondholders. And second, it's going to make Medicaid less efficient. So the work requirements on paper are actually paperwork requirements in practice. Experience tells us that work requirements simply leads to more paperwork. In 2018, the state of Arkansas put in place a work requirements program causing 18,000 people to lose access to health care. The majority of those people were working people who were eligible for Medicaid. And so experience tells us that work requirements will simply cause people to lose health care. It will simply bureaucratize Medicaid.
What does this mean for you politically for the next 2 years? J. Mark was talking about the cost of this to Republicans in the midterm elections. How do you see this playing out for Democrats? What should Democrats be doing? How should they be talking about this bill?
Look, the Republican reconciliation bill is not only bad morals, it's bad politics. I mean, it's going to cause 12 million people to lose their health care. It's going to slash Medicaid by $1 trillion, which is the largest health care cut in history.
In your district, how will people feel that between now and the midterms?
I think people will feel an overwhelming sense of betrayal.
Okay, can we switch to the midterms on New York State? Because you're thinking about, obviously, your own political future, Congressman. The LG of New York, Antonio Delgado, is already in the race challenging incumbent Governor Kathy Hochul. Where is your head on next year? And are you planning to run for re-election or thinking about statewide still?
I'm unlikely to run.
For governor.
I feel like the assault that we've seen on the social safety in the Bronx is so unprecedented, so overwhelming that I'm going to keep my focus on Washington, D.C. So my heart lies with Washington, D.C. I feel like now more than ever, we have to fight the catastrophe that is the Trump presidency.
Well, that's news.
On the question...
It's not, because he said he won't run for governor if Zoran wins mayor. That's what the reason is.
Mamdani, we have spoken to Abigail Spanberger, Alyssa Slotkin, Hillary Slotkin from Michigan as well.
God. Oh, thank God. Let's get to the issue that really matters. Zoran Mamdani. And all of the worst Democrats that you just fucking rattled off, half of them literally CIA agents, okay, are very upset. All the fucking big movers and shakers in the Democratic Party. Incredible. Here's a remarkable stat showing the Zoran effect. The account Richie Torres hasn't tweeted either the word Israel or Hamas since June 18th, 14 days ago. That is the longest stretch by 7 days that Torres has not tweeted one of those words since October 7th, 2023. Wow. Wow. Mamdani mania. Delivering endless bounty here. Why'd he stop posting about Israel so much, bro? I thought that was the most important constituency. Huh. Yeah, what is he, anti-Semitic? He started again after this tweet? Oh my God. That is fucking insane. That's so much money, dude. What the fuck?
Over the course of the last week, we've asked all of them what they think of his race. All of them have said they didn't want to touch it. They didn't want to say, they didn't want to comment on New York politics. But our politicians, our Democratic politicians who are not looking at that race and trying to learn something, if not about his policies, about the way he communicated his policies, missing something. It doesn't sound particularly authentic to say this guy is up there running, but we don't know it in the New York City, but actually we're not going to comment on how he ran.
I feel like there's a difference between praising the man and his policies and praising the manner in which he ran his campaign. I mean, when it comes to how he ran his campaign, like he's genuinely a singular figure. I mean, he turned out 200,000 voters. Voters ages 18 to 44 for the first time were 50% of the electorate in New York City in a mayoral election. It was the highest turnout from 1989. Like, we do have an obligation to learn from his race. And I suspect he won not because...
Yeah, it's because he said, fuck Israel. Israel can suck my dick. He said, Israel can lick my dick and my balls. And everyone under the age of 50 was like, I love that. This is a message that is resonating with me. Yeah, what do you make of that? What do you make of that? Richie, bend the fucking knee, bitch. Obviously, I'm joking. That's not the only reason. But that does definitely play a major role. Anyone that says Israel didn't play a major role in improving Zoran's standing as a singular force, as a person who was capable of cutting away from all the noise, as an earnest campaigner, is wrong. And in the case of Richie, he's wrong because he's paid to be wrong. And in the case of all the Democrats, actually, as well, they are paid to be wrong on this. They are paid to try and desperately make this issue either invisible or an issue where you can only say pro-Israel shit. Oh, this is a good take. Good take. Jay Mershon. By the way, AIPAC spent $4 million in mailers against their opponent in the 2022 primary. How AIPAC isn't about Judaism, Exhibit A. I remember this now. Okay, this makes sense. Her opponent was Jewish. Haley Stevens is not Jewish. Stevens beats Levin in Michigan with over $4 million worth of help from AIPAC. The debate helped them farm clips on Israel. The debate NBC mods helped them with all those follow-up questions. No, I like, even for people that are not as like laser focused on Israel and its genocide like we are, right? For a lot of people, they kind of understand, even the most like under a rock, I was just in a coma and just woke up as individual, they have seen that Israel's doing a lot of things that they consider to be pretty violent. Maybe they don't see it as genocide or whatever, but they're like, yeah, this is like kind of fucked up. But more importantly than that, for the average American, okay, they not only see that, but then they see how people are communicating. They see how big media figures are talking about this issue and trying to constantly fucking censor people or shame people for having these opinions that many people share. And that is creating a lot of negative polarization. Okay? That is creating a lot of negative polarization. At this stage, even if you are fucking not earnestly anti-Israel, saying that you're anti-Israel immediately offers you benefits. It makes you look like a real figure because it makes you look like a real anti-establishment figure. It makes you look like you are channeling the overwhelming majority's position on this issue against a sea of defenders of Israel, both in the media and in politics. Okay? Make no mistake, being anti-Israel openly and communicating that you are anti-Israel openly and earnestly only reaffirms your position as an honest person, a position as a different kind of politician than what people have seen. It is basically the Trump going on stage or in the Republican primaries and saying, I paid for every single one of these guys. I paid into the campaign funds. As a billionaire, I bought every single one of these dudes at a different point in time. That was a pivotal moment for Trump. Because while everyone understands that, this is usually not not a thing that people discuss openly, especially on mainstream media. Right now, any politician coming out and being like, yeah, dog, fuck Israel, is unironically a major benefit. Okay? The media can still try and desperately change the dynamic here. They can make it seem as though there is an overwhelming amount of pro-Israel sentiment. Actually, this is popular. This is a popular position. This is the correct position, the moral position. You can say that till the fucking cows come home. Americans are not tuning into that shit. They are not, they don't believe that shit. They're not tuning into that shit. They actually have resentment towards that shit. This new line of globalizing the intifada may work on dumb old people, sadly. Fuck no. No, it won't. I promise you it will not. The globalizing the intifada shit only comes across as a guy who never said it personally, but doesn't want to police others' language, especially because there is unimaginable violence unfolding in Israel, unfolding in Gaza. Okay? It will not work. People understand, like the attitude, the dynamic has changed. I'm telling you this as a fucking 33-year-old Muslim socialist who has been anti-Israel for the past fucking 12 years, who's openly been an anti-Zionist and an advocate for Palestinian emancipation for the past 12 years. Back in the day, when someone turned around and cynically called you an anti-Semite, your career was fucking over. You were done. People took that very seriously. Nowadays, everybody understands when someone is called, especially if they're a progressive figure, but like anyone, if someone who is anti-Israel is called an anti-Semite, even if they literally are an anti-Semite, by the way, like fucking Candace Owens or any number of different people like Dan Bilzerian and whatnot who are anti-Semitic, but because they are positioned as anti-Israel, when someone calls them anti-Semitic, most people go, oh, you're just saying that to everybody. I don't care. This is a dangerous part of the landscape changing dramatically. But that absolutely is not in the average person's scope of concern at all, okay? I don't even think the old people look at this and go, oh, that's a scary word that he used. I don't think they give a shit. If someone is, at this point, more progressive, or not progressive, sorry, more pro-Palestine than Israel, they don't give a fuck. That's just cope, brother. The landscape changes because Israel is reaching the end goal. This is not cope. This is the reality as far as like anti-Israel sentiments. What are we talking about? Here's Harry Enton. Regarding Mamdani and Israel, Democrats are no longer pro-Israeli when it comes to the Israel-Palestinian conflict.
Cuomo, during the primary, attacked Mamdani as being insufficient.
Democrats do not fuck with Israel, okay? It's fuck Israel hour every hour, okay? Top of the hour, middle of the hour is always and in perpetuity fuck Israel. Motherfuckers on Holy Toledo watch.
Pro-Israel. I'm not quite sure the former governor understood how much the politics have changed around this issue among Democrats. What are we talking about here? All right, who Democrats sympathize more with, Israelis or Palestinians? In 2017, the Democratic Party was a pro-Israeli party. Look at this. They sympathized with the Israelis by 13 points, more with the Israelis than the Palestinians. But look at the sea change. Now Democrats sympathize more with the Palestinians by 43 points. Oh, my God, that is a change in the margin of 56 points over the course of just 8 years. So all of a sudden, it's the pro-Palestinian position that actually reigns supreme in Democratic politics, not the Israeli position. And that is part of the reason why Mamdani was able to do so well in this primary, because those attacks over Israel, simply put, did not ring true for Democrats. They're now on the side of the Palestinians, not the Israelis.
I mean, this is a...
If only there was someone who was making this argument over and over again throughout not only this past election cycle and the general election, but also certainly pointing to this reality in the Zoran race at all. If only there was a, I don't know, a political commentator that also saw these numbers and kept repeating it over and over again, that this line of attack doesn't actually fucking harm Zoran, it only helps him, especially in the Democratic primary. This is why you pay me the big bucks at the Piker Broadcasting Service.
A much bigger issue, specifically with Mamdani, though. I mean, an outspoken critic of Israel. He's facing continued criticism, though, for not being outspoken enough against anti-Semitism, that is for sure. But on this, talk about Democrats and how, like, broadly, how this really...
This is the media, desperately trying to cling on to an exit ramp here. Okay, going, but what about anti-Semitism? Oh, he doesn't, like, maybe he doesn't care enough about anti-Semitism, right? Like, a lot of people are mad about that, right? It's like, no. You designed the landscape to equivocate Israel with Judaism. So for the average person, they absolutely do not give a fuck about anti-Semitism at this point, because the average person sees this as a reflection of Israel. Zoran, on the other hand, and people like myself, on the other hand, do not equivocate Zionism and Judaism. And yet, people like Zoran keep getting mercilessly attacked this way. And the average Americans that see that further equivocate Judaism with Zionism, with the actions of, equate the actions of Israel with Jews across the board. After years and years and years of falsely smearing people and successfully limiting speech and successfully creating not permission structure, but like basically removing any sort of permission around being able to criticize Israel by saying, if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Your career is gone. I will find out where you work and I will make sure you'll never be able to retain a fucking honest wage ever again. After doing that successfully for years, post-October 7, the pro-Israel groups thought they could get away with it again. And they certainly came out hot, if you recall, in the immediate aftermath of October 7. If you remember, there were doxing vans in every college campus. Do you remember? There were doxing vans on every college campus falsely smearing college students as vicious terrorist anti-Semites. Why? Because they participated in writing think pieces in the fucking student newspaper that basically channeled the exact same sentiment that I was saying and the exact same sentiment of the Haaretz editorial board. I'm telling you. And they kept doing that. Over and over and over again. Constantly presenting, constantly matching critics of Israel who felt a sense of disgust, understandable disgust, due to what our tax dollars were contributing to, the death and destruction in Palestine, the death and destruction in Gaza. They constantly, cynically kept saying, what about Jewish students' feelings? While simultaneously cracking down on the anti-Zionist Jewish students that were protesting against Israel as well. What about the feelings of pro-Israeli Jewish students was the real question. And I don't think anybody gives a fuck about the feelings of pro-Israeli Jewish students or pro-Israel Christian students alike. No one cares. But they kept badgering people over the head with this over and over and over again. It's the Ayup Lovely tweet that comes to mind. It's like, hello, sweetie, it's time for your daily dose of Jewish feelings. That is going to breed resentment. Even if there was a righteous cause, even if there was a righteous fucking cause associated with this, which there isn't when it comes to pro-Israel sentiment, obviously. But even if there was a righteous cause associated with this, the constant fucking pandering and the constant fucking bludgeoning over people's heads with this shit would have created enmity regardless.
Really is shifting.
Yeah, so, you see this among Democrats overall, right? But we know that Mondani's base was younger voters within the Democratic Party. And so I want to break it down for you.
With younger Democrats.
Correct. So take a look here. Who age 18 to 49 Democrats sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? Again, in 2017, younger Democrats sympathize more with the Israelis by 14 points. Look at this shift now. Palestinians, they sympathize more with the Palestinians by 57 points. That is an over 70-point shift in the margin in just a matter of 8 years. So the bottom line is, Mondani's base within the Democratic Party and the base of the Democratic Party of younger voters, younger Democrats, have changed tremendously on this issue in 8 years' time. I rarely ever see shifts like this, Kate, in which you see...
Yeah, I wonder what happened. Almost like there was a live-streamed Holocaust that caused people to pay close attention for the first time in their entire lives without the media contextualizing exactly why this live-streamed Holocaust was an absolute necessity, and how if you dared to question the necessity of this live-streamed Holocaust, that you were a vicious anti-Semite that might go to jail, that should go to prison. Yeah. It kind of does that. It does have that effect when you watch parents pick up the remains of their children and like shove them into fucking plastic bags, plastic grocery bags, after an American bomb eviscerated a fucking home or a school or a mosque that these children were inside of. When they see that over and over again for 634 days, that's going to create a lot of animosity towards the country that's doing it. I warned people about this many times throughout the past election cycle. There's a reason why so many vote blue no matter who, Kamala Girlboss dipshits still come into this chat and act as though I was trying to hurt Kamala Harris's chances of winning the election, or somehow I undermined Kamala Harris when I was warning the Democratic Party to change trajectory, recognizing how different people's attitudes actually were on this issue.
One side of the equation leading by 14 points 8 years ago, and then all of a sudden the other side of the equation leading by 57 points. The bottom line is the politics around The Israelis and the Palestinians have shifted tremendously among Democrats, and they've shifted specifically tremendously among Democrats who are under the age of 50, younger Democrats who are Mamdani's base, and also the base of Democratic socialists like himself, like Bernie Sanders, like AOC. They have just shifted more so than I think that anyone could possibly have imagined, say, 8 years ago.
I think another thing that this does is also, it makes it impossible to fucking argue against. Like, you can't argue that the overwhelming majority of Americans are just like deeply anti-Semitic. Like, your Jewish nieces and nephews are actually deeply, deeply anti-Semitic. You can't do that. Like, that's it. Like, the next generation of American Jews are also on board with this wave. There are more anti-Zionist Jews now than there have ever been in the past 50 years, okay? It's over. It's done. Especially when you look at the next generation of Jews in this country. So good luck to people who want to defend Israel on the virtues of anti-Semitism. A recent letter to Trump demanding he pressure Israel to end its starvation of Gaza, a letter, mind you, not an actual law, only garnered 18 House Democrats, 8% of Dems, and 0 Dem senators. Bernie was the only signatory. This gap is widening and increasingly impossible to brush off. Establishment activism and big donors are doing their best to ignore Gaza and vibe through it. Millions being poured into establishment-friendly abundance pablum, etc. But this will boil over electorally. A base cannot watch nonstop slaughter for 22 months and it not matter at all. Even, the sea change is so apparent that even fucking r/world news threads that used to come up with the most Hitlerian takes about Palestinians are actively fucking pro-Palestine now. Even the worst of the worst NatSec libtards have fucking turned around and said, honestly, this is a shameful experience. We got to put an end to Israel. Like, what the fuck's going on? Think about that. Half of those motherfuckers are at Langley, dude. They will arrive at every single conclusion that we've been at, despite their aggressive opposition to it, with enough time, okay? Yeah. Once enough time has passed, once the dust is settled, everyone will be against this. They will act as though they were always against this. The same people that spent every waking moment talking about how, Hassan, you love the Houthis, you're a fucking terrorist, you love Hamas, you're a fucking terrorist. Every single person, when enough time has passed, will arrive at the moderate conclusions that I arrived at with respect to Israel's overwhelming cruelty in its genocide and those who were brave enough to resist against said genocide, abiding by a moral principle. Just wait. If it doesn't happen in this year, it will happen when 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, we will have a very different assessment of history. Just wait. But what is interesting is that there is no new information. We have known the hospital bombing for over a year. We have known of the targeting of healthcare professionals for the last 6 months. So why are they shifting now? What broke? Maybe there's a partisan element associated with it because a lot of liberals are only ready to oppose something when like their ideological opponents, Trump, are on board. That could be part of it. There is every day that this kind of atrocity, every new day where there is a new fresh hell creates an even larger permission structure. Remember, I'm sure there's plenty of people in this chat, even right now, that think twice about what they have heard of my commentary as it pertains to these scary Islamic-style extremist terrorist organizations. I'm sure there are still plenty of people who think like, Hassan, I agree with you on the Israel stuff, but I can't get myself over the fucking finish line in terms of like lending any sort of support or any sort of defense to groups in the region that have actively fought back against Israel's genocidal ambitions. Okay? There are plenty of people who maybe in the last couple of months that have changed their mentality on this. They will continue to change their mentality on this because once people recognize what genocide truly means, they understand why people are fighting against it. That's it. I think also the direct shooting of people in lines for food with an American NGO is more covered by the news as well and thus spark mind change. Sure, it could be any number of different reasons. Breaking, 111 BBC staff. This is from Navarre Media. 111 BBC staff have written to Tim Davey and Deborah Furness, warning the corporation is often performing PR for the Israeli government and military. 300 other journalists have also signed the open letter, including me. They also demand that Robbie Gibb go. Yeah, Rafi Berg, BBC Middle East contributor, exposed a CIA and Mossad collaborator, which is true. No, this kind of strongly worded letter is important, is impactful. BBC and the New York Times are two of the worst in terms of the BBC and the New York Times are two of the worst in terms of defending Israel, doing open PR for Israel and Israel's genocide. This kind of sentiment being broadly known is good. It's a good thing. It plays a role in creating even more pressure. That is why I told you never let up, even when things seem dark. That is why I told you, even when it feels like change is not happening, I totally understand waking up every day and watching unimaginable atrocities unfold in Gaza and feeling like no change is coming. But the only reason why I kept telling you over and over again that things are actually moving, albeit slowly, for perhaps too slow to save another child who will be ruthlessly slaughtered for no real reason other than the fact that Israel has an exterminationist policy in mind. But things are changing. That's why I kept telling you, do not let up. Do not stand down. Do not stop the pressure campaign. Almost 60,000 people slaughtered, man. It's far more than that. At this point, the most conservative estimate is 100,000 people slaughtered. Okay? It's most likely around 300,000 plus, at least according to Israel's numbers. Now listen, you don't do this just for those who have already been killed, already been slaughtered by Israel. You do this for the preservation of life and safety and security for those who have yet to be. Okay? That's it. That's why I kept telling you over and over again that while these things move much slower than they should because there's no real justice on earth, things do eventually change. So every step in the right direction is still a positive one, and it's still one that I will welcome. Okay? That's it. Have something I could use to back those numbers up? Yes. Israel's own numbers of the current remaining Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, as opposed to Israel's own numbers of how many Palestinians were in the Gaza Strip. Take out the number of Palestinians that have fled the Gaza Strip, which is around 100,000, and you arrive at a 300,000 number. There's also the Lancet study that was an estimation as far as an estimation of how many Palestinians are actually killed, like the correct death toll, on top of the ones that have been immediately murdered by Israeli bullets or Israeli bombs. Deaths due to famine, deaths due to a medical infrastructure being destroyed deliberately. You're watching a real-time feed of the ADL panic about losing access and influence in the most Jewish city in the world. Zohar Mamdani has no obligation to meet the ADL, who represent a smaller and smaller slice of U.S. Jews whose primary concern is support for Israel. Hot take, you're not a civilian if you steal someone's house just because the IDF held a gun and you paid them to do so. I mean, yeah, that's not a hot take. What you're describing is international law. This is the reason why settlers are considered settler terrorists under international law. Not the Israelis that live inside of the Green Zone, not the Israelis that live inside of Israel proper and the 67 boundaries, but certainly the Israelis that live outside and also in occupied East Jerusalem as well. But of course, as you guys know, international law is anti-Semitic. UN is Hamas. International law is Hamas. And of course, the last group that remains to be Hamas is the Israeli occupying force. According to the settlers in the West Bank that were doing pogroms, that do pogroms and have the IDF defend them, have now decided it is actually the IOF, the Israeli occupying force, that is also Hamas. For the third consecutive day, Israeli settlers are attacking the Israeli army, shouting at soldiers and calling them Hamas, Hamas. The clash took place tonight at Zatara Square, the Ramallah Nablus Road in the West Bank. Never forget. Never fucking forget that I called these rabid, far-right terrorists, the Jewish KKK, inbred, and every fucking New York Post and every Hasbara dish rag said I was saying Jews are inbred. I called them inbred just like I do the fucking hogs in America. I call them hogs too. Ethan Klein turned around and said I was being anti-Semitic and that these guys, the very same guys that were also disrupting aid going into Gaza, the Gaza Strip, illegally, by the way, were actually just good guys. They were charitable people. Why would I assume that they're inbred? Why would I call them inbred? Doing charity work, said Zionist Hasbarist Ethan Klein. Yeah. Urgent escalation of settler terror in al-Khair, West Bank. This is Andre who wrote about this. June 29th, Shimon Atiyah, a known settler, arrived with his flock of sheep and roamed freely through the village, ultimately trespassing into the backyard of a local resident named Salim. Shimon refused to leave, intimidated residents, and created disturbances throughout the day. He then occupied a patch of land next to a resident's home, land that includes a toilet and a cemetery, and declared it his own. Like, it sounds comical. It sounds like the whole, oh, we were promised this 3,000 years ago meme that you see, which sometimes can be anti-Semitic when you see it online. But this is the fucking modus operandi. Like, it sounds fucking insane, but this is unironically how these motherfuckers operate. They are religious psychos. They are religious supremacists. They are literally the fucking KKK, but Jewish. And just like the Klan, they are defended by the police. JJJ? No, it's JPP, Jewish Power Party. Been following you for a while, and you informed me better about the Israeli genocide better than anyone I've known. I wasn't aware of the reality until half a year. Thanks to you, today I went to my first pro-Palestine protest. Greetings from Spain. Viva España. Hell yeah. No, it's JPP is what it's called. Jewish Power Party. Like a literal party in the Knesset, by the way. At its height, the Klan was so powerful and popular, even liberal politicians paid them lip service. Same fucking shit. Yes. Palestinians must receive international protection from the Judeo-Nazi settlers, the Judeo-Nazi army, and the Judeo-Nazi police. There is no law enforcement in the West Bank, only ethnic cleansing enforcement. Stop them before it's too late. Yeah. You mean Otzma Yehudid? I think, yeah. Isn't that what it is? Yes. The Jewish power.
Stop touching me. Stop touching me. Stop touching me.
He's Jewish, by the way. This is Andre, who is one of the Israeli Jews that goes to the West Bank and like basically fucking puts his body in front of these rabid, psychopathic, Judeo-Nazi rabid settlers that are taking matters into their own hands and trying to directly ethnically cleanse, and successfully directly ethnically cleansing the indigenous Palestinian population.
Stop touching me, you piece of shit.
כן, אני נמצא פה בשטח שלי ליד כרמל. לא יודע, יש פה איזה ערבים שגידרו פה את השטח, עכשיו הם מקיפים אותי, צועקים עליי.
Now you're pushing us. You came here.
Whoa, whoa,
hey! Whoa.
אל תיגע בו. אתה דוחף ילד. למה אתה דוחף ילד?
From the child, you fucking pervert piece of shit.
Shimon started shining a strobe light in the eyes of the activists and the Palestinian children.
Yeah, you like flashing lights at children? Stop touching me. Hey, stop touching me. Stop touching me. Stop touching me. Stop fucking touching me.
He openly calls himself a humanitarian and not Israeli and only used the fact that he was Jewish to get his colonial citizenship to do his humanitarian work. No, I know. Much respect to Andre and the number of Israeli Jews that actually do participate, that use the ironic Jewish supremacist attitude of the Israeli state as a shield, as a way to offer a shield to the Palestinians that are being destroyed here. Because like these guys literally get to, like, these guys they have this special status in the eyes of the Israeli state because they're Jews. They're Israeli citizens. They're the full-blown Israeli citizens. So the government can't fucking shoot and kill them, okay? So they basically use that special status that they have in the eyes of the government to basically become a fucking human shield for the Palestinians that the government is tasked with slaughtering.
Stop fucking touching me.
That's not entirely sure. Still, I'll respect to him, but he only applied for Israeli citizenship and moved there after the Russia-Ukraine war started, then moved to the West Bank once he realized it was an apartheid after the fact.
This is a very good metaphor for the occupation because he invaded other people's land and then called a soldier to protect him from the people who actually live here. This is like how you build your entire fucking country.
מעבר לבניין, לא, 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 לא. מעבר לבניין, כי זה שטח של מדינת ישראל. خليه كلب نبح. بدك تسوي.
I mean, what do I say, bro? What do you say to seeing all these images, you know? Anyone who fucking defends this shit, by the way, the reason why we talked about this is because those very same settlers are now attacking the fucking Israeli occupying force for, by their estimation, not sufficiently defending them. The most arrogant and the most entitled scumbags on the fucking planet. And when you see stuff like this, it changes your perspective for the rest of your life. There is no coming back from that. Okay? There is 0% chance of anyone seeing this and seeing it over and over and over again and then turning around and being like, yeah, we got to defend Israel. No, it doesn't work that way, baby. It doesn't work that way at all.
Because he ran on divisive issues like globalize the Intifada or defund the police. Right. He ran on affordability, and there is a generation of young people who are struggling to cope with the crushing cost of housing, higher education, healthcare, who feel like the political establishment is catastrophically failing them. And you might disagree with his...
Yeah, look, the King Hans Zimmer spoke out on Palestine, too. Wait, where the fuck did it go? I guess this account privated after this, but Hans Zimmer speaking out in support of Palestine. Palestine is the story, not Glastonbury. Mass starvation is the story, not Glastonbury. Israeli occupying force members admitting... Dude, Hans Zimmer saying IOF is crazy. Never in my fucking life. Wait, he deleted it? Hans Zimmer deleted it? I heard he was hacked. Addictive opioids and bags of flour to starve population is a story, not Glastonbury. Genocide is a story, not Glastonbury. Not Glastonbury. Palestine is a story, not Glastonbury. I wonder if he actually got hacked or if he posted this and then had to delete it so that he doesn't go to fucking jail or some shit. I mean, it's not that shocking if someone like Hans Zimmer would arrive at this position. And the only reason why I say that is because, dude, fucking Martin Scorsese and the entire Scorsese family is now on this tip. Okay? Cat's out of the fucking bag, you know? He might have gotten the boss call or maybe he got hacked. It doesn't matter. Yediot Ahronoth says Likud ministers and the Knesset speaker call for imposing sovereignty over the West Bank by the end of the Knesset session. Hamas Zimmer. Anyway, we got the Microsoft shit to talk about too in a second, but let's finish this.
Policy prescriptions, as I do, but he offered them a vision. And so that should be a challenge to the center left to offer its own compelling vision for affordability.
He's the Democratic nominee now for mayor of your hometown. Are you supporting his candidacy now?
Look, he's likely to win. We spoke on Sunday. We have profound differences of opinion, and I'm not going to downplay those differences, but I'm committed to a working relationship with him. I'm committed to continuing dialogue. You know, the mayor needs the New York City congressional delegation and the New York City...
Zionists are now calling for Sharia law. This is Zohran Mamdani's wife, not very Muslim. I hate this shit. I don't want to even draw any attention to Zohran Mamdani's wife, even in jest or even in defense. Honestly, I don't like it at all. I think it's very gross and very creepy.
Congressional delegation needs the mayor. It's a mutually necessary relationship, and so we will coexist.
Before we let you go, Congressman, do you expect anything other than Republicans to circle the wagons here and pass this massive piece of legislation, especially when they get the downward pressure from President Trump?
I mean, I feel like there's no set of people on earth who are more spineless, more lacking in backbone and integrity than congressional Republicans. And, you know, the Republican Party is no longer a normal political party. It's become a cult of person.
Shut up, Torres.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The Warren.
We already covered the budget situation. Here's Aaron Reichlin Melnick, by the way, talking about it. We also covered the 52-point swing, but let's see the commentary after the Harry Enton video.
Tangent to that discussion right there. I still want to talk about Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee to be mayor of New York City, but I want to focus on a little bit of an exchange he has had with President Trump, because President Trump yesterday was asked what would happen if Mamdani stood in the way of ICE arresting undocumented immigrants or apprehending undocumented immigrants in New York City.
UK designated Palestine action as a terror group, and Germany increasing the suppression of pro-Palestine voices in addition to blocking efforts to stop the EU from sanctioning Israel. How close are we to Palestine liberation? And what more can regular people do? Just keep up the fight. You should never cave to these fucking assholes, okay? Straight up. Undocumented imbres? What are you talking about? It's much harder to convince others of this genocide than it should be. My grandma doesn't talk about politics at all, but when the news talks about another genocidal action committed by Israel, she started complaining that it was the Palestinians' fault for electing Hamas. I literally showed her some videos of war crimes committed by Israel. She blatantly said it was AI. She's not religious or very conservative. What can I do? Just keep pushing. Keep pushing. Make your presence unavoidable, okay? Make your presence undeniable. Make your presence unavoidable. Make the truth stand out until it is impossible to ignore. That's it. That's the only thing you can do. That is the only thing you can do, okay? Nursing home. Okay, all jokes aside, the only thing you do when it seems like change is not happening, when it seems like all the powers, all the forces are refusing to reckon with the reality of the democratic wishes of the public leaning in the direction of Palestinian emancipation, the only thing you can do in that process is just keep pushing. No matter how far or no matter how impossible change feels, okay? You're not going to win every single person, but that should not stop you from continuously saying the truth.
I want you to hear what the president said and threatened, and then I want you to hear the response from the Democratic nominee for mayor.
We'll have to arrest him. A lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything.
This is good. Behave like you're embarrassed by them. It's the most upsetting thing to grandparents. Act disgusted and ashamed of them and make it clear. True. Your older relatives, whether it be your parents or your grandparents, they have different different pressure points. Okay, it sounds kind of stupid, but it is kind of true. Shame is a very effective mechanism here.
Seeing in President Trump's rhetoric is an attempt to focus on who I am, where I'm from, what I look like, how I sound, as opposed to what I'm actually fighting for. Because to do so would be to display the stark contrast in our sincerity and actually delivering for the very working people who've been left behind by our politics.
It just so happens that that interview that you saw with Zohran Mamdani was conducted by Errol Lewis, part of an extensive discussion last night. So, Errol, what do you make of the back and forth here and how each of those two gentlemen are positioning themselves?
Well, John, good morning. As is often the case, what we have is a Republican who wants to beat up on a Democrat and sort of demonize him and use it to rally the Republican base and raise money and do all kinds of things. And frankly, Zohran Mamdani can kind of do the same thing in the opposite direction. Donald Trump is very unpopular in New York City. He lost New York City twice when he ran for president, even though this is his hometown. And Zohran Mamdani is aware of that. And it never hurts a Democrat to bash Donald Trump. And so I think we're going to see a lot of that going back and forth as each tries to exploit the political vulnerabilities of their.
Dude, what a fucking psychotic way to approach this. Dog, Donald Trump, the fucking current president of the United States of America, is saying he's going to deport Zohran Mamdani. That is not an exploitation of anti-Trump sentiment. That's someone who should not be receiving this line of attack at all. Like, what kind of cynical assessment is this, brother? Are you fucking crazy? Donald Trump, the president, who has already started a Gestapo-style reign, a fascist regime of immigration enforcement priorities that he is continuing in spite of tremendous public pressure and resentment, is now saying, I'm going to put the fucking crosshairs on the dude who won the Democratic primary. He's Muslim. He's scary. I'm going to do the same racist shit that I've been doing that is incredibly unpopular to a singular force because he fucking won an election. That's not someone cynically fucking using Trump's statements against him. Holy fuck.
Their adversary.
Margaret, it sounds like what Errol's saying is you have a president who wants to bash a Democratic candidate and a Democratic candidate who wants to be bashed by the president, in a way.
Yeah, and to Errol's point, they do both get something political out of it. There's another trend developing, too, where we're seeing the president talk more and more about this idea of, forcing denaturalization, trying to really test the limits of what he can do as the executive in terms of the immigration status or the citizen status of people who were born in other countries, became U.S. citizens, did the things that, are so often talked about as playing by the rules. You wait your turn, you study what it means to be an American, you take the citizenship test, you do all the right things, you become a citizen. And increasingly now, he and the Justice Department are talking about increasing denaturalization for naturalized citizens who in some ways are seen to have sort of betrayed U.S. ideals. And right now, this is to some extent rhetoric, but we have actually seen a huge uptick since the beginning of the first Trump administration, since 2017, in the number of cases being discussed for denaturalization. You saw him sort of float this as a threat against Elon Musk, who, of course, is originally from South Africa, when now that he is tangling again with the president. So I'd keep an eye on that also.
That's a really interesting point, the comparison between Elon Musk and Zohran Mamdani and the mutual threats made against each of them there. Errol, just one more point on Mamdani. For all the differences between him and President Trump, there's also some really interesting similarities in the way that they campaign.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, both of them focused on affordability with an almost obsessive focus. And it's really very interesting. We're looking at the numbers. We just are getting preliminary numbers, but there are some Trump Mamdani voters out there. We've identified some areas of New York City where they went for Trump just a few months ago, and now they're voting for Zohran Mamdani. And it's a wake-up call, really, to both parties, that something that will go beyond any other kind of traditional political consideration is that gnawing feeling of not being able to pay your bills on a daily basis. The voters have signaled every way they possibly could that will override almost every other consideration, and politicians ignore that reality at their peril.
Margaret, I want you to weigh in on this, but also I want you to weigh in on this new social media post from President Trump on this huge bill that could get a vote in the House today.
Hakeem Jeffries, response to Donald Trump's statement, as president of the United States, I'm not going to let this communist lunatic destroy New York. Rest assured, I hold all the levers and have all the cards. I'll save New York City and make it hot and great again, just like I did with the good old USA. Hakeem Jeffries, stop lying about Assemblyman Mamdani. He's neither a communist nor a lunatic. And New York City doesn't need to be saved by a wannabe king. Besides, you're too busy destroying America with your one big ugly bill to do anything else. Yeah, Trump needed to simply call him a dangerous radical, Hamas supporter or something that wants to globalize the Intifada, or an enemy of Israel for Hakeem Jeffries to not be able to launch any attacks against that. Good
evening. Welcome to Inside City Hall for Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. I'm Errol Lewis. Zohran Mamdani has won the Democratic nomination for mayor. This comes after the city's Board of Elections tabulated the ranked choice voting results earlier today.
Eric Adams declines to comment on Trump's threats against Mamdani when Kelly Mena asks, suggests it's a distraction. They're going to have a mic in my face. Are you going to do this? Are you going to do this? Let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to deliver for New Yorkers. Nice.
Today. Heading into today, State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani led with 43.5% of the vote after the first round votes were calculated. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo.
The Democrats want to make the idea of Trump deporting Mamdani to be a point of weakness to convince people to not vote for him. That is incredibly cynical, and I hope you're not correct. I didn't even think about it like that, but I don't know. I mean, if they don't actually aggressively push back against the Trump administration for saying this and simultaneously draw home a larger point about how Trump is using immigrant enforcement as a mechanism to basically rid the country of people he doesn't personally like, whether it be your neighbors who happen to not have the proper clearance, the proper paperwork, but have been authorized to live here and work here, while simultaneously claiming that they're like dangerous criminal threats, or whether it be the person who won the New York mayoral primary on an agenda not dissimilar to Trump's, which was affordability, which Trump seemingly has not solved for New Yorkers or any other American anywhere else. This is the advocacy from the Democratic Party. They should be doing this. And the fact that they're not doing this is a little bit alarming, but considering that there are Democrats or enough powerful Democrats who have actually, said positive things about Mamdani, I don't suspect that to be the case.
Trailed by about 7 points. But then after the votes of all the other candidates were redistributed, Mamdani increased his margin of victory and came out on top with 56% of the vote. Joining me now to talk more about that is the Democratic nominee for mayor, Zohran Mamdani. Congratulations to you and welcome back to the program.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. So, look, in late March, which almost seems like ancient history, an Emerson College poll showed you getting the support of only 10% of voters. What happened over that successive 90 days?
We just kept building this campaign with the relentless focus on making the country's most expensive city affordable for the people who make it so special. And ultimately, we built a campaign unlike that which has been seen in our city for many years. We had more than 50,000 volunteers who knocked on more than 1.6 million doors, who made more than 2.1 million phone calls. And we had that coupled with the hunger across the 5 boroughs for a different kind of politics.
He linked up with the Hassan Abi broadcast and the Chabo broadcast, okay? Podcasts have motion. I was wrong. That's what happened.
And that's what we showed over the 8 months. And, it seems like a long way from the 10% you're speaking about, Errol, but it's even longer from where we started in October, where we were at 1% in the polls. And frankly, that's being charitable to ourselves.
Yeah. Well, at what point did you realize that this wasn't just growing, but that it was going to carry you to victory?
We spent so much of these 8 months outside speaking to New Yorkers wherever they were. And there was a moment where more and more people had heard about our vision, and where more and more people were finishing my sentences when I was speaking about the platform of freezing the rent or making buses fast and free. And that was when we started to realize that, in fact, it wasn't even just going to be the same electorate as 2021. This was going to be a new electorate, one that looked more like the city itself. And that had long been a goal of ours, because it is all too easy to say that democracy is only under attack from authoritarianism from the outside, when in fact it's also under attack from a withering faith from the inside, as to its ability to not only relate but respond to the most pressing crises in working people's lives. And so fewer and fewer New Yorkers have been participating in that democracy. And we had looked at 2021 and how only 26% of Democrats had turned out at that time, and 74% stayed home. And one of our hopes was to get more New Yorkers to register to vote, to get more Democrats to come out and vote in a primary. And some of the most exciting aspects of these results were the fact that we changed the nature of this electorate. We brought so many more younger voters in. We brought so many zero prime voters, as they're described. And we even saw the voter registrations in the last 10 days of this primary changing from about 3,000 to more than 30,000. And that being indicative of more people seeing themselves in our politics.
So I'm sure some strategists told you along the way that this is one of the hardest things to do, right? On the other hand, it's strategically, I guess, common sense. If you play by the old rules with the old electorate, Zohran Mamdani loses. If you redefine the game and bring in new players, you have a shot at winning.
And I think we were told that by many in the beginning, and I understand where they're coming from, because frankly, the idea of redefining the electorate has been spoken about many a time, and it's very difficult to do. And what made it possible was that we were not doing this alone. There were so many incredible partners in this fight that were speaking directly to the New Yorkers who've lost the most faith in local politics to actually be able to deliver in the crisis in their lives. And ultimately, the most powerful messengers in speaking to New Yorkers are New Yorkers themselves. And we found that so many people came out to vote because of a conversation they had with a canvasser at their door, because of a phone call they received, because of a moment that was far more...
Man, the environment is so fucking ripe, dude. The people are agitated. The people recognize that that change is a necessity. It's actually shocking how the endless faucet, the endless torrent of hate did not cause Zohran Mamdani to fucking lose votes at all.
Reflective of their life than the way in which they had engaged with politics before, in 30-second increments on their television screen or in mailers. I
feel very hopeful.
Oh, talk a little bit about what life has been like, not just today, but even since last week. Who's reached out to you that may have surprised you? Who got your phone number that you never in a million years thought would call you?
I can tell you one of the most the most enjoyable surprises was on election night getting a phone call from Mayor Wu of Boston, because I had long looked at that moment when a number of mayors across the country went to testify in Washington, D.C. And the one that I wished most was our mayor, was Mayor Wu, and looking at the way in which she's led that city, and also her passion for making buses free there as well. And the results that we saw in the number of routes that she made free, especially Route 28, were inspirations for what we've sought to do here. And in that conversation, and in the many that I've had with so many incredible leaders across the country, there was a real understanding of the partnership that this city could have with so many others looking to showcase an alternative to the politics we've seen in Washington, D.C., politics of exclusion, when in fact what we need in this moment is a politics of the future where we not only recognize the belonging of each and every person that calls the city their home, but deliver for New Yorkers to actually have somewhat of an easier life in a city that they can actually afford.
Well, okay, there's at least one political leader who you heard from and about today. I'm sure you've heard it, but let's listen to some of what President Trump, the President of the United States, had to say about you, and then I wanted to get your reaction.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zoran Mamdani, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mamdani.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully. A lot of people are saying he's here illegally. We're going to look at everything.
Much of that, of course, was false. But I'm particularly interested. This kind of wild talk can actually result in harm in the real world. I was wondering, I guess, first, your reaction and whether or not the NYPD has assigned you any additional security.
You know, I'm lucky to have security throughout the day, and I appreciate the work of the NYPD.
It's time to crusade Iran and Gaza. Mamdani communist. Let's go to war against the left. Hassan Piker getting beat up soon. Mamdani is such an idiot. We will fight the left before they elect a communist. Every infidel shall be hung for treason. Hang Mamdani for treason. Hang Hassan for treason. Fuck yes. Yes. Okay, chatter. Good luck.
In making that a reality for me, but also a reality for New Yorkers at large. And ultimately, what we're seeing in President Trump's rhetoric is an attempt to focus on who I am, where I'm from, what I look like, how I sound, as opposed to what I'm actually fighting for. Because to do so would be to display the stark contrast in our sincerity in actually delivering for the very working people who've been left behind by our politics, compared with what President Trump has been able to do. You know, over the same period of time that I've been running has been the moment where President Trump ran a presidential campaign premised on making life easier for working class Americans, on making cost of living that much lower, on actually having cheaper groceries. And he's been unable and uninterested to deliver on any of that, instead focusing on cruelty in the manner that we just heard today. And what I would tell him is that the last person who couldn't get my name right, we defeated them, and that's what it's going to look like again.
Okay, fair enough. As you may have heard, a number of business leaders in the city have been meeting in a state of, I would characterize it as panic. I'm not sure if they would agree, but they seem to be trying to rally support for Eric Adams or even for Andrew Cuomo or anybody in order to try and stop Zoran Mamdani from becoming the mayor. What would your message to them be?
My message would be...
Open President, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Oh, you found his account?
Today, I will show you 3 ways you can use your smartphone.
Wait, this is the guy?
First thing we want to do is download the YouTube VPN app, which we can do through the first link in the description.
Fuck are you gonna do, bro? Write a petition? Let's do a crusade, he says. Let's do a fucking crusade, he says. Let's hang Hassan and Mamdani for treason, he says. The fuck are you gonna do? Go on a fishing expedition? Try to fucking put malware in my phone? Is that what you're gonna do? You skinny bitch. Ugly ass. That's not him, it's this. Oh, it's even worse. Oh my God. Does he even show his face in it?
Ping for US servers is kind of high, or there is.
Oh no, it's even worse. It's even worse. Guess who he's a fan of? Awesome. First time catching him on Lamau, the infamous chat.
No US server, so but the ping hasn't really affected my gameplay at all up until this point. It has been mine.
Bro, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how this fucking dude, who is advocating to this fucking dude who's advocating to hang me for treason is mad at me, okay? Is mad at me and doesn't realize that Trump is going to cook his family, okay? Trump is going to destroy this motherfucker's family. Like your grandparents and all of the people that you love and cherish are going to get fucked over with this new Trump tax cut. That's crazy to me. That's something that I'll never understand. That was supposed to hurt, get beat up enough in 2020 when we dragged y'all Uhuru. Lol, I'm actually in Singapore, buddy. Crusade.
They've already jumped on that and are working to get it fixed as we speak.
He said Uhuru. He already got site-wided? Oh, yeah, they already got fucking clapped. Of course they did. They fucking told a Twitch streamer that they're going to be hanged.
That I'm excited to meet with them. I'm excited to speak with them because ultimately my vision for the city is one that includes all of us, and that includes these same business leaders.
Crusade LARPers are so funny. They're similar to leftists who LARP about firebombing a Walmart while being afraid of turning on the camera in a Zoom call, but at least the leftist LARPers pretend they're fighting for a better world. Crusade LARPers are such losers that their entire fantasy is about dying in a battle for a world of losers. Or rather, they are also in line with like the government. You know what I mean? They're like, more of this, please. That's what they keep saying. They're like, I love that the government is doing this. More of it, please. I would like more of that. He said Uhuru.
Who are concerned. And I will speak to them about my proposals, my fiscal policy that I've put forward, and ultimately that my vision of this city is one where everyone will thrive. And I think what is incumbent upon me to do over these next many months is to showcase the fact that we're looking to build a coalition, not simply of the New Yorkers who already voted for me, or the ones who will even vote for me in November, but a coalition that looks like the city itself.
Uhuru is a call sign for fucking the Boogaloo Boys movement, the short-lived Boogaloo Boys movement of LARPers who look exactly like that one dipshit that we were looking at, who wear Hawaii t-shirts and fantasize about a race war.
And that includes New Yorkers who today have concerns, New Yorkers who have questions. And ultimately, I seek to be a mayor that will actually be there, who can answer those questions, and a mayor who can even be yelled at and naked, because frankly, that's what it means to be a New Yorker. And so I'm excited to have the chance to speak to business leaders, and I've been excited over this past week to have a number of conversations where I've laid out why I believe in the things that I do and how everyone has a role in actually bringing them to fruition.
Are they right to be afraid that you're going to hit them with taxes and regulations that make it significantly harder to do business here?
They're not right to have a fear about the difficulty of doing business in the city. Actually, we put forward a proposal to make it easier, especially for small businesses, to navigate through the bureaucracy of city government and to actually cut fines and fees in half. And my proposal is to raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, to raise income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers by just 2%. These are proposals that will actually make it easier even for business leaders to operate in this state and in this city, because of the fact that it will make it easier for them to attract and retain talent. So many of the incredible businesses across these 5 boroughs are built upon the work of New Yorkers who today cannot afford to live in the city any longer. And if we allow the city to become a museum of what once was, it will actually threaten the ability of anyone to do business across these 5 boroughs.
I mean, one of the things I find really striking is that there are versions of what you've been talking about on the campaign trail that have already been tried. Like, we've had at least 3 years of a rent freeze under de Blasio. We've seen that if you wanted to sort of increase taxes on the very wealthy, something that Eric Adams, in fact, promised to do 4 years ago, there have been at least half a dozen bills. I saw your name on them. A bunch of them have already gone up to Albany. Most of them died in committee. But it's not like this is a brand new conversation in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I think that's what really grounds this platform. Is it's a platform that is not just urgent, but it's feasible and it's grounded in precedent. As you've said about the rent freezes, but also when it comes to making buses fast and free, that's based on the results that I saw personally as an assembly member alongside Deputy Majority Leader Mike Gianaris when we delivered the city's first ever fare free bus pilot, and we saw that ridership went up by up to 38%, that assaults on bus drivers went down by 38.9%, and that the the largest number of New Yorkers in terms of income categories that saw a ridership increase were those making $28,000 a year or less. And when I speak to business leaders and I speak to them about their concerns, one of them that I also hear is about public safety. And that's the opportunity when you're having that conversation to showcase how so much of this agenda also addresses many different aspects of that, while also making clear that police have a critical role to play in creating that public safety. And we're going to allow them to focus on the jobs that they signed up for, as opposed to continue to ask them to play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers in addition to that which they're already responsible for.
Okay. I guess a final question. Your election attorney, Ali Nazmi, was here recently. He said that you've been having meetings with some Jewish community leaders to try and create a connection, clarify where you're coming from on the subject of Israel and some other topics. Have those discussions been productive as far as you're concerned?
Absolutely.
This is an interesting way to ask that question. I don't think they have, but...
And they are discussions that I'm excited to continue. They are discussions with Jewish community leaders, with rabbis, with elected officials, and ultimately they are discussions to showcase that even where there is disagreement, there is always a shared sense of humanity. And my commitment as the next mayor of this city is to protect Jewish New Yorkers and to deliver on the number one priority of those same New Yorkers, which I've heard time and time again, is ensuring that this city is affordable. And I am excited at using every single tool at city government's disposal to address all of those issues and ensure that every single New Yorker sees themselves in our city government and in the results that we can actually deliver.
Okay. Well, once again, congratulations. We'll see you out on the campaign trail. We've got a fall campaign, and we'll talk about that at another time. But today, of course, is a day for you to, I guess, savor the victory and get ready for the future. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a break now, and when we come back, we'll take a look at the impact of ranked choice voting on some...
I'm not going to go through this whole thing. It's 36 minutes long, but I guess there's like a part where
the presumptive Democratic...
He talks about Islamophobia. Death threats aren't a normal thing to have to deal with, and I'm sorry you got to endure that. You feeling okay after that, Aslan? Everyone's going to understand if you need to take a minute. Brother, if I took a minute for every death threat I received over the course of this broadcast, I wouldn't be able to fucking stream. What are you talking about? Thank you for your concern and your consideration. But death threats objectively are a normal part of what I have to deal with regular frequency. You know? It's actually pretty funny, in my opinion.
The thing that...
Like, in my experience, it's at least sometimes it's like creative. Usually it's not. But it's cute that you think I don't receive this literally at numerous times throughout the fucking day. I forget that normies don't realize, like, this is just an ever-present part of being an outspoken leftist. God forbid a leftist with socialist tendencies. God forbid a leftist with socialist tendencies who also is of Muslim background, you know?
That was very clear in the weeks before and the days after the primary was this barrage of racist anti-Muslim attacks on you, equating you to a terrorist, saying you're a danger to the safety of Americans, especially Jewish Americans. And I'm going to repeat some of the attacks, not because I think they're okay to say, but I want listeners to understand what's being said. And it's not just from the right wing and Republicans in office. It's also from other influential figures. Deborah Messing of Will and Grace posted online that you sided with terrorists and you celebrated 9/11. You were 9 when that happened. Republican Representative Nancy Mace posted a picture of you in your Eid outfit and wrote, after 9/11, we said, never forget. I think we sadly have forgotten. Republican Representative Andy Ogle called you Little Muhammad and said you need to be deported and is calling for your denaturalization. Were you prepared for this level of bigotry?
It's unsurprising, and yet it's still deeply saddening. And it's unsurprising because, as many Muslims in this country know, to exist in public life is to have to deal with this kind of slander at a different scale. And it's part of why so many have thought that the safest place to live is in the shadows. And so much of my hope for this campaign was to bring the margins of our city into the mainstream. It's been very difficult to see just how much of this hatred has been normalized. And as you've said, it's not just Republican congresspeople, it's an actress of a show that I used to watch as a kid. And I think that ultimately my responsibility is to show that our vision for this city, it's a vision that is universal. It's a vision that wants to recognize the belonging of each and every New Yorker. And it's in stark contrast to this exclusionary vision that we see from so many. One that seeks to distract people from an inability to take care of working people by designating the enemies as the other. And one of the most difficult parts of this, however, have been that the threats that have been made on my life and on people that I love are ones that fundamentally transform how you can live.
The thing that was very...
Fidel Castro all over again. Billionaire CEO warns against Mamdani leadership in New York City. How Zohran Mamdani is fetishizing the third world.
So when you hear Mamdani,
I don't know if I have the heart to watch this, dude. I don't know. I don't know if I will survive watching this. Burgles with 100 gifted subs. God damn. Like, look at these article headlines. Fidel Castro all over again. Billionaire CEO warns against Mamdani leadership in New York. How Zoran Mamdani is fetishizing the third world. By the way, 5,000 views in 19 hours. Okay, these billionaires are so sick that could not even handle him eating biryani with his hands. Brandon Gill, wife is Indian. He needs to visit his in-laws and tell them to their face. Let's see how much they appreciate him. I thought it was about a socialist policy. So now it is obvious it is racist. No problem with tacos, burgers, pizza, and wings, but biryani is where you draw the line. Give me a break. Full-fledged communist. Chinese American sounds the alarm on New York City's Dem socialist candidate.
New at noon, Reverend Al Sharpton is urging Andrew Cuomo to drop out of the New York City mayoral general election this November. In an interview on Morning Joe, the civil rights leader said New Yorkers made their choice clear in the Democratic primary, and they should be the ones to decide the future of the city.
Andrew Cuomo should look at what is best for the city and let them have a one-on-one race. I think in the best.
A Cuomo spokesperson just responded with a statement saying everyone is entitled to their own political opinion. We understand President Trump supports Eric Adams and do not believe socialism is the answer. Most New Yorkers are not Trumpers, and most New Yorkers are not socialists. The majority lies in the middle. We will continue to assess the current situation in the best interest.
That's Brandon Gill's father-in-law. Is he both using his hands and cutlery at the same time? Wait a minute. What is going on? Brandon Gill's father-in-law, Dinesh D'Souza. Brandon Gill's mother-in-law, Dinesh D'Souza's wife. I don't know her name. I'm sorry. Hand food? Stop it. Yes, I know that's Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza is literally Brandon Gill's father-in-law. I didn't know that either, but Brandon Gill, the guy who was like fucking creepily freaking out about his about Zoran eating with his hands, has a wife. I forget his wife's name. But his wife is the daughter of the Dinesh D'Souza. Okay? It's fucking crazy. Yeah, Danielle D'Souza, daughter of Dinesh D'Souza. Why wouldn't that be the case? I mean, it's just like funny that he's shitting on an Indian dude from Uganda for eating with his hands when he's literally married to an Indian woman. Like an Indian American woman. Is that not even remotely ironic to any of you? Like, what are we talking about? Like, it's insanely racist, but it's also a little bit ironic. It's a real J.D. Vance style situation. Yeah, no, J.D. Vance is the same exact nonsense. J.D. Vance does the same exact nonsense. When, like, there was one of those dudes, Big Balls or whatever, one of those fucking weirdos on Doge, who was like, we must continue the Indian hate. We have to do everything we can to hate Indians more. And J.D. Vance was like, yes, I, as the Vice President of the United States of America, who is married to an Indian American woman by the name of Usha Vance, who has Indian kids, okay, kids of Indian descent, think that this guy, this racist asshole, is perfectly valid. That's what he said. It's insane. Fun fact, Dinesh D'Souza also Lauren Ingram's former humiliation gimp. Oh, no, I know that. Fun fact, Laura Ingraham and Dinesh D'Souza fucked in college when they both went to, was it Cornell? No, Dartmouth? Was it Dartmouth or Cornell? One of the two. And they were both writing for the fucking newspaper there. Laura Ingraham, when Dinesh D'Souza was the, Dartmouth, thank you. When Dinesh D'Souza was the editor of the newspaper, the school newspaper, the right-wing one, Laura Ingraham famously wrote an article about like one of the secret like gay campus clubs outing a bunch of queer students at Dartmouth. None of these facts are fun. Fun fact, yes, Laura Ingraham has an adopted daughter from Guatemala. Laura Ingraham has a bunch of adopted children, as a matter of fact. Many of which from the global south. There's something wrong with your concept of fun. Yeah, Laura Ingraham outed gay students in Dartmouth at a time when like this actually put them in significant harm. Damn, I know too much about these fucking losers. Holy shit. Yeah, the more you know. All right. He hit it from the Ingram angle. Yeah, Laura has a gay brother. Oh yeah, I think that's correct. I think Dinesh D'Souza might have dated Ann Coulter as well, but Ann Coulter famously also, for a long period of time, exclusively dated black men, despite being an out and about white supremacist. Also, another fun fact. Fun fact, Ann Coulter also refused to look me in the eyes when we debated one another for like a 30-minute period, and refused to even turn in my direction. It was just me and her debating one another on Fox, the local affiliate. And she did not look or even turn in my direction the entire time. Very strange. I also called her old in that debate, but as a debate point. Anyway. Let's continue.
And what a great panel we have this.
Oh yeah, 1.2 million views. Dude, what the fuck? Look at this shit, dude. God damn. October 27th, 2018. God damn, 7 years ago, brother. Almost 7 years ago at this point. Fuck, I'm old, dude. I'm old as fuck. Yeah, see?
One of the most important issues to both of you. We now have this.
She refused to look at me.
Absolutely not. Also, what difference does it make whether we build a wall or not? These are legal asylum seekers coming in the caravan. It's not like these people are coming to cross the border or jump over the Mexican border. I feel like if they were trying to sneak into the country, they'd probably be doing a better job and not come in such high numbers coming in after escaping violence in their countries. And then on top of that, this notion that Anne is snuck in, they have welfare checks waiting for them at the border is also preposterous. It's proven over and over again that immigrants contribute far more than they take to the U.S. economy. And I think there was 1,436 economists from all different backgrounds that wrote an open letter to Donald Trump advising him that immigration is a net benefit. It's virtually every single economist agrees on this.
And
well, none of these are asylum cases, or they'd stop.
Dude, I never stopped saying the same shit for years. That's why it's so funny when motherfuckers are like, Hassan, you changed. It's like, bitch, you can say many things about me, but you can't say I changed, okay? I'm a goddamn broken record, dude. I am a fucking broken record. Oh, baby Hassan, being a leftist age you 100 years, my God. No, I just have a beard. If I shaved my beard and put on makeup as they put on my face there, I'd probably look not that much older than I am there.
Stop in the first country they get to. The idea
also,
of
you're talking
asylum
about
is something
almost fucking 10 years ago, dude.
like there's a Holocaust, there's a potato famine. No, this is how these people always live, which is why all of different countries want to come to, the biggest welfare state in the world. That is the United States, and get welfare checks. And yeah, okay, you got economists to sign a letter. Dumping poor people on America is not making us better. They are far more likely to be receiving welfare, and that's just your average illegal immigrant and immigrant are way higher to be accepting government assistance than American.
How would they accept government assistance?
Applicants don't have to wait at all. They instantly get given food, housing, everything, but they aren't asylum cases. These aren't people fleeing one corrupt, they're trying to kill you. Otherwise, they get to Mexico and say, home free, I'm in Mexico. No, they want to come to the biggest welfare state in the world.
I mean, the American welfare state might be big in totality as far as our population goes, but it's definitely not as encompassing as plenty of other European nations. But that's besides the point. You mentioned welfare. Can you describe to me specifically how undocumented citizens take advantage of our robust welfare state?
They can't walk to Sweden. They can walk to this country.
No, but you're not answering my question.
They can also walk to Mexico, and they're not stopping there.
Okay, but you're not answering my question.
Well, you
if they're
say
coming
asylum.
to the US welfare.
What's up, bitch? Okay, good. I'm heavy. I've gained weight. Mirage just got back from flight training. Doesn't have enough hobbies that are devastating and deadly that he started learning how to fly a plane and land one. Okay, he says he's not the best at landing yet. All right, I'm done looking at the Ann Coulter shit. All right.
This could soon be classed as a terror gathering. The group behind the protest, Palestine Action, is set to be banned by the UK government and labelled a terrorist organisation. The decision follows this. 2 activists breaking into an Air Force base in central England, spraying red paint into military aircraft engines and damaging them with crowbars. The government says it's the latest...
No, I can't believe that. I can't believe that they did such a thing. I'm so mad. British aircraft supplying munitions to an ongoing genocide. That's cool. That's fine. Disrupting those operations. Ooh, not good. Terrorism. They injured an aircraft. Yet another anti-Semitic hate crime, chat. You see this? Yet another deeply anti-Semitic hate crime. These were Jewish airplanes. Okay? That's right. Many of you probably thought these were Christian airplanes. They weren't. They were Jewish. So very clearly, this is an act, perhaps the most heinous act of anti-Semitism. We are all equal. Gifted 100 gifted subs. God damn. That's right. You support illegal acts. Oh, that's funny. Oh, no. Yeah, the Jewish airplanes were doing birthright. They were about to do birthright, and they got and they got anti-Semitically disrupted. It's really messed up. This guy got so mad he fucking couldn't even type. This is crystal knocked, but for airplanes. If you keep talking like this, your haters might start to think you don't love Israel. Bargles, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Yeah, the paint cans were paint cans of Hamas. Eliza for the Bears. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Yeah, anti-plane Semitism.
It's example of the group's campaign of criminal damage, but Palestine Action calls it a symbolic protest.
Trigger warning should have been applied ahead of time. I apologize. I know many of you live in the Cars universe where airplanes are real human beings. I know that you are looking at these beautiful Jewish airplanes that are anti-Semitically attacked this way with Hamas spray paint. Yeah. It's really fucked up. Really, really fucked up stuff. I'm so glad. I hope the British government immediately jails these people permanently.
Protest, saying the proposed ban is an overreaction.
This is a really troubling move for anyone who cares about freedom of speech, for the right to protest in this country. We're seeing an evaporation of our rights as we speak.
Since 2020, the group has mostly targeted arms companies with links to Israel's military. The UK Interior Minister Yvette.
They're dope. Palestine Action is. This is like the maximum, well, not even the maximum, but like as close as you can get to a maximalist position on like disruptive initiatives against different parts of the process of the genocidal entity continuing its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Cooper says their actions meet the legal definition of terrorism because they involve serious damage to property, but many legal experts disagree.
It sets a really worrying precedent that could impact anyone who takes part in protest or...
Extinction Rebellion gets told to attack BP and oil companies that directly worsen climate change by the right all the time. Yet putting that sentiment into practice like Palestine Action did by attacking RAF bases makes them terrorists. Protesters can't do shit, I guess. Yeah, also, they didn't blow up the planes. They just, like, basically disrupted the flights for a little bit. Like, consider the terrorism of what they did. Who the fuck is panicking because of Palestine Action's direct initiative here? Like, who? Is there is Britain swept away with a sense of panic? Oh no. The RAF today, and then I guess what, Elbit Systems tomorrow? I am terrified. I am Elbit Systems. I'm Mr. Elbit of Elbit Systems. Okay? So when someone engages in a direct act, in a direct act of disruption, I, as Mr. Elbit, am terrified because I want to keep making weapons that I send over to Israel. Like, I guess everything is terrorism. Not if it was engine... No, it was engine destroying paint. I mean, who cares? I don't give a shit. Never mind. I can't say too much, but... Oh, no. No loss of life, very little damage. It's just material harm caused to a genocidal entity. Keir Starmer literally defended previous saboteurs that did similar things in objection to the Iraq war. Absolute effing hypocrite. The man is supposed to be a human rights lawyer. That is kind of funny. You're right. I forgot about that. That does add insult to injury. Yeah, Keir Starmer unironically did defend the anti-Iraq war protesters that did that. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Political activism. Criminal damage is already illegal. If someone breaks the law, they should be charged and tried into the normal processes. That's how the justice system works. But banning an entire group under terrorism laws, in our view, is a blunt and extreme measure. If the government can ban one protest group today, it can ban others tomorrow. Thinking of climate activists, anti-war campaigners, or even local community groups in all.
He's such a piece of shit, dude. What a fucking asshole. Starmer defended protesters who sabotaged military aircraft. Prime Minister represented one of the Fairford Five who disrupted military operations at airbase in 2003 against the illegal and justifiable Iraq war. And the defense he used was that criminal damage is an appropriate part of civil disobedience if it's calculated to prevent a larger harm than the damage itself. I mean, that is the appropriate metric here. So yes, these kinds of disruptive actions happen all throughout history. We hear about them in the aftermath as brave heroes, as we will probably cover the Palestine action direct engagement in a similar vein later down the line. The vote to prescribe Palestine action as a terrorist org was thrown in with two violent Nazi groups so that anyone voting against the bill would be called a Nazi by the media. Really fucked up. Maniacs murder cult MMC and the Russia Imperial Movement RIM instead of voting on each group individually. Wait, they took Kneecap's visa too? Police launched criminal investigations into Bob Villan and Kneecap Glastonbury sets. I thought they only took the visas of Bob Villan. Did America take Kneecap's U.S. visa? Does that mean their fucking fall tour is cooked? I mean, I assumed that it was inevitable, but I thought they took Kneecap after Coachella. Kneecap star unfazed about U.S. visa being revoked. There's people being starved. Irish rap group Kneecap have opened up about the prospect of future shows in the U.S. following calls to axe their Glastonbury set. Kneecap made pro-Palestine statements at Coachella in April this year, causing critics like Sharon Osbourne to slam their set for promoting terrorist organizations or spreading hate. Soon after resurfaced footage of a 2024 Kneecap gig in London saw band member, no you didn't, Liam O'Hara charged with a terror offense for allegedly displaying a flag in support of Hezbollah. Though the musician was released on bail, yes, as I've said, Irish people are the coolest white people on the planet, straight up. Straight up. They're fucking real ones, dude. I love those boys. They are real ones, okay? They're amazing. Also, let's talk about the not so cool white people in a second after we're done with this video.
Organizations, they could be next.
And the move is unprecedented.
This would be the first time that a protest group using direct action like sit-ins or damage to property is banned as a terrorist organization in the UK. It would place Palestine Action in the same category as ISIL, Al-Qaeda or Hamas, with anyone showing support for the group facing up to 14 years in prison.
Isn't there an initiative to remove the prescription of Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist groups, by the way, in England? Wasn't that also a move that was being pushed for? Which is a smart thing to do. They should absolutely move them. They should absolutely no longer prescribe them as a terrorist group.
Prison. A decision that could have far-reaching consequences.
Hamas, yeah. Houthi, no. What do you mean? Like, are you saying don't remove the Houthis? Is that what you're saying? Listen, if you're a British Sunni Muslim who's pro-Palestine and you have this kind of energy against the Houthis, I don't think the Houthis are even prescribed, but I might be wrong. I'm just going to keep it $150 with you. Yeah, just shut your bitch ass mouth, okay? That's all I'm saying. I don't think the Houthis are a terrorist group under British law anyway. Okay, let me tell you something. Yeah, shut your bitch ass mouth, okay? Shut your bitch ass up. Sunni Muslim, how the fuck did you nail that? What do you mean? He's pro-Palestine, but anti-Houthi. He's pro-Palestine to the degree of like, changing the designation for Hamas as a terrorist group, but also simultaneously wants the Houthis to be designed as a terrorist group, this can mean only one thing. There's only one type of guy who feels this way. It's a fucking Salafist Englander. You're fucked up. I do stand with your shit, brother, but it's not Hamas. So everything should be removed too. What? No, everything should not be removed. I don't think ISIS should be, or Al-Qaeda should be removed. I don't think that, okay? Yeah, you just hate the Houthis because they're Shia. There's only one kind of person that will be like, yeah, I'm pro-Palestine, but also really fucked up that there's only one entity in the region that's like actively fighting for their emancipation. So does me. So Houthis do bad shit towards Islam and Saudi, dead ass. First of all, they're fucking Muslim. They're just Shia Muslim. And secondly, why the fuck are they doing something towards Saudi Arabia, you think? Perhaps it might have something to do with Saudi Arabia's previous fucking famine upon the entire fucking Yemen population. Not just the Houthis either. Yeah, no shit, dude.
This is for how protests and dissent are policed and judged in Britain. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, London.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe.
Keep stuttering. You're an incel. It's not what your mom was saying last night. Stop it. Saudis are oppressed by the Houthis. Lamau, I know. The Houthis are so oppressive to Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, one of America's most valuable allies in the region, that is a participant, basically a participant in the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, by the way. A recipient of the Abraham Accords. Yeah. Yeah, real fucked up, these Houthis, man, what they're doing to the small bean Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, real fucked up. The Saudi still doesn't have a nuke. That's what's really fucked up. Really messed up. They need to do that immediately so they can defend themselves against Sanaa.
The Israeli military has been increasing its military pressure on the Gaza Strip for the last few days, and has moved into parts of the eastern part of Gaza City, to Khan Yunis, and into Rafah, and is clearly taking as much territory as it can under its control before maybe it's forced into a ceasefire next week. And the idea of a ceasefire next week, being driven from Washington, as we know, is being pushed by President Trump. So next week, Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister, goes to Washington, and a lot is clearly going on behind the scenes, both with the Israelis and through Qatar and Egypt with Hamas. And President Trump now thinks that he has a...
I like that we're just fantasizing about this when there's no hard lines. And the only thing we know about the ceasefire, the quote-unquote ceasefire that Israel agreed to, is that it's only 60 days, which directly goes against Hamas's very reasonable position, which is a permanent ceasefire. Isn't the whole defense against labeling Israel and America terrorists that they're state actors? So in that sense, shouldn't no governments be labeled terrorists? Not a moral argument. I think that Israel and U.S. are terrorists. No, you can do a state sponsor of terrorism designation. Iran has one. Cuba, ironically enough, has one. What is this? Brianna finding out she sold her soul to the people who despise her house ad. We'd love to have you. I just found out I can't convert because I'm trans, so yeah. Oh, womp womp. Wait, she was gonna fucking convert to Judaism? That is crazy. First of all, there are literally trans rabbis. God, she's so fucking stupid. She's so goddamn stupid. There are literally rabbis who are trans in the Reconstruction, in the Reconstructionist form of Judaism, okay? So not only is she wrong, she's just stupid. She's so fucking stupid. Not in Reform, maybe even in Reform. I don't know, but I know literally for a fact that there are Reconstructionist rabbis that are trans. I wouldn't be surprised if even in Reform there are trans rabbis too. Not just trans Jews, okay? Rabbis. So Brianna Wu is so fucking stupid. This is the same thing as those British girls who converted to Salafist Islam and tried to join ISIS. Literally. Wait, what? Motherfucker tried to convert to Orthodox? Wait. Fielding an entire inbox of anti-Semitic death threats this morning. I get so much social blowback for being pro-Israel. I genuinely might as well convert at this point. I mean, I get all the downsides of being Jewish already. Might as well get the upsides. Yo, this is awesome. This is sick. This is the most anti-Semitic thing that could have ever happened. Okay? I'm sorry to all the Jewish Hassan Abi heads. This is basically a nuclear bomb of anti-Semitism. Brianna Wu coming out and being like, the zealotry of a convert is going to be spectacular. Oh my God. I cannot imagine. Oh my God. I think the big thing is I just genuinely vibe with Jews. I totally assumed you're Jewish, Law. That's because I have no filter. Honestly, I think we need to take a look at your DNA. I am adopted. Israel only accepts Orthodox converts. She wants to make Aliyah. Yeah, unless they're Russian or South African. I don't think many of the Russians were Orthodox converts or even Jewish. Even with any sort of like matrilineal association, but just like straightforwardly no association with Judaism at all. Someone spoiled it for her in the comments. You just need one Jewish grandparent? Yes, but sometimes if you're Russian and you just simply say you're Jewish, since you're in the white variety, that is definitely at least like an Ashkenazi need in the country, they just go, all right, that's fine. I guess you're Jewish now. Also, I'm pretty sure, like I said, South Africans that left South Africa after the end of the South African apartheid, pretty sure they were not Jewish, let alone Orthodox Jewish. She accidentally joins Satmar and learns their views on Israel. Okay, I don't think Satmar is going to be accepting of Brianna Wu, and it's not because of Brianna Wu's opinions on Israel. Okay, that's not. What is this? I would bet a lot of money I get called a dirty Jew more than most Jews do. What the fuck? Short TikTok on South African converts.
The Ugandan Jew.
No, this is different. This is not even. Oh, this is the Jews that live in Uganda that Israel did not accept. This is a totally separate. This is a totally separate group of people. Because initially there was an attempt to potentially make Israel in Uganda as well as Argentina. I wonder why Israel doesn't accept these guys as Jewish.
Known as the Bayudaya. These are a small community in eastern Uganda who converted to Judaism when Jews came to Uganda, as the British government made the historical proposal to give Uganda to Jews. I sometimes wonder why anyone would have such an idea if it is not anti-Semitism, where the British didn't want any Jews in Europe anymore and sent them here. Anyway, when Israel started implementing its policy of granting any Jew in the world free Israeli citizenship, the Bayudai of Uganda filed their request to move to Israel, but were all denied Israeli citizenship for not practicing Judaism enough.
What? What? That's crazy. What? That's so strange to me. I thought it was the one singular Jewish nation state. What? What's next? What are you going to tell me that Ethiopian Jews receive kind of a similar treatment? No.
However, the white South Africans who converted to Judaism as their racist apartheid regime collapsed in 1994, barely practicing their new faith even once, were quickly granted Israeli citizenship and fled to Israel. I wonder why.
Speaking of Brianna, who, another one? No, I saw that. That's how we started talking about this. To those wondering why Judaism has express rules against being trans, Deuteronomy 22:5, a woman must not put it on a man's apparel, nor shall a man wear a woman's clothing, for whoever does these things is abhorrent to God. So trans people cannot convert to most streams of Judaism. Just another reason we should not be living in accordance with a 2,500-year-old text. Then there's Deuteronomy 23:1. No one whose testicles are crushed or whose male organ is cut off shall enter the assembly of the Lord. What the fuck? That is straightforward. I didn't know it was like that. In my cousin's Orthodox shul in New York, the assistant rabbi's wife transitioned to male. It was accepted. Charedim in Israel do not determine what is Jewish. That's why we have a reform movement. Judaism contains multitude. Israel only recognizes Orthodox, so no, Israel would not accept her. I didn't know that. I thought if you were, wait, there's no way. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think the fucking South African quote unquote converts were Orthodox. I think they just kind of pick and choose depending on how white you are. That law likely has something to do with eunuchs or those who work within the royal courts of empires of that era. Homeland Security Council meets to discuss the threat of Zoran. What? Trump's Homeland Security Council sets its sights on Zoran Mamdani? Okay. The fact that this was like a meme 2 days ago and it's becoming like a real proposition is crazy. President Donald Trump's Homeland Security Advisory Council, a group that includes Rudy Giuliani, cop-turned-actor Bo Dietl, and the founder of Bikers for Trump, held its first meeting on Wednesday to discuss the top threats facing the nation. The conversation quickly turned to New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani. After hearing Giuliani deliver a speech against asylum-seeking immigrants, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem chimed in. I want to ask you, do you want to run for mayor of New York again, she asked, drawing cheers and applause from around the conference room. Bo and I have been talking about putting together some kind of strategy. It's doable if it's one candidate. It's a suicide mission if you're three, Giuliani said. Longtime GOP politician, by the way, Rudy Giuliani would get fucking destroyed. Rudy Giuliani has a harder chance of winning the New York mayoral race than fucking Eric Adams does at this point. That's so funny that he thinks he could just like run. He has a harder chance of winning the New York mayoral race than fucking Curtis Sliwa does. It would be so funny if he ran, though. Oh my God, I hope he runs. I have a better chance of winning the fucking New York mayoral race right now if I decided to join than Rudolph motherfucking Giuliani. Are you kidding me? He would get a collective total of 8 votes. I don't even think he is eligible to run, but that's besides the point. Let's say he is. He has a better chance of splitting the Red Sea, which, according to Rudolph, is not that big of a deal. It's happened numerous times, which is my funniest, forever, the funniest way to talk about anything related to Judaism is like, it's not a big deal. It happens all the time. That's what he said. Oh, man. Okay. Where were we? Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi slams Zoran Mamdani as a bad example who made lofty utopian promises, free public transit, free college tuition, more public housing. Ugh, gross. Lawsuit claims Giuliani said, get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago. He also, Jews want to go through their freaking Passover all the time. Man, oh man, Giuliani once said, according to the complaint, which was filed on Monday in the New York Supreme Court, and indicates that the comments were recorded. Get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago. The Red Sea parted. Big deal. It's not the first time that happened. So many things in this statement are hilarious because it's like, this implies that the Red Sea literally parted, and not once, but on numerous occasions, okay? Which didn't happen even one time in actual history. So what the fuck is he saying? What does Rudolph Giuliani know? How many times has the Red Sea parted? Get over it. It's not a big deal. It's not the first time that the Red Sea parted is the funniest fucking thing to say. It's just one of the funniest ways to talk about Passover or anything related to Judaism. I am unimpressed by Moses' activity in parting the Red Sea. Many other people have also done the same thing. Breaking, U.S. contractors say colleagues fired live rounds at at starving Palestinians in Gaza. American contractors working at Gaza aid sites run by the U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation told the Associated Press that their colleagues have been firing live ammunition, stun grenades, and pepper spray at the desperate Palestinians seeking food. Videos and internal reports reviewed by the Associated Press backed their claim, revealing chaos, injuries, and unqualified contractors operating with little oversight, something that, again, we have been warning about for months at this point. Here's a video of the event.
Heavily armed American security contractors at one of the sites discuss how to disperse Palestinians nearby.
They got IDF tank posted on the northwest corner now. We brought them in and talked to them. They're the show first. Well, that's on the holds there. I don't want this to be too aggressive.
At that moment, bursts of
There's literally gunfire in the background, by the way.
fire erupt close by. At least 15 shots. The camera's view is obscured by a large dirt mound. The contractor who took the video told AP that he saw other contractors shooting in the direction of Palestinians who had just collected their food and were departing.
Yep. Hell yeah, boy, he says, after shooting a starving Palestinian. Yes, I did hear the yee-ass motherfucker in the background. How many more incidents like this do we need to see directly with our own two fucking eyes, even being now reported in Western media as well, for people to realize that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was literally from the jump supposed to do exactly this? The ones that did not want to participate in this literally were like, I don't want to do this. I am a fucking mercenary and I don't want to participate in this. I'm leaving. That's what Jake Wood said. Or what was his name? Yeah, Jake Wood, the Marine sniper turned mercenary who was in charge of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, very quickly quit. This isn't being covered much, but this guy's literally in prison for crucifying a priest for Israel, actual domestic pro-Israel terrorist. I think that guy is he's like a psycho. I don't think he's not Jewish. Adam Schiff, an extremist Zionist with Hebrew tattoos around his neck, compared to the I've seen this psycho. Confessed to the gruesome murder and crucifixion of a 76-year-old pastor, Bill Schoeneman, in April 2025 in Arizona, the first of 14 pastors he allegedly planned to kill. He did convert to Judaism? I thought he was evangelical. The IDF denied the Haaretz report on the orders to shoot aid workers, but then changed the rules of engagement to make it harder for soldiers to get permission to do so. And now here's a soldier whining that he can't shoot into crowds as easily anymore. Read message to Israel's Channel 14 correspondent from an Israeli soldier frustrated that new orders limit when troops can open fire on Palestinian civilians approaching aid sites. Full English translation. How's it going, Hillel? I'm writing to you from Rafah, near the Humanitarian Aid Center. Listen, we woke up to a morning with new directives. Until now, it was allowed to use deterrent fire on Gazans approaching the secure distribution sites. I'm in the tank, watching them arrive there at a time they're not allowed, and we're just dropping tear gas over them and ending the event. This is just insane. Now, even to get approval for deterrent fire, you have to go up the company commander. Not even fire to kill, just deterrent, sad face, crying face. The soldiers refer to deterrent fire, the military's term for live ammunition fired at Palestinians to push them back from aid sites. The policy, he says, has now been restricted and requires higher level approval. So if the Haaretz reporting was untrue, why did the IDF issue a new directive, I wonder? One of the replies to the post by Channel 14 correspondent. What a bunch of morons. Do you realize that your tweet confirms the Haaretz investigation? Soldiers could shoot at will, including artillery, at people looking for food. After that, you'll scream that the investigation is false. In the earlier translation, slight correction, of the Israeli soldier message, we said troops were dropping tear gas. A more accurate rendering is, now I'm in the tank, watching them arrive there at a time they're not allowed, and we're just flying a drone over them and contain the event, not the tear gas. Also, company commander is better translated to battalion commander.
Hi, Mr.
So, wait, that was a horny face, not a sad face in the screenshot? Oh, what the fuck? He's not even crying. Not even fire to kill, just deterrent? Wait, what? Is that... Oh, this is the other side, by the way. Shouts out to all the girl bosses that were flying those girl boss planes over Iran. Israeli pilots finished bombing Iran, had leftover missiles, so they dumped them on Gaza to avoid waste. Hundreds of airstrikes, hundreds of massacres, not for strategy, but to save resources, to save fuel. Gaza as a dump site for war crimes. Full dehumanization. This is an article from Israeli media, from Ma'ariv, that says, Air Force reveals for the first time, this is what the planes that intercepted the Iranian threat in Gaza did. Pilots who were busy intercepting aircraft heading towards Israel from Iran found their planes full of weapons after the operation. Thus, the planes turned to drop the remaining weapons on Gaza. Israeli pilots asked, can we dump leftover bombs on Gaza? Command replied, do it. What began as a local initiative became a mass bombing policy. Gaza wasn't a battlefield. It was a dump site. Casual cruelty, calculated carnage. But yeah, keep crying about fucking people saying death to the IDF, by the way. Keep crying about that as though that's the most pressing issue. Keep wondering why people are even fucking saying death to the IDF, for the record. Why so many people actually agree with the increasingly more radical language coming out of the anti-Israel crowd. How much more resentment the average person has towards Israel. Keep deluding yourself, you know? There was a conversation I saw. I rarely watch Piers Morgan videos at this point because I don't want to fucking rage bait myself and develop an aneurysm. But there was one I saw with a very kind Palestinian man. He had a British accent. It was a short clip where Piers Morgan was like, well, one can also fucking consider it repugnant to say death to the IDF, while also calling out Israel's crimes as well. And the dude was like, I'm the worst person to ask about this death to the IDF thing. And then he explained exactly why he's the worst person. He's the Australian British doctor. That's a Palestinian doctor. Where does anyone have the clip? I want to watch it. Injuries nearly in 1 in 3 distributions, biometrics and surveillance. GHF and the Israeli army claim troops are not deployed at aid sites, but the contractors described Israeli tanks being used to intimidate crowds. They literally openly stated in the video that we watched. He's from Gaza and he has the nickname Beast from the Middle East. I mean, he seems dope. Shut the fuck up. Chat, we are all going to be blamed. Shut up, chat. We will get in trouble. I mean, yeah, don't say anything extra crazy in the chat.
Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
Didn't say death to Israelis. They said death to the IDF again.
Who are Israelis?
When people say death to America.
This is oh my God, this is the guy I yelled to. I said, shut the fuck up. Talking about Palestine. Wait, where's the doctor, bro? No, not this guy. This isn't the guy. He was in the studio. The person that Piers Morgan was talking to was in the studio. This is why I hate watching this fucking guy's channel, dude. It just like pisses me off.
I remember when I was in
This
Gaza,
is the guy,
and I've watched some of your debates, and you were saying that you were having a moral quandary over what was going on. It's not a.
But first, I'm joined by British doctor Mohammed Mustafa, known to many of his followers as the Beast from the Middle East, who has first-hand experience in Gaza. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
You were grimacing when I read your nickname there, the Beast from the Middle East. But that is your unofficial title, right?
Yeah. I've been called a few names in my time, but that's one that seems to have stuck around.
Why that? What's that about?
Well, I used to play like a lot of sports. I used to play professional rugby and
professional rugby. He's at 21, 28. This guy's a beautiful soul. Okay.
It has passed, but for millions of Americans,
she's like a Black Mirror episode. Look.
Oh, this is it. Yeah.
I mean, she's the equality minister, isn't she? Look.
Why are you laughing when you say that?
Because it's kind of like a Black Mirror episode, you know? Sometimes it's parody. You know, it's a parody. I think like everyone's watching what's, in Glastonbury, just then what's happened in Glastonbury, the chants, right, death to the IDF, right?
What did you think of that?
Well, what I thought of that is just like, they are more concerned and more outraged by a chant than the actual crimes of the IDF.
Can't you be outraged by both? Because I was.
Look, you can be outraged by both.
Watching thousands of people at an English music festival chanting death to the IDF, I found that very unsettling. And I'm not Jewish. If I was a British Jew watching that, I would feel very, very unnerved that a British audience like that. And the irony that, of course, Hamas had obliterated young people at a music festival on October the 7th. I didn't like that. And I think it's perfectly possible to think that is outrageous, but it's also perfectly possible to criticize the Israeli government for what they're doing in Gaza.
I mean, look, you're asking the wrong person about that, because I've had family members killed for generations by the IDF. I've had my home destroyed, my village burnt down by the IDF. I've held children who were riddled in bullets by the IDF. I've had to have children in a corner while their mother bled out to them on the floor and covered their own children in her blood as she died because of IDF bullets and IDF bombs. So, when you ask these questions like, why are you asking a Palestinian who's been...
Well, I'll tell you why, because, for example, when the Iraq war happened, my brother was a serving officer, for example. My issue was not with him. My issue, I campaigned against it, as a Daily Mirror. My issue was with Tony Blair and the
he loves using this.
The government that ordered him and his colleagues into battle. So I think blaming soldiers in war is...
Bro, who's killing the kids? It's the fucking soldiers. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, This just following orders narrative doesn't work for the Nazis. Why the fuck should it work for the Israeli occupying force? Yeah, I called him out on this. First time I went on a show, I said, you're using the fact that you were on the right side of history with Iraq to justify this ongoing ethnic cleansing operation. It's ridiculous, man. It is fucking utterly ridiculous. If you believe truly in your heart that this is a genocide, then you can't fucking get mad at people saying death to the entity that is doing the genocide. It's like a very strange position that some of these people now arrive at, where they turn around and they say like, oh, well, sure, it's a genocide. Sure, there are war crimes taking place every single day. But also at the same time, like you, should also criticize the groups that are fighting against this genocide, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, okay? And simultaneously, you shouldn't even criticize the fucking force that is conducting the genocide. It's ridiculous. Also, the narrative that UK Jews are afraid because someone said they did it like a whole ass foreign military is insane. If I say down with the Chinese army, Chinese Americans aren't going to suddenly start quivering in fear. Yeah. It's ridiculous. There's no world in which like Piers Morgan would have this kind of attitude towards ISIS. If someone was saying death to ISIS, no one would be, Piers Morgan would be championing it. He'd probably say death to ISIS himself. Anyway. Are you saying there shouldn't be any criticism of the axis of resistance? Pretty much. Yeah, in the process of them resisting against Israel's genocide, yeah. Because most of the criticisms directed towards the axis of resistance are completely cynical, oftentimes exaggerated claims, or completely cynical claims to just like somehow justify striking the fucking axis of resistance instead of striking the entity that is doing the genocide. So yeah. I agree, but they do more than just fight Israel. Okay. Once that stuff is over, we can have a conversation about that because it's utterly irrelevant. The reason why the Houthis, or the reason why Sanaa was being bombed is not because they were homophobic. The reason why Sanaa was being bombed is because they were striking Israel. They were punishing Israel by implementing a blockade on the Red Sea. The reason why Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated alongside thousands of Lebanese civilians by the Israeli state was not because of his opinion on gay people. He was assassinated because he was playing a formative role in resisting against Israel's genocide. So it doesn't fucking matter what their perspective is on their domestic policies or any number of different things that people try to criticize people over. I am aware of these issues. But that plays zero role in this argument, just as this would be akin to saying that Easy Company was comprised entirely of segregationist, homophobic women beaters, okay? Don't you think that that would be a stupid assessment to make about the Allied forces during World War II? If you can understand that America was, as a matter of fact, a segregationist, homophobic, queerphobic, woman-beating country at the time of World War II, when World War II was happening, okay? I would agree if the Houthis were as successful as Easy Company. Yeah, it's a little harder when you're the poorest nation on the planet and not a fucking industrial hub like the United States of America was that had the capacity to literally shut off oil to one of the fucking Axis countries that literally bombed Pearl Harbor, occupied Pearl Harbor, which was a military island at that point. You know, a clearly very different set of circumstances, don't you think? You're about to get clipped and taken out of context by pro-Israel magats? No, there is no out of context in this situation. I've said this time and time again. The American military was fighting a righteous war against the Nazis and against the Axis powers in general. It does not matter what the internal domestic policies of America was at the time. Do you see what I mean? That's it.
It's
anyway.
Realistic prospect of producing a 60-day ceasefire, the terms of which we've seen before. Basically, the release of all hostages, the withdrawal of Israeli forces substantially from Gaza, and the beginnings of some sort of political process to talk about what comes next in Gaza. Well, there are a lot of details to work out. Would all the Israeli hostages be released? Would all Israeli troops withdraw from Gaza? When we think about Gaza, the Israelis have always said we have to keep some troops in the two vital corridors in Gaza. So the Philadelphia corridor in the south is really important to us because that's the border with Egypt. And we have to have control of that in order to make sure that stuff...
This clip was making the rounds? Oh, yeah.
I'm really glad that this has happened because it's giving us an opportunity to expose the IDF and say, what is the IDF? The IDF is a monstrous imperialist army that has killed over 100,000 Palestinians on behalf of Israel and is committing barbaric acts every single day. And the way that the media has reported on this has been astounding, but it actually makes people feel sick because, yeah, there was horrific violence over the weekend, but it wasn't at Glastonbury. It was in Palestine. It was soldiers from the IDF consciously shooting Palestinians who are queuing up for aid. And they do that on purpose.
Okay, so
in
you
fact,
are
they are
aware.
instructed to do that.
So
They are instructed
Fiona,
to do
you
that.
are aware.
That's disgusting.
You are aware that Hamas have instructed.
No,
Is that saying death to the IDF when that army is currently committing a genocide, when there are recorded and verified instances of them firing on unarmed civilians while they're waiting for aid to be distributed, recorded instances of gang rape, children being admitted to hospital with sniper wounds to the skull? I think it is an appropriate expression of rage and disgust.
Oh, yeah.
So in this particular instance, you say, because of what the IDF has done in Gaza, you would say shouting or leading a chorus, death to the IDF is legit. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. The same way.
This chatter is exactly echoing the sentiment. People want to discuss the bad things these groups have done and point to them not being morally great, but then completely don't do the same when you have to look at conflicts like World War II. The Allies were the good guys. We were fighting fucking Nazis, but even then the Allies committed many war crimes and heinous acts, but people don't focus on those. It's completely hypocritical to then look at groups that oppose the IDF as evil. It's pure hypocrisy, and that is precisely what it is. That is why I say the domestic affairs of the Ansar Allah movement or the domestic affairs of Hezbollah as an active political entity within the Lebanese parliament, or the domestic affairs of Iran, or the domestic affairs of Hamas are not pertinent to this conversation. Every single criticism that people make about these groups, they are making cynically to justify their cleansing, to justify their ethnic cleansing, to justify their death and destruction. And I don't play this cynical, stupid fucking game. So people lose their minds and they go, oh, you were defending them. Their actions against Israel, I am defending. No, they didn't get banned for that. It was too long. That's why they got auto-modded. That's it. That's it. And these people don't get fucking killed because of their homophobia or whatever. They get killed because of their resistance against Israel. Using an example of U.S. in World War II, it is fair to criticize their behavior in the process despite their righteous goal. The right side can still commit war crimes, firebombing, mass rape, nuclear weapons, etc. Would it be wrong to focus on that over the Nazis? Yeah, once the fucking war is done. Yeah. Also, you're once again talking about a straight up state. You're not talking about a fucking incredibly limited gang of people that are armed, comprised entirely of like the orphaned soldiers that are using bathtub-made rocket fire against one of the most well-equipped military forces on the planet that is supposedly, quote-unquote, defending a nation with nuclear arms. It's ridiculous. There is no comparison between these two parties. You're talking about the American military during World War II, a state actor, versus fucking Hezbollah or Hamas or the Houthis. But even then, the criticisms of these actions come after the treaties are signed. That's why I've never said that like they shouldn't prosecute potential war crimes conducted by Hamas either. There should be a prosecution of war crimes that were committed by Hamas, but it should also, the punishment should also be adjusted to the much more severe, much larger crime of apartheid and genocide. You understand? And that is how it happens historically. That's precisely the reason why, like, if I recall correctly, in the aftermath of the apartheid, the end of the apartheid in South Africa, were there people that had engaged in ruthless practices such as necklacing? Yes, there were. Their punishments varied. And ultimately, I don't even think that many of the people who participated in the ruthless practice of necklacing got punished at all. Why did they not get punished, even though what they were doing was unacceptable? The reason why they didn't get punished is because their actions are always judged by the harshness, the severity of the actions of the oppressive entity here, the oppressive force. Necklacing is a practice that the ANC's militant wing utilized against collaborators who were working with the apartheid government, where they would take tires filled with gasoline and put the tires around the necks of the collaborators and then light the tires on fire. It was a horrifying method of execution. And the reason for why it was so brutal, which is, by the way, Hamas also still executes collaborators with regular frequency, with whatever limits that they may have. Sometimes those collaborators are the ISIS-affiliated wing that is now known as the Popular Forces, so they just like engage with them in gun battle and kill them. But in other instances, they will literally take collaborators and hang them. In some ways, this is no different than the IRA used to do kneecapping, for example. The name kneecap comes from literally shooting collaborators of the British state in the knees. Ruthless and brutal practice. Every single successful and unsuccessful resistance group has utilized similar horrible practice in times of war in emancipatory battle. This is an unfortunate byproduct of existing under military occupation. That happens all the time. But then also, once again, when the dust is settled, oftentimes the people that participated in these actions don't always get punished, because their actions and the brutality of said actions are oftentimes matched against the systematized form of violence coming from a colonial entity. But if you think that like the United States of America or numerous other countries that were engaging in war during World War II, if they didn't also have a practice of like jailing dissidents and even sometimes assassinating them on the fucking spot, you'd be wrong. It's war shit. I have a delay, so I can't really talk. That wasn't a question, sorry. I was saying it's not wrong to criticize it in the process as long as you're not focusing on it over main perpetrators. A fair, non-cynical, and relevant criticism of Hamas, for instance, is the attacks on journalists. I think my delay is like a minute. Is he bending over backwards to justify war crimes? Are you talking about me? No. There's never been a moment where I have bent over backwards to justify war crimes. What I'm talking about is the time and place to make accurate assessments. Because there is, like, the way I see it is this is equivalent to, this is always equivalent to, like, a kid in the park slapping you in the face after you've shot their fucking parents with a Desert Eagle. You know what I mean? It's like, which one is the far more severe issue to deal with here? Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to hyper-focus on the kid fucking slapping you in the face. Do you condemn the child? You literally just said, I think Hamas should be charged with war crimes, shaking my head. No, I said when the dust is settled, there are certainly war crimes that were committed, even on October 7, especially during October 7. And if there are any remaining militants that actually contributed to that, it is understandable to prosecute them, but it's also additionally understandable to prosecute them while matching their crimes against 77 years of apartheid. Do you understand? So it's not just about October 7, it's about the events that triggered October 7 that must be considered when talking about the actions taking place on October 7. And this is not, this is normal. This is how it happens. This is exactly how, once the dust settles, this is exactly how things have gone down. This is what happened in the aftermath of the dissolution of the apartheid. French partisans perform summary executions on suspected collaborators, sometimes without solid evidence as well. But you don't see anyone condemning the French resistance. Yeah, or even the Jewish partisans. That's it. You're literally modeling this after Truth and Reconciliation in South Africa, and people are crying, Lamont, actually insane. Yes. By that logic, though, Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto should have been prosecuted. Not sure I agree with that. I mean, that is a totally separate issue at that point. But once again, there was no prosecution that you could commit in this circumstance because they died. They were executed, which is most likely what happened with many of the militants of Al-Qassam that participated in October 7. Not only were they executed, but their whole families were executed as well. Also, this doesn't mean that these people get imprisoned anyway.
It is completely legitimate to say destroy ISIS. These are organizations founded on violence, terrorizing innocent civilians, and it is always appropriate to express one's opposition to that. I don't think that it was anti-Semitic, and nor do I think it was inappropriate for a punk band, when this is a genre associated with pushing the boundaries, to lead a chant at what's effectively a concert.
Okay.
Yeah, Hamas themselves recognize that some fighters didn't respect the orders and thus committed war crimes. I think even them wouldn't be against prosecuting those fighters. But once again, it needs to be matched with the severity of the crime committed against all Palestinians, including those who are in the Al-Qassam brigades, who are a part of the Palestinian resistance. There is no equivalence between Hamas and Israel. None. None whatsoever. One is an emancipatory nationalist movement born out of being orphaned by an apartheid entity that was designed as a settler colonial, ethno-religious supremacist, fascist movement. Okay? There is no comparison. One is an understandable militancy born out of the violence, the unjustifiable violence of ethnic cleansing that the other committed towards the indigenous population on the land. Also, my assessment is not, when I say I'm certain that, there would be some kind of truth and reconciliation and would be, and that truth and reconciliation would be met with like the injustices that the Palestinian population has faced. My opinion is not unique to this. Hamas itself has said this. That's it. But once again, the reason why I don't care about having these conversations is because it is not only unproductive, but it's oftentimes cynically being deployed specifically to tar and feather the only armed group that is engaging in the morally righteous act that is legally afforded to them by defending the Palestinian population against a belligerent occupier doing an ethnic cleansing. That is a crime that contains multitudes. Genocide is a crime in and of itself. Ethnic cleansing is a crime in and of itself. But a belligerent occupier even attacking the Gaza Strip as the belligerent occupier is also a crime, even if ethnic cleansing wasn't the primary focus, the primary goal here. It is, which makes it even worse, which makes it even more unjustifiable. And this is before we get to the litany of other war crimes that they're engaging in the process of ethnically cleansing the Strip of all Palestinians. But none of that matters at this point. None of that matters. The Hamas militancy, the Al-Qassam brigades, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, and numerous other groups that have taken up arms against the Israeli occupying force in the Gaza Strip that go out and actively kill Israeli occupying force soldiers in the Gaza Strip are unironically and unconditionally acting in accordance to international law. Every single Israeli occupying force terrorist that they kill in the Gaza Strip is completely legal. Every single soldier from the Israeli occupying force that is entering the Gaza Strip is illegally entering the Gaza Strip. They do not have any justification under international law to be a belligerent occupier that is forcibly invading the Gaza Strip. Do you understand? And this is not like, there is no gray area here. This is black and fucking white, okay? It is black and white. Every single Palestinian that takes up arms against the Israeli occupying force in the Gaza Strip post-October 7 has a moral and legal obligation to do so. It is not only legal, it is the moral thing to do. You can get mad at me for saying this, but it is just the truth, okay? And there has never been a moment throughout history where we have treated in the aftermath, when the dust is settled, we have treated people who have engaged in the legal right to resist against a belligerent occupier conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign with these indecent terms. That's it. Yeah. It does not matter what their political perspective or what their background is. There is no complication here. None whatsoever. The language is very clear. The legal language surrounding this is very clear. It's called a spontaneous militia, okay? They don't need to wear the proper garb of a militancy. They do not need to declare themselves as enemy combatants. They can use whatever method they can. It is literally legal, okay? The term for it is a spontaneous militia, which under international law gives them the legal right to straight up look like civilians with weapons while they fight against a belligerent occupying force, okay? It's literally written in the law. This is not, again, not, a gray area. This is not, there is no like moral gray area here. This is straightforwardly a legal act. It is the appropriate thing to do. It is the legal thing to do. It is the righteous thing to do, morally speaking. Palestinian people have a right to defend themselves. Ironically, Israel does not have a right to defend itself against the fucking Gaza Strip. That's what's so crazy. Israel had a legal right to defend itself on October 7. If we're talking international law, we're not talking about like the morality of 77 years of apartheid. If we're just simply looking at cold, hard legal analysis, Israel had a right to defend itself, despite the fact that October 7 is conducted technically under occupied territory, regardless of the fact that it's internationally recognized as Israeli territory, okay? Israel did have a right to defend itself on October 7 inside of the boundaries of what is known as Israel proper. If we're looking at it simply without factoring 75 years of apartheid at that time, which I think is obviously stupid not to factor in, but I'm saying just within the current legal standards that exist, I'm not wrong. Israel did not have a right to blow up the Gaza Strip. Israel did not have a right to invade the Gaza Strip. Israel had no right to do anything to the Gaza Strip because the Gaza Strip is also under military occupation by Israel, okay? Israel is a belligerent occupier of the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Israel controls all entry points into the Gaza Strip. There is a de facto siege upon the Gaza Strip. Therefore, everything Israel does to the Gaza Strip militarily is illegal. Even if you did not factor 75 years of apartheid, the only legal thing that Israel could have done during October 7, the military operation Al-Aqsa Flood, was to defend Israel proper. Anything past that point is completely and utterly illegal. It's that simple. Not that laws matter at all. Yes, under international law, Israel does, in fact, have a legal responsibility to protect the people in the territory that they occupy. They do. They don't do that because they're fucking pieces of shit, and they're also a monstrous entity that is tasked with ethnically cleansing the fucking Palestinian population. So obviously they don't do that. That is at direct odds with Zionism and its primary purpose. I'm just simply saying, even from a legal framework, what Israel has done is completely unjustifiable, immoral, and also outright illegal. Okay? It's pretty crazy, though, because, I mean, what Israel did after October 7, or even during October 7, is pretty, it was pretty obvious what they were going to do after. Their first act wasn't to actually secure Israel proper. It was to start bombing Gaza, literally. And in the security operations, they also bombed their own citizens, their own civilians. We don't know the exact number. We will never know the exact number. But that was their goal on October 7th, was to apply the Hannibal Directive, which Yoav Gallant, war criminal, former defense minister, who was defense minister at the time, has openly admitted Israel did apply the Hannibal Directive and killed their own citizens. What is this? Iconic podcast, Wine About It, announces Gen Z Jen Goodall, Maya Ohiga, will leave the show as co-host to focus on conservation work only 2 episodes after Hassan Piker appears. The hosts both blame Hassan, as does our editorial board. What the fuck? The end of an era, Wine About It. Hassan is the most insufferable person on earth. Streamer Valkyrie is revealed to be the new co-host of Wine About It. She will co-host alongside Cutie Cinderella to continue the show, as former co-host Maya Higa focuses on her conservation work with Alvea Sanctuary. Hassan Piker should make no further appearances. What? Scott Jennings on CNN says Cutie Cinderella should be arrested. What did I do? How am I blamed for this? How am I catching strays? Why you ruin my favorite podcast? I mean, it's not going away. Cutie Cinderella went from one Asian co-host to the next. Why are you getting mad at me? I didn't do anything. Yeah, my episode did fantastic. 290,000 views. I mean, I say that's a success. Cutie said she wanted to be replaced on Fear and Maya could do the funniest thing. It says it's your fault, though. Yeah, it's Dick Sertonox is saying it's my fault. Yes. Because of these, listen, now that this news is out there, my beef with Gen Z Goodall, Maya Higa, is now officially over. Now, depending on how much Cutie Cinderella talks about how she loves Wine About It more than Fear and, I could start a new beef, potentially, with 100 Thieves Valkyrie in her stead. This will be difficult for me, as I am a supporter of all Swagapinos. See, doesn't it feel good to be a parasocial drama pervert? No. Dog, respectfully, who gives a fuck about this? Our country is literally falling apart. I don't know. I do. It's 6 hours and 13 minutes in. I think it's fine to sometimes have a little bit of fun. These are my friends, you know?
Okay,
Maya is
Kyle,
grossed out
sit.
by you, though?
Good girl.
Ew, what's weird?
Come on, baby. Get down. It's not even here. Where the fuck is Gaia? Gaia! Gaia! Come here. Come here. Who's a good girl? Oh, God. You are so big. Jesus Christ. She literally, like, when she runs over, she pushes my chair. It's crazy. She's so fat. That was a good.
Okay, Kaya.
That was a good one. We're gonna repost that.
Sit.
Hi. Okay, Kaya, please. She's a princess of grace and the queen of our hearts, you mutt. She is a princess. Have you seen this yet? What is this?
I'll tell you what, guys, I'm not going to fight for
Oh, yeah, of course I've seen this. Are you kidding me? The fucking Trent twins are awesome.
I'll tell you what, guys, I'm not going to fight for fucking Israel.
Fair World 3, whatever, bullshit.
Today's Tel Aviv, tomorrow it's New York. Now, motherfucker, tomorrow it's chest day.
Today's Tel Aviv, tomorrow's New York. Nah, motherfucker, tomorrow is chest day. God, New Jersey.
I'll tell you what, guys, I'm not going to fight for fucking Israel.
Fair World 3, whatever, bullshit.
Today's Tel Aviv, tomorrow it's New York. Now, motherfucker, tomorrow it's chest day.
I think one of the craziest parts about this is that these fucking dudes they look like they're 37. They're like 22. Okay? They are literally like 22 years old or some shit. Yeah. Yeah. They're fucking 22 years old. That's what Trend does to the body. They're pre-ordered being 30. Yeah, no, it's just like the incredible amount of testosterone that they fucking took. Yeah, this is what steroids does to people. They called you a part of the film crew in this video of Phineas. I've seen that already. Your fans are crazy fast. Here I am, but it's always sunny.
Look at me when you're talking to me!
Oh shit. The stakes are here. Steve, give it to me. I'm trying to get it. Gimme. Why aren't the brakes working?
Because I cut the brakes! Wild card, bitches! Yeah!
What? Yeah, read it.
Dear Chase. Oh shit, there's stickers.
Yeah.
My God. Oh,
Well, you
this is
gotta jazz
good.
it up, you
Yeah,
know?
you sure do.
I wanna make it
You
pop.
sure do. What's he doing?
Just shut up and let him work. What are some of your likes? Ghouls. Son of a bitch. What are you talking about now?
Funny little green ghouls.
What? Like in movies and cartoons? What?
Little green ghouls, buddy.
Don't write ghouls.
I'm
not. I'm putting travel. Jesus Christ. What are your dislikes? People's knees.
Oh, come on,
Bro,
dude. Come on.
Oh, Jesus. Just eat it with the skin
I
on
do
it.
not like it with the skin, D. I'm not allowed.
Step by
But
step.
how come you don't have it?
Because we don't. The reasons I said.
You have no
There's a
snapper.
sequence of events.
It says right here,
Do you have
snapper
fish or do you
before.
not? Can I get you a non-fish entree?
You can get lost.
Okay, I'm gonna rise up, I'm gonna kick a little ass, gonna kick some ass in the USA, gonna climb a mountain, gonna soar a flag, gonna fly on an eagle, I'm gonna kick some butt, I'm gonna drive a big truck, I'm gonna roll this road, I'm gonna kick some ass, I'm gonna rise up, I'm gonna kick a little ass, rock, flag, and eagle. Are you two seeing this? Boys are out tonight, huh?
Most men find me to be an 8 or 9 out of 10, and I am available to any interested men who'd like to get my number after the show.
I think what we've learned from this is that we all the boys, take on numerous different roles that's interchangeable. Sometimes a bit of Max, sometimes a bit of Dennis, sometimes a bit of Charlie, sometimes a bit of Frank. But Cutie is always D. She is always sweet D, okay? Always and forever.
Well, I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it.
Cutie is always D. Fire, fear, and edit you'll love.
Once upon a time, your few mistakes ago, I was in your sights.
You got me. I'll go.
You
found me.
You
found me.
You
found me.
I guess you didn't care. And I guess
I like that.
And when I fell hard, you
took a step back.
Without me. Without me. Me.
He's long gone.
Wait next to me. And I
realized it.
Me.
You were troubled when you walked in. So
Me.
Now
blew me into places I've never been. Put me in down.
I knew you're
Trouble when you walked in. So
me.
Now
blew me into places I've never been.
Now
lying on the
he's
cold hard
holding my
ground.
Trouble.
That was crazy. That was wild. Your rage bait blew up. I'm so sorry. My dad fell, so I had to get him his food.
Hey,
What?
we have something in common.
Oh yeah, your dad fell.
Our dad's fault.
Wait, my dad fell too.
Shut up. Did he hurt himself badly?
I got home and he was screaming in the backyard because he ripped his knee in half.
Really?
Wait, my dad also fell though.
Did he hurt himself badly?
Yeah, he fell out of a tree.
What is
18
happening?
feet on
Why
his
are all of
head.
us
Wait, what
live?
are yours?
This was like 2016.
No,
2016.
Remove your hand from his hand.
Get out.
Wait, it had to be
2016. My dad just fell today, this morning.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dad still.
His dad fell recently, like last week.
Shattered his
But it's
sternum.
still-
Oh my god.
BRB gonna check on my dad. Remove your hand. Wanting TikTok about you? What is this? Me in 2030 tuning into the new Nuremberg trials on Twitch hosted by Hassan Piker. Oh, I wish. If only. If there was real justice in the world. Can't wait to type caught. This was a banger too. I'm so sorry. My dad fell, so I... Boom. Inshallah, one day. Okay, I'm gonna... You... Oh, wait, not this one. Where's the other one? Where's the other fear end? Always Sunny Edit? I gotta find that one. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm gonna show this to the... I'm gonna show this to them on the podcast. This is good. What is this? This 41% is the biggest and most uncovered, excluding yours truly. Story in politics today. It is completely grassroots phenomenon, being pushed by zero institutions of politicians, and is radically reshaping the way liberals understand the world. Did Biden legitimately win in 2020? Biden legitimately won by 64%. Among Trump voters was 30-70. Biden did not legitimately win. Did Trump legitimately win in 2024? Trump legitimately won 77%. Trump did not legitimately win 23%. Among Harris voters, 59% believe Trump legitimately won. 41% of Harris voters do not believe that Trump actually legitimately won the election. There is a growing movement, and I will give credit to Ed Incrementum here. There is a growing movement amongst liberals that are election deniers. Blue Anon. And it's really interesting because there's not really a lot of attention. There's not really a lot of attention being placed on these Blue Anon voters. And I don't know where they go with this movement. Like the Elon did Starlink metas, vote counting machines, that kind of thing. What is this? Trump confirmed Hassan Abihed?
And it's very cool.
Isn't that correct? Just put up yesterday.
Wow.
Wow. It's true. That's real. This 41% is going to be the constituency that wins Jasmine Crockett 3 states in the 2028 primary. No other elected has unleashed the amount of venal, uncouth rage that Trump like she has. And if I recall correctly, she's never apologized for it. She's one of the only reaching these voters, and they have power. Oh, God. Okay. Everyone needs to dial it back. My partner gets more normie lib stuff in their feed, and I see a lot of those Blue and On style posts being pushed on Facebook mostly. I like that. What is this? Sorry, because I put it in my mouth. Old stream, new edit, because everything is bleak and Hassan's doing deco to go with the girls felt spiritually necessary right now. Full video on my YouTube linked below.
Welcome to my store. I'm a white woman who runs a Japanese store. Everything is from China.
A phone
in my
case?
Japanese store with Korean drinks That's ran by right. a white woman.
A phone
We're diverse.
stand? I gotta pee, hold on.
phone stand?
What color should I get?
I think they're also pretty.
You were supposed to help me.
I just work here. Why are you already freaking out? I'm a landscaper's daughter, doing my best.
And I also want a Polaroid. Do you take Polaroid pictures here?
We do charge $3.
I'll give you one.
That's not how it works.
Nintendo is going to take your
That guy's name
It
is
is.
Mauricio. It's $30. And
$30, I'll give you 10.
No, it includes 2.
Yeah, that one.
So you get 2.
Oh, I can. Oh my God.
You
I
do
can
not
get-
listen to women. Getting inspo.
Don't look at
No,
my.
not from you. So wherever the glue is going to be, you're going to sand it. We do construction.
Piping?
So it's like
I don't need it. It's real for piping.
Oh my God. It's just really hard to be around you most of the time.
That's what she said.
Evan didn't even.
Why does everything look so edible?
What? You're holding it wrong. It just feels like you didn't listen.
No, I do listen to you. These gnomes represent society, and the satanic summoning circle represents.
I found my true calling. I'm so proud of my work.
Oh, it's cute. It's like a wedding cake. That's nice, Hassan.
The cameras represent.
It's a very special cookie that I bit. I'm gonna put back in there. Letting y'all know.
Hassan, which one was it?
Oh, I forgot.
Well,
You
first
can
all.
say
It's
it's
back
fire.
here.
What do we think? Rate it out of 10.
We did sanitize all of these.
I'll bite all 7 right now. Give it
No,
to
he's
me.
not
Give
going
it
to.
to me.
No, come on, it's a health issue.
This is Pikachu.
You like them? Okay.
The little baby loves the kitten. What, you don't kiss your pets?
You got this, Carolyn. I think I should just circle over.
All right, so we're going
$10.
Dutch, right? We're all splitting it, guys? Oh, I didn't bring my wallet. There's a current federal court case scheduled for September in Northeast counties on unposted public ballots. Is true.
We do Apple Pay.
I don't
See?
have
You're
Apple
welcome.
Pay. That's awkward. What do I do?
He did not tip. I would like to make that.
There was no tipping option. Sans pet potato. I think about this parasocial hour at the end of the broadcast is like Gutfeld and friends chatting. The real Hasanabi Rage Baits cutie link. My bad. What is the obligation that you have tonight that you had to move the podcast to 4 p.m.?
What obligation do I have tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Prom. YouTube prom. I told you about it last week.
I guess my invite got lost in the mail.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You guys act like you
like-
would go
you like-
to something.
you like
You
YouTube
get invited
more
to
than-
stuff all the time.
No, I don't. I get invited to nothing. I did not get invited to YouTube prom, and I'm a YouTuber.
I'm a bigger YouTuber.
Why was I not invited to YouTube prom?
Don't ask me. Ask your YouTube manager.
Wait, you got invited to YouTube prom, or Ludwig got invited to YouTube prom?
Oh, the comment section is gonna look spicy this week.
You know what? You don't have to listen to him or tolerate him.
Who got invited to YouTube prom?
I did, you mother. I did. Ludwig is my date. Ludwig wasn't invited to YouTube prom because him, just like you guys, turned down all these invitations. You always get to cool things, and so you don't get invited again. You only get a few chances in life. Okay, it's not a Nintendo game. You can't just restart it. You. That's why you say yes to things and you appreciate your invites.
Yes.
Just after this, you got invited to play basketball with NBA ball players and didn't go? Yeah, because I didn't fucking realize that it was playing basketball. It's crazy that Ludwig's girlfriend, Rage Bay, still works on her. Yeah. Have you seen the rare gold Labubu?
I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu. I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu. The one and
Le baby. That's a different thing, I think, at that point. I have the only, one and only, 24 karat gold Le baby.
only 24 karat gold Labubu. This is the only 24 karat gold Labubu. My 24 karat gold Labubu. Now, I am now going to prove to you all that my 24 karat gold Labubu. So my 24 karat gold Labubu.
Wait,
so as you
it's increasingly oxidizing. It's literally no longer gold. It's getting increasingly less gold.
No, I am the proud owner of the 24 karat gold Labubu. My 24 karat gold Labubu. My 24 karat Labubu. I am the only person in the world to have a 24 karat gold Labubu. I own the only 24 karat gold.
I own the only 24 karat gold Labubu.
Labubu. I can't believe it. I've been out today and someone's stolen my 24 karat gold Labubu. Get ready with me while I get ready to go to the news station about my 24 karat gold Labubu.
Someone in the chat say, God, I really hate British people. This is the worst of the worst. I own the only 24 karat gold Labubu. Le baby. Oh my God. What is it? Is he a Hassan Abi head confirmed? White boy Jihad Summer?
Did y'all know he is this fine in person? What the world? My God. Ah, Jesus Christ. You
He
look
said, Alhamdulillah.
good. God, fine in person? What the world? My God. Ah, Jesus Christ. You look good. God bless you.
God bless you too.
You look good. Tell your daddy I said hey.
Tell your daddy I said, hey. Eric Adams, man, he's not real. What did he say now?
Eric is your mayor. We getting done.
Oh, dude, I know. I saw this on TikTok, and I actually saved it because I wanted to show it to you guys. This is literally on my TikTok lineup. Hold on, I'm just gonna pull it off of my TikTok because I also watched this video already. Hold on, I'll show you the OG. Where the fuck is it? God, I repost so much, mostly just my own clips. Where the fuck did it go? Eric is your mayor. We're getting W's now. Where the fuck? Okay, well, I can't find it now. Jesus Christ. All right, I don't know where the OG is.
W's now. We need a mayor of swagger. I'm the Biden of Brooklyn. You know, I wake up in the morning and sometimes I look at myself and I give myself the finger. I'm Gandhi-like. I think like Gandhi. I act like Gandhi. I want to be like Gandhi. This is life.
The Cara Delevingne one was so fucking stupid. Like,
everyone that knows me, they know one thing. I hate rats. Some of the same folks that criticizing us now called me a murderer because I was killing rats. Well, you know what? We're going to kill rats. New York City is the Islamabad of America. We've gone through so many crises in our lifetime, from 9/11 to the Great Depression. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. You know, bring your boo to a restaurant. You know, somebody you're trying to, keep your marriage together. Little outdoors will help you. But I think rain also increases our population. People stay home and they reignite their love affair. Does Eric eat fish? Does he eat a hamburger? Does he do this? Does he do that? The problem.
That was because there was not even speculation, but like he has presented himself as a pescatarian and a vegan at times, and it came out that he was like eating meat. God, he's such a fascinating figure. This one doesn't even talk about how he had the crumpled up photo of a slain New York Police Department officer that he claimed to have in his wallet. And in order to, because he lied about it, he made his staffers go out, print out this paper, crumple it up, and then put coffee stains on it so that it looked like it had wear and tear, like it had lived inside of his fucking, like it lived inside of his wallet for an extended period of time. It was fucking awesome. He is such, do you guys understand why I love Eric Adams? Like, he is such a phenomenal character. Like,
Eric is your man.
Like, if only he was a real person, you know what I mean?
Wasn't the molded pizza. The problem was the pizza. Vegans eat Oreos and they drink Coca-Cola. I don't. I am the pilot, folks, and you are all passengers. Stop praying for me to crash the plane. Pray for me to land the plane, because there's no parachutes on this plane. We're all going down together.
He makes far too many 9/11 references. He tweeted this one night. You up, New York City? Eyeball emoji. What do you mean one night? This was like only a couple nights ago. Says you. No, that's part of the reason why that plays into his charm. Chat, that's what I'm saying. Have you seen this one where he teaches parents how to check on their kids? Of course, like a million times. I think constantly by the time Eric Adams said the best concert he ever attended was one where Curtis Mayfield was permanently paralyzed by falling light equipment. Curtis Mayfield at the Wingate concert series. At that concert, there was a rainstorm and the lights fell on Curtis Mayfield and they actually paralyzed him at that concert. He died a few years ago, but it was an amazing concert before that happened. Just so unfortunate. What's even funnier is that the accident happened when he was being introduced and he didn't perform at all prior to it. Rats don't have swag. Rats don't have swag. New Yorkers have swag. If you don't have swag, get the fuck out of our city. We run these streets, not the rats. Dude, he's so awesome. He's fucking so dope, dude. He is the legend. He is a legendary figure. Down to like the type of corruption that he engaged in. Like it is the funniest thing for a bald man to do. The funniest thing for a bald man to do is to be openly and nakedly corrupt by doing a side deal with the Turkish government and never actually getting hair plugs. It's just, and the corruption was so funny because it's Turkey and like, you know, no disrespect to my people, but we deal in small affairs. You know what I mean? Like it lives in my mind permanently that what he got out of it was like free Turkish Airlines tickets and sometimes like a hotel stay paid for. And in exchange for that, there was a promise that he wouldn't acknowledge the Armenian genocide officially as the mayor of New York, and also allowing the Turkish consulate to expedite the fire, like to override the also corrupt New York Fire Department's fire safety protocols, whatever it was called. I forget what fire safety permits. Kaçak. Amazing. Small affairs of the big Anatolian table. I know. He's very Trumpian, specifically in the sense that his brain works in a way that nobody else's works. Completely unique individual. Yeah. Not only is he a completely unique individual, but he's also... there's also another funny thing about the Eric Adams thing, but there is decent suspicion that he's also polyamorous, and no one ever covered it. But he's most likely polyamorous as well.
Hey, man, Adams, what are you listening to?
Fireworks by Katy Perry. Love this song. And you know what? If you text me fireworks, I'm going to send the first 2,500 people, you and 3 of your loved ones, to come see the Macy Fireworks Show. Let's keep the fireworks going. 4th of July fireworks.
Mayor Adams is running a sweepstakes to collect phone numbers and offer winners access to Macy's 4th of July fireworks show, which is free. In fact, Macy's makes it sure there are no VIP tickets, no fees. So what is Mayor Adams offering? And what will he do with these phone numbers? Oh, yeah, this was an incredibly racist wake-up moment.
Scared. And I'm hearing from, various people here in New York, and they're concerned about their safety living here with a Muslim mayor. And that's highly problematic.
Even Phil's was like, hold on, the fuck? You're concerned? You're hearing from voters that are concerned about their safety living under a Muslim mayor?
Because of
we talked about this yesterday, and since you brought it up, might as well bring it up again. The idea that because he is Muslim, he is a threat to Jewish New Yorkers, is that really what you're saying?
It's because of his anti-Israel rhetoric that he's been putting out.
But what does that have to do with him being Muslim? I think this is where you can go after his policies, but what does that have to do with his faith?
It's not about his faith. It's because he is perpetuating this anti-Israeli rhetoric. And New Yorkers...
How could she say that so bluntly? It was a unique moment of honesty. She forgot a word. I think she wanted to say Muslim socialist or Muslim anti-Semite, but she forgot the second word. So she just said Muslim, which is the truth. That is the real reason why people are scared, because they're fucking racist. Hassan, stop farming views and talk about Medicaid. Hassan, save Medicaid. Help. Let's talk about Medicaid, Hassan. Hassan, stop farming views. First of all, I spent the first 4 hours of this broadcast literally talking about Medicaid. And secondly, while I was talking about Medicaid, I had more views than I do now. This is not me farming views. It's the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. I missed it. My bad. Sorry. I couldn't save it, I guess. I guess I could not save Medicaid.
Are hearing it and they're scared. That's what I'm hearing back from friends.
He's aimed at Bibi. He's aimed at
that beat.
He's aimed at a lot at Bibi. He did the interview with Mehdi Hassan, and he aimed at Bibi, not necessarily.
I think Abby, he's Muslim. Who cares? That's not the point here. His policies are the problem.
Yeah, I can't get over how wild it is that you can call someone an anti-Semite while saying I'm scared because I'm scared of him because he's Muslim. Like, you are literally the bigot you're pretending Zoran is. Yeah. Lefties bringing out the reverse racism argument. Another notch on the horseshoe theory's belt. What does that even mean? This woman is quite literally being racist. Debunking all the bullshit about Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani is not in the country illegally. He does not have any connection to 9/11 or jihadist terrorism. Mamdani hasn't actually said or done anything anti-Semitic. He did not call to globalize the Intifada. He is not a communist. Also, so what if he was a communist? Or even if he said globalize the Intifada? Like, neither of those things should be illegal, okay? I mean, it's especially stupid that he hasn't done these things and people are fantasizing about a reality where he has. But the things that they're fantasizing about are not even, like, wrong things. Anyway, all right, I'm going to go hang out with my brother. I'm actually going to do a short day today. Only a 6 hour and 48-minute broadcast because my brother's back. So I'm going to spend time with him. But tomorrow I have a very special guest. That's right. I have a very special guest. District 36, New York City Council. His name is Chi Ose. The White Chinese, Black Chinese Coalition will be live and alive here in Los Angeles, California. That's right. I'm going to have him on tomorrow. One of the most swole Hasanabi heads out there. I will be going to New York this weekend. So I'm going to be going to the 4th of July phase party on the 4th of July. I'll probably stream before then and then go to the 4th of July party. And then I am going to fly out to New York. I'll be in New York next week, the whole week. Working on some shit, but, you know, phase up. Working on phasing up with Uncle Sam Cedar. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord active prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded up, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming.
Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high. Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a summer ass first day of July ass 70 degrees and a sunny ass day here in California, Los Angeles, folks. It's Tuesday, Newsday, Tuesday. Boys, girls, and MBs, it's Newsday, fucking Tuesday. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hassan broadcast. It's hetero month. Gay month is over. It kind of came and went. I will admit, I'll cop to it. I didn't do too much gay stuff this time around. This year, there was, a lot of things happening in the world, unfortunately. I didn't even do a pride thing. I should have went last week to New York. This is like 2 weeks in a row where I'm like, I should have gone to New York, and it was an L that I didn't. But next week, I'm going to New York for real this time. So anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan and Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the world of Hassan Hassan and Piker. Actually, that's a lie. There's not a lot going on in my world. I'm wearing another piece of merch. For those of you who are wondering, it's coming out soon. Another sick-ass shirt. Another protest shirt. Biceps looking small lately, Unc. I hope I'm getting smaller. I'm trying to. But in any case, folks, boys, girls, MBs, we are live. We are alive. And there's a lot happening in the world. Not a lot happening in my world. End of the broadcast last night. I'm basically going to sleep at I'm going to bed at 9 and going to sleep at 10. I don't know what the hell that means. I don't know what is going on. I don't know what's happening, but I also don't really feel like I sleep well. I don't feel like I'm getting a good night's sleep. I got a little bit of a headache, but that's probably because I played basketball outdoors for 2 hours this morning under the sun. That's most likely where the headache is coming from. Probably not getting enough water as well. Or maybe it's Havana syndrome. Maybe Israel finally got me. That is just anxiety. No, I don't have anxiety. Probably testosterone or TRT. I feel like TRT or testosterone make me sleep like a baby. You stream 8 hours a day. It's exhausting as fuck. I know. Wasn't that musician just saying deaf to the IDF? I agree. The world is deaf to the actions of the IDF. That's not. I don't think that's what that musician was saying. FYI, the French are going to riot again. France to ban smoking in parks, beaches. This is crazy. What's next? They're going to ban pedophilia? What is happening in the world right now? France used to be a nation of rules and laws and lawlessness in some instances. That's unacceptable. Okay. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Went to bed super early and then woke up super early. Went back to bed. Woke up at 5 a.m. to piss. And then went back to bed. Played some basketball this morning. The ankle is recovering pretty nicely, so that's good. That's making me very happy. Absolutely destroyed some people on the court, just freaking destroyed them. Okay. Thank you for the added toileting information. You already know. I don't like taking melatonin because melatonin makes me dream weird. Can I holler at you, big dog, real quick? No. I don't really fuck with melatonin because it makes me sleep weird. It makes me have like real weird, vivid dreams. But in any case, aside from all of that, I just got a budget bigger than 100 countries' GDP, bigger than the budget of the National Institute of Health or the Marines, 50% bigger than the entire federal penitentiary system. Trump just got his private army, $140 billion. I know there's something real terrifying happening with that bill on the ICE front because, as I said before, one of the biggest issues with ICE was like the logistics of it. But we'll get to that in a second. Don't worry, I'm gonna talk about the big booty cheeks bill. Hold on. Thank you, Demasius, for the playlist. We're in the age group where sleep apnea diagnoses spike. Okay, guys, Jesus Christ, I should have never said nothing about my sleep situation because now everybody's gonna come up with reasons as to why. All the doctors in the chat, all the MDs in the chat, rise up, MDs. Anyway, that's it. Also, I have a 1 terabyte iPhone, and I literally ran through the memory. I ran through the fucking space, and I finally, in a 1 terabyte iPhone, because I film so much of my like basketball plays and like. I just use my phone so much that I have quite literally ran out of space. And I'm such a weird guy that I can't like delete any of the videos because I don't know. What if I like them? What if it's an impactful video? What if I look back at that video later down the line, years from now? And yeah, 1 terabyte of thirst traps, 1 terabyte of like some of the jankiest, worst basketball gameplay you've ever seen in your life, 1 terabyte of videos, straight up talking to the phone, things of that nature. Nitpicks and all. I definitely need to delete it. I definitely need to, and I upgraded my iCloud as well. But the problem is I don't know how to fucking put the videos into the iCloud storage. Thanks, but yeah, we got Bernard. He's mad about this piece of legislation. We'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Look at this Hagapino. Spit out all the talking points in one sentence.
Tell me more about the promises he's kept. What are like your top 3 favorite ones?
Number 1 is close the borders. We have fentanyls that the cartels has brought in. China for Joe Biden allowed those fentanyls that can kill each and every one of us.
I mean, that'd be crazy if we all died.
Yeah.
Joe Biden has allowed the fentanyls, specifically the fentanyls that are from China that can kill each and every one of us. I mean, this is, she's still a swagapino, okay? She's still a swagapino.
Not if we were all dead, right?
Open presents. Thank you for the 100 gift subs. Goddamn.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so that's 1. Closing the borders. 2 more.
Now we are respected in every country again.
Which countries do you think have like really increased in their respect for America?
Israel. I'm a biggest supporter of Israel, and then of course Saudi Arabia.
North Korea is increasing their respect as well.
Yes, yes.
Closing the border, restoring respect. Do you have a third one?
Like peace, I think. Peace, especially in the Middle East.
Peace in the Middle East.
While cutting taxes for the wealthy and social safety nets for the working class. Sorry, I was writing my big booty cheeks bill blast off tweet. Trump wants to arrest Zoran. Elon is fighting Trump again. Great stuff. Dude, this country is so fucking cooked. It is so incredibly cooked. We're so we're so fucking cooked. We're being cooked, but we are extra cooked. They made a TikTok of your joke. What is this? Oh yeah, I saw this. Hold on one second. Let me delete some of the stuff. Big Booty Cheeks Plaza. Giving billions to Trump secret police, ICE. $17 million people are projected. Oh my God, I got so angry that I forgot to put a fucking meme in the blast off tweet. That's how frustrated I am. Okay, we're gonna get started obviously on the Big Booty Cheeks bill. I covered it extensively yesterday with David Dane, as you guys know. There was a vote-orama that took place yesterday where, legislators were going up and down, figuring out whatever kind of like additional things that they wanted to add into the bill. And they did that, and they officially passed it this morning. Obviously, this is devastating, as I warned yesterday. It is a completely psychotic wealth distribution bill. It is one of the worst bills. It is one of the most fascist bills. It is terrifying, and it's most likely going to pass in the fucking House of Representatives too at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it is what it is. America winning. We're winning. Oh, we're winning so hard. I can't wait. Why don't you play basketball with Maya? I am going to put myself on a rocket ship into the sun and launch myself directly into the orbit and never come back again. That's what I'm thinking about when you guys turn around and ask me about fucking playing basketball with Maya while I'm talking about this like insane bill that is going to ruin all of your lives. Okay, 17 million people kicked out of health insurance as a consequence of the underfunding of Medicaid. 17 million Americans, and we don't even know the full extent of the bill yet because they basically were adding stuff. They were writing the bill up until the last moment where they voted on it. So we don't even know the full extent of it yet. But as we parse through, there are obviously a lot of the high-level things that we've discussed. Medicaid cuts, work requirements for SNAP and Medicaid in general, but then also simultaneously a shit ton of funding for the American military, but for ICE in particular. That's a really terrifying amount of money. Why do they want to overfund ICE like this? Well, because ICE's major hurdle at this point, in order to do these like concentration camps, in order to operate as the Gestapo secret police force that Trump wants it to be, they don't have enough funding. They don't have enough people to work at ICE. Okay, rural hospitals are gone. Underserved neighborhoods where the hospitals require Medicaid expenditures, done. Okay, at a time when rural hospitals are already in a place of crisis. Okay, it is over. It is super over. America is done. America is extra done. America was already done. It's super done now. Okay. Oh my Lord. Okay, let's see how the media is covering it though.
An important moment, a really important moment for.
What is their end goal here? What do you mean? Fascism, 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 shock doctrine, fascism. Okay. Privatize everything. Privatize everything. Kill the working poor. Make sure that their lives are fucking horrible. And when they speak out, take away their citizenship. It's not happening yet. And I've been warning about this, but this is the final stage. This is how it has always worked throughout history. Okay? That is where we're at right now. We are doing domestic shock doctrine. We have been doing it since 9/11, but this is kicking it into high gear, basically hitting the last level. Okay? Yeah, Alligator Alcatraz is another like quirky fascist side of this. All right, let's continue.
President Trump's legislative agenda. So much of what he does with the stroke of a pen and hopes that it gets through the courts. This is different. This is really it when it comes to what he wants Congress to do. Actually, just hang on one second. Let's listen into the Senate. Lauren.
Would you have expected us to get here as quickly as we did? Feels nuts. Yes. Trump is greatly accelerating America's fascist demise. But yeah, I mean, it's what, 6 months at this point? We're nearing 6 months. Not even 6 months yet. This is like 5 months and change. And here we are. We bombed Iran. The genocide of the Palestinians are continuing. We are accelerating weapons transfers to Israel. Hassan has been calling this for several years, and every lib has been saying he's been exaggerating. I know. And we're here. Where are the liberals? We got concentration camps with fucking alligators on them. The lie that undocumented migrants are actually a national security issue has basically taken root, so much so that people don't even question it at this point, and that lie needs a solution.
I'm going to go back to you. We see on the screen there, 50-50. This is what you suspected. Looking at this at the chair there.
The reason we bombed Iran is to distract people from the Genius Act as they passed while all this was going on. No, dude. No, that's not the reason. Okay? The reason why we bombed Iran is so we take attention away is an insane way to approach this. No, we bombed Iran because Israel wanted us to bomb Iran, okay? That's why we bombed Iran. It's not a fucking distraction. Everything's a distraction. Bombing Iran is, like, depending on how Iran responds, is perhaps more consequential than even this bill in the short term, okay? That's crazy. I feel like we're going to spend the rest of our lives trying to undo everything in this bill alone. Stuff like Medicare for All is taking a backseat to just defending the minimum we already had. Our imaginations shrink. Yes, because when Republicans come to power, they do everything they can with these kinds of budget reconciliation bills to undermine any kind of amenities that the working poor got in the past, like, 100 years or so. And they do it successfully every single time they're in power. And then the Democrats don't even claw back any of those gains. Like, they don't even restore the normal order once they are in power. This is what is also known as the ratchet effect. This is where we're at.
Yeah, it looks like it is the vice president. So we do expect a tie-breaking vote momentarily.
Is Zoran Diskurs a distriction? No.
Yeah, our team who is in the chamber, Dana, they are giving us some live updates. And I just want to preface this with the fact that until it's gavelled, nothing is final. You can hear the vice president here. What we are learning from inside the chamber is that Senator Rand Paul has voted no.
Where would you go live that's better? And they aren't concentration camps. They're not going to pull people's eyes out or gas them or kill them. They're just holding them until they can go back to their country where they came from. This is, okay, I hope you understand something here. You're never going to understand this reality because you probably are completely oblivious to history. This is exactly what the average German nationalist said about the Jews. They were like, listen, these guys represent a national security threat. It's perfectly valid to take away their citizenship, and it's perfectly valid to put them in a concentration camp as we move them away. Okay, as we move them away. We're not gonna like, claw their eyes out. I don't know why that's like, we're not gonna kill them. This is how the Holocaust literally happened, okay? I'm sick and tired of explaining it. Like, what is the point? What is the point of learning about history if you are just not going to learn about history at all or take away any lessons from it whatsoever or ever use it as a decent analogy to what's going on currently? What the hell is happening here? Okay? Dachau was one of the first concentration camps built by Nazi Germany. It's the longest running one, opening on the 22nd of March, 1933. The camp was initially intended to intern Hitler's political opponents, which consisted of communists, social democrats, and other dissidents. It is located on the grounds of an abandoned munitions factory northeast of the medieval town of Dachau. After its opening by Heinrich Himmler, its purpose was enlarged to include forced labor and eventually the imprisonment of Jews, Romani, Germans, and Austrians that the Nazi Party regarded as criminals, and finally, foreign nationals from countries that Germany occupied or invaded. The Dachau camp system grew to include nearly 100 subcamps, which were mostly work camps. Arbeitskommandos were located throughout southern Germany and Austria. Prisoners lived in constant fear of the brutal treatment of terror detention, including standing cells, floggings, the so-called tree or pole hanging, and standing at attention for extremely long periods. There were 32,000 documented deaths at the camp and thousands that are undocumented. Approximately 10,000 to 30,000 prisoners were sick at the time of liberation. In its inception, all of these concentration camps were there to concentrate political dissidents, communists, socialists, and eventually, past the point of the Nuremberg race laws, they were there to concentrate people whose citizenship was being removed, okay? Whose citizenship was being called into question, saying Jews do not have loyalty to Germany. They are a national security threat. Do you understand? And their citizenship was being removed. Do you understand? They became nationless. They became stateless. Dachau served as a prototype and a model for other German concentration camps that followed. Almost every community in Germany had members taken away to these camps. The newspaper continually reported the removal of the enemies of the Reich to the concentration camps. As early as 1935, a jingle went around, Lieber Herr Gott, mach mich stumm, das ist nicht nach Dachau komm. Dear Lord God, make me dumb silent that I may not to Dachau come. The camp's layout and building plans were developed by Commandant Theodor Icke and were applied to all later camps. Okay? The entrance of the gate famously had Arbeit macht frei, work makes one free. Work shall set you free. That was the phrase outside of the concentration camp. Also, the meaning of concentration camps has been lost on people. Concentration camps were more like brutal prison labor camps, while death camps like Auschwitz and Birkenau were places of mass slaughter. People died en masse in the concentration camps, but their sole purpose wasn't to fucking kill people. Yes. The initial extermination measures were presented as an act of mercy to spare the constraint from the inhuman conditions of the camps. When ICE victims in this country die in captivity from heat exhaustion or overwork or starvation, it is the beginning of their manufacturing of consent for mass murder. I have straight up said that this will be what will happen. The Jews who lived in Germany were rounded up because they were Jewish, not because they came to Germany illegally. Brother, the difference between someone who has lived on U.S. soil for 5-10 years without getting the proper authorization, while simultaneously having a work clearance, not having the proper documentation to be a full-blown citizen, is just paperwork, okay? That's what the government decides, is someone who is illegal versus someone who is legal, okay? Like, for example, your disgusting, inbred parents that fucking came here multiple generations ago by ship were afforded a benefit that these newcomers have not been afforded, okay? So when your dumbass crawled out of your ugly-ass mother's pussy on U.S. soil to become an American citizen at the moment of birth, and your mother did the same, and your father did the same, okay? Even though they were directly related to one another, brother and sister, I suspect, which is precisely the reason why your brain capacity is the way it is, right? They got this benefit. They got the proper authorization at some point in time. Do you understand? We are not doing that to the newcomers, even though they have a de facto work authorization to work here. God, you're condescending. If you consider this to be condescension, I don't know what to fucking tell you, because I tried to explain this politely, and he turned around and gave me this fucking short-ass, stupid-ass fucking answer. Who decides who is legal and who is illegal? Okay? During chattel slavery, black people could not be free. Okay? Freeing a black person was considered illegal. Slavery, on the other hand, was very much legal. Okay? The government decides who is illegal and legal. Do you understand? So, just like in Nazi Germany, the government decide Jews illegal, okay? No longer citizens of Germany. And the reason why they justified this was because of a period of dehumanization, lies. The economic volatility that Germany was experiencing was directly reoriented back to Jews, okay? Kind of like the economic volatility that Americans are currently experiencing is directly reoriented back to undocumented migrants. You feel me? You know how the Trump administration says unjustifiably that migrants are the reason why there's so much crime, there's so much uncertainty that you can't pay for your rent or whatever? Not to mention these dumb fucks who want birthright to end now. How will babies be given or even determined if they're citizens? Right now it's with the Social Security number, but who will decide this? The Social Security Department is gutted. I know, it's full-blown chaos. And it's actually really interesting because it's so chaotic that it undermines the American government. It undermines stability. It ruins everything. And I am shocked. I'm constantly in awe of how little these guys seemingly care about keeping things going, where it's just a hope and a dream that I guess is going to keep things going. Also, the Trump administration has obviously talked about denaturalizing American citizens as well. There's also a new list that is coming down the wire as well, that will have a list of all documented American citizens. Thank God we also gave hundreds of millions of dollars to Palantir so that we can do mass surveillance on the list of American citizens. Once we decide who is a political dissident and who is not a political dissident, we can also denaturalize those people, at which point we will have moved fully into the post-Nuremberg laws style Nazi Germany governance, and chatters will probably still be yelling at me when I say, this is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany. They'll go, dude, 6 million Jews haven't been slaughtered yet. It's like, yeah. Yet. Okay? The insane amount of money that is going to funding ICE in this bill is going to funding ICE in this bill because the Trump administration, as I have said over and over again, uses Customs and Border Patrol and ICE as his secret loyalist police, secret police service, okay? They do warrantless search and seizure. They do not abide by constitutional protections. They do not care about the constitutional protections afforded to all citizens and non-citizens alike, okay? I need people to understand there is a reason why they are funding ICE, because the number one problem with ICE doing mass deportations and setting up concentration camps is money, okay? They don't have enough money to hire enough people, okay? Now they have money, and then they will hire people. They will set up new facilities, private prisons, by the way, most likely. Holy shit, your friends are absolutely brain dead. What are you talking about, Lamau? One question, and everyone is experiencing heartbreak. Get a hobby, says Parishu. One of the funniest parts about this is the people that demonstrate blind loyalty to this administration. Why are you demonstrating blind loyalty to this administration at a time when they are literally fucking you, okay? You are not a super wealthy multimillionaire, okay? You're not. You are most likely an average American worker. Öyle mi? That's cute. Oh, he's Turkish. Never mind. Okay, well, you know, your opinion is irrelevant. Enjoy the hyperinflation, dipshit. Okay? Suck my dick. Literally, like, this is, in America, we are Turkifying at an alarming rate, and this fucking Turkish moron is in the chat being like, nah, dude, it's fucking awesome. Are you enjoying what's going on in Turkey?
We know that Senator
Lauren,
Susan
hang on.
Collins.
Let's listen to the Vice
Senate will
President. One second.
suspend for a prayer by the Senate.
You know his ass is not in Turkey, but in Germany? Most likely. That chatter is also correct. There's very little likelihood that that dude is in Turkey, because Turks in the chat already know exactly what America's going through, because they fucking went through it in Turkey, and they're still going through it in Turkey. It's always the dumb fuck German Turks who are like pro-Erdogan, okay? Erdogan dick riders who are like, oh, dude, shut up. You're overreacting. I don't know what has happened to the German Turks. Not all German Turks, obviously, but some of the fucking German Turks are such hogs. It is incredibly annoying. Also, yeah, when the AfD kicks into power, you will enjoy that remigration, and then you will also get a taste of that Erdogan regime that you fucking voted for consistently. Ananızı sikecek Almanlar. Gönderecekler sizi AfD. Geldiği zaman gönderecekler seni tekrar Türkiye'ye. O zaman göreceksin o oy verdiğin Erdoğan'ın neler yaptığını. Bir yandan overnight yani. Ondan sonra görürsün. Orada kazandığın, Almanya'da kazandığın euro ile gidip Bodrum'da para alabiliyorsun. Nasıl olsa çok güzel. Exchange rate çok iyi senin için şu anda. Bakalım bir Türk lirasıyla çalışmaya başladığın zaman Türkiye'de nasıl? Hoşuna gidecek mi gitmeyecek mi Erdoğan? Amcık ağızlılar.
Chaplain.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, Lauren.
That's okay.
The prayer is important. It is part of the daily business of the Senate. But as we monitor that, please continue what you were telling us about the news.
Yeah, we know now that Senator Rand Paul voted no on this piece of legislation. Senator Tom Tillis voted no on this piece of legislation. Senator Susan Collins voted no on this piece of legislation. But our colleague Sarah Ferris, who was in the chamber, said that Senator Lisa Murkowski gave a quiet but affirmative vote for this legislation. Obviously, that is a significant development given the lengths that leadership went to try to win over her support. She had several concerns in this bill, from Medicaid to food stamps cuts in her state, and she was really successful in winning some major things for the state of Alaska, including the fact that a key provision that would have shifted some of the burden of covering the cost of the supplemental nutrition.
How are 5150 votes allowed? Because it's a budget reconciliation. I think all of it should be 5150 for the record. Like, I think that technically it would all be 5150 as a minimum necessary vote if it wasn't for the filibuster. Like, a regular majority would be fine to pass most bills if it wasn't for the filibuster. And the filibuster can be voted on to avoid the filibuster. That's why you need a supermajority. That's why you need more than 50 votes. This was a budget reconciliation, so there is no filibuster regardless. This is passing as a budget reconciliation, which is a basic majority bill.
Assistance program known as food stamps back in her state. She was carved out. Alaska was carved out, as was Hawaii. That just shows you how far leadership was working to try to win up and shore up her vote.
And when you say carved out, just to be clear, it means that the cuts that are coming to most states will not come to the state of Alaska and Hawaii as well.
Exactly. Non-contiguous states in the United States will not be subject to that change. We'll see how that goes over among House conservatives once this gets back over to their chamber, of course.
Like, the only hope and a dream we have is the Tea Party being insane and just being such rugged libertarians that they are just like, I don't care. We're not doing any deficit. Fuck you. I'm not voting for it. Okay. Once again, our hope and a dream is on some of the most psychotic in the country, some of the most psychotic representatives in the country. I am praying to my Lord Jesus Christ, Jesus H. Christ, our Lord and Savior, and also, perhaps more importantly, Hayek, Milton Friedman, Ayn Rand, and the Koch brother that is still alive, and the one that's dead, that the Tea Party pulls through and just nukes this out of orbit once again and causes more instability. That is the only thing I am praying to the Rand Corporation. Please, Donald Trump, save me, okay? I'm telling you, this is the only thing that will maybe potentially stop this from pushing in the House of Representatives is the rabid far-right Tea Party caucus, the Freedom Caucus, as they're known, which is unlikely. I'm still going to pray to all of the gods that they believe, the gods of capitalism, the gods of anarcho-capitalism. Please, please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, whatever the fuck you believe in, okay? Please nuke this. It won't happen. They went along with it last tax bill. I know, but I shouldn't stop dreaming. And you shouldn't either. Think about the deficit, guys. Think about the expenditures. It's so much. It's so much. It doesn't kill the working poor hard enough. Please think about that. Because that's the only thing they care about. They love the tax cuts. They hate that there's any expenditures in it. There's so many expenditures. Please, 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 please. I beg of you. Tea Party Caucus, please save us. Freedom Caucus, please save us. Why would Murkowski go along with this? What do you mean? Like, these guys all cut side deals for their own state so they can, like, avoid half the shit, half the spending cuts in their own states. So then they go along with it. It's that easy. Also, every Republican at the end of the day will vote for stuff like this. This is the whole purpose. The entire purpose of the Republican Party. People talk about, like, the ideological disagreements within the right wing, okay? Within the right flank of American politics. But there's one unifying principle, and that is always tax cuts and deregulation, but especially tax cuts. This is a tax cut bill, first and foremost. Sam Cedar was saying they were promised the Freedom Caucus a budget cutting bill in 2026.
Senator Paul said that that your vote was a bailout for Alaska at the expense of the rest of the country. Oh my God.
It's true, by the way. That is literally what happened.
That's what Senator Paul said.
Which is so crazy because, like, Rand Paul's disagreement with this bill is not my disagreement with this bill. Rand Paul's disagreement with this bill is that there's expenditures in it and it increases the deficit. Okay? So that's what he's mad about. And even though he's mad about that, just like the quote unquote Tea Party movement backed Freedom Caucus is supposed to be quote unquote mad about this, because that's what they're mad about. They're mad that, like, it increases the deficit. I'm a deficit hawk. How dare you? Okay. Rand Paul is correct when he says you cut a side deal where you eliminated some of the cuts from Alaska and then you fucked over the rest of the country, which is true.
It was easy.
Senator, we've got the...
I didn't say it, ma'am. I'm just asking for your response.
My response is I have an obligation to the people of the state of Alaska. And I live up to that every single day. I fight for my state's interests, and I make sure that Alaskans are understood. I work hard to take care of a state that has more unique situations, more unique people, and it's just different. And so...
Yeah, you wouldn't understand it. It's Alaskan business. See yourself out. Do you think her knees hurt from all the shoe polishing under Trump's table? I mean, this is expected.
When people suggest that federal dollars go to one of our 50 states in a, quote, bailout, I find that offensive. I advocated for my state's interests. I will continue to do that, and I will make no excuses for doing that. Do I like this bill? No, because I try to take care of Alaska's interests. But
Do I like this bill? No. Will I? Did I inevitably concede? Yes. It's so It's nasty business, man. It is nasty, nasty business.
I know that in many parts of the country, there are Americans that are.
I'm going to repeat this one more time, okay? If you are a Trump supporter from a rural area, you will no longer have a hospital, okay? You probably already have a hard time going to whatever hospital that exists in your vicinity, but you're double fucked now because now no more hospitals. If there was no hospitals in a 50-mile region, now there's no hospitals in a 100-mile region. And the ones that remain will unironically be swapped at all times, okay? It's so cooked. Cutting Medicaid is profoundly stupid. American healthcare already is one of the worst by every metric in comparison to comparable OECD states. American healthcare is unironically worse than much poorer countries that have nationalized systems. And it is going to get even worse now. Because these rural hospitals where Trump supporters live, in the areas that Trump supporters live, rely heavily on Medicaid. That is the only way that people can pay for it, okay? Medicaid is the only way that people can pay for healthcare because these are places that are impoverished, okay? Very poor people live in these places. So when there's no funding vehicle for these hospitals, when that expenditure is cut, they will no longer be. They won't be operating. They will not be able to operate. It's that simple. Why are Republicans killing their supporters? They don't care. They don't care because Republicans serve capital openly. Okay? What do you mean? They directly assassinated a major chunk of their base of support with boomers. The boomer vote has shifted to the Democratic side. If you notice in the last couple of elections, like it changed a little bit. And I think the last election, the gains made by boomers wasn't necessarily made on the virtue of like the Democratic Party making a better argument than the Republicans did for the boomers. It's because all the fucking right-wing boomers died. They died. They killed them. But it didn't matter because there's an unlimited amount of stupid people in this country that'll still vote for the fucking Republican Party.
They're not going to be advantaged by this bill. I don't like that. I don't like.
When Mitch McConnell was told about the calls coming in, telling him not to cut Medicaid, his response was, they'll get over it. I cannot think. I can't think of another instance where they're just so transparent about how little they care about the working poor. And a part of the reason why there is no real momentum behind the Democrats is because the Democrats don't actually convincingly tell a story that they're on the side of the fucking working class. And this is precisely the reason why when the election cycle comes around, the Republican demons get to lie actively to their fucking base of support and even pick up low propensity voters aggressively because the Democrats are also servile to corporate interests. Sure, Democrats won't pass a package like this. Never, okay? They would never do that. 100%. This is what I mean when I say, of course, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are different, okay? Especially when it comes to domestic policies, okay? But if the Democrats' alternative vision for America is basically a watered-down version of this, then obviously people are going to go for the full thing. They're going to go for the full-strength soda as opposed to the diet soda. This is why I'm so fucking critical of the Dems, okay? This is why I get so mad about the Democratic Party, because they are not a true opposition party. Because I want them to win so that this doesn't fucking happen.
The fact that we moved through an artificial deadline, an artificial timeline to produce something to meet a deadline rather than to actually try to produce the best bill for the country. But when I saw
Yeah, 60% of nursing homes' income comes from Medicaid, by the way. They are melting the poor, the working poor, and the old, okay? Once again, they do not care. And this isn't like the dog catches the car moment, because it clearly doesn't matter. It clearly doesn't matter, because if there is no true opposition to this, if there isn't like a united front and a real difference, if there is no one on the other side, if there aren't like 1,000 different Zoran Mamdanis that bloom as a consequence of this devastation, and the Democrats are still operating on the Hakeem Jeffries notion of politics, the Chuck Schumer notion of politics, then Americans are just going to get more and more angry. And in that volatility, as we have seen in the past couple of decades, they become incredibly easy to manipulate. They become more and more angry at like random people. They become scared of their own fucking shadows. Do you not understand? This is what I've been screaming about. This is precisely the reason why simply sitting around and expecting the Americans to come to terms with like this economic devastation is idiotic. It's dangerous. What is Chuck Schumer doing in opposition? News, I just got the name struck off this bill with a move on the floor of the Senate. It's no longer named One Big Beautiful Bill. The bill is big, ugly betrayal of the American people by the Republicans, and the American people will remember
Budget Act of... I raise a point of order against page 1, lines 3 to 5 of the pending amendment, which violates section 313B1A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The point of order is sustained. The text will be stricken.
He's a bad bitch.
I raise a point of order against page 1, lines 3 to 5 of the pending amendment, which violates section 313B1A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
God damn, he's so sick. He's so fucking sick, dude. That's my goat right there. Yo, he's the man, bro. Y'all don't understand swag when you fucking see it, dude. Swag is hitting you directly in the face right now, and many of you are not recognizing my goat, my fucking goat. That just happened. That's how I'm going to be. I've realized that my future career prospects lie with being a Democratic Party mouthpiece. So going forward, this is the type of shit you can expect from me. That just happened. Chuck Schumer is showing once again real swag. Everybody say thank you, Chuck Schumer. I'm going to be a Dem faillennial. Precisely. Instead of screaming about how fucking horrible this bill is, they should be. They're punching left and shitting on Zoran and actively trying to get a Trump puppet reelected or get a cop rapist in office. Actual controlled opposition. These fuckers should be on the air 24/7 telling every single person watching how bad this will be. Explain what just happened with the bill. Chuck Schumer just changed the name of the bill. That's it. It's meaningless. I'm showing that as a way to explain to you that it's stupid. Once again, 50% of individuals over the age of 75 and 2/3 of those over 85 are on Medicaid. 60% of all nursing home residents receive care funded by Medicaid. Long-term nursing home care is funded by Medicaid, okay? These are people who have Medicare, but also in order to get the proper funding for long-term nursing home care, they get Medicaid. What do we do with the old people? Do we just kill them? Do we just melt them? What are they going to do? Also, in incredibly expected news, the Senate Republicans bought Hawley off by including RECA, which he's been trying to get attached to anything for 3 years. While it's true that the RECA will benefit Missourians, the Medicaid cuts will harm them. What's Hawley's plan to reverse them? Who knows? RECA is a generational legislation for Missouri and will finally deliver justice for survivors in the St. Louis region. And when this reconciliation bill is signed into law, Missouri will also see new healthcare funding and big tax cuts for working families. I call on the House to quickly pass the legislation and send it to President Trump's desk. Josh Hawley, remember, Mr. Populist, Mr. Right Populism. Remember how much he talked about how we can't do a single dime. We can't have a single dime cut from Medicaid. We can't have any sort of Medicaid cuts. Dog, you are a senator of one of the fucking poorest, one of the poorest states in the goddamn nation. Do you know how much your fucking state relies on these social safety nets for survival? Open Presence, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Everyone fighting for their own state interests while selling out others will accelerate state succession. Ay, ay, ay. How close is the U.S. to becoming a real-life Hunger Games? I don't know. I mean, this is once again more impactful than 100 9/11s, okay? This is the onion joke about, Osama bin Laden just kicks back. Al-Qaeda just kicks back and watches America collapse in and of itself. This is why I've also said, if you want to truly destroy the country, doing a 9/11 is not the most effective measure. Just fund the Republican Party, the number one terrorist entity on the fucking planet. Number two is the Democrats, for sure, okay? But number one is still the Republicans. If you want to destroy this fucking country, just vote for the Republicans. That's it. If you want to destroy the planet, vote for the Republican Party. Number one terrorist of all time, okay? Number one at terrorism. Number one at melting the working class. Number one at fucking doing giant redistribution policies for the tippy top of American society. It's cool, man. We'll get 1,000 new billionaires in the process, you know? That'll be fine. Breaking, Marjorie Taylor Greene just announced on Steve Bannon show that Trump's big bullshit bill doesn't have enough votes in the House. This is far from over. I can't imagine it passing. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please. I don't believe this, but please be real. Please be real. Please be the truth. Please, Freedom Caucus, save us. Freedom Caucus, save us. For those of you who don't know, Freedom Caucus has saved us in the past. When Barack Obama wanted to do COLA adjustments, cost of living adjustments, that would cut Social Security expenditures, okay? When Barack Obama was willing to do that as a bargain that nobody asked for, the people that tanked it were the Freedom Caucus, okay? The people that tanked it in the House of Representatives were the fucking rabid, super far-right Freedom Caucus weirdos, okay? So say thank you, Freedom Caucus. Thank you, Comrade Taylor Greene. They literally are like, it's not killing enough, it's not melting enough of the working poor, so we will not pass, we will not push for this. And I'll take it. What's their angle? They're insane. That's their angle. Their angle is that they are fucking insane. That's it. Like, they're schizophrenic. That's their angle. One Trump call and they fold, watch. I know. But I just want to believe. Bro, you sound like jank right now. Wait, whoa. At no point did I say these people are, they're moral or intellectually honest or anything like that. I'm simply telling you what they have done in the past when they felt like expenditures were too high due to their schizophrenic ideological investment in anarcho-capitalist principles, okay? That is crazy. I didn't say they're actually fucking like, you know, rugged Marxists or something. I'm telling you what they've done in the past. I don't think that they're going to do it right now, but, you know, as a joke, I hope that they will. I'm going to keep advocating for them to do so. ICE has more money than the Marines in this bill, but it will allow them to fully wage war on internal enemies, secret police picking up people everywhere, citizen or not. Oh, for sure. That is the major goal. It is a massive funding vehicle for ICE, Trump's Gestapo, Trump's secret police. These guys also love that part of the bill.
We're taking Medicaid away from American citizens and maybe still paying for illegal aliens. Is the House going to rubber stamp this? Is it going to be like a 24-hour turnaround, ma'am?
I cannot imagine. No, I can't imagine they have the vote. There's no way that Johnson has the votes in the House for this. We're supposed to be back Wednesday morning to start voting at 9 a.m. I think that is not realistic. I just don't see how that's possible. So this is, I think it's far from over. It is really a dire situation. We're on a time clock that's been really set on us, so we have a lot of pressure. And then also given the fact that there's 435 members of Congress, and it's hard for us to get to an agreement on anything. So this whole thing is, I don't know what to call it. It's a show. And I'm sorry for saying that. I know we're not supposed to say that on the air, but that's truly what it is.
We're taking Medicaid away from
Nursing home conglomerates, not a strong enough lobbying force. I can't imagine they'll be happy about losing that income, especially with the boomers starting to get ripe. I don't know.
Okay, and Lauren, I just want to show our viewers as we wait to see the final gavel. As you said, we don't know for sure what happens until the final gavel, though this time I think we have a pretty good sense. I just want to show our viewers the big...
By the way, people are talking about, why are people talking about BBB? It's Big Beautiful Bill. It's not the Better Business Bureau, okay? Damn, BBB passed. One of the biggest overlooked things I haven't seen many people talk about in regards to grad plus loans being taken away and students, pushing students without rich parents into predatory private loans if they can even get them. I'm pushing towards residency, and this admin is really fucking over the country, exacerbating the physician shortage even with this even more. The BBB is the Big Beautiful Bill, is the name that Trump gave it, okay? Yes, I know Trump is going after Mamdani. We're going to talk about that as well. There's so much in this thing, dude.
Picture of what we're talking about here, the substance of this, because the horse trading and the politics are fascinating, but the substance is really ultimately what matters. We're talking about extending the 2017 tax cuts, overhaul eligibility for Medicaid and food stamps, no taxes on tips or overtime. That was a big campaign promise that President Trump was out there talking.
Chat. ICE is getting, with this bill, ICE is getting direct appropriations to the tune of $30 billion with a B, okay? $30 billion. On top of that, with the additional expenditures to all Customs and Border Patrol, okay, whether it be state expenditures, whether it be detention expenditures, or whether it be additional funding for immigration courts and immigration detention centers, the total number goes up to $175 billion. Okay? With the new appropriations for Customs and Border Protection, CBP, immigration courts, detention expansion, and state-level border assistance, the bill and its immigration enforcement budget totals $175.155 billion with a fucking B, okay? With a B. Please understand how psychotic this is. The budget will give, once again, $175 billion to immigration enforcement broadly. Is Israel getting any money from BBB? Come on, dog. Of course, Israel. We have to fucking carve out something for Israel. Come on, nice piece of steak. This puts CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, and American Immigration Enforcement, okay, at a higher budget than I think virtually every other country's military. This makes it the most expensive law enforcement apparatus on the planet. This makes it like this is more than the GDP of nation states. One must ask the question why this much funding is necessary. Because the real story here, yeah, China is around 250 billion. Okay, calm down. Like, yes, of course. China is also multiple times larger than the United States of America. It would make ICE the 8th largest military by expenditure on Earth, ahead of France. To put that number into context, Bernie's free college costs around $70 to $90 billion a year. Free college tuition. This is genocidal level funding. The reason why they're doing this, you have to understand, the reason why they're doing this is because they are gearing up for ethnic cleansing, okay, internally. That is the point. The major hurdle, as I have said time and time again, for ICE deportations, like mass deportations like the ones we've seen so far, which at a very limited capacity, even though it's still harrowing, it's still awful, was the major hurdle against that was literally not the lack of ambition, but instead logistics. There isn't enough places to put, enough concentration camps to put the people that are being grabbed and detained. And this will not stay, just like I said, there is no world where they're like grabbing all undocumented migrants that are criminals or whatever, because there aren't that many criminal migrants in this country, right? Because the criminal migrants that do heinous crimes, they get prosecuted and they go to prison. Like the notion that, oh, if you're fucking undocumented and you do a crime, you get away with it. Like that's bullshit. That's made up. Trump has lied about that over and over and over again. So I told you that they were going to go after regular migrant workers that have the proper authorization to work on U.S. soil right now, and they have been. They've been going after migrants that have been checking in with ICE, that ICE knows exactly where they live, ICE knows exactly where they work. They've been going after as many people as they possibly can because they want to make a show of force. But a big part of the issue here is simply the lack of funding. They don't have enough people to do mass apprehensions all around the country. They do not have enough facilities to place people into after doing mass apprehensions all across the country. And now this bill creates a funding vehicle to do that. Watch this space. It is one of the most important parts of the right-wing reactionary fascist agenda. Everything is funneled through immigration enforcement for them because it is the one area that the executive office has more authority over. So if you use immigration enforcement as the driving vehicle of your internal military, your secret police force, you can get away with a lot more unconstitutional shit while still simultaneously eroding what remains of constitutional protections to begin with. And eventually, they are going to go after political dissidents as well. First, they're going to go after every single undocumented migrant that whose immigration status has been in limbo. Then they'll go after DACA. Then they will start denaturalizing people. First, if you've been naturalized as a citizen in the past 5 years, you're probably first to go, right? Then 10 years. Then eventually they will call into question any American citizen's citizenship status and inevitably move on to natural-born U.S. citizens as well. if this does not stop, that is where it will go. And it won't be because these people are, heinous criminals or whatever, even though that is what the Trump administration will keep saying over and over again. It will be because all of these people will be considered political dissidents, a danger, a threat to American national security. A lot of people look at the aftermath of Nazi Germany's violence and they go, oh, well, you can't compare this to the Holocaust. Like, what are you talking about? Not realizing that the denaturalization process was legal in Nazi Germany, okay? The remigration process and the removal of people's citizenship was a part of this. And the messaging was exactly the fucking same. Trump's budget just passed the Senate. Brace for a massive increase in ICE raids. The budget gives $175 million to immigration enforcement. The orders of magnitude are going to be multiplied, immigration experts say. Mass immigration enforcers have swept through American cities in the months since President Donald Trump took office, using flashbangs, during restaurant sweeps, slamming people's heads into the ground, violently arresting gardeners on video. Oh, did I say million? Sorry, 175 billion with a B. Apologies. 175 billion with a B. Why isn't it working? Okay. 10 charts to explain Trump's big, beautiful bill. This is the distance in each direction from Alligator Alcatraz to a hospital capable of doing anything beyond stitches and a Tylenol. Holy fuck. How is that even possible? Oh, it's like right here, smack dab in the middle. So it's either 155 kilometers or 50 kilometers to Hialeah. This is going to be a death camp. Okay? This is going to be an immigrant detention center that will be remembered as like the American Auschwitz, I think. It's basically tents in the middle of a Florida summer. Benny Johnson is flexing like it's a fucking fantastic thing. I don't think anybody realized how impressive Alligator Alcatraz is. The state of Florida built this 3,000-bed federal prison in 8 days. The director tells me it could have been done in 72 hours were it not for some regulatory holdups. Now all the state needs is DOJ approval to deputize the National Guard as deportation judges, and this will become the most efficient deportation center in American history. One hurricane, and they're all dead. If they don't get eaten by the fucking alligators. Okay? You understand that, right? The president says he's looking into spending federal money in part to put sharks in the San Francisco Bay. What? Oh, it's all aesthetics for these fucking losers. Anyway, let's get back to the CNN reporting.
And then, even Kamala Harris did as well. Phasing out green energy tax credits, money for the Pentagon, border security, detentions, and deportations. A lot of money there. And it also lifts the debt ceiling. Can we just talk a little bit about, as we look at all of the components to this, the no's weren't that many no's, considering the concerns that we heard from a lot of Republican senators about a lot of what's in this when it comes to the Medicaid reform or cuts, when it comes to the fact that the CBO says it adds like $3 trillion to the deficit. But at the end of the day, unless somebody changes their vote before it's finally gavelled, it was just, as you said, Rand Paul and Tom Tillis, who went out with a blaze of glory. He was so upset about this. He said, I'm not going to run for re-election.
Yeah, and Dana, I just want to interrupt to say they have gavelled this vote now. It happened very quickly. But I want to just point out, as you were saying, you have these 3 Republicans who voted against this bill, and one of them voting against it for very different reasons, right, than the other 2. Senator Tom Tillis, Senator Susan Collins, they had concerns about those Medicaid cuts. And we should note that in the very end of this bill, the negotiations led to a place where Susan Collins nearly doubled that rural hospital fund that she had been fighting for. Still, it was not enough to win her vote. Meanwhile, Senator Rand Paul voted against this bill because there were There was too much spending, he argued, and the fact that it increased the country's borrowing limit. That was something he did not want to include in this legislation. And he was very clear with leadership from the jump that that was going to be a red line for him. Obviously, they decided that they didn't need his vote, that they could get votes elsewhere. But that is why those 3 members voted against this legislation. We do expect that Senator Susan Collins will issue a more formal statement explaining her vote anytime. We should also note she is now, of those 3, the only Republican that we know of who is seeking re-election in the state of Maine. That obviously would have been Tom Tillis as well, but he announced on Sunday that he was not going to seek re-election after he faced massive backlash from the president when he voted against advancing this piece of legislation.
Really, really interesting. Lauren, thank you so much for being there. Thank you for making clear that this has officially passed. We did miss that quiet gavel by the vice president, who is the president of the Senate, who made sure that it passed by 1 vote, thanks to his tie-breaking vote. Let us know if you see and hear anything that is noteworthy as we learn what else happened on the floor. And my panel is back. Jeff Zeleny, I interrupted you as we got the news. The big picture here about the Trump agenda.
Look, it's an extraordinary piece of legislation, some 980 pages in the Senate. We should point out this is not done yet. However, it is getting to that point. There is momentum behind this bill now. President Trump obviously wants it. So House conservatives now have a decision to make. Are they going to be the fiscal hawks that they've long talked about, or are they going to swallow hard and vote for this bill? My guess is that by the end of the week, there is a bill. Is it going to be a straight line to that point? No, it is not. But we cannot really underestimate how sweeping this legislation is. It reminds me.
Once again, Trump is going after American citizens next. It's not going to stay with just non-citizens, okay? Here
I'd like
it
to
is.
say, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. People that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them. People that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too. You want to know the truth? So maybe that'll be the next.
This is, I need you to understand something, okay? Once this is implemented, it's fucking over, okay? Like every single step being taken in this direction is not because there is a real need or a necessity for this kind of step being taken. It's for a larger project, okay? And the larger project is identical to what the Nazis did, okay? The larger project is identical to what the Nazis did. Eventually, taking away the citizenship status and making American citizens stateless, okay? Obviously, you start off by claiming you're going after criminals. And a lot of Americans have no interest in thinking about this and assuming that this is like an unreasonable step. They will go along with it. They will say, oh yeah, well what, you want rapists to stay in the country? Fuck them. Not realizing that once you can denaturalize American nationals, American citizens, it will not stay with criminals. This is also, obviously ridiculous to do to American criminals to begin with, but it is a logical conclusion to reactionary ideology, because if you think the only solution to crime is more and more severe deterrence measures, more and more severe penalties, then yeah, of course you're going to fucking take away people's citizenship. What do you mean? You should kill them, right? Like that's the whole point. Brother, you're projecting, bro, is this manipulation? Do you not hear what his words are? You are literally listening, instead of listening to my warnings, you are looking at this unprecedented and unconstitutional move, and you're saying exactly what I'm saying, what people will say in defense of this. Why would you ever believe what Trump has said? He said that they were going to target rapist, murderer, drug dealer criminals, and they haven't done that because all of the rapist, drug dealer, murderer criminals have already been fucking targeted in every single administration prior to the Trump administration. They're already in the prison system, dumb fuck, which is why they're going after regular ass people at the job sites. Okay? People that have the proper authorization to be on U.S. soil, but their immigration status is constantly kept in a state of limbo. What happened there? Do you think it's drug dealer, rapist, murderers that are working at the fucking car wash, at the local car wash? Is that what you think is going on? No. So Trump actually lied about that, I guess. And in the process, the administration is going after people who already have legal status to be in the country too. What is your answer to this? There's a literal DOJ memo that says that they are going to denaturalize anchor babies based on anti-Semitism or support for foreign terror groups. It seems a little pointed. Wait, what? President Trump issued Executive Order 14188, additional measures to combat anti-Semitism, which established a policy of the United States to contact... Wait, what? The Department of Justice may institute civil proceedings to revoke a person's United States citizenship if an individual either illegally procured naturalization or procured naturalization by concealment of material fact. No, that's just that's for people who became naturalized U.S. citizens. The benefits of civil denaturalization include the government's ability to revoke the citizenship of individuals who engage in the commission of war crimes, extrajudicial killings, or other serious human rights abuses, to remove naturalized criminals, gang members, or indeed any individuals convicted of crimes who pose an ongoing threat to the United States, and to prevent convicted terrorists from returning to U.S. soil, traveling internationally on a U.S. passport. At a fundamental level, it also supports the overall integrity of the naturalization program by ensuring that those who unlawfully procured citizenship, including those who obtained it through fraud or concealment of material information, do not benefit. They've done this never at this rate. They'll always like try to find some like random bullshit nonsensical reason to be like, oh, you lied and didn't provide all materially important pieces of information in your naturalization process. They've done this in the past as well. I've pointed to them in the past. The Civil Division shall prioritize and maximally pursue denaturalization proceedings in all cases permitted by law and supported by evidence. Cases against individuals who pose a potential danger to national security, including those with nexus to terrorism, espionage, or unlawful export from the United States of sensitive goods, technology, or information. Cases against individuals who engage in torture. What to know about DOJ revoking citizenship of naturalized Americans? Do you ever get sad about how your peers don't feel the urgency you and your community feels about this? I get more sad about the fact that many Americans are fucking sleepwalking. Sleepwalking as we are moving in the direction of full tilt fascism.
Next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York. They're not accidents. I like to say, little.
Of something as big as the.
Yeah, I'm not a naturalized citizen. I'm a natural born U.S. citizen.
Care Act that we all covered 15 years ago now, and the political consequences could also be similar. I've spent some time out in the country talking to voters and rural hospital providers and others, and they are really worried still about these Medicaid cuts. And here's just one reason why. It sort of sounds arcane, but someone with Medicaid now who relies on it to take care of a child with disabilities has to now apply, if this passes, twice in a year for eligibility, as opposed to just once. One mother I talked to said she waited on the phone 3 months to get her daughter certified. Not on the phone for that long, but she was on the phone, and it took 3 months to get her certified. So the question is, can these states administer what Congress is about to pass on to them? So the Senate right now is going to basically jam this down the House's throat. We've seen that many times before. But after that, red states and blue states are about to get a huge piece of legislation that they're going to have to deal with. And there are many Republican governors as well who are very concerned about how this will happen.
So let's just stay on the Medicaid portion of this, because when it comes to the policy, but also the politics, as you just described, it's perhaps the most potent part of this very, very, very big bill. Let's listen to what the president himself said when asked about his promise that it's, quote, waste, fraud, and abuse only.
Medicaid is in big trouble with the Democrats.
So you can promise anyone who loses their health care coverage that is because of...
With the Democrats, you just cooked Medicaid. You literally just cooked Medicaid. You said you were never going to cut Medicaid, and you fucking lied. We all knew that he was lying about this anyway.
Waste, fraud, and abuse.
Only waste, fraud, and abuse, which is what everybody wants.
And Olivia, the Congressional Budget Office, which I know some conservatives question, dismiss it, but it is the best.
It's crazy, yeah. Fuck the Congressional Budget Office.
Thing we've got in terms of a real look at the nuts and bolts of what these pieces of legislation will do. That's true for Democratic Congresses and presidents and Republicans. They say that this bill, 11.8 million people will lose health insurance by 2034. And that is because when we say health insurance, those are the people who get their health insurance through Medicaid.
Yep. And this issue has been so politically charged from the beginning.
Numbers larger than that. I think it's 17 million. Did the bill fully pass? Pretty big delay in chat. What are you guys talking about? What F? There's no F on my end. There's no F on most people's end. All right, we're going to test out. We're going to test out the fucking delay. Type this number that I'm holding up right now when you see it. Okay, there's like a 3-second delay. I don't know, just fucking refresh. Okay, it's fine.
Trump and other Republicans can definitely use a wide description of what they consider under the umbrella of waste, fraud, and abuse. But you heard centrists complaining about it. They think, okay, if we do work requirements, if we do a few of these other changes in what they call guardrails, we can argue back home that this will be okay. But there is definitely some concern, and it's growing. You're seeing the Democratic ads that are building and attacking Republicans who even voted to just get out of the House, get out of the Senate. And this will be what we're seeing playing out in the midterms as one of the biggest issues that Democrats campaign on. We will see if Republicans, some of the centrists, David Valadao and others, vote to back it in the House now that they're seeing what they complain is steeper cuts to it in the Senate version. Speaker Johnson barely got it through by just one vote some weeks ago with Republicans by pulling together the two different factions.
But the pressure is quite different when it's just the bill and then you're in between the bill and what the president wants more than anything legislatively becoming law.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. All right, so you were looking live at President Donald Trump right there. It might not appear as such on the map, but he's calling this place in South Florida the ICE detention facility, Alligator Alcatraz. He is down there to...
It's not Alligator Alcatraz, it's Alligator Auschwitz.
To talk about that detention facility amidst quite a bit of controversy, but...
Can you explain why Democrats passed this shit on foreign? Democrats didn't pass it. It passed in the Senate with all Republican support. It initially in the House, did it get any Democrat support in the House? I think like maybe a couple. But this is in the Senate. It did not need Democrat votes to pass in the Senate. It just needed a majority.
But while he addresses the media at this roundtable, he also spoke about current breaking news, and that is the fact that the Senate passed his so-called big, beautiful bill. Here's what he had to say.
I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill just passed, and it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
And just to be clear, on the Medicaid cuts, you've promised not to cut Medicaid, said this is all just targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. Are you saying that the estimated 11.8 million people who could lose their health coverage, that is all waste, fraud, and abuse?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's going to be a very much smaller number than that, and that number will be waste, fraud, and abuse. And if you look, they took a much more liberal stance on the
51-50, 3 Republicans voted no. Vance was the deciding vote. I actually get a big headache. I have to grab a fucking pill real quick.
Medicaid situation than they could have. They had a tough stance and a weak stance. They took not a very strong stance on that to start off, and it's waste, fraud, and abuse, and everybody wants that covered.
What number is that? What analysis are you seeing?
I'm not seeing a number, but I know it's much less than the number you gave. And we really were very, very cognizant of 3 things. Social Security, we're going to take care of it beautifully. Medicare and Medicaid. And we are going to save it, whereas the Democrats are going to. You won't have it. They will destroy Medicare and Medicaid, and they have to because their numbers don't work. So it's not going to happen. They're the ones that have destroyed Medicaid. They have made it so bad already, they're going to make it a lot worse. But now we'll be in charge, so we're going to have no problem with Medicaid or Medicare or Social Security. Thank you. Yeah.
Claire Gall with Wink News in Fort Myers. What is your direction to ICE when it comes to arresting farm workers here illegally, other workers in industries that are pretty critical to Florida's economy?
Yeah. Well, we're very much cognizant of that. And as you know, I won the farmers by 92%, and I'm not going to be abandoning my farmers. We were strong on the borders, but we're also strong for the farmers and for others in the hotel industry, et cetera. You know, we have
in the House vote, all Dems voted against, 2 Republicans voted against, 1 rep voted president, 2 reps didn't vote. Notably, one of those 2 is the guy who fell asleep on the House floor and missed the vote. When he says he's going to help out the farmers, he's also lying once again, because mass deportation means eviscerating a big chunk of the labor in the farms, a big chunk of the labor in the hospitality business, a big chunk of the labor in the restaurant business, a big chunk of the labor in the construction business. When he says he's going to help out farms, he means the farm owners, but even then, those are the people who are pushing back against these kinds of mass deportation policies. A lot of people don't understand that Texas, back in the day, used to have literal gangs that would hunt down marshals that were trying to implement Operation, I won't say the word, in the aftermath of the Becerra program, which Donald Trump actually kept repeating over and over again as a fantastic thing that he is going to implement here in the United States of America once again. Texas ranchers would literally roam the streets with guns to kill marshals. And the reason why they were doing that is because they did not want their farmhands to be deported. Okay? I don't know if it'll get to that level, but I think the same principle exists. Do you just eat all the slop anytime it's served? Yeah, but that's not now. Fuck a farmhand? I know John Oliver did a piece on the bill. We'll cover that as well. This is before it passes.
Similar situations. And Christy and I, we'll be working with Ron and a lot of the states. We're going to work something where the farmers can be responsible for some of the people that have been. They have people run for 10, 15 years that they know very well. We're going to put them responsible and we're going to issue a form of a card or document, and the farmer's going to be responsible for these people. They're not going to have citizenship, but they'll be working, they'll be paying taxes. We need to get our farmers the people they need. Otherwise, our farmers aren't going to be able to do their land. You know, we're trying.
Oh, so exactly how it works currently, except I guess like legalizing slavery, indentured servitude. Yeah. I guess that's I mean, that is what's going on currently. The ongoing migrant worker structure that exists in this country is two-tiered. You have one, documented migrant workers that work for very low pay in horrible conditions to begin with, okay? And they work through, they're seasonal workers. They come into the country, they work in the agribusiness, and then they leave, okay? But on top of that, we have already another tier that is even worse than that, which is the undocumented workers that have authorization, are waiting to are waiting for their paperwork to come in, and it never comes in, obviously, or people who are not even waiting for their paperwork to come in. They just came in illegally and have been working in these farms for years and years and years. The reason why they are kept undocumented is exactly, you're not wrong, the Dubai method, basically. It is identical to the way in which the kafala system works in Gulf countries. You know how we talk about, like, in Gulf countries, these governments will take away people's passports and make them work in these horrible conditions? It's basically the same shit, okay? It's a different version of the kafala system in the United States of America, where we refuse to give proper clearance and authorization, or refuse to give full-blown citizenship, full-blown documentation to a lot of these people, so we can actually use and abuse them, and they can be easily discarded through the legal process. Trump himself is, of course, as a major business owner, utilized this structure as well. And that's precisely what's going on here. He's basically saying, we're going to keep some of these slaves in the farms that are undocumented. We're not going to give them citizenship, God forbid. Couldn't do that.
Tried once before, many, many years ago, where there was a very strong guy, and he got everybody out, and every farm almost in the country, but every farm in California, every farm in Iowa, almost all the farms went bankrupt. They had nobody to work, and we don't want to have that situation. So we're going to work it. We're going to put our farmers and others in charge of the people that they have under them. They know the people, and I think it's going to work out really well. We're going to take care of our farmer, but we're going to get the criminals out, okay?
He's talking about Eisenhower, by the way. He's literally talking about Eisenhower. The very strong guy that he's talking about, he has openly said is tailored off of Eisenhower's Operation Wetback, okay? That's what this is. And he openly said it on the fucking campaign trail over and over again. Operation W Back was an immigration law enforcement initiative under President Dwight Eisenhower, created by Joseph Swing, a retired United States Army Lieutenant General and head of the United States Immigration and Nationalization Service. The program was implemented in June 1954 by U.S. Attorney General Herbert Brownell. The short-lived operation used military-style tactics to remove Mexican immigrants, some of them American citizens. It's the name of the fucking program. I know it's a slur, chatters. It's literally the name of the fucking program. The short-lived operation used military-style tactics to remove Mexican immigrants, some of them American citizens, from the United States. Though millions of Mexicans had legally entered the country through joint immigration programs in the first half of the 20th century, with some being naturalized citizens and some once native, Operation Wetback was designed to send them to Mexico. The program became a contentious issue in Mexico-United States relations, even though it originated in a request by the Mexican government to stop the illegal entry of Mexican laborers into the United States. Legal entry of Mexican workers for employment was at the time controlled by the Bracero program, established during World War II. A former version of this existed in World War I as well, a limited version of the Bracero program. By an agreement between the U.S. and Mexican governments, Operation Wetback is primarily a response to a pressure from a broad coalition of farmers and business interests concerned with the effects of illegal immigration from Mexico. Upon implementation, it gave rise to arrests and deportations by U.S. Border Patrol. During World War II, there was need for people to work in the agribusiness. A lot of the young men were busy fighting in World War II. And in an effort to keep the American agribusiness going, they utilized the Bracero program, or they had implemented the Bracero program before as well. And this is the second implementation, 1943 to 1964. During World War II, Mexican and American governments developed an agreement known as the Bracero program, which allowed Mexican laborers to work in the United States under short-term contracts in exchange for stricter border security and the return of illegal Mexican immigrants to Mexico. Instead of providing military support for the U.S. and its military allies, Mexico would provide laborers for the U.S. with the understanding that border security and illegal labor restrictions would be tightened by the United States. The United States agreed based upon a strong need for cheap labor to support its agricultural business. The first implementation of the Bracero program was before 1942. This is the second implementation of the Bracero program, technically. Aviva Chomsky details this in her book that is very instructive. I forget the name of the book right now. Noam Chomsky, one of Noam Chomsky's daughters, Aviva Chomsky, wrote extensively on the process of how laborers have been kept undocumented in an effort for capital owners to develop super profits. Undocumented, how immigration became illegal. It's the name of the book. The program began September 27, 1942, when the first Braceros were admitted into the United States under this agreement with Mexico. The program called for Braceros to be guaranteed wages, housing, food, and exemption from military service. However, even though this was an agreement promised by the United States, conditions were imposed by Mexico that only healthy young men with agricultural experience who could show a permission letter stating they were not needed in Mexico were eligible, and workers who did not fit this requirement were denied paperwork to work in America. The Bracero program would not have a consistent implementation or direction during its 22-year duration. The program itself can be classified into three main phases. The first, between 1942 and 1946, saw heavy input from the Mexican government. The second phase was between 1947 and 54, where the policy shifted from mass legalization of illegal immigrants to mass repatriation of said immigrants. The El Paso incident, see slightly below, would begin discussion of establishing a labor pool versus dealing with the illegal invasion of these immigrants. In certain cases, undocumented workers found by INS agents would be legalized as braceros instead of deported. The final phase lasted from 55 to 64 and thus saw the end of the Bracero program. The paradoxical nature of wanting a source of labor in the form of Mexican immigrants, but the distaste for the immigrants by the population would persist in the United States. Border control leading up to Operation Wetback in 1943, more United States Border Control officers were posted along Mexico's northern border. Pressure from well-connected Mexican land and farm owners frustrated with the Bracero program prompted the Mexican government to call a meeting in Mexico City with 4 agencies of the United States government: Department of Justice, Department of State, the INS, and Border Patrol. At its peak, the Bracero program allotted around 309,000 contracts to Mexican laborers. What followed was a series of repatriations under the name Operation Wetback. Similar repatriations could be seen during the Great Depression. Okay? Donald Trump kept repeating this over and over again on the campaign trail. During the election cycle, he kept saying, I'm going to do what Eisenhower did. I'm going to do what Eisenhower did. I kept repeating this over and over again. INS, by the way, is the early version of Customs and Border Patrol before the Department of Homeland Security, before 9/11. It was called the INS. Okay? He kept praising Eisenhower's Operation Wetback over and over again without saying the name. Okay? For understandable reasons. Even Trump he wouldn't say the name. Partially because if you were to say the name openly, then people would be able to research it and figure it out for themselves and how fucking psychotic this was. Okay? That is the reason, not because he's like worried about how racist this looks, just so you know. After all, he's quite literally saying he's going to do this. Obviously, the real racist implementation of this is the fact that he wants to do mass deportations of all people working on U.S. soil. That is the real racism, not like calling it Operation Wetback or not. Okay? Lock the fuck in. You could call it Operation Puppies, and it still would be an immensely brutal policy. The real reason why I didn't say the words is so that people can't fucking Google it and even learn about this part of American history that many of you probably didn't know about prior to joining this broadcast, even though I have mentioned it over and over again and you probably haven't heard it before. Streisand effect is in full operation right now. Wow, the White House and DHS screaming about this app has caused it to rocket up to being the top social networking app on the iOS app. It's called IceBlock. IceBlock, which allows users to alert others to the geographical location of ICE officers, the top social networking app in the App Store right now after Caroline Leavitt condemned it from the podium yesterday. It's now number 3 on the top charts. It'd be a real shame if everyone were to fucking download IceBlock to report the locations of suspected ICE officers. Love Island USA? Why the fuck is that the number 2? I don't know if it's a honeypot or not. Finding that app in your download history will use to deport you next. Here's the clip.
When I saw what was happening in this country, I wanted to do something to fight back.
Joshua Aaron developed IceBlock. It's a free, crowdsourced app that alerts users when immigration and customs enforcement agents are spotted within a 5-mile radius of their location.
So imagine if you're walking down the street and a notification comes up on your device and says ICE has been spotted 4 blocks ahead. Instead of continuing down that path, you can turn left or turn around and avoid the situation altogether.
I'm looking at LA now. I'm seeing one in East Hollywood, and then as I zoom out, it's showing me a few others.
One of the core principles of the design of this app is 100% anonymity for our user base. But there is no sign-up process. There is no user data collected. There's no user data even captured by our app. The app was designed to inform, not obstruct. It's important to remind people that let's report the sightings, let's get people away from those areas so they can protect themselves and their communities, but let's not obstruct what's happening right now.
I mean, my app store doesn't have it. What gives? I'm sure that they'll fucking take it down. They'll probably... All of these tech fascists are completely in line with the government. They will do their bidding. Yeah, Trump is calling for American citizens, American nationals with birthright citizenship to also be deported. I already talked about it. We have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too if you want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job. A lot of things are in motion, and obviously Trump and Elon are arguing over one another. But let's take a look at the details of this big, beautiful bill real quick. So this is going on. Hold on. One second. I have to. This bill has now passed in the Senate. It's even worse than the way that women were raped, but you don't care law. There you go. Suck my dick, dumbass. This bill has now passed, and it's even worse than the limited amount of information that John Oliver's team had at the time. We've covered it already. Okay. Hasbro bot? No, that person was complaining because I said, I don't care. Yes, P. Diddy did it. I don't care about this as much. You know, I'll get to it later. Okay? That's why. They wanted me to shift my priority and my focus away from the massively consequential bill that is going to kill tens of thousands of people a year by shutting their access off, by shutting them out of SNAP benefits that are necessary for their survival so they can't get fucking food, and also their health care that is, once again, necessary for their survival. In the midst of all of this that's going on, someone was like, no, you have to immediately talk about the guy who was the most guilty person of all time. And then they tried to cynically weaponize the heinous crimes of P. Diddy to make it seem like I just don't care about these sorts of things. It's the most disgusting way to woke scold, to reshift my attention and priorities over to fucking a billionaire sex offender or a multimillionaire sex offender. The Economist uses 10 charts to explain Trump's big, beautiful bill. The overhaul of taxation and spending would spell trouble for America. The 10-year debt impact is obviously, I don't even care about the deficit impact overall. This is just for the birds. Forecast change in GDP percentage from baseline scenario following the passage of the House original big, beautiful bill. Forecast debt as a percentage of GDP, interest payments as a percentage of GDP, changes to household income, average percentage in change in after tax and transfer of, okay, these are some of the, okay, those are all the less important parts of the bill. Hold on. Yes, I know, I'm going to talk about the alligator Alcatraz shit too. Hold on one second. SNAP losses in federal funding. Federal funding losses for SNAP from the House OBB 2029 forecast percentage. Okay, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. On the way to the House and Senate bills cut spending, one way the House and Senate bills cut spending is to cut programs that benefit poorer Americans. Food stamps, or to give the program its full title, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is one such program. Analysis of the House bill by the Commonwealth Fund, a think tank that shows that this would particularly affect some states where Mr. Trump won very high shares of the vote, such as Mississippi. On the impact of health insurance, and this is like the redder they are, the higher the federal funding losses are. Okay. On health insurance, estimated people losing health insurance by 2034 under the House Big Beautiful Bill and other existing laws. The biggest change to social policy, though, is in health insurance. Through a mixture of tax changes and cuts to Medicaid, health insurance for the poorer, the number of Americans without health insurance will rise. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that the House bill would increase the number of uninsured Americans by nearly 12 million by 2034. Some estimates put this number at 17 million. Remember, these are some of the poorest people. They need it desperately. They need this Medicaid desperately so they can actually go and get some kind of health care. And that Medicaid actually funds a lot of these rural hospitals that are already in a dire state to begin with. and yet they still vote for it. As I've said over and over again, most people don't know what they're voting for. They vote on partisan lines. They vote on team sports. They vote on culture wars. It is up to smart, charismatic politicians to reframe the conversation around this, okay? And if our leadership on the counter messaging side, on the opposition party side, the Democratic Party side, is not only not talking about the dangers of things like this, but also simultaneously leaning in to the underlying reasons as to why things like this have to pass through, then they're basically, all they're doing is basically making sure that their audiences, their voters, the Democratic Party voters, are also susceptible to this kind of framing, to this kind of messaging. The example I have used over and over again is on immigration. Democrats have never mentioned immigration as a national security threat in their history, okay? I mean, at least in contemporary Democratic Party messaging. Until October 6th, when Joe Biden came out after 3 years, October 6th, 2023, after 3 years of the Republicans dominating the media with narratives such as undocumented migrants are doing rapes and they're doing mass crimes over and over and over again, and they bullied the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party turned around and said, you know what, you're right. Immigrants do constitute a national security threat. And we are the ones who are going to militarize the border. We are the ones who are going to actually pass through proper funding for ICE and Customs and Border Patrol to deal with the pesky problem of migrant crime. Did that actually secure any votes? No, it didn't. All it did was basically create an environment where even Democratic Party voters themselves also now saw this as an admission that Trump was right. If anything, it probably pushed people to go and vote for the Republican Party. The same principles exist everywhere. Democrats' lack of interest in expanding these social safety nets, or the Democratic Party's interest in claiming that, yes, we are down to cut funding on these initiatives, that there is some bloat, there is some overhead, there is something that we need to... Wait, hold on. Okay, anyway. Oh. Health insurance, major fucking cuts coming to health insurance. And like I said, some estimates put this at 17 million people losing access to health insurance in this country. These are some of the most desperate people that need it. Republicans are also using the OBBB to gut the Inflation Reduction Act, Joe Biden's signature climate law. The House bill included measures that critics say will choke off clean energy investment. Announced by the Rhodium Group, a research firm, suggests that under the IRA, America was on course to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 40% from 2005 levels by 2035. A de facto repeal would reduce that by more than 10 percentage points. The changes could hit utility bills too. The Senate version adds taxes on wind and solar projects that fail to comply with the rules that limit the use of materials from certain foreign countries, such as China. One less discussed but consequential provision buried in the tax bill is a tax on remittances. Early drafts proposed a rate as high as 3.5%, but the Senate version pulled the tax rate down to 1% and narrowed the types of transactions that this applies to. Modeling by the Center for Global Development, a think tank found that the impact on El Salvador would be equivalent to just 0.006% of gross national income, down from more than the 1% under the House bill. Still, after deep cuts to foreign aid earlier this year, the big booty cheeks bill will be another squeeze on some of the world's poorer countries. Even if the bill clears the Senate, several House Republicans have said they will oppose the latest version, citing concerns about cost and content. Whatever its eventual shape and ultimate fate, the big booty cheeks bill is a test of the Republican majority's fiscal credentials and of its loyalty to Donald Trump. And as I said, as I already mentioned, it also offers $175 billion to Trump's immigrant enforcement agenda. $175 billion. Larger than some other countries' GDP, okay? Despite last-minute changes, the U.S. Senate deals big blow to renewable energy. Senate bill complicates new wind and solar projects. Bill could lead to higher utility bills and job losses. House urged to improve usability of wind, solar tax credits. But while we're on the process of talking about, while we're talking about the insanity, okay, let's get to Trump's deportation policies. One of the new things that they have unveiled, and new fresh hell that they've unveiled, is this thing that they're calling Alligator Alcatraz. I think it's more so Alligator Auschwitz. It is a migrant facility smack dab in the middle of the Everglades in the middle of the swamp in Pennsylvania. From what I understand, it's like a fucking airport hangar that was previously owned by some like pedophile that the government has now restructured into a tent city. Did I say Pennsylvania? I meant Florida. I'm sorry. Smack dab in the middle of Florida. I don't know why I said Pennsylvania. This is what's going on.
And when you're taking a look at the president now, you see the Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem is with him today, along with the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. And as they take this tour through what we're calling, because they do, Alligator Alcatraz, now we're getting to see why they call it that. There is effectively, and I haven't heard anybody else use this wording, maybe they have, but it's like a moat of alligators that encircles this place, as many sides as it has. So, you know, what's interesting about this is it's exactly transparently what the president has been talking about via the governor of Florida. And if we get a microphone that we can listen to, we will try. Let's try here. I think we may be just too far away from the microphone. Now, you know, no one can find that better than the president of the United States that we have in Donald Trump, because he sees where the cameras are. He may jump in front of them and will immediately go.
No one is better than our big, beautiful president in recognizing where a camera is.
Back. Meanwhile, I want to talk with somebody who's really dealt with a lot of this issue of illegal aliens, the worst of the worst, being allowed in under the Biden administration. Congressman Chip Roy of the great state and border state of Texas. Congressman, your thoughts as the president is there looking at this facility where they can house up to 5,000 of the worst of the worst?
Harris, great to be on. And yeah, obviously we've experienced this firsthand in Texas, the difficulty of local law enforcement and states.
Congressman, let's listen real quickly to the president. I apologize. Let's watch.
So I would say he should call the governor, Christie, and I'm sure you'd give him a, because his state is a disaster, and he doesn't do this.
Well, they have the original Alcatraz, so you guys could approve him being able to set one of these up over there. I'm sure the secretary would be happy to do that and provide. My sense is he's probably not going to bite on that, but I don't know that they'd be able to come in at cost because they tried to do this high-speed rail. They spent like $150 billion, no tracks. We've got a privately funded rail in Florida from Miami to Orlando, cost the taxpayers zero, and it's very successful. So it's just a much different approach between states.
We're not going to let him get anywhere near Alcatraz. It'll cost 100 times more than they thought. Now, he ought to come here and study this because he could learn a lot.
Yes, the first person checking into the room, sir. Tomorrow?
Hopefully tomorrow, within the next 24 hours.
They have the doctors, they have all the professionals.
There's going to be a security sweep because there have been civilians here, so they will sweep this multiple times to make sure there's nothing can be used as weapons or any contraband. And then once that's cleared, then they'll do. So it's really up to Secretary. I know has got people in the queue, and so they'll be ready to receive.
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility, so if any of the news claims they're keeping them out in hot, humid South Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here.
To be honest. Hey, Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here.
What's your expectation of what this will do for the speed and force of deportation?
A lot of things, and they're both telling me that these people come in here, they want to go home. And they want to go home, so we immediately send them home, where it's appropriate. Now, if somebody's a real killer, we don't send them anywhere. We put them in a maximum security. Look, what we inherited from this guy, this incompetent man, and his administration, which wasn't incompetent, it was radical left, lunatic, communist, whatever you want to say. I know most of them. What we inherited should never, ever be forgotten. What they've made us do. This is all because of an open border policy where 25 million people flowed in. From all over the world, from prisons, from all over the world they flowed in. For no reason whatsoever. We had, when I left, we had a very powerful border. We had no problem. You opened it up day one. You just opened the border, and people couldn't believe it. That's right. They were standing there. What are they doing? They said, go in. That's it. You look at the first day tapes. They opened it up and they said, go in. And that's where all of this began. But this is an amazing thing that they've done here.
Really but listen, people don't have to come here. If they self-deport and go home, they can come back legally. We will let them come back legally.
And there is a lot of self-deportation.
Yes. But if you wait and we bring you to this facility, you don't ever get to come back to America. You don't get the chance to come back and be an American again and work here. So
they weren't with us when the President and the Secretary of Cabinet and I, we went through the intake. So right when you do the intake, they have the information about voluntary departure. They have the ability. Obviously, you guys are funding that because it's a lot cheaper to do it that way. So even if they get brought to the front doorstep here, they still have an opportunity to just go back voluntarily. And then this way they're not...
Let's say they get in here like, hey, I want to stay here, I want to go back.
We can put them on a plane that day and take them home. We'll buy their plane ticket, go home, and then they get the chance to come back legally. If they wait and say we're not going to do that,
they can come back legally after a period of time.
You've talked recently about the idea of finding some way to get farm workforce and service sector workforce, and I think you've discussed somehow a program of people leaving on a sponsorship and coming right back. Can you give us a little more detail about that and why, in the view of some hardliners, it's not ambitious?
Take care of our farmers and hotel workers and various other people, and we're working on it right now, and Ron's going to be involved, and you're involved already. So we have a lot of cases where ICE will go into a farm, and these are guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. The farmers know them. We're going to put what's called farmer responsibility or owner responsibility, where they're going to be large.
my MAGA mom's idea of what the purpose of the big beautiful bill is about, yes, it won't stay or stick. They are showing the reality to the world of what the deep state wanted and seeing who in Congress is truly against humanity. It's all going to change. This will be short-lived. Oh my God. They're absolutely delusional. If they don't agree with something, they flip it to fit their own personal fantasy narrative and make it so Trump is God in their make-believe reality. Yeah, by the way, he just said owner responsibility. This is slavery. Let me run this back again. Let me run this back again, okay? Owner of a person. What Donald Trump is talking about here is humans, okay? Undocumented migrants.
Farmers and hotel workers and various other people, and we're working on it right now, and Ron's going to be involved, and you're involved already. So we have a lot of cases where ICE will go into a farm, and these are guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. The farmers know them. We're going to put, it's called farmer responsibility or owner responsibility, where they're going to be largely responsible for these people, and they know these.
Owner responsibility. I know he probably means farm owners, but I think we all know what he actually means, though, what he's signaling here. Because remember, earlier Donald Trump said, earlier in the day, he said he doesn't want to deport undocumented migrants that have been working on these farms for an extended period of time. But he also simultaneously mentioned, we're not going to give them citizenship. No way. This is an admission of the ways in which we have the process of documented and undocumented workers. This is literally an admission of what I've been saying for years and years. Like the whole purpose of not giving the proper documentation to these workers who have work authorization is so that they can engage in indentured servitude, and they are utterly disposable whenever the farm owners or whenever the poultry facility owners, the bosses, decide that they want to wipe out the entire labor pool, only with the full knowledge that they can just like rehire a bunch of new, fresh, undocumented laborers in their place. This is an admission of how undocumented work exists in this country. Okay? You mean poor Americans and their children? What do you mean? The most famous incident that took place was with Purdue and numerous other poultry facilities where undocumented migrants that were hired deliberately, that were placed inside of trailer parks near the Purdue chicken facilities, the Purdue poultry facilities, had a lot of issues on the job sites. Like they had sexual assaults that were rampant, and they had a lot of back pay that they were not getting. When they got together and demanded their back pay and made their concerns be heard, the bosses at the plants called ICE on them and deported them, only to turn back around and rehire undocumented migrants and put them in the same fucking trailer park. We keep these people undocumented deliberately. We know where they are. We have a lot of these people constantly checking in with ICE. We keep them undocumented deliberately, okay? The difference between an undocumented and a documented worker is documentation. And the government ultimately controls whether or not they even stay documented. An example of this can be seen with the temporary protected status documented workers of Haitian background. When J.D. Vance, the vice president, and Donald Trump were running their campaign, they kept saying these guys were illegal aliens. They were not. They had the proper clearance and the proper paperwork. They had the temporary protected status. They recognize, the Trump administration recognizes this reality, that the difference between someone who is a documented worker and an undocumented one is proper authorization, proper clearance is just paperwork. Paperwork that they can revoke at any point. Paperwork that they are choosing to revoke from a lot of the 500,000 plus Haitian migrants that are in the country right now. That's it. When people say, oh, why don't you come here the right way? What you're talking about is a lot of people who have come here the right way. people who are asylum seekers, people who got the proper clearance and the proper paperwork as temporary protected status recipients. But that can all go away overnight if the Trump administration chooses to take it away. That's it. Farmers are seeking empathy when they should feel rage? No, they're not seeking empathy. They're simply saying the truth, which is that if all of these undocumented migrants were to be forcibly removed, the American economy would come to a crippling halt. Undocumented laborers comprise, in some states, 40+% of the agribusiness. Okay? They are the farmhands picking the crops. Undocumented migrants, undocumented laborers are responsible for the majority of the agribusiness all around the country. I believe to the 60% overall. Documented and undocumented migrant workers are responsible for 60% of all of the agribusiness workers. Undocumented and documented non-citizens are responsible for a major chunk of the construction as well, the construction sector as well. Silence, Kulak. This exploitation of labor will stop. Real cute, man. Yeah, that's what Trump is doing, right? Punishing the kulaks, right? No, he's not. He's punishing the workers, you fucking moron. You're so edgy. I just like the idea with a lot of the left calling this slavery. Bend. Okay? Slavery is so much worse. You're undermining the depravity of chattel slavery. Me, I'm so special. This is the modern version of direct indentured servitude, which is another form of slavery. Okay? Also, leftists have historically considered wage labor to also be wage slavery. Shut your bitch ass up. I am not doing this fucking optics game, okay? Standpoint theory time. Excuse me. I don't like the invocation of the word slavery here. Shut the fuck up. According to the USDA, 40% of all farm workers in the U.S. are undocumented. That labor simply cannot be quickly replaced, if at all, through H-2A visas or the hiring of U.S. citizens. Mass deportation would lead to the closure of many farms and cause food prices to skyrocket. This is the reason why business leaders are begging Trump not to do this. Yes, I saw Kristi Noem ending TPS for 500,000 Haitian migrants in September. I saw that. This is precisely the reason why I said initially, the same forces that are working in ICE will inevitably come for black people. They already are coming for black people. Who do you think is going to get targeted by ICE when they're looking for the 500,000 illegal Haitian migrants? This is why the whole like, oh, we're going to sit this one out style weird Fed posting that we saw was idiotic from the jump, because the entire principle behind the ICE deportations is to make America a more white nation. A New York City federal court just ruled that Secretary Noem's decision to partially vacate Secretary Mayorkas' decision to extend TPS for Haiti was unlawful. This would restore the original expiration date of February 3rd, 2026, and potentially overrule Noem's recent decision to terminate it. Yay, Twitter news, no research. Twitter news, this is Aaron Reichling-Melnick. Like, when people say Twitter news, I don't think they understand who I'm sourcing this information off of. Do you think this is like Jack Posobiec and Wokeness account or something that I'm getting this information from? Or do you think I'm getting this information from a senior fellow at the American Immigration Council whose entire job is to report on exactly all of the new, this is his job. This is what he does. Are you so stupid that you see Twitter and you think, oh, dude, what an own? I'm joking. Okay, good joke. Twitter is all but a simple vehicle for summarized talking points coming from researchers who pour hours and hours of time into covering all of the latest things that are unfolding on every issue. That's not a fair comparison. There has still been far less militaristic response to protests until more recently, especially when more Latinos went out in the streets. What are you talking about? What? They aren't going to go after blacks that are legal. Dog, the 500,000 Haitian migrants that are currently on temporary protected status are quite literally legal until the point where the government decides unilaterally that they are not legal. And in the process, they absolutely will go after black people that are legal, okay? Blacks, this man says. How do you figure out if someone is a Haitian migrant on TPS versus just a black person that is a natural-born U.S. citizen? You can't figure out if this is a black person that is an American citizen versus a Haitian migrant on temporary protected status, which is the proper authorization to exist on U.S. soil and work on U.S. soil. He has the proper documentation to be here, even if it's revoked later down the line unceremoniously. How do you fucking figure that difference out? You arrest black people en masse, and then you figure out whether or not they're actually Haitian migrants or not. We already saw this with a fuck ton of American citizens who are simply brown getting apprehended and arrested and falsely detained by ICE. Are you fucking stupid? So far, 70 U.S. citizens have been falsely deported. Not only that, but they're also talking about denaturalizing U.S. citizens.
Governor DeSantis has proposed using national...
Any evidence for this, bro? I guess Trump is going to deport Obama now. Where are you getting this info from, bro? Any evidence for this, bro? Google is fucking free, big dog. Type in the words U.S. citizen detained by ICE, or type in the words U.S. citizen falsely deported. Okay? Please. You don't have to have me fucking spoon feed every piece of information because it requires me constantly having to fucking re-explain things that I have explained so far. Okay? ICE may have deported as many as 70 U.S. citizens in the last 5 years. This is from the American Immigration Council. This number is only going to fucking go up way higher. This is from 2015 to 2020, okay? This number is going to go up even higher because this was not even the peak of mass deportations. Every other day, there is a new story. Every other day, there's a new story of an American citizen being falsely fucking detained.
National Guard, deputizing them as immigration judges to get through this massive...
Get your papers right, dude. 70 is so little. 70 people who can't provide ID. One day this will happen to your mother or you, okay? And I hope people don't have that same exact attitude when it happens to you, you fucking moron. You'll think, who cares, man? Who cares? Whatever.
Massive backlog of people in the immigration court. Would you be open to that?
Yes, he has my approval. That wasn't too hard to get, was it? He didn't even have to ask me, James. You didn't even need James to ask me. He has my approval, okay? Good. I also like what he's doing in Okeechobee. He has my approval for that. I don't know how we work that out, but we'll work it.
Yeah, they're going to fucking deputize the National Guard.
That he's losing his EV mandate, and he's he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible?
This morning, the Trump-Elon Musk feud is back on. As lawmakers worked, as we've now been talking about overnight, the president worked with social media, hitting back at Musk. In a late-night post, Trump suggested that Doge should investigate federal money that Musk's companies have received, writing and at one point that Elon may get more subsidy than any human being in history by far. And without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop. Perhaps we should have Doge take a good hard look. Musk earlier had picked back up on his attacks on the president's massive tax and spending bill. Remember, he called it disgusting at one point. Musk even vowed to back primary challengers for any lawmaker who voted for it. Or he also said he could start a new political party if the bill passes. Hadass Gold tracking this element of this ongoing story and saga. What's going on here this time, Hadass?
Yeah, Kate, this is significant because this is the first and starkest political threat that Elon Musk has made about his political future. We were waiting. There's lots of questions. What will Elon Musk really do going forward in the midterms? Remember, he had said he was going to kind of step away from the political spending. And it should be taken seriously because when Elon Musk gets laser focused, gets obsessed with something, he has the willpower and he has the funds to get it done. Now, he made essentially two really big kind of threats and promises over the last 12 hours or so. The first, as you noted, he said he will back any primary challenger in Congress who was talked about reducing government spending, but then voted for this big, beautiful bill, saying it will be the last thing he will do on earth. Look at this poster that he said will feature the face of any member of Congress who does this. It shows Pinocchio in.
Yeah. Trump implies Doge may look into Elon Musk subsidies. Elon Musk says, I'm literally saying cut it all now. I don't know what the fuck he's going after. I don't know what he's saying. Yes, the CNN audio is busted as always, okay?
People will see as they go to vote. And he's already declared the first candidate that he will be backing up. That will be, of course, Representative Massey. Massey was one of Republicans, of course, to vote against the House version of this bill last month. And he has been President Trump's #1 target so far for Republican primaries going forward. So that, again, puts him on the opposite end of the spectrum for President Trump once again. And then he did promise this. He said that he will create a new political party called the America Party. Remember, his political action committee is called the American PAC. He says if this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty so that the people actually have a voice. This is a significant change to Musk's plan. Remember, he spent more than $275 million to back President Donald Trump, as well as other Republicans running last year. He had promised something like $100 million to President Trump's outside groups ahead of the 2026 midterms. And just as recently as March, according to FEC filings, his PAC had supported Republican candidates in Florida. I should note also, Tesla investors, they do not want this. We saw President Trump already threatened Elon Musk, saying that he might even put Doge, Elon Musk's own creation, against him. Tesla investors do not want this. They wanted Elon Musk out of politics, focusing on his companies. The Robotaxi taxi just launched. There's a lot of things going on with SpaceX, but it seems as though Elon Musk is not going to give this up. Kate.
Let us stand by and see where this heads now. It's great to see you, Hadass.
As we speak, he continues to post on X, so things are changing by the minute here.
Hadass, thank you so much. Sarah.
All right, from the voter-rama to the fighter-rama. Joining me now are CNN political commentator Bakari Sellers and Maury Gillespie, the former press advisor to Republican House Speaker John Boehner. All right, let me start with you, Maury. This is a question that I think is on a lot of people's minds. You see this fight, right, going back and forth with Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Are Republicans more afraid of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, or their own constituents?
I mean, this is really childish, but it wasn't just a few months ago that Elon Musk said for any member or...
I mean, it's very clear that they care more about Donald Trump, like above all, because Donald Trump has the capacity to at least whip the constituents, okay? But not only that, but also Republicans have never cared about their constituents. What are we talking about? They know that their constituents will not realize who is responsible for the pain because they can always turn around and blame like random groups like undocumented migrants or trans people or the Democrats or something, okay? And when you have an ineffective, servile, inept Democratic opposition party, there is no space for them to actually push back on this messaging. Look no further than the fact that many states refused Medicaid expansion, free money from the federal government, at the behest of their private healthcare, that did not want to abide by the expansion of Medicare coverage and offering poor people extra health care, offering poor people any health care at all. There were numerous states where Republican voters had to literally simultaneously vote back into office the very same congresspersons, the very same representatives that refused to entertain Medicaid expansion, and the governors that refused to entertain Medicaid expansion because it was associated with fucking Barack Obama, okay? While simultaneously, in the same exact ballots, vote for a ballot measure that actually demanded Medicaid expansion. In so many red states, one by one, people were able to get Medicaid expansion on their own ballots.
Or senator who stands in the way of Trump's agenda will be primaried. So now it's if anyone who stands in the way of this Trump agenda, if they don't stand in the way of it, they're going to be primaried. I mean, he may change his mind in a month. So it's really hard to say. I don't think Elon Musk is their threat. However, if Donald Trump's not going to show up for them in their primaries, in their reelection bids in 2026, then it's their constituents they should be most afraid of, because that's what Trump is a lame duck president. He has not been really keen to go out. What's he going to do? Go out for every single House race that's at jeopardy here? It's a lot. It's a lot. So I think it's their constituents they should be most afraid of here.
Bakari, what does it say about the money in politics and these two men going back and forth, or is this about something different?
I think it's about something different. I think that it's very, very petty and very childish. I think that it's kind of like the Real Housewives of the Beltway. I mean, he basically called him a welfare queen and told him to go back to where he came from.
Wow.
But I mean, when you juxtapose that against the fact that, like in my home state of South Carolina, 220,000 people will be kicked off of Medicaid in the Affordable Care Act, or in North Carolina, 600,000 people are going to lose insurance coverage. When you juxtapose it against the people who are going to lose SNAP benefits and health insurance, it looks really, really small. We've always said, Democrats have always said that Donald Trump's a very small man. And you see that. I'm trying to figure out.
I work in policy related to a lot of the things that Medicaid dollars touch, or, as people don't realize, don't touch at all. The states cover because Medicaid frees up spending on things that are unique to state needs. I wish it were a law that you had to get care through Medicaid to be able to drive related policy. People don't realize that, for example, as we covered earlier, 65% of all long-term nursing home care is funded by Medicaid. Okay? Medicaid, not just Medicare. Medicaid actually is what kicks in for long-term care. 65%. It just wipes out a major part. It wipes out a major part of fucking like nursing homes and the funding vehicle for nursing homes in general.
How he has the energy and the wherewithal to tweet throughout the middle of the night at some other man that he just simply doesn't like. Is there not enough going on in the world for him to actually grapple with? And Elon Musk, you know, I believe in radical pragmatism.
It's so funny that this back and forth between these two catty bitches, by the way, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, is not even being had over what I'm talking about, the real impactful cost-cutting initiatives in this fucking bill. Elon Musk is angry because I guess it doesn't cut enough. Or the real reason why he's angry is because it cuts some of his subsidies. But he's presenting it as anger because it doesn't cut enough. It doesn't go hard enough. It blows my mind that is the discourse on the Republican side.
And so I want to destroy this bill just as much as Elon Musk. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And I guess I'll take Elon Musk in this battle.
All right, with us now, Lee Carter, strategic communications expert and pollster, and Democratic strategist Julie Roszinski. Let me just start with you, Lee. There's this new round in this fight. Musk is putting himself out there again. What will that feel like for those senators who've been up all night who have to vote on this shortly?
I mean, on the one hand, it's not surprising that Elon Musk is doing this. He's been very consistent about spending. This is very much what he's been talking about the whole time. On the other hand, the question is, it's really just about his ego, and are we getting in the limelight and having a fight? But I think that the Republicans who are making the vote need to not be distracted by this. We're seeing, though, a huge fracture within the Republican Party. 75% of MAGA Republicans support this bill, but 75% of non-MAGA supporters, Republicans, actually oppose the bill. So you've got a huge fracture in the party, and I think Elon Musk is symbolic of what that is.
And just so people know, Trump, on his Truth Social platform, has responded to Musk already. We haven't heard from him out loud, which we may shortly, but among other things, Trump accused Musk of wanting subsidies. He say Elon may get more subsidy than any human being in history by far, and without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop and head back to South Africa. So, Julie, the significance of this new rift, what do you see?
Well, first of all, Trump is not wrong in the sense that Elon Musk has a tremendous amount of taxpayer subsidies from
the United States going to his businesses. And the reality is that if Trump takes away those subsidies or threatens them, I think Musk will cave the way he caved the last time when Trump came after him. I mean, this is not a balanced fight because Elon Musk is the client and Donald Trump is the person who's providing him with the money in the form of the presidency. So, look, Musk can tweet all he wants, but the reality is that if Trump actually moves against him and takes away his subsidies or threatens them, I suspect Musk will cave.
The one difference with Elon Musk, whenever we're talking about him, is just the huge amount of money he has. And one of the other things he's threatening is to launch this third party, or is to fund a third party here. You guys have both worked in this business and have for a long time. How real do you think that threat is? What difference would that make?
I don't think it's real because I don't think Elon Musk will be the richest guy in the world or have that money if Trump moves against him. I mean, if Trump actually uses his platform to disqualify Elon Musk and also to take away his subsidies for SpaceX, take away subsidies for EVs.
Thanks very much for joining me.
Let's listen to Bernard. He came out with this yesterday.
Let me be very clear. Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, now on the floor of the Senate, is one of the most dangerous pieces of legislation ever brought forth in the modern history of our country. It is a gift to the billionaire class while causing massive pain for working families. Actually, I'm wrong. I shouldn't use the word gift because the billionaires paid for it. This bill is an absolute reflection of a corrupt campaign finance system. The billionaires invest hundreds of millions of dollars in candidates and in elections, and in this bill, this piece of legislation, their investment is paying off. So, what are they getting? Well, the top 1% is receiving $975 billion in tax breaks. Further, and this is really quite unbelievable, the wealthiest 0.2% receive a $211 billion estate tax break. $211 billion for the top 0.2%. In that provision, 99.8% of Americans get zero. Further, large corporations in this bill get a $918 billion tax break. That is what the 1% and the wealthy campaign contributors get. So here's what you get, assuming you're not a billionaire. This bill throws over 16 million people.
What is happening? You have no argument against that because it's true. It's the horseshoe theory. You guys are similar to the freaks on the right. Then you are different. What the fuck is this? Chat, you guys are obsessed with Musk. Yeah, but he's achieved that by creating actually good companies. This chat acts as if he's the final James Bond villain. A Musk dick rider? What is happening? How are you simultaneously shitting on Israel, but then also turning around and being like, I'm actually an Elon defender? Elon also eats Israel's dick on a daily basis. Even from that point, you should probably understand that he's a fucking psychopathic billionaire, doesn't give a fuck about anything. How the fuck is anybody defending Elon Musk in 2025? It blows my mind. Are you all right, man? A Musk moderate? Maybe you should get Musk to be a moderate first. How is he a fucking moderate? His position on this bill is that it doesn't cut expenditures enough. Do you understand that? Horseshoe theory, he says. He's smarter than you. Shut up, discourse bot. Take a day off. You're pissing me off today. Musk cucks. I stand with you. Yeah. I'm a moderate. Elon Musk, who is like the modern version of Henry Ford, also just as much as a fucking Nazi as Henry Ford, is actually a good guy because he built companies. He didn't do shit. He just has money, okay? SpaceX is functionally operated by their COO. It doesn't have anything to do, or what is it, the CFO maybe? I don't know. It's a woman. It's a lady that runs SpaceX. He doesn't do anything. He just has money. He put the money on the table. You can't argue like the right and not expect me to say anything about that. What do you mean the right? What right-winger is saying Elon Musk is a fucking Henry Ford-style neo-Nazi who has unleashed a torrent of hatred on one of the social media platforms he purchased because he was forced to purchase because he wanted to do a fucking meme initially. But the Delaware Chamber of Commerce forced his ass to literally, or not the Chamber of Commerce, sorry, the Delaware courts actually fucking forced him to follow through on the purchase of Twitter, so then he took it over and then turned it into a neo-Nazi shithole. What did I just say that the right, the Chancery Court, thank you. What did I just say that was in any way, shape, or form comparable to what the right says about Elon Musk? Oh, God, why am I fucking entertaining these losers, brother? Holy shit. Holy fuck. All right, let's just continue.
Offer the health insurance they have, by slashing Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. So, $1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%, $1 trillion in cuts in Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Further, it forces millions of Medicaid recipients to pay a $35 copayment every time they visit a doctor. So what is the impact of all this? What happens when you throw 16 million people off health care, you impose a $35 copayment? Well, what the Yale School of Public Health and the University of Pennsylvania estimate is that if this reconciliation bill is enacted, and it's unbelievable for me to say this, but this is what they are telling us, this is what they have studied. If this bill goes through and all these healthcare cuts take place, over 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily each and every year. 50,000 Americans. In other words, this bill is a horrific death.
Do you ever respond to actual black people in the chat who have nuanced opinions, or do you just respond to the worst takes in order to say something nasty about us? Yes, 26-month subscriber. I'm secretly, or I guess not so secretly anymore, an avowed anti-black white supremacist. You figured it out. Thank you for giving me $5 a month for 26 months and failing to recognize that I was actually, once again, a giant anti-black racist. I.e. saying that we think our version of slavery is special. Chattel slavery is special. It is. It is literally unique in its cruelty. Okay? That other chatter that was fucking complaining was actually trying to say, me. Don't use the fucking slavery as a term when describing slavery. Okay? But you caught on. I'm glad you caught on to my nasty anti-blackness. You did it. Okay? You did it. You did it. You figured it out. Congratulations. I'm glad. Now fuck off, dumbass. You do realize you are behaving like a petulant child when you do this. There are 44,000 people in here, and you want to, once again, make the conversation about yourself. Not about black people in general, but just about yourself. That is the uniquely narcissistic tendency that every fucking social justice warrior has, where they will use emancipatory language, use the appropriate terms, when in fact, it's not about an emancipatory need whatsoever. It's simply about wanting to be heard because you want attention. That's what you want right now. That's exactly what that other person wanted. And you saw that, you got upset, and now you want attention. Okay? That's the only difference here. This is not to like take down a thing that I also agree, which is that chattel slavery is unique in its cruelty. Okay? There's never been a moment where I would not actually openly admit that, openly state that, because it's the truth. But this is not a conversation about chattel slavery versus other forms of slavery. This is a conversation about you cynically using another person's narcissistic desires to be fucking heard while simultaneously using emancipatory language to make it seem like this is actually a real issue and not simply your interest in wanting to be the center of fucking attention. Shut the fuck up. As Republicans are poised to pass legislation stripping healthcare for more than 10 million Americans, all three major cable news networks are covering the Diddy trial. Yeah. Ironically enough, there was another chatter that was being nasty as fuck who I permanently banned. That chatter was saying, why are you not talking about the Diddy trial? You must not care about women being raped. I permabanned that person.
Sentence, a death sentence for low income and working class Americans. Further, if this legislation is enacted, rural hospitals all over the country that are already struggling would be forced to shut down. It would also make massive cuts to community health centers.
Y'all are way too comfortable with your racism. This comment is embarrassing. Get up. All right, everyone, chill with dogpiling on this chatter. Y'all are way too comfortable with your racism. Okay, I think I need to do more of a purge. People are not getting upset at that other chatter because they're fucking racist. They're getting upset with that other chatter This happens with people who will come in here for every marginalized group, from every different marginalized identity. Sometimes trans chatters will do this as well, okay? It's not anything different. The primary directive on this is specifically to change the conversation using radlib-ass terminology and emancipatory language specifically to be the center of fucking attention when something else is being considered. It's record behavior, it's record language. Hassan calling someone narcissist is the biggest example, banned because of being called out. Sounds childish. All right. Keep him coming. If you keep concern trolling, I will ban you. Okay? I'll ban you. Keep concern trolling.
And nursing homes. In other words, this legislation is the most significant attack on the healthcare needs of the American people in the modern history of our country. So, our healthcare system is broken, it's dysfunctional, and they make it even worse. And that's not all. This bill wipes out nutrition assistance for millions of hungry kids at a time when we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of nearly any major nation on earth. This bill will also make it much harder for working class kids to receive the higher education they need by cutting education by some $350 billion. At a time when the planet is struggling with climate change, heat waves now all over the world, this bill decimates investment in energy efficiency and sustainable energies like wind and solar. If you are concerned about how the United States keeps getting into never-ending wars, this bill makes a bad situation even worse by handing out another $150 billion to the Pentagon, a 15% increase in an already bloated Pentagon budget. Now, I want to applaud all of the Democrats, every single one of them, who strongly oppose this bill. And I want to congratulate two Republicans, Senators Paul and Senator Tillis, for voting with the Democrats in opposition to proceeding on this bill. But here is something really interesting and quite telling about where the Republican Party is today. When Senator Tillis of North Carolina indicated that he would vote against the bill, he was...
This chat is anti-black as hell, though. I don't think this works in practice. Motherfuckers were defending racial preference. What are you even fucking talking about? It's not something that I've ever actually advocated for, and something that I've criticized over and over again. Yeah, there's a reason why most black chatters have the same complaints. As a black chatter, how do you mean? Last time this shit happened was quite literally because I was looking into random Fed posters being like, this is not our time. We're going to see ourselves out of the ICE raids and the protests against the ICE raids. Y'all brought this against yourselves. Kamala Harris, you didn't vote for her. I'm not participating in these protests. Kind of feels like a stupid time to bring this up, don't you think? Saying that there is like racial insensitivity in this fucking chat, especially considering that we're staring down the barrel of ICE also deporting black people and detaining black people as well in this country. What the fuck is going on right now? Like, are you kidding me? This is so ridiculous what it mischaracterizes and get. You wrote this. You brought up a completely separate complaint from, I don't even know when this took place. Okay? What the fuck does this have to do with anything that we're discussing right now? You brought up a fucking grievance that has nothing to do with anything, that I don't even know when it happened, okay? You said all black chatters feel this fucking way as a 30-month subscriber. What is going on right now? What the fuck is going on? What is happening? I was talking about chat. I know, but when was chat describing their fucking racial preferences? You also quite literally are talking about chat talking about their racial dating preferences. Like, when the fuck did we discuss this? Chat is not a fucking literal singular entity. Okay, it's not even a fucking hive mind. What do you mean? Yes, people can come in here from all different walks of life. All they need to do is fucking wait for 1,440 minutes now, okay, to be able to chat. And in most circumstances, all they need to do is wait for 10 minutes to type in the chat. I just feel like you don't recognize how narcissistic you are and how it affects others. If you haven't caught on after all the controversies you've been in, your narcissism is the result in great self-care that keeps you on top. Like the people that hate you always say you look great all the time. What the fuck? What is this even? What? People are angry and they're targeting you because you're the biggest and most convenient target. Sincerely, a black chatter. What is happening currently? What the fuck? Okay, I'm just going to stop reading chat, I think. It's hard to do, but I probably should stop. Actually, because this is going nowhere.
Lambasted on social media by Trump, and he was threatened with a primary. He actually did not do what Trump wanted him to do. Is there anything?
All right.
I know that they're saying that they're not planning to cut Medicaid, right? I reached out concerned that if any changes are made, there will be this trickle-down effect that will impact families like mine.
The front lines of the Medicaid debate are right here in Courtney Leader's kitchen.
What is the face of Medicaid, do you think? And is it different than you think some people may assume?
I mean, we are the face of Medicaid.
The Missouri mother of 5 wrote her Republican Senator Josh Hawley to explain how slashing benefits would be devastating to her 9-year-old daughter, Serena, who lives with brain damage and cerebral palsy.
Our private insurance won't cover the formula. It doesn't cover the feeding tube pump. The hit on our budget, it would be over $1,500 a month. Just for the formula, just for the pump rental. And those are things that we have to keep my daughter alive. You know, without that, she's not eating. There's no way to get nutrition into her. So it's really a lifeline for our family for her to have that feeding tube.
Hawley has cited her story, emerging as a rare Republican critic of cuts to Medicaid and rural hospitals, all part of a monumentous tug-of-war over paying for President Trump's agenda.
Oh, there's my beautiful smile.
We came along for the ride, sitting behind Serena's nurse, who's funded by Medicaid, as they drove to weekly therapy sessions, also paid by Medicaid, which more than 1 in 5 Missourians rely on for health coverage.
Being a mom is not political, but this debate is political. How do you navigate the politics of this as you advocate?
I mean, I just keep consistency. I share the same story to people regardless of what side they stand on. We cannot let people like my daughter lose her benefits. And if anybody tells you that, oh, she's covered, she's protected, I would really encourage you to say how. What provisions have you made to make sure that those who meet eligibility requirements are covered?
Good morning. How are ya?
Shelley Jones has an infectious smile as she hands out food to a growing number of people in need, as deep cuts also loom for federal food aid.
Do you expect that it's tough for some people to ask for help and come here?
100%. Yeah. But they make it so nice and easy for you and accessible.
We visited Ozark's Food Harvest, which distributes food across 1/3 of Missouri.
What is the demand like for food?
Unfortunately, Jeff, right now, the demand for food is quite a bit higher than it was even at the height of the COVID crisis. 60% of the folks that use SNAP or food pantries are from working families, and the other 40% are from seniors or children under the age of 18.
Congress is weighing billions in cuts to food assistance programs like SNAP, once known as food stamps. That will increase demand at already crowded food pantries like this.
How important is this food to you?
It is. Republican policy in perpetuity has been this, but this is yet another glaringly obvious moment that it's just, if you're poor, if you're disabled, if you're elderly, but even if you are a productive worker, not to say that that is the only thing that matters, but even if you're a productive worker but you're poor, you fall below the poverty line, it fucking doesn't matter. You are out on your own. You should just die. That is the Republican policy here. Okay? Black, brown, white, doesn't matter. You're out on your own. You are out on your own. Everything else is just an endless sequence of distractions. Distractions born out of an endless need to destabilize and divide the working class, because they don't want the working class to recognize that this is the reality. That's it.
You.
Well, it really helps us get through the month, and they have a good variety of things. So, and especially the fresh fruits and vegetables, I really like those.
Your husband got hurt in an accident?
Yeah, he fell between 10 and 11 feet and landed on top of his head, but it kind of changed everything. We were in the process of getting all of our ducks in a row, so to speak, for retirement, and then he got hurt really bad, and it just upside down everything. And so food pantries do that, have helped us through the situation.
Another hotly contested piece of the spending bill is deep cuts to rural hospitals. Inside a maternity ward in Clinton, Missouri, Dr. Jennifer Blair worries for her patients.
Missouri has the 4th largest number of maternity care.
Remember, Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri, presents himself as like as a guy who cares about, like, he's one of these MAGA populists, these fake populists that are on the right. Josh Hawley has gotten praise from even the likes of Sean O'Brien, the leader of the Teamsters Union, and many others for saying that he cares about redistributive policies that help everyone in his state. Josh Hawley voted for this. He just voted for this. He sold them out. Will he be punished? I don't know.
Care deserts. We actually are surrounded by several maternity care deserts. That's defined as a county that has no or very limited access to obstetric services for their patients. If we were to lose that access, the birthing center here at Golden Valley, our patients would have to travel more than 60 miles to receive those services.
And 4 out of 5 babies that are delivered in our hospital are covered by Medicaid. And that's not unique to us.
Craig Thompson is CEO of Golden Valley Memorial. He said many rural hospitals in Missouri and across the country are at high risk for closure.
Is your hope for what happens over the next couple weeks in Washington in this debate?
Well, I think the thing that, again, would be beneficial is for better understanding of who Medicaid serves and what the real Medicaid face looks like. Because, again, I think that's been lost somewhere along the way.
Courtney Leader shares that hope, too.
Oh, my goodness.
It's not a luxury. This is not a luxury. I do not have my daughter enrolled on Medicaid so that we can have fancy things. I have my daughter enrolled in Medicaid so that we can keep her alive.
What do you worry the most about what could come out of this bill being debated in this new budget? Is it the cutting finances or more red tape, or what do you worry about the most?
I'm worried that the red tape is going to affect our Medicaid because of just the oversight burdens, and that as a result, I'm going to lose my daughter.
Jeff Zeleny, CNN, Springfield, Missouri.
President Trump, meanwhile, is heading to Florida today to inspect the site of a controversial new migrant detention center, popularly dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. It's being built to hold undocumented immigrants in the heat and the humidity and the swamp of the Everglades. Now, Bojorquez is at that site.
It's not Alligator Alcatraz. It's Alligator Auschwitz, okay? That's what it is. It's a fucking concentration camp for workers that are being picked up at job sites for no crime other than the real crime that the government has enacted upon them, which is to refuse to give them the proper clearance and the proper authorization, the proper documentation to actually work as a documented worker in this country. That's the real crime here. They've done nothing. They've done nothing wrong. And it's only selfish people that say, oh, well, why don't they come in through the proper way? Open Presence, thank you for the 100 Get the subs. Why don't they come in through the right way? There is no ability to come in through the right way in this country, okay? None whatsoever. So when these guys are saying, why don't they come in through the right way? They're talking about a way that doesn't exist. And it's purposefully that way so that there are undocumented migrants that will work for pennies on the fucking dollar with a with no legal protections whatsoever, so they can be discarded like this. So they can be simply used as like pawns in a political game like they are right now. I came in the right way. Why are you lying? I came in the right way. Nice, man. I'm glad that you have rich-ass parents and you lucked out in the fucking green card lottery. Something that, I mean, I came in the right way too, if you think about it. You know, I have birthright citizenship. Even though I grew up in Turkey for 18 years, first 18 years of my life, I have birthright citizenship. I was born here, okay? And even then, my whole family is Turkish. They live in Turkey. And the process of coming here was still somewhat difficult. And I am immensely fortunate. But unlike you, I don't fucking discount. I don't discount how difficult it is and how arduous of a process it is for people who don't have that same capacity. Okay? I studied and applied myself. Okay, so you lucked out immensely. Yeah, you got incredibly lucky. Once again, I'm even luckier than you are. And yet, I don't immediately fucking cast aside the millions of people that don't have the same fortune, that went through an incredibly arduous and difficult process, far more than yours and mine. And the only thing The only thing that basically makes them non-human in the eyes of the law is a piece of paper that they could just as easily give people. Yeah, look, it's 5 years of studying and applying for jobs that allow me to be in the position to come in. Yes, you are infinitely luckier than the dude from Guatemala who fucking trekked thousands of miles, sometimes on foot, to come here to work at a fucking farm where he's picking crops for pennies on the fucking dollar. Yes, you are infinitely luckier than that person, just like I am a lot luckier than you for being an anchor baby, a birthright citizen. Okay? Do you understand? I'm luckier than you, and you're far luckier than that person. We're both immensely fortunate. The difference between you and I, however, is that I'm not discounting that person or immediately assuming that they have criminal intent. That's the difference between you and I. Perhaps you should develop some empathy for those who are less fortunate than you. Oh my God, I just turned on the chat, and instantly, instantly, there's a bunch of dickheads in the chat. Holy fuck.
It has already drawn protesters, as I understand it. Manny, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. We are more than an hour outside of Miami, and behind me is the entrance to the single runway airplane facility that is being turned into a migrant detention center. There is nothing around us for miles except for wetlands and alligators. Heavy-duty tents and trailers now dot the remote facility that had been mostly used for pilot training. Designated now to become the nation's newest migrant detention center, officials say could house up to 5,000 detainees. The isolated outdoor facility dubbed Alligator Alcatraz is surrounded by dangerous wildlife, oppressive heat, and raises alarms with immigration advocates over due process concerns. And there's another issue. Protesters say the facility will pollute the Everglades.
I feel that this landscape helped my people survive. So I have that responsibility to stand up.
For Betty Osceola, it's personal. She's a member of the Miccosukee tribe, which lives in and around the Big Cypress National Preserve, where the airstrip lies.
This is a place that you shouldn't joke about. You should care about it. You should try to protect it.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis fast-tracked approvals to get the facility going in a matter of days.
What'll happen is you bring people in there. They ain't going anywhere once they're there unless you want them to go somewhere, because good luck getting to civilization. So the security is amazing. But
the legal fight isn't over. A lawsuit alleges the government skipped the environmental review process. Attorney Tanya Galoni is with Earth Justice.
Can this lawsuit accomplish what you'd like it to if it's already in operation?
Yes. First of all, we've asked the judge to stop construction before people get transferred to the site. So the construction has happened very quickly, as everybody knows, in a matter of days, but it can also be stopped.
The Trump administration says the site is necessary in order to help it achieve its goal of carrying out mass deportations. The cost here, $450 million. Vlad?
All right, Manny, thank you very much for that.
No les abras! ¿Por qué le pegas?
What you're doing is kidnapping.
Behind the flurry of news from this White House, something's been happening.
Hey, he's bleeding! God, he's bleeding!
In plain sight across America.
Since Donald Trump became president again, people suspected of being in America illegally are being rounded up and detained. Previous presidents did the same. The difference now is the methods and no judicial process.
This is Ladera Heights, Los Angeles, 11 a.m. on Monday, June the 23rd.
Don't answer any questions. You don't have to say anything. No, no, no.
26-year-old Selena Ramirez holding a tree
What you're doing is kidnapping.
to prevent herself being taken by masked men. They were later confirmed to be working for ICE, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency.
Who are you? Who are you?
She came to America illegally 2 years ago in search of a better life. She's married with a 4-year-old son.
Seriously, 8 of you?
The ICE agents reportedly showed no warrant and they did not identify themselves. She was taken away. Lawyers have been trying to track her location, but say they've not been able to find out where she was taken.
They're kidnapping her.
It's believed she was what's known as undocumented. If that's the case, and we don't know for sure because the authorities won't reveal any details, then that means she had no visa or asylum claim lodged. But under US law, she should still be given the right to a lawyer and a fair hearing.
Yo, look at this! Look at this!
La Puente, California, Thursday the 26th of June. This man, whose identity is not known, was removed from his car, pulled to the ground and detained. Eyewitnesses say he did not resist the agents.
The arrests are generating significant protests. Locals are filming the incidents, and in some cases, they are being arrested too.
This is outside a branch of Home Depot in Hollywood, Los Angeles.
Hey, no les abras!
Thursday, June the 19th. Job Garcia was filming the arrest of another man, shouting and swearing at the agents, and then this.
You want to go to jail? Fine. You got it. Hey, ¿por qué le pegas?
And this is Santa Ana, again in California, Saturday the 21st of June. 48-year-old Narciso Barranco tackled and beaten by masked agents. Also undocumented, he was gardening, and the agent said he tried to use a strimmer to defend himself.
Yeah. Father of 3 U.S. Marines, just a gardener. And this is once again, the initial reason for why this had to happen was the idea that these guys are all presenting a national security threat. Where is the national security threat? The real national security threat is fucking faceless, masked, secret police that don't even have the fucking proper clearance, the proper authorization, the proper paperwork, doing unlawful detainments on U.S. soil without even fucking explaining who they are, without showing any proof of who they are, at a time when other opportunists are also using this environment of chaos to literally like try to fucking rape people. Like there are cases also of others getting arrested right now and being prosecuted right now for falsely claiming that they're ICE agents to try and like rape unsuspecting random people. How much longer can this continue?
His son,
fuck off. You don't get to complain about this when you went on for months about how the Kamala administration is no different than Trump. All you care about is Palestine. It's really interesting to say this to a guy who has never strayed away from his defense of undocumented migrants and migrants across the board. And one of the main things I actually criticized Kamala Harris over was her inability to address the falsehoods being presented by the Trump administration. And she actually played a formative role in justifying liberals thinking that immigrants do constitute a national security threat. But good luck. Maybe you'll feel a little bit more comfortable sitting this one out, okay? Do you feel like this gives you moral permission? Because Kamala Harris and the Biden administration didn't do anything about this, and they basically set up the grounds for this to take place. They also turned around and stated falsely that undocumented migrants were actually responsible for crimes in this country, that they were a national security threat, that they were going to be more militant than the Republicans are. What did that do? It cost them the election. That's what it did. Where's Kamala Harris now? She's not dead. She's alive. Why is she not saying anything about it? Why are you coming into the community of a person who does care about this and who has always cared about this, regardless of party affiliation? If you think Palestine is the only thing I fucking care about, which is so cynical and such a ridiculous fucking statement to make, especially considering that, one, I talked about every single issue that the Kamala Harris campaign was off base on, and simultaneously, including immigration, okay? And simultaneously, the idea that, like, Hassan, you're being brigaded by a certain rad lib community to frame you for a racist radical. Don't fall for this. Just ban them. Is that what's going on? Is this like the new meta? Is that why we've seen like an uptick of weirdos in the chat? What is this? Anti-roach exposer? What? Is that what's happening? No, there's like 30-month subscribers in here. I think that they're just getting tuned up by these cynical people. It's kind of interesting. Radlib's being like, Hassan, you are responsible for Kamala Harris losing. In the big 2025.
US Marine said his father had no criminal record. By no means all the arrests have been confrontational, but on construction sites, in private businesses, in homes, on the streets, and on farmland, those suspected of being here illegally are being rounded up.
The agents are carrying out spot checks as well.
This is Savannah, Georgia, just after 7 a.m. on Friday, June the 6th. ICE agents and local police pull over a van they suspect is carrying undocumented people. They are detained, among them a young mother. She was held for a while, then released when her visa was confirmed. She's now home with her 2 children, but her husband, well, he was detained and has not been seen since. Tom Homan is President Trump's border czar, doubling down.
If you're in the country legally, you should be concerned. It's not okay to be in the country illegally. If you're a national security threat, you should be working. We're looking for you.
The Trump administration claims that their priority is violent criminals, but the truth across America looks very different.
185,042 people have been arrested and taken.
I mean, that's what Kamala Harris's priority was too. Remember, Tom Homan, by the way, Barack Obama's own hellspawn. Barack Obama awarded him with a medal, if you remember. Many of you don't know this, but... So the question is, where were you when I kept repeating over and over again that Kamala Harris constantly framing the immigration conversation around the apprehension and deportation of transnational criminal migrant gangs was actually simply leaning into the false notion that undocumented migrants are responsible for a massive amount of fucking crimes in this country. Instead of tackling this racist misnomer head on and stating something that Democrats have always stated, which is that this is a nation of immigrants and undocumented immigrants are our friends and our neighbors, and the proper thing to do here is to offer them a pathway to conditional amnesty. Instead of saying that, why did they lean into the racist nonsense? How did this become a 60-40 issue? And why are people who are of a dying breed of fake ass, like, I'm still riding with Kamala supporters in here instead of in her ear, demanding that this leader, this former leader of the Democratic Party, actually do something about it? Lead a fucking protest. I ain't seen Kamala Harris out at the fucking protest.
Into ICE facilities since October last year. This includes the last few months of the Biden administration. According to ICE's own data, almost half of those detained have never been convicted nor charged with any crime. And of those who do have criminal records, most are for immigration and traffic offences.
But according to NBC News data analysis, 752 of those arrested are known to have been convicted of murder abroad before coming to America. That, though, represents just 6% of the total number of people detained.
A wave of disappointment. One of President Donald Trump's most loyal voting blocs, Cuban and Venezuelan immigrants. Now speaking out in Miami, a Republican stronghold, as the recent wave of deportations hit home and the Trump administration moved to end temporary legal status, or TPS, for more than 500,000 people who arrived during the Biden administration. Elena Conde says she came here from Cuba on humanitarian parole in 2023. Her husband, Ariel Lara, crossed the border with Mexico twice, once in 2019 when he was detained and deported, and then again in 2022. 6 weeks ago, he was taken into custody at his residency hearing.
So he was given an appointment to go to ICE. You told him before he left for that appointment, you don't have anything to worry about. You haven't done anything.
Instead, he was transferred to Texas, where we spoke to him from his detention center.
Once again, people who are literally doing the proper thing. A lot of people don't understand the legal gray area that these people are in, okay? For millions of non-citizens currently living and operating and working on U.S. soil, what they do is periodically check in with ICE to say, I'm here, this is my place of residence, this is my business, this is where I work. They are going through the only existing legal avenue that is available to them. And ICE is using that as an opportunity for people who are still under the naivete that this fucking administration is going to offer them their humanity. The people that are still under the notion that, like, oh, I'll just check in with ICE. I'm not doing anything wrong. This is what I've done in the past, and this is what I'll continue fucking doing. Those people are getting apprehended at the point of their check-ins. What's your stance on right-wing reactionary Cubans and Venezuelans getting targeted now? Do you feel some schadenfreude, or will you advocate for them regardless? Of course I will advocate for them regardless. I don't give a fuck. I don't care that some in these communities that are documented voted for Donald Trump. Of course I'm going to continue advocating for their best interests, because I don't give a fuck about party loyalty. That's why I was incredibly mad at a bunch of fucking liberals in the immediate aftermath of the election talking about how they're going to actually call the ICE hotline on their neighbors that they suspect of voting for Donald Trump. What an insanely inhumane thing to do. You are, at that point, no fucking different than Donald Trump supporters. You're the same. The reason why I hate Donald Trump is not for some indecipherable, maybe like a spiritual reason. The reason why I hate Donald Trump is because he's doing this kind of violence. If you can't recognize that this is incredibly violent behavior in and of itself, that deportations are unimaginably violent as a process, and you actually lean into Trump administration's deportation policies, you're no different than a Trump supporter. You're just a Trump supporter then. It's crazy.
¿Qué piensas sobre lo que está pasando ahora en este país, en este momento con respecto a las deportaciones? How do you feel about everything that's happening right now in this country with the deportations?
No sé cómo.
You don't understand how this could happen. ¿Qué pensaba que iba a pasar cuando ganó Trump? What did you think was going to happen when Trump won?
Él decía que él iba.
You're saying you believed the president when he said he was going to deport criminals.
Now, Elena is left behind with her daughter, 7-month-old son, and Ariel's 70-year-old.
Like, bro, undocumented migrants themselves literally thought, because there was such a fucking endless faucet of misinformation, that even undocumented immigrants thought that there was like this massive amount of crime happening within the undocumented communities, and that Trump was going to literally go after these bad criminals. This is such a consistent fucking take. These charges are the same smooth-brained libs who were anti-Mamdani, an actual leftist vowing to fight and oppose ICE in New York City, while they did nothing more than wishcast their dreams on the Kamala, who advocated to do nothing on this issue. Sit down and shut up if you're a lib. You are nothing more than in the way of progress. Yeah. We will pull you to the right side of history by force if necessary. Just let progress happen. Hassan, please reiterate to these morons also that, so what even if Palestine was the main and only issue? So fucking genocide, which Biden and Harris committed. Exactly. Like, that in and of itself is such a disgusting way to look at things. Like what? You only care about your immediate circumstances? Are you any different then? It's literally the same shit. It's the same reactionary tendency of refusing to recognize people who are in horrible conditions that we put them in. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I think there are definitely a lot of people who just simply look at this as like voting for the Democratic ticket is a way to retain moral superiority over the dumb, unwashed MAGA hordes, you know? That's it. It's simply an aesthetic choice, an aesthetic preference that says, like, my team is morally superior to yours. It's also a way to basically say, I don't have to do anything because I did my part. I did my part. I voted for Kamala Harris. Y'all wanted this. Especially coming and saying that to someone like myself, when I wanted the Kamala Harris campaign to heed my warnings. It's so insane. Yeah, it's just a way for people, I think, to feel more comfortable doing nothing, okay?
Grandmother, who has been a U.S. citizen for years. Together, facing a reality they never imagined.
Toda mi familia votó por Trump. Your whole family voted for Trump. Lo apoyaba a Trump durante su campaña. Did you support him?
Yo estoy fuera.
You're outside of it. You can't vote. Pero te sientes decepcionada. Do you feel disappointed, deceived, engañada?
Me siento mal porque sé que ellos creían en él.
You feel
Me
bad
siento mal.
because the rest of them believed in him.
It's a concern Democratic strategists are capitalizing on, with billboards like these calling Republican lawmakers traitors. Still, here in Florida, Trump won almost 70% of the Cuban-American vote in 2024, along with 61% of Doral, home to the largest Venezuelan-American population in the U.S.
They used us.
Adelis Ferro is the co-founder and executive director of the Venezuelan-American Caucus.
How is the Venezuelan community feeling right now, especially in the context of these deportations?
Desperate, terrified. There are people with
mental health issues. There are people with panic attacks, anxiety attacks. They rather to die than go back to Venezuela, and then
People
you
are
have to
talking
stop.
about taking their
I have
lives
those messages
because the situation
because
here
of the situation. They rather
is so
to
bad with
take their own
deportation.
lives, yes, than go back to Venezuela.
The ripple effects affecting families and businesses. This Venezuelan business owner, who asked us not to use his name to protect his business and fellow owners, said the political instability has led to a 20% drop in revenue.
Yeah, we'll never figure out what business he owns. Like, come on, man. Good thing you protected this guy's ID.
It's affecting your clients as well as the people who work here. A lot of people have already invested in businesses here and they stopped because they just don't know what the future brings.
Still, experts say the current turmoil may not hurt the Republican Party.
All this stuff done in the first 200 days of the administration. They have a long road ahead before the midterms.
Do you think that Trump will pay a political price?
I'm not sure that Trump or the Republican Party as an institution is going to suffer a great deal unless the Democrats can muster an opposition that is a compelling vision as to how things could be done differently.
Yep. That motherfucker is right. He's right. Exactly what I've been saying. Unless the Democrats show an alternative vision, the Trump administration and the Trump team is not going to suffer significant penalties here. And I don't think they will. I don't think the Democrats will actually do that. They are not offering a compelling counter narrative. And that is at the heart of the fucking problem. That is the problem that persists currently with the fucking Democratic Party broadly. This didn't stop. This was an issue when Biden was president. No justifications were made for Biden's first 100-day agenda falling apart. No push for amnesty. No constant communication of amnesty as a viable alternative. And no defense for migrants and migrant communities in this country. No defense whatsoever. Standing in opposition to migrants and trying to cynically fucking craft a new narrative. One that actually maintains the hysterical vision of Republicans. A hysterical vision born out of pure racism. And look where we're at now. Democrats still broadly don't say shit about these deportations, okay? Very, very rarely do they ever say anything about these fucking deportations. They still think it's like a super popular provision. Some of you are the ones that come to mind is like Senator Chris Van Hollen, Bernie Sanders. But outside of a select few, Peter Welch is another one from Vermont. Outside of a handful of select Democrats who are actually speaking out, most of the Democratic Party rarely speaks out about these unjustifiable deportation policies at all. One has to assume they like it. I have personally debated Democrats on this, like Ro Khanna, before the fucking election, as a matter of fact. If you remember, at the DNC, for people who say, Hassan, you wanted Trump to win. This is your fucking victory. I hope you enjoy it. Like, bitch, I was at the DNC telling Democratic politicians what to fucking say directly. What more could I have done? What more could I have done? What have you done? You did nothing. You just sat around with a thumb in your ass and then fucking voted on election day for Mamala, and then you shut off everything else. Suck my fucking dick. I've been here. This community has been here. This community is still here. We still take it to the streets. Where the fuck are you is the real question. All you're doing is sitting at home, fantasizing about how things would be different if Kamala was the fucking president.
Morgan Radford, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Tonight, fears for a man detained at an immigration court in Lower Manhattan. His husband says if he gets deported, he could be persecuted back in his home country. Addie Guajardo has the story.
3 weeks after Mamadou tied the knot and just days before Pride.
Do not impede the arrest.
Federal agents took him into custody outside of immigration court in Lower Manhattan.
It was emotional. I was trying to be very strong for him.
Mamadou's husband, Fitz Smith, says they begged the judge to no bail.
He spent probably 10 minutes pleading to the judge, like, these are the consequences of me going back to my country.
Smith asked that we withhold Mamadou's full name out of fear of persecution if he gets deported.
There are numerous reports from that area where LGBT people are persecuted on a regular basis, stoned, they're burnt.
According to the Human Rights Campaign, same-sex marriage is legal legal in 38 countries, but in Guinea, it's illegal. Smith says Mamadou fled Guinea in 2023 after his family found out he was gay. He sought asylum in the U.S. and was picked up by Border Patrol agents in Lukeville, Arizona. Once released, Mamadou made his way here to New York, where the couple met.
Right, we went to our first pride.
So a fucking legal, that right there, all I need to know about a legal asylum application. For the record, you have to cross the border to file a legal asylum application. He has enough, clearly enough evidence that under normal circumstances, you would get protection. You would get legal asylum. Asylum is a legal process. Once again, the Trump administration casting all of that aside because guess what? They can. It doesn't matter. What the fuck are you going to do about it is the attitude here. That is the prevailing attitude.
Pride. We went to Queen's Pride. We try to be a part of the community as best as we can.
Smith says he now fears for his husband's life.
The judge dismissed his case. With the dismissal, he fell onto what we call expedited removal.
The Trump administration's ramped up immigration efforts have led to ICE arrests outside of immigration courts. Attorneys say it's vital to seek legal advice and add that virtual hearings are an option in some cases.
Very effective, depending on the kind of case you have, but you still need a lawyer that will return phone calls, will read the substance, and build the case.
Mamadou is now at an ICE facility in Texas as Smith works to stop his deportation.
I asked him if he's still praying. He still prays.
We reached out to the Department of Homeland Security for a statement on Mamadou's case. We have yet to hear back. Adi Guajardo, CBS News, New York.
Marine Corps veteran Adrian Clouat didn't expect to be caring for his 2 young children all on his own.
How are you guys doing? My son misses his mom a lot. It's actually gotten worse in the past couple of days.
ICE detains Marine Corps veteran's wife after routine green card appointment, dude. Y'all think this is fucking all right? This is appropriate? What are they doing? Where are the fucking racist criminals, dude? Where are the racist? Where are the anti-white criminals that are like decapitating white grandmothers? Trump announces Israel has agreed to condition to finalize a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza. Jesus fucking Christ. Here we go again. It's just, oh my God. Anyway, let's continue with this and then I'll get to that.
He's constantly asking me for her and just having like little breakdowns.
After immigration authorities detained his wife Paola at a green card interview in New Orleans.
I was devastated. I was angry, upset.
The couple shares a 2-year-old son and a 3-month-old daughter.
We switched to the formula. She does get to breastfeed twice a week when I go to visit my wife.
Clouat says his wife came to the U.S. from Mexico as a teenager with her now estranged mother. He says she was detained because of a deportation order issued in 2018.
My wife was living in a homeless shelter in Indio, California, when this all went down. Her mom skipped the appointment. The judge, by default, issued a removal order for my wife, her mother, and her brother. And she was never notified of it. Like, she had no way of knowing.
Clouat says his family was trying to do the right thing and obey the law by still going to the green card interview.
The interviewer went and talked to his supervisor, and it came back, told us that we did well, and to wait in the lobby for paperwork regarding our next appointment. And then, the 3 ICE agents showed up and arrested my wife.
Clouat taking his wife's wedding ring for safekeeping as he says she was handcuffed and led away. The Department of Homeland Security telling NBC News in part, Paola Clouat is in the country illegally. President Trump and Secretary Noem are not going to ignore the rule of law. After nearly a month, Clouat says he's working to get Paola's immigration case reopened and trying everything he can to bring her home.
It seems like there's no humanity with this, whole deportation stick going on right now. It feels hopeless, and I'm hoping I'm wrong.
You see the vet there holding his child. Aaron Gilchrist joins us tonight. Aaron.
Like, you think I wouldn't advocate to protect Paola in this situation if that guy was a Trump voter? You think that has anything to do with anybody going through this fucking unjustifiable process, this simply cruel process? Nobody deserves this shit. And that is where we're at now. Just constantly destroying families for no reason whatsoever. With the claims that with the fucking the false smears, the hysteria that was crafted around undocumented migrants being responsible for like endless amounts of crimes on U.S. soil. It's not even true. And anyone that advocates for that, anyone that repeated this lie, regardless of party affiliation, is a disgusting monster that played a role in this happening. And yes, that includes the Democratic Party as well, because they absolutely normalized this racist fucking lie. They turned around and defended it. They turned around and adopted it. They didn't just concede. They said, you're right, undocumented migrants are a national security threat, and we will be the real immigrant mutilator party, not the Republicans. Vote for us. You might say it was a cynical miscalculation. Maybe it was, but it was a fucking unimaginably cruel thing to do. And also, it was stupid if it was a cynical miscalculation, because all it did was normalize this kind of hysteria rather than actively combat it.
Are there any special protections or benefits in place for military spouses in situations like this?
Well, Tom, Kluat says traditionally veterans had been allowed to take advantage of the option of parole in place. So in this case, Kluat says that his wife would have been able to parole at home, would have been able to get a work visa, and would have been able to go through the green card process and eventually become a citizen that way. But in this instance, because of that deportation order that was placed on her mother, her and her brother when she was a teenager, that supersedes even marriage, according to Kluat. And so for that reason, she's been picked up by federal agents and is being held in custody. They are waiting now for a decision by a judge in California on whether to reopen that deportation case. That is something that we're told has been really moving very slowly. And so the concern is that they don't know when.
Like, does this make you feel safe? Do you feel safer knowing that that woman was a mother of 2 children, is now locked behind bars? Like, what good? What good is this doing? Spending hundreds of thousands of dollars arresting fucking breastfeeding mothers, dude, for something that they had no control over as like teenagers. Every single one of these deportations costs and detentions cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on how long and convoluted the process is. Is this a good use of funds? On the inverse, it would cost significantly less money and would be infinitely better for American society if all of that was not, if all of those funds didn't go to apprehension and detention and possible deportation, but instead an expedited legal process. If that went to lawyers and courts and judges, don't you feel like this would be a far better use of funds so that these people could have the proper authorization, the proper clearance to live as normal American citizens? Right-wingers will say shouldn't have been homeless to someone like this, caught up in missing notification because they can't exist within the system to get notified about court dates and don't realize they're poorer because of it, wasting tax dollars on shit like this for no benefit.
This judge's signature might come through and allow them to try to make their case again for the asylum that was granted to this to the wife and her family previous to her marriage to this.
Wait, how can he say their marriage doesn't matter? In the eyes of the law, because the mother, when she was a teenager, had a deportation order on her, that has a higher order of priority that renders her green card application by marriage useless. That's it. She was a fucking teenager in a homeless shelter when her mother and her family, by default, received a deportation order, okay, a removal order from the state, from the country. And that always stayed in the system. What is shocking to me is that previous considerations or previous instances of like applications in the process of receiving a green card did not factor in this this issue at all. Like they just never informed her about this. Like that doesn't make sense either.
Marine Corps veteran.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the
Mr. President, your beloved New
This is another psychotic statement from Donald Trump.
York City
Your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zorhan Mandami?
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
because that's what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they move to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially.
Ronald Reagan was talking about this on Majority Report. The old deportation orders were shelved by the Obama admin, but have just been reopened. Yeah, it seems like they're trying to hit every fucking avenue they can to get those numbers up. And the numbers up that we're talking about is human beings, dude. We're talking about human fucking beings. Like, just so we can make the most racist, mouth-breathing scumbag feel like this administration is doing something so they don't get fucking angry at the reality that their rent is still going to go up and that their lives, their material conditions are not going to improve. Just so the most racist fucking douchebag feels like the government does actually care about them because this is something that they wanted. Yes, Ronald Reagan is a immigration attorney that is a frequent guest caller on Majority Report.
We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything, and ideally, he's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. You know, I've always said we will not have socialism in the.
He's saying, oh, a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. Like he's doing the Andy Ogle shit. Oh, fucking insane, dude. Oh, as an American citizen, you want a fucking election, but we don't like what you have to say? Sorry. We're going to fucking denaturalize you. Psycho shit.
This country and the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism. And you get a lot of them like that. And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city. Yeah, but you would think that a Republican would be able to win. Or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly hurt over this question. He made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in. And like he was indicted the following day. And I said, that was a phony indictment. And it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group. It was a very dangerous group, I will tell you. These were not nice people. That was the only thing they could do. They had no policy. They had no skill. They had no anything. But they were very good at that. They were vicious, vicious, horrible people. Thank you.
Saying anything like anti-immigrant, especially about New York City, is perhaps the dumbest place you could say. It's one of the most diverse cities on the fucking planet. Literally, a city that's history revolves around people literally coming in to New York as their first point of entry into the nation state. That's what the fucking Statue of Liberty is about. That's where Ellis Island is. It's so insane. Yeah, the U.S. doesn't like foreign democratic elections where a socialist is elected. Now the U.S. doesn't like domestic democratic elections where a socialist is elected. Regime change incoming. Anyway, my statement on Donald Trump's threat to deport me and his praise for Eric Adams, who the president helped out of legal accountability. The president of the United States just threatened to have me arrested, stripped of my citizenship, put in a detention camp, and deported. Not because I have broken any law, but because I will refuse to let ICE terrorize our city. His statements don't just represent an attack on our democracy, but an attempt to send a message to every New Yorker who refuses to hide in the shadows. If you speak up, they will come for you. We will not accept this intimidation. That Trump included praise for Eric Adams and his authoritarian threat is unsurprising, but highlights the urgency of bringing an end to this mayor's time in City Hall. At the very moment when MAGA Republicans are attempting to destroy the social safety net, kick millions of New Yorkers off of health care, and enrich their billionaire donors at the expense of working families, it is a scandal that Eric Adams echoes his president's division, distraction, and hate. Voters will resoundingly reject it in November. Great way to fucking bring this back to the general election. Yes, there's also more that we must discuss. Kirsten Gillibrand has apologized to Mamdani over jihad comments. As you guys know, Kirsten Gillibrand was said some incredibly racist shit at the Brian Lehrer radio show, saying that Zohran Mamdani wants to kill all Jews and do a global jihad, like shockingly racist shit. Coming from a Democrat, it is shocking. Okay, like that's not even like in the past. Democrats have like condemned Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar under similar Islamophobic terms, but I've never heard a fucking Democrat this closely associated with the fucking city come out and say that. Okay, like you're not Charlie Kirk. Okay, you have to understand. Like this is uniquely racist. This was uniquely racist for a Democrat to do. Under normal circumstances, for totally reasonable statements that Muslim congresspersons make, the Democratic Party will, take the other route, silence, which of course is a tacit endorsement of all the attacks that they're receiving, right? Or sometimes being like, well, people should be more careful of the words that they use, like subtweets, things like that. Kirsten Gillibrand took it on the fucking chin. Like she took the John Fetterman route, which by the way, I don't even know if John Fetterman had said something as fucking racist as Kirsten Gillibrand about Zohran. Has John Fetterman said anything like this racist about Zohran? I don't know. It was truly ridiculous. I'm sure he said some fuck shit. He doesn't know what's going on, but like this was wild. Okay? Not yet. He's still processing. Yeah, they haven't told him yet. Out of fears that he'll get a third stroke. Bro, she was hysterical on that phone call. No, absolutely. It was fucking insane. Gillibrand now has apologized to Mamdani. So your phone calls worked. We and many other people literally blasted the phones on her office, demanding a retraction and an apology. And I'm glad that it came. But the very fact that it existed was insane to me. And obviously, she will most likely never recover from this, I think. Austin Allman says, it could be a one-off, but Gillibrand being forced to apologize with a manufactured hysteria over Zohran's refusal to condemn every word in the Arabic language fades without him giving an inch feels like a watershed moment. I think we're playing by different set of rules now. Yes. That's a hopeful way of looking at it. But yeah, in the past, judging by what took place against Ilhan Omar and judging by what took place against Rashida Tlaib in the past, remember she was censured for saying from the river to the sea Palestine would be free. Rashida Tlaib was. And the lack of defense for these individuals from the Democratic Party when they were receiving a torrent of hate versus a Democrat actually forced to apologize while other Democratic leaders are also slowly but surely, even if they don't immediately rise to the occasion and offer or issue they're still forced to even if they don't endorse, they are still forced to congratulate the victory, yada, yada, yada. We shall see what happens. The rules change every day. The richest people in the world are mobilizing the Dems to cause Zohran down. That for sure is happening. David says, the question remains, why did she walk into the Lehrer interview without knowing off book what Mamdani had actually said? She sounded frazzled. We're all guessing at what's going on inside her head, but my guess is that the specifics were immaterial to her. She expected to be able to characterize his comments however she pleased without pushback, true, and she has been in a state of disbelief over the last week that that isn't how Israel politics works anymore, which finally broke today. Yeah. And Kirsten Gillibrand is far from the only figure that is going to be the recipient of this cold, hard reality that is coming for them. There is no other group or no other advocacy, aside from pro-Israel advocacy, where actual institutionally important figures can go on national television and fucking say, this guy's a Jew hater, he wants to kill all Jews without any evidence whatsoever. Okay? There are still people who are doing that. Eric Swalwell did that. Richie Torres implied it as well, not to the same degree as Kirsten Gillibrand, because he still has his progressive bona fides, despite the fact that he's Israel's attack dog. Okay? Jonathan Greenblatt still goes on television and lies all the fucking time. In a few weeks, Fetterman will be like, who the hell is Zorro Tahini? He's the Internet Explorer of politicians. I was told that this guy, Zorro Tahini, won the New York City mayoral primaries, and I am very scared. Am Israel high. He is going to be a really bad mayor of Tel Aviv. Oh boy. A primary campaign that pressures Hochul to work with Zoran and raise taxes on the millionaires. This could genuinely get Hochul to switch opinion. Antonio Delgado. Zoran cannot deliver bold change alone. He's a governor. Okay, see? There are people who are recognizing the attitude shift. Antonio Delgado. Zoran cannot deliver bold change alone. He needs a governor who's willing and ready to work with him. Governor Hochul, whatever, refuses to tax the ultra wealthy or big corporations to achieve affordability for all. If you want change in New York City, we need a change in Albany. Oh boy. Hochul already defending Zoran. Pressure is already working. I don't care if you're the president of the United States. If you threaten to unlawfully go after one of our neighbors, you're picking a fight with 20 million New Yorkers, starting with me. Damn. Yes, queen. Yes, queen. Snap. She snapped. Slay queen. Yeah. By the end of this process, if this mobilization is moving in this direction, Governor Kathy Hochul is going to be known as Wokel, okay? She's going to be like, I've changed my name. I'm Governor Kathy Wokel. I want to not only raise the tax on the billionaires, I want to criminalize being a billionaire, okay? Kathy Wokel, we ride at dawn. Who's going to tell her about Mahmoud Khalil? Well, one day at a time. Also, the final vote tabulations came out. By round 3, Zoran wins 56% of the vote, with Andrew Cuomo receiving 44% after everyone was crossed out. Okay. With Zoran receiving 102,000, with Andrew Cuomo receiving 219,000, it's still not enough. Thank God for his resounding second highest win in New York City mayoral primary history. It is pretty crazy, though, that Zoran's first round rank 1 voters was still higher than Andrew Cuomo's final votes with all of the additional ranks. You're reading it wrong? It was a transferred vote? What do you mean? Wait, am I wrong? By round 3, everyone got knocked out. And Zoran received 100,000 plus votes, like 100,000 votes. Almost 100,000 votes. And Andrew Cuomo received, what, 378,000 to 428,000? 100,000 votes. Zoran got 100K votes, transferred to 55K. Washington is broken and the system is rigged. Colin Allred is back.
But a lot of things.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, I don't want to hear from Colin Allred. Sorry. Eric Adams got 750K in the general election. Yeah, but that's the general. Eric Adams got, I think, less votes than Zoran did in the final vote tabulation than Zoran did in rank 1, like round 1 of ranked choice voting. And yeah, I talked about this already. Let's add to this. Adams won by 7,200 votes, and Nancy Pelosi promptly invited him as a featured guest to brief congressional Democrats on messaging strategy. Zoran won by 116,000 votes, and Hakeem Jeffries is basically insisting he's never heard of him. When Eric Adams won the Democratic primary in the mayoral race, the same thing that Zoran just won, he was propped up as a national figure. Nate Silver was literally talking about how he should be the president. He should run as president in the Democratic Party. Mamdani put up FDR numbers on and Dem-elites refused to endorse him because he won't toe the line on Israel. They'll couch it squishy and mopey, heeding concerns of Jewish voters and liberalese, but it's 100% about Mamdani's refusal to spout Israel has a right to defend itself problem. Some people are saying it's not just about Israel. They think it's like socialism as well. But I think it's mostly about Israel. I don't think Brad Lander will be getting this level of fucking animosity when there are a lot of, Brad Lander himself was a DSA guy until 2023, and Brad Lander also had a bunch of progressive policies, maybe not to the same extent as Zoran Mamdani, but, you know. Yeah, Cuomo actually wound up with 24K more votes than Adams got in 2021 when he won the final round narrowly. Mamdani just transformed the electorate. Zoran got 86% of Brad Lander's votes. Wait, no. No, it's all the people who rank Zoran over Cuomo. Yeah. I want to mention something here, but like, people might get mad at me for saying this, but I don't think Brad Lander is a liberal. He's a liberal Zionist, but I don't think he's a liberal. He was a DSA guy for most of his fucking life. I mean, it's okay to say he's a liberal, to be like, look at the liberal socialist allegiance, like this is what it's supposed to look like, but like he was a fucking DSA guy, you know? He's just nerd maxing. So a lot of people think he's like, he's got liberal aesthetics. Anyway. But yeah.
In the meantime, Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani scores a huge win over Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic primary, widening the gap after the results of ranked choice voting were officially computed by the Board of Elections.
Political reporter Marsha Kramer is here with more. Marsha.
Well, Dick and Jess, this could be one of the most unusual elections the city has ever seen because the charismatic 33-year-old will not only have to face off against a sitting mayor running as an independent and a slew of others who are...
I've been at the DSA enough to spot a Slotkin who left the DSA for being too far left. I mean, I don't think he left the DSA for being too far left. I think he left the DSA because of Israel. And even then, he's a interesting dude. And the reason why I think he's an interesting dude is because I don't know if you guys know this, but we've covered some of his background here, and like a lot of the opposition, like a lot of the oppo research done on his background actually talked about how many dangerous radicals his office associated with, and he himself associated with, Linda Sarsour being one example, having actual anti-Zionist Jews come out of his tutelage. And even, like, it was basically like a breeding ground for anti-Zionist Jews and also anti-Zionist, scarier than anti-Zionist Jews, anti-Zionist Muslims as well. So, like, you clearly are not that much of a fucking lunatic or a rabid Israel defender if you have friendships and associations like that. Unusual, you and the people who think like you see this win as unusual, intelligent, empathetic people see it as inevitable. Wait, what? I don't think you understood anything I was talking about here. What are you talking about? What? No, what I was talking about unusual is like, normally when someone is a liberal Zionist, they got the fucking yellow ribbon on their Twitter account and they basically fucking regurgitate Kahanist sentiment, okay? Brad Lander is not like that at all. He is a liberal Zionist, but he's like in the Bernie camp. He's a liberal Zionist who associates with regular frequency. Oh, that's what the reporter said. I said that too. Sorry. Okay, that's why. That was where my confusion is. My confusion comes from the fact that I also use the term unusual, so I thought the chatter was addressing me and not Marsha Kramer.
They're hoping to offer a choice to his left-of-center politics, but a president who is dead set against him.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him.
A stunning remark from President Trump about the winner of the Democratic mayoral primary after a reporter told him that Zohran Mamdani threatened to defy ICE. It provoked this response from Mamdani on social media. Quote, his statements don't just represent an attack on our democracy, but an attempt to send a message to every New Yorker who refuses to hide in the shadows. If you speak up, they will come for you. On the very day that Zohran Mamdani officially won the Democratic mayoral primary with a 12...
No, Brad Lander is a leftist, dude. Stop saying he's not a leftist. He fucking is. Come on, dude. What's the expectation? Like, especially by American standards, especially by like elected official standards, Brad Lander is a leftist.
12-point, 56-44 win over Andrew Cuomo. He got a welcome to the wacky world of the 2025 mayoral race from President Trump.
The only reason why he's not like an actual full-blown leftist is because he's not anti-Israel. I wouldn't even. I think he's even more than fucking Elizabeth Warren. Is my point. Now, I don't think it's an unfair association to say that you can't be a leftist if you're a liberal Zionist. You know, he's a progressive except for Palestine, classic. But even then, he's like more progressive than the obvious person. Anyway, whatever. Hassan, let it go. He's not going to come on your stream. First of all, what the fuck is this idiotic? Oh God, Hidejio offliner, permaban. Okay, bitch, you think I give a fuck about the New York comptroller coming on my fucking stream? Some of y'all are so fucking stupid, dude. You think there's a cynical reason as to why I'm saying the things I believe? At what point are you dumb fucks going to realize if I'm saying something, there is no secret reason for why I'm saying it other than I believe it, okay? Holy shit. How many fucking years has it been of people being like, Hassan, if you keep this rhetoric up, you're going to get fucking banned. Hassan, if you keep this rhetoric up, no one is going to fucking come on your stream. Hassan, if you keep this rhetoric up, you know, people are going to get mad. God damn, dude. Anyway, that fucking particular chatter is the most annoying, okay? That's why I fucking banned them. They're unfucking bearable, constantly talking about drama baiting while simultaneously drama baiting. Let's continue.
Who said he hoped a Republican could beat him, or maybe the sitting mayor.
We have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person.
At an unrelated press conference on crime stats, Mayor Adams ducked questions about Trump, preferring to focus on the role of the mayor to let federal immigration agents do their job.
And anyone that is an elected or not should never interfere with federal authorities carrying out their function.
Mamdani said he was humbled by the breadth of his support. Over 540,000 New Yorkers voted for him, saying he is, quote, excited to expand this coalition even further as we defeat Eric Adams and win a city government that puts working people first. Andrew Cuomo is holding his cards close to the vest about whether he will actively campaign on the independent line he has secured. A spokesman said he wants to assess the feelings of more than 1 million independent voters who will be able to have a say in the general election. Extremism, division, and empty promises are not the answer to the city's problems. While this was a look at what motivates a slice of our primary electorate, it does not represent the majority, said a Cuomo spokesman. This as another independent entered the race, Cuban-American biotech engineer Joseph Hernandez, who took a shot at Mamdani's socialist platform.
I was born in Cuba, a country where socialism destroyed opportunity. My family lost everything.
I cannot predict what's going to happen in November except one thing. New Yorkers are energized. New Yorkers are focused, and they're going to come in larger numbers than we've seen before.
So here's the score.
Good analysis, man.
Card for November.
One of my favorite things is when people go, my family lost everything. I hate socialism. I'm from Cuba. My family lost everything in Cuba. And then you look at their family history and their fucking grandparents were getting their eyeballs clawed out by the fucking Batista administration. You know? And it's like, okay, dickhead, why the fuck are you shitting on the dudes who actually liberated your fucking family from the torture regime that was backed by the American government? Suck my dick. Have a little bit of fucking respect, Ted Cruz. No, there's obviously the meta of people who left after, okay? My family lost their fucking sugar plantation ass motherfuckers. But a lot of the fucking, dude, it's hilarious. A lot of the expat culture, or a lot of the migrant culture in this country, because they came to America as like refugees, a lot of that culture actually shapes this like weird reactionary bubble. Even if Cuban immigrants themselves actually were escaping Batista, they will still turn around and act like they were escaping Castro. Okay? It's this very funny, completely fucking made up story. This isn't to say that there aren't people who like escaped because, you know, they didn't want to give up their farms or whatever. But like there is a fuck ton of people who just lie and say Castro tortured their family when in fact it's not Castro, it's motherfucking Batista. Okay? And yeah, Iran, there's another, this meta exists within Iran as well. People being like, oh, we we left during the tortures that were taking place during the revolution, and it's like, but then you look up their timeline, and it's like they escaped the Shah. What the fuck do you mean? It was the communists or the Islamists that tortured your family. You left during the Shah. It's not lost on me that I think a lot of people, in an effort to fit in, realize that they just have to lie about this shit. Damn, I didn't realize Batista was like that. I like Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay, yeah, the Batista bomb. Batista bomb, baby. That's what Batista was doing. Doing a Batista bomb on people's grandparents.
Donnie the Democrat, Curtis Sliwa the Republican, Adams on the independent line, Independents Joseph Hernandez, Jim Walden, and Andrew Cuomo.
Would you say the same about Venezuelans? Every group has this formation. For many that come far after that, they're escaping the harrowing conditions, oftentimes born because of American intervention, whether it be like crippling sanctions or whatnot in Cuba or crippling sanctions or whatnot in Venezuela. But then in an effort to assimilate, in an effort to make a legal application for asylum, they're like, yeah, I hate the communism that has made me eat rats. And then that story that they tell others become their own fucking story. Okay? That's it. Yeah, Vietnamese people are another example. But Vietnamese people are a really interesting example because, like, I talk to Vietnamese people that are around my age and younger, and they're conflicted. Their families are right-wing, right? And their families are anti-communist. But they also simultaneously have a sense of patriotism for what Ho Chi Minh did. Because Vietnam is an independent nation that gets to participate in the global marketplace. So it's like a unique predicament. No, I'm not talking about Jason the Ween, chat. I don't think I've ever asked Jason about his opinions on Vietnam in general. But there are a lot of like younger Vietnamese people in America that are either super radical and like don't have any fear saying that they're socialists or whatever. But then there are some who are like, I'm supposed to hate communism, but also at the same time I'm supposed to feel pride because communists unify the country and were able to win the war of independence against America. There was a poll in the 2024 election of Vietnamese Americans had the single highest left-right differential by age. That makes total sense. As a Vietnamese Chinese Australian, was brought up hating communism in Vietnam. My Chinese grandfather was in the Red Army, Lemao.
A moment like this is made for Steve Kornacki, and he's joining me now, our national political correspondent. And Steve, what are the big takeaways now that you've crunched all the numbers and we get a sense of that ranked order that voters were able to express their opinions?
Yeah, I mean, an interesting and unusual primary in a couple ways. First of all, the methodology, like you say, using the ranked choice system. Not many places do that. Let's just show you first how that played out. These were the preliminary.
Gender socialist, Venezuelan here. The reactionary aspect of Venezuelan expat is largely born from real degradation of material conditions and status in Venezuela under Chavez and especially Maduro. And you are right that U.S. sanctions played a role in that. But a lot of blame is on the incompetence and outright corruption of Chavez and Maduro. Leftists in the U.S. tend not to pay any heed to the latter of that. Not saying the opposition is any better, but it's not as black and white as the Fidel Cuba situation. I would go so far as to say that that is a perfectly fair analysis for especially Maduro, but not for Chavez. And the reason why I would say not for Chavez is because Chavez was a great man. Yes, that. But also because Chavez spent so much time trying to diversify the Venezuelan economy and was met with the same exact forces that were directly aligned with the American Chamber of Commerce and the American CIA that literally successfully and then unsuccessfully tried to coup him. So it's not like Chavez didn't recognize that being a single resource economy was going to be a death sentence for Venezuela. Okay? When the going was good, he did actively try and yield better agricultural production, take some kind of control over the grocery stores. Like the grocery store owners are grocery store owners and media company owners in South American countries are like the most elite business fascists you can ever fucking engage with. So they fucked him over very aggressively, as a matter of fact. And that led to obviously, additional complications coming out of the Maduro administration, which basically has been running on Chavez's gains and the Chavista movement in perpetuity as the the amount of supporters that he has gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Chavez did do good social stuff, but he ran PDVSA, the oil company, into the ground and was incompetent in running the oil industry. My dad worked in that and explained it to me, but you're correct, and very much corrupt fascist aspects of a lot of Venezuelan elites in Gusanos. Chavez was kidnapped. His forced deposition is signed by a judge. All he did back was expanding the course. The guy was restrained to a fault. No, the argument around running the oil company into the ground is the same thing that the Iranian, same thing that British Petroleum said about Iran. That was the fear. I think the best possible way for that to continue is by allowing Chavez to overtake and nationalize and continue working in an advisory role to ensure that the oil production is not degraded. It's still a direct consequence of the Venezuelan oil company was nationalized for a long ass time and only stopped working as well under his latter years. Chavez wasn't a socialist. He was a bourgeois nationalist who consolidated economic, political, and social power. Socialism is democratic and decentralized control of productive forces. Venezuela is the antithesis of this. I know. Real socialism has never been implemented. It's never been tried. Any attempt in the direction of socializing, okay, socialization is utterly meaningless. It has existed in Spain. Oh my God. Fucking Brian killed me, dude. And then also the French Commune, right? I know, chatter. Yes, I know what kind of leftist you are, okay? I know what your tendency is from the way you fucking type this, okay? Real socialism only exists within the Zapatista movement and also within the French Commune and also for a short period. None of these are there is no like real existing perfectly functioning socialist state. Socialist states are transitional states. They're transitional socialist states. Okay? And there are plenty of transitional socialist states that have tried to move in the direction of socialism. And I'm not going to sit around and be like, no, they suck. I think what's important is to learn from their mistakes. Sankara consolidated power as a bourgeois nationalist. Exactly. All right, let's continue with this.
Area results.
Here's another fake socialist, Zoran Mamdani. Okay, where are the workers' councils? Why has he not advocated to violently seize control from the capital owners and deliver the means of production back to the working class in his campaigning? What a fucking fake ass Zoran Mamdani is. Okay, again. Fake-ass socialist, another bourgeois labor aristocrat born with a fucking silver spoon in his mouth, okay? Or what were they saying? They were saying that he's like, they were using the classic anti-Semitic trope against Zoran, which I thought was really funny. They were saying he's a rootless cosmopolitan who is controlling the media. It's actually Ugandan Indian Muslims who control the media. A rootless cosmopolitan who's here to destabilize the superior Western forces, the superior Western civilization. Anyway, you're joking, but there are a lot of ML Union types who say that about him. I don't care.
Had these last week. Remember, this is just the first choice votes for everybody that came in last week. More than 10 candidates in this race, and under ranked choice, they start eliminating the candidates, the low-performing candidates, and they
Stalker Service Online trying to start to say he's doing taquilla. That's my favorite. This is my favorite racist trope. I don't know. I mean, I guess this is like when transphobes will say some shit that like trans people don't know about. You know what I mean? Like transphobes will say something that like supposedly trans people are doing, and it's like a part of trans culture somehow, but it's such an extreme edge case or something, and like most normal trans people have no idea what the fuck that even means. Taquilla is this for Muslims, okay? For those of you who don't know, growing up in a, autogynephilia, right? That's like, AGP is the example that I was thinking of as well, for like a lot of trans people that don't know what the fuck that is. It's like something that transphobes know very much about, okay? I grew up in a Muslim country for the first 18 years of my life. I never heard this, okay? I never heard this word until I came to the United States of America. And the only reason why I learned about it is because 20 plus years ago, some grifter seeded the word taqiyya among boomers. And the funny thing is most Muslims have never heard of it. I, to this day, have never met a fucking Muslim living in America or living in a Muslim country that knows what this word is. But if you asked back in the day, racist, anti-Islam, the racist Islamophobes, this is the practice of Muslims hiding their true intentions in an effort to infiltrate fifth column style Western civilization. Like, I think at some point, like, these races realize, like, a lot of the Muslims that live in the Western world are, like, fairly fucking progressive, a lot more progressive than they are. So they had to, so they had to basically redesign a meme, redesign a fucking, a word, or redesign like a reason for why they were seeing that Muslims were like more progressive than they thought they were. Yeah, no, it's that a Muslim can hide his religion by lying to preserve his life. Exactly. And you hear this concept only in the most like extreme Islamophobic places. But since when do most Christians not believe lying is ever morally justified? You'll tell the Nazis, oh yeah, Anne Frank's got a studio in the attic. I'm sure there's some Kantian out there who would never tell any kind of lie, but most people think lying is permissible if you're trying to prevent persecution. Yeah, Zoran is a radical Islamist jihadist, but also he's trying to trans the kids, and his wife is hot, is another... I don't even want to talk about Zoran's wife. I'm so grossed out by people who constantly fucking talk about his wife. Anyway, I don't even want to get into that part, but... But yeah, basically, this is not a fucking known thing in the Muslim world, okay? It's not. Some people say like Shia Muslims hide that they're Shia or something. I don't fucking even know about that. I am not Shia. But this is not like a common practice where Muslims are hiding that they are Muslim. That's not a thing. I'm doing taqiyya by saying I'm Muslim, but also simultaneously abiding by progressive values and even drinking alcohol at different times. You aren't enough of a head to know about taqiyya? Okay. Maybe things have changed. Maybe the meta has changed in Islam, in Turkey as well. How can we be sure you're not a secret Alevi? Oh man, yeah. Yeah, I respect my dede. That's funny. Alevi is a Turkish thing. It's like Alawites, but it's not exactly like Alawites in Syria. It's a different subclassification, subcategorization of Muslims in Turkey that have been ruthlessly persecuted. Anyway, why are we even talking about this? Holy shit. Oh no, the lid. My lid is blown. Okay, my cover is blown. They now know I'm doing taqiyya. Okay, let's keep going.
You look at the ballots and who were the second choices of those voters, and they reallocate everything. So that's what happened. And it went from 43 for Mamdani, 36 for Cuomo. You saw a distant third was Bradlander with 11%. When everything got reallocated, it ends up looking like this, that 12.56, 44% margin for Mamdani over Cuomo. Now, what's interesting is, besides the system itself, what went into that 50...
Taqiyya is the dumbest thing to make fun of. It's basically like Christians hid the fact that they didn't believe in the Trinity in the Roman Empire. Shiites hid that they're Shiites. Yeah, okay, but like the overwhelming majority of the Muslim world, at least like the Sunnis, myself included, have no fucking idea what taqiyya is, okay? And its practical application in contemporary American society is that every Muslim is hiding that they're actually Muslim in an effort to infiltrate American society and ruin it from within. So obviously I'm gonna fucking make fun of it. Calm down, someone you banned. You're making it seem like I'm enforcing like some kind of anti-Shia sentiment here when my boy right here is Shia himself, okay?
56%, because when we talk about elections, it's almost like a cliche. What's one of the things we always say? Well, older people tend to vote more than younger people. There's going to be higher turnout with senior citizens, and it's going to be a struggle for these campaigns to get young people out. Not really what happened here. Let me show you this. One way of breaking down the results, we looked at all of the neighborhoods in New York City, and we looked at the median age.
Abi TSK'daki Gülenciler Konya'da kapılarına rakı şişeleri falan koyuyorlardı. Seküler gözükmek için bizim bir komşu vardı mecliste bomba atan pilot. Seküler falan zannediyorduk. I guess the Gülenists were doing taqiyya in Turkey. In order to present themselves as secular, they would put alcoholic beverages outside of their house.
Age in New York City, and we basically classify the neighborhoods. Is its median age older than New York City's average, or is it younger? And look at the difference you see here. In the older neighborhoods, we knew that Cuomo was doing better with older voters, and a lot of folks thought that's why he had an advantage over Mamdani, because traditionally that's how you win elections. Well, Cuomo won those older neighborhoods by 7 points. Now, the turnout level in those older neighborhoods compared to the last mayor's race in 2021, it was basically flat. It was up 1%. Now look at the other side of it. The younger neighborhoods, we knew that's where Mamdani was drawing more of his support. He wins there by almost 20 points, 18-point margin over Cuomo in the younger neighborhoods. But look at the turnout in those places compared to...
Seems like the youth is trying to globalize the enchiladas.
The last mayor's race, up 14%. So you see two things here. Mamdani squeezed more out of the younger neighborhoods than Cuomo got out of the older neighborhoods, but then there was sort of a bonus there for Mamdani because the turnout in those neighborhoods was higher than it was in the older neighborhoods. That's a different story than we usually tell when we look at elections, and it's a big ingredient what Mamdani pulled off. You're not just beating Cuomo, but beating him by double digits, and you raise that question of would Cuomo go on to the general election and take a shot third party in the fall? Does the magnitude of his loss in this primary, not just losing it by 12, you have to wonder, does that affect the decision making for him as well?
Steve, that's so interesting. It tells us so much about where the energy is, and certainly really gives us something to track as we head toward the general election. You are
1 week ago, we shocked the establishment and redrew the political map, where the campaign relentlessly focused on the needs of working people. Since then, a lot of people have asked me if I was surprised by the results. In some ways, I was. We always thought our victory would come after multiple rounds of ranked choice voting. So when we got more first-round votes than Eric Adams got in 7 rounds in the last election, it was astonishing. But in other ways, this was always the plan. We wanted to rebuild a coalition that had...
The only taquilla he's doing is hiding how much he wants to help the American people, because the American people, when they hear someone who wants to help them, get scared and they go, oh, that might be socialism. That's the taquilla, okay, that every leftist should be doing, not the Islamic style taquilla. What is this? Is it one of the most haram things for a Sunni to do? Wait, what? It is one of the most haram things for Sunni Muslims, while it is considered okay for Shias. It is one of the main dividing factors between the two sects. It is common word in Iran because Shia Islam allows it, or hiding that you are Shia is the most common usage. Can we please stop? Please, I don't care. That's not what any of this is about in the Western world, okay? It is yet another one of these things that Reddit atheists and like rabid Islamophobes took and started using to make it seem... I told you what the American version of it is, okay? I told you what the American version of this is. And there is a fucking reason why so many people, even Muslims themselves, have not actually heard of this, okay? Have heard of this terminology. A lot of New York City registered Dems voted for Trump in 2024, including Latino and East, South Asian heavy neighborhoods in Queens, where Mamdani ran up huge margins. It is very likely that several thousand people that voted for Trump voted for Mamdani. Leave New York City announces to the locals. Hassan's taquilla alibi is by having Kaya Dog in the house to confuse the r/atheism. Yes. Yes, Iraqi wizard already explained it. Basically, there's a passage from Hadith said that some friends of the Prophet that allied with Imam Ali, original Shias, let's say, hid their allegiance to Imam Ali when they visited the capital when Abu Bakr was appointed the highest religious leader of Muslims against the wishes of the Prophet. They feared that they would be prosecuted. Current imams in Iraq and Iran have recognized this fact and issued a fatwa. So it's a Shia thing. Oh my God. Now I understand why black people tell you to stay out of their business. Okay, but I don't tell people to stay out of Muslim people's business either. Okay? It doesn't fucking matter. But because we have a very neurodivergent community, they're just like singularly focused on this now. And everyone wants to, not only is it a taste of neurodivergence, it's also a taste of wanting to be the most knowledgeable in the chat. Okay? When these two forces are combined, it creates this fucking volcano. This faucet of information in the chat where everybody's like, no, you don't understand. I'm super knowledgeable on this and I'm super autistic. So I can't stop myself from basically writing Wikipedia articles in the chat. That's it. That's all it is. It's not like ill-intentioned either. It's like, it's just people trying to vomit out as much information as possible to inform others. So it's fine.
Afraid over years of disappointment and neglect to win people back to a Democratic Party that puts working people first. So let's break it down. Last November, New York City saw some of the biggest shifts towards Donald Trump of anywhere in the country. Much of it took place in working class and immigrant neighborhoods. A few days after the election, we went to Hillside Avenue in Queens and Fordham Road in the Bronx, not to lecture, but to listen. And what we heard was a desire to bring down the cost of living. That was our focus, and many of those voters came back. Brighton Beach went for Trump by 44 points. Last week, we won it by 16. College Point was a +11 Trump neighborhood. We took it by 8 points. We saw similar or even bigger swings at Bath Beach, Astoria Heights, and the North Shore of Staten Island. The headline is clear. We can win back voters many have written off if we give them something to vote for, not just tell them what to be against. When Eric Adams eked out a win by 7,000 votes 4 years ago, he called it a mandate and pronounced himself the new face of the Democratic Party. Even then, it was a little ridiculous. But in some neighborhoods, he did put up impressive margins. Take Flatbush, for example. Eric Adams dominated there, double digits ahead of his next rival. On Tuesday, there was also a double-digit victory, except it was for us, over Andrew Cuomo. We flipped Crown Heights by 45 points, North Corona by 33, and Jamaica by a staggering 57 points. These are the outer borough voters that Eric Adams said he'd bring with him to City
Open
Hall.
presents,
He
thank you
served
for
as
the
donor
100 gifted
instead.
subs.
Whether we're talking about young voters, older voters, or just plain disaffected New Yorkers, no campaign in recent history has been as successful at driving new voter registrations, especially in the 100 days before the election. Just take a look at this graph. According to the Times, in the 14 days before the registration deadline, about 37,000 people registered to vote. That's over 10 times the number of new registrations over the same period of time in the 2021 mayoral primary. As a result, we won big with 0 prime voters, New Yorkers who had not voted in any recent mayoral primary. For instance, in Gravesend, at least 32% of all voters were first-time primary voters. Most campaigns focus on triple primes, New Yorkers who voted in the last 3 primaries. But this strategy ignores most of our city. Yet we knew that we could turn them out if they saw themselves in our policies. We ran a campaign that tried to talk to every New Yorker. Whether I could speak their language, आपकी वजह से हमने $8 million raise किया है, 6 लाख से ज़्यादा दरवाजे खटखटाए, or just tried. Que se comprometa al bienestar. All the words are new. And the coalition that came out on Tuesday reflected the mosaic of these 5 boroughs. We won South Asian neighborhoods by huge margins in places like City.
Bubblegum Bunny Girl. What the fuck? We got a new oiler in the chat. There ain't no way Bubblegum Bunny Girl is also from Qatar, right? The glorious oil-rich nation of Qatar. There's no way. The emerald of the Gulf. My beauty, Qatar.
Line, Ozone Park, Jamaica Hills. We won Latino neighborhoods like Corona, Washington Heights, Pelham Bay, and Woodhaven. We won many of the same Chinese voters that turned out for Trump in Flushing.
Okay, I'm fucking bored. I'm sorry. I've heard it a lot. All right. No disrespect. Let's get to
overseas.
Let's get to some Iran updates, and then we're going to talk about the Trump situation. Shout out to Zoran's media team. They do a great job with these videos. Yes. I know. I'm being disrespectful to Zoran. There's a lot more news to talk about, especially Israel. Israel's agreed to condition for a 60-day Gaza ceasefire, Trump says. Okay? That's huge. That's huge news. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about the details. But before we do that,
Iran's foreign minister is talking with CBS News, his first interview with American television since the 12-day air war with Israel began. He spoke to Imtiaz Taib about his country's nuclear ambitions and the aftermath of the U.S. attack on Iranian nuclear sites.
We met Abbas Araghchi in what's known as the Hall of Mirrors, inside Iran's foreign ministry.
If Iran can enrich uranium within a few months' time, will it enrich uranium?
We're currently in the process of assessments post the Israeli and American aggression. But this enrichment is a matter of national pride and glory. I solemnly hope that the world over will also come to the understanding and accept that the Iranian people have the right to benefit from the bounties of a peaceful nuclear program, and that they will not easily back down.
President Trump has made it clear that he will bomb your country's nuclear facilities again if Iran does indeed start enriching uranium again. Are you prepared for that?
Is this a lawful act?
You tell me.
We showed and proved during this 12-day imposed war that we have the ability to defend ourselves, and we will continue to do so should any aggression be launched against us.
Some could argue that developing a nuclear weapons program is potentially in Iran's best interests, given the threats it now faces.
We do not think that in order to defend ourselves, we would be in need of nuclear armaments.
Boo.
Having possession of nuclear armaments, mind you, might even put us in a more fragile position. There are others inside Iran who might not see eye to eye with my opinion.
And what's clear to us is the Iranian leadership is calibrated.
You need it, man. You need it. You need it. When? When will you, he's baiting us, diversion? No, he's not. I don't think he is. Okay?
We're actually...
Steve Scalise, a 35-year-old who's sitting in his mom's basement playing video games, going to have to get a job again? Bro, why is he fucking shitting on the Asmongold constituency right now? This puts Asmongold in a weird predicament.
Cutting spending in this bill, getting rid of a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse, putting work requirements, for example, in a program like Medicaid so that the truly disabled and needy will be able to get better access to Medicaid because those able-bodied adults who are turning down work, the 35-year-old who's sitting at his mom's basement playing video games, is going to have to go get a job again. Those are going to be good things for the economy, but it's also something that helps reduce waste, fraud, and
abuse. That's really messed up. I've applied to 30 jobs, haven't heard back from any of them. I want to work. Yeah, everybody always talks about this like massive amounts of readily available open jobs, and it seems like nobody has found them. You know, people are fucking constantly looking for jobs. Even motherfuckers with jobs are looking for different jobs. And it seems like all of these openings lead to nothing. And I don't know what is going on. Like, I feel like most people have just decided that job listings are fake. Unless they're talking about gig economy work or something. But I've yet to see these readily available jobs where people are just like desperate for you know, more work. No, my friend applied to Lowe's and got an interview immediately. I had to explain why. I've been sending job applications for new work for 3 months straight with no replies. I rely on Medicaid, so I'm royally fucked by this. This is about to become a nation of Luigi Mangionis. Do you think there's enough contention within the Iranian administration around whether they should get nuclear weapons that could cause a coup or shuffle in their power structure? I don't know. But in any case, we're moving away from Iran, and we're talking about Israel, the most important nation on the planet, one that we have forgotten about, except we haven't really forgotten about it. They're still doing a genocide. It's been 633 days, and I cover it every single day for the past 633 days. Holy shit, that is insane. Anyway, now, Israel's agreed to conditions for a 60-day ceasefire, Trump says. Trump, out of nowhere, revealed this. He's on Truth Social, because that's where diplomacy is conducted. My representatives had a long and productive meeting with the Israelis today on Gaza. Israel's agreed to the necessary conditions to finalize their 60-day ceasefire, during which time we will work with all parties to end the war. The Qataris and Egyptians, who have worked very hard to help bring peace, will deliver this final proposal. I hope for the good of the Middle East that Hamas takes this deal, because it will not get better, it will only get worse. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, and then Trey Yingst also echoed that statement. Now, here's the thing. As we know, Israel is the only spoiling party in these back and forth ceasefire negotiations. The very fact that they're saying it's only a 60-day ceasefire is insane. At this point, holy shit. It is a permanent ceasefire, man. You have to do a permanent ceasefire. What the fuck do you mean 60-day ceasefire? They also have not revealed any of the information that pertains to this ceasefire, what the conditions that Israel said yes to, okay? And so I am going to be very skeptical about this. Having said that, the deterioration of Israel's military ambitions, the fact that they're still eating lead when they are continuing to do their ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign inside of Gaza, makes it less likely for them to continue this ambitious ethnic cleansing campaign. So for that reason, they might be more ready to come to terms, come to the table. GHF now runs Gaza, I'm willing to bet. No, they do not. Hamas leader Osama Hamdan says to Al Jazeera, for 4 weeks, we haven't heard a clear American stance condemning Netanyahu's rejection of the ceasefire proposal. Netanyahu is trying to exploit his battle with Iran to go to early elections. There's been nothing new from the occupation side for 4 weeks regarding a ceasefire. We are keen to reach an agreement that stops the aggression against our people. We are making efforts with mediators to stop the aggression and open the crossings. The continuation of the aggression will lead to the continuation of the resistance. We have presented a comprehensive vision that leads to a comprehensive deal. Netanyahu is practicing blackmail at the expense of our people's blood. The American administration is still in a position that does not qualify to be a serious mediator. We are determined to strive for a ceasefire that saves our people. The Palestinian people must be granted their right to a sovereign state. The American administration knows that Netanyahu has become an international fugitive from justice. Washington believes that exonerating Netanyahu at the local level might exonerate him internationally. If that is their calculation, they are wrong. My suspicion is that Donald Trump has whatever fucking Miriam Adelson wants as his primary goal in Israel, his primary goal in Gaza and in the West Bank, which means a annexation of all territories that Israel has been able to acquire, which is not much in the Gaza Strip. But then a forcible ethnic cleansing campaign of the remaining Gazan population with the hopes of re-upping and rearming to intensify their efforts of permanent annexation militarily of the West Bank, with another purge that will also take place also in the West Bank. So that is what I think is the goal for Donald Trump. And in an effort to do so, he also wants to offer freedom, clemency to Benjamin Netanyahu from internal prosecution, because as you know, Benjamin Netanyahu is not just an ICC war criminal. He also has a subsequent prosecution, a case that is pending in Israeli courts. Purged where? Anywhere. UAE, Sinai Peninsula, anywhere but the Gaza Strip. Netanyahu is an international fugitive because of America. Getting a pardon from his partner in crime is nonsense. No, of course. Donald Trump has also talked about how he might stop funding Israel. They continue prosecuting Benjamin Netanyahu. He said this recently. I don't know if you remember. It didn't really make a blip in mainstream news, but he did say that. He said, Israel will give you billions of dollars. How dare you prosecute Benjamin Netanyahu? Donald Trump has also simultaneously attacked the ICC. Here it is. Trump's pro-Bibi pressure campaign from June 29th. It's terrible what they're doing in Israel to Bibi Netanyahu, Trump wrote. He's a war hero and a prime minister who did a fabulous job working with the United States to bring great success in getting rid of the dangerous nuclear threat in Iran. Trump claimed Netanyahu is in the process of negotiating a deal with Hamas, which will include getting the hostages back, and questioned how Israel could force its leader to sit in a courtroom all day long over nothing. He then warned the United States of America spends billions of dollars a year, far more than any other nation, protecting and supporting Israel. We are not going to stand for this. The extraordinary statement was widely interpreted as an effort to leverage U.S. military assistance to pressure Israel to cancel the trial. Now, my question is, if America has that much motion in Israeli politics, which they don't, by the way, this is one of the aspects of Israeli sovereignty that I don't think Trump could technically manipulate, but I guess it wouldn't be all that shocking if they have even that level of power, right? But notice how he can dangle military assistance to get Israel to do stuff internally that they might not want to do against their own laws and against their own rules. Where is the sovereignty in this fucking nation state? Why can't he dangle the military assistance over Israel's inability to come to terms with a fucking reasonable ceasefire? Perhaps it is because Israel's ethnic cleansing ambition in the Gaza Strip is also directly in line with America's interest, which also happens to be ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip. The judges didn't postpone this because of Trump. Oh, the Israeli court has refused to postpone Netanyahu's corruption trial even after Trump demanded that the case be dropped. They initially postponed the Netanyahu trial because of the Iran stuff. Because this did get postponed. It did get postponed once due to the Iranian strikes. In any case, Trump is trying to manipulate internal politics inside of Israel. But yeah, his Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial delayed on diplomatic and security grounds. The Israeli court's decision to cancel this week's hearing in the long-running trial came after Donald Trump said the case should be thrown out. So when they said no, they still turned around and 2 days later postponed it. They had previously postponed it already because of the threat of Iran, and they postponed it again, I guess. Given a pardon given to a great hero, a war hero. Netanyahu was indicted in 2019, charges on bribery, fraud, and breach of trust, all of which he denies. He has cast the trial against him as an orchestrated left-wing witch hunt meant to topple a democratically elected right-wing leader. Also, Yair Netanyahu was summoned to give testimony at the police regarding the diplomatic passports case. He is suspected of having unlawfully received a diplomatic passport from the foreign ministry after moving his residence to Miami. Oh, don't even get me started on fucking Yair Netanyahu. White House spokesperson. The president wrote the post about Netanyahu himself. Netanyahu had to go to court while he was in the middle of negotiations for peace and a hostage deal. The president understands this well. He too was a victim of a legal system that tried to imprison him. He believes Netanyahu was a great leader for Israel. Yeah, Yair Netanyahu is Benjamin Netanyahu's Groiper son. It's ironic that the fucking corruption scandal revolves around Benjamin Netanyahu basically purchasing favorable coverage, and the very same channels are still offering him favorable coverage in the process of this prosecution. So yeah. BB's son is a Nazi. I mean, BB is a Nazi. His son is literally a groiper though, which is funny. His son is a 4chan poster. Like he groips. He used to post stuff like Jewish puppeteer memes on his Facebook page. I remember he would post about how what's his face, George Soros was the Jewish puppeteer ruining Western civilization. It's like, bro, you're Jewish. Like, what are you doing? What are you fucking saying? Yeah, he groips. He was like a Kekistani guy. Yeah. Lives in Miami. Is a groiped up shouty. Yeah, he was posting alien reptile and cloak figure in Yair Netanyahu's meme have old new origins. Yeah, see, look. Screenshot of a portion of the cartoon posted by Yair Netanyahu on Facebook. George Soros puppeteering is a shadowy figure, a lizard person who's controlling the world, who's using the Illuminati as a shadowy figure to fucking control with dollars dangling in front of Ehud Barak. Very funny because I don't know how to doing merchant memes as Benjamin Netanyahu's son is so funny, but then also doing merchant memes, Jewish merchant memes, okay, like Jewish puppeteer memes about the Jewish state, in air quotes, makes it even funnier, okay? It's fucking hilarious. He's like, yes, BB's son was posting this shit. Like, dog, you know people that use this meme use it on your dad, right? Like, for the most part. They're talking about you, big dog. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? I am an artist from Israel, and this is my art. Hello, I am an artist from Israel, and this is my art. Yes, graphic design is my passion. Anyway, okay. I mean, when you think about it, apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Benjamin Netanyahu is a literal Holocaust revisionist, which again also comes across as funny and unique and silly when I say it, but it's true. Look up Benjamin Netanyahu Holocaust revisionism. He is quite literally a Holocaust revisionist. He claimed very famously that because he's so fucking anti-Palestinian and so racist that he tried to find a way to blame the Palestinians for the Holocaust. So he repeated this trope that you sometimes hear from other Zionists, including maybe even Zionists who put this in their fucking completely irrelevant copyright cases, that the Grand Mufti of Palestine at the time, which was a British appointment, okay, was responsible for the Holocaust, the execution of the Jews in the Holocaust. Because Benjamin Netanyahu claimed that Adolf Hitler simply wanted to deport the Jews, not kill them, until he talked to the Mufti, the Palestinian, British Mandate Palestine Mufti. And then the British Mandate Palestine Mufti told Hitler to kill the Jews instead. And Hitler was like, wow, that seems like a great idea. Thank you. And that's why he did the final solution. This is one of the most insane ways to engage in Holocaust revisionism, especially because motherfucking Adolf Hitler was not exactly shy about what he wanted to do to the Jews. Like, there was never a moment. He is like one of the most well-documented anti-Semites of all time. He literally wrote a book about it. Okay. So the idea that he learned anti-Semitism and he invented a new way to deal with the Jews from the Palestinian Mufti is so fucking funny. He literally defended Adolf Hitler. Yeah. Netanyahu actually said Hitler didn't really want to kill any Jews, but he was fooled into doing it by the Palestinian Mufti.
To exterminate the
Hitler didn't want to,
Jews at the time.
Here,
he wanted to
in English, here.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Khaja Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? Yes. He said, burn them.
No, he definitely wanted to, man. What do you mean? No, you don't have to take the responsibility away from Adolf Hitler, okay? This is crazy. Yeah. Fucking incredible stuff. Yeah, Hitler was groomed by the Palestinian Mufti. The Palestinian Mufti hypnotized him. This is like, this type of stuff is so funny because it's basically like anti-Semitic tropes, but base boosted and like reversed. Because there's also like a classic anti-Semitic trope that like actually, one that John Hagee actually believes, which is that Adolf Hitler did the Holocaust so that like the Jews could have a homeland. Okay, that the Jews were ultimately responsible for the Holocaust once again. Like this is, it's basically taking the ownership of the Holocaust away from the one guy you can't take it away from, okay? Adolf fucking Hitler, and giving it to someone else. And he's doing that because he's so horny to blame the Palestinians, even though 11,000 Palestinians died fighting against the Axis during World War II, for the record. But, you know, we gotta act like people who defend these fucking dickheads are actually sincere about defending anti-Semitism, about combating anti-Semitism. Against the Axis? Wait, no, I did say against the Axis. I didn't say for the Axis. 11,000 Palestinians fought against Nazi Germany and against the Axis. That's what I said. Zero out of 10 failed. Yeah, Palestine has hypnotized the Nazis. Yeah. The wily ways. Hassan, this meme is borderline anti-Semitic. What is this? That's one of the funniest things about the schnoz memes on Twitch is that I'm fairly certain it did not start because of anti-Semitic reasons, but simply because XUC has a giant nose. Anyway. This is the fucking bullshit ceasefire. How North Korea's new warship exposes fast shipbuilding tricks. Wall Street Journal.
Successful side launch of a ship looks like. And this.
I don't like that they're about to dunk on North Korea failing to fucking successfully deploy a new warship. Okay, I don't like that. They have nothing. Let them have this. This is one of those things. This is one of those things where you're supposed to just like look the other way. You're supposed to be like, oh, they're trying. Okay, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. I don't like that they're. You guys know this. I think we should let North Korea do stuff like this, okay? And it's nice. It's just like, let them have this, okay? Let them fucking have this. I think it's really messed up that we're making fun of them for not being able to successfully deploy this fucking ship.
Is Kim Jong-un's brand new 5,000-ton destroyer. It capsized after North Korea tried the same launch method. But what seems like a major setback for North Korea's efforts to modernize its Soviet-era navy offers a rare glimpse into the shadowy relationships between Pyongyang and Moscow.
The botched launch at Chongjin was very embarrassing.
Why do you treat the DPRK like infantile children? It comes across as super racist. I don't know. Maybe because they've been fucking thoroughly destroyed and withstood a horrifying famine under crippling sanctions without America ever giving them a moment of respite. So the very fact that it's not like a completely collapsed society and instead has like or plays as like a competent military on the global stage is almost, it's ambitious. The fact that there's human beings there alone is insane to me. I'm a Jewish supremacist. Okay, fair.
But these ships reveal deep technological ties between Russia and North Korea.
Here's how Moscow appears to be helping Pyongyang build warships faster than China. Recently, North Korea revealed what appeared to be its most sophisticated vessels to date. the capsized Chaehyun-class warship that was put upright by June, and the first Chaehyun destroyer successfully launched in April.
It would be impossible for North Korea to build a ship this quickly without outside assistance.
Yo, you're just jealous, bro. You're just fucking jealous. Yo, you see this? It's jelly beans. Oh, China's helping them out. Why? They're lying. DPRK also lying, sir. What do you mean? Oh, wow, their bitches are too bad. Okay, calm down, all right? Jesus Christ, you don't know them. You don't fucking know them. You don't know them. Maybe it was Russia. Oh, no, it's Russia? Okay, whatever, still.
Mike Plunkett is a naval analyst with defense intelligence company Janes.
On the surface of it, these ships are very impressive. They are modern, they have wide range of capabilities, but there are a few hints that they may not be everything that they appear to be.
Bro, still got to get a couple licks in. You see this? He's like, oh, their fucking ships are badass. Like, they're not capable of building it on their own. But also, their ships suck. Here is why. Okay, which one is it, man? Don't do this. Don't do this.
Elements in the design of North Korea's new warships indicate a high level of Russian involvement, especially when compared to Russia's own Grigorovich-class frigates.
The stern here, they have the same basic squared-off shape in both classes. The profile of the foredeck and the bow is the same or very similar on both.
Images of the Chaehyun destroyer launched in April also bear a strong resemblance to the Russian warship.
The real giveaway is this chine that runs the length of the hull from bow to stern.
This is a line marking where the slope of the hull changes direction.
It's the same on both classes.
Even design variations indicate how closely...
Excuse me, these flags clearly indicate that this is DPRK origin, okay?
Russia appears to be involved in the development of the new vessels.
One difference that we do see between the two ships is that the bow on the North Korean ship is considerably sharper in its rake. It's a steeper angle than the Russian.
That is because the Russian frigate is approximately 410 feet long, which is about 65 feet shorter than North Korea's warship.
They need the extra length because they have packed significantly more weaponry, more missile systems into this hull than is present in the original Grigorovich. You would need Russian assistance in doing this because it's a Russian design, so they are familiar with the strengths and the weaknesses of the hull, where it would be safest and strongest to insert that additional length, and how it could be done as quickly and safely as possible.
The tech ties between Russia and North Korea go beyond designs alone, as Moscow seems to have supplied Pyongyang with the Pantsir-M, a Russian-only, short-range anti-missile air defense system.
This is the first time this system has been seen on a warship other than in the Russian Navy, so this is clearly a direct export from Russia to North Korea.
Yeah, I mean, where are they supposed to get it, dude? Like, where are they supposed to get it? From fucking Japan? From America? Like, of course they're going to get it from Russia. What do you mean?
To arm this particular warship.
Kim Jong-un has long dreamed of modernizing his outdated navy. And in 2023, he visited...
Yeah. Super big news. Israeli jet appears to be extremely similar to USA jet. One might even say the exact same jet, as a matter of fact.
The headquarters of the Russian Pacific Fleet.
At the time, it was billed as sort of a friendship meeting with Kim Jong-un being shown around the Russian naval facilities and shown how powerful the Russian Pacific Fleet was. I suspect it was actually a sales pitch as much as anything. He was being shown naval technology that the Russians could offer or were in the process of handing over to the North Koreans.
In April 2025...
Bro acting like he wasn't pro-Russia. What's your opinion on Russia-Ukraine compared to 2 years ago? Bro acting like he wasn't pro-Russia in 2023. No, I wasn't pro-Russia in 2023, but you're fucking brain broken into thinking that I'm pro-Russia in 2023, so you probably think I'm still pro-Russia. So from your estimation, nothing has changed.
A year and a half later, Kim revealed North Korea...
It was really funny because I saw like glimpses of where this kind of Hassan is pro-Russia sentiment was coming from, and I realized very quickly that it is even dumber than the fucking context puke, because it was literally me like, I'd be criticizing Russia, and the person who clipped it would not understand that I was criticizing Russia, so they would play it as though I was being pro-Russia. Regardless of the fact that it literally had a chyron that said like Vladimir Putin is bad. I don't like Vladimir Putin. It's a fucking 3-year-old emote. It said Haas news breaking. Vladimir Putin bad.
First destroyer. Pyongyang said it took roughly 400 days.
It comes to the D community and the videos he made where he gets Ukrainians to smear you. Yeah, I remember that. That's also kind of funny.
To build.
For warships this size, the North Koreans have built it even faster than the Chinese would.
China typically takes 18 months to build and launch a similar class of warship. A US Arleigh Burke-class destroyer will need about 2 years, while Russia can take up to 11 years to build a frigate. So, for North Korea to build 2 of these within around a year is extremely fast, causing some experts to wonder whether these are actually completed ships.
There are a few things in these images that point to the possibility that these ships don't actually have any engines fitted. So firstly, there are a series of vents in the funnel, which are used to take in air for cooling the engine and other machinery deep inside the ship. We can see in this image that all these vents, they're all blanked off with metal plates. They are not taking in any air for anything. At the moment, we've only seen it moving around with the assistance of tugs. We've not seen it moving under its own power. The other clue is that the waterline, which is where the water is supposed to be, when the ship is normally loaded, it is a long way above the water, which indicates the ship is very lightly loaded. Now, again, that may not be particularly surprising because she won't have any fuel on board, she won't have any provisions, any water, any significant amounts of weaponry. But it is still a very, very long way up, which suggests there's a large amount of mass missing.
Bro, stop pocket watching. Stop pocket watching DPRK. Fuck, man.
The Chaehyun warships serve as a powerful propaganda tool for Kim. Shortly after launching the first destroyer, North Korea also demonstrated its ability to fire missiles from the ship.
Look at that.
We know the Chaehyun can fire its guns. We know it can fire its missiles. Whether it's capable of a meaningful operational engagement is questionable. Whether it's capable of moving anywhere under its own power is questionable.
But even if there are no engines in North Korea's newest warships, the possibility that they could carry and launch nuclear weapons is a threatening development.
If more modern platforms are starting to enter North Korean service, then it complicates the South Korean calculus on how they deal with the North Korean Navy and provides North Korea with more options for striking at South Korea or US bases in the region.
Look at Kim's face, bro. Look at this.
For
my man's
striking
tough.
at South Korea or US bases in.
Look how tough he is, bro. Look at his mouth. He's so tough. Dude. He's just always fucking aura farming, dude. That's what it is. Not to derail, but I just found out a new friend of mine is a D fan, very disappointing, who claims to have met you at LAX and says she was rude to you when you asked if she was in line. I don't know if you remember if it's true or not, but sounded made up, lol. Wait, she was rude to me when I asked if she was in line? No, of course I don't remember this experience. Why the fuck would why would that ever register with me? What? It's a fucking airport. I probably have my headphones in. What the fuck?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's such a sad story that it could be real. Like, that could literally be a real story and I wouldn't know. Like, why didn't she make up a better story if she was going to make that up? Do we know China's position on the Kim dynasty? This video got me thinking about the party's thoughts, and I can't imagine they approve it as much despite being aligned with Western powers. What approve? They don't give a fuck, dude. What do you mean? China cares very little about what kind of internal governance happens in countries that they're aligned with. What? They don't care at all, dude. Are they trading or not? Okay. They'll only care if the Kim dynasty no longer wants to trade. They're trade maxing. Do you understand?
5.
Let's hear from our favorite CIA agent, John
Point
O'Paris.
the camera at the Earth, 600 kilometers above the surface. It's pretty mesmerizing. But point it at the Korean Peninsula and you'll see this. South Korea is ablaze, but North Korea is almost totally dark. You've got this little point here for Pyongyang, the capital, but it's mostly a void. The Black Void tells a story of how the 25 million people live in this secretive kingdom of North Korea. But as the sun rises, we get to fill in the details. We get to see more. We get to see cities designed to control. We get to see an unfathomable amount of military installations, many of them burrowed into mountains, where they protect nuclear weapons, where the over 1 million soldiers endlessly prepare for war.
There's over 10,000 manned military installations. So air defense, bases, naval sites.
Bro, we really fucked this country up. I swear to God. They are literally, they have designed every fucking function of society against what already took place. Okay, to ensure that what took place never happens again. It is crazy. Yeah, half of their shit's also underground, no? Like, they have a lot of tunnel systems in North Korea. I wonder why. I wonder why they designed half of their fucking, functions to be underground. I wonder.
You know, all
same
that
with Iran. It's like the same shit.
To Pennsylvania.
We see factories, lots of factories. We see these little islands of dense housing, which are the homes of the workers who are assigned here.
Oh my God. Okay, hey, yo. If you see this and you don't instantly think every country that is outside of America's sphere of influence needs nukes, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Yeah, they're building fucking homes in factory towns for the workers that work in the fucking factories, and they don't look like Gaza. You know what I mean? That's crazy. I wonder why they haven't been blown up. Perhaps because also, goddamn, America's cultural victory is so insane. This literally looks like a Houston suburb, okay? How the fuck are these guys in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea basically building Houston-ass suburbs, bro? Are you kidding me? What the fuck is going on? They got McMansions in North Korea? How is this possible? I love how every time a video criticizes the lifestyles of an authoritarian country, it just describes our lifestyle. No, the difference is you don't get this state-sponsored housing in America. Jusha abundance mindset.
We see barriers, lots of barriers. Barriers meant to keep people in. And not just on the borders with neighbors, but also within the country itself. Checkpoints and barriers between provinces. I've been looking at every inch of North Korea because I want to understand how it actually works. I want to understand how the all-powerful leaders have designed this place and why. And I've been stumbling upon stuff that I never thought I'd see in North Korea. Ski resorts, an international children's camp, lots and lots of water slides, markets where people buy and sell things, schools and fields, fruit factory.
Why is that shocking, Jonald? They're a fucking country. What do you think they were doing, man? Do you think they don't have the concept of fun in North Korea? Like what? Yeah, of course. Wow. Wow, they got water slides. Guys, this is shocking. Yeah, it's shocking to you if you think that like the North Korean people are aliens or something. What the fuck? Dude, what is happening? Wow. They got markets? They're engaging in commerce? They got a ski resort? What the fuck? What's next, dude? They're eating food? You know, the same type of food that other human beings also eat? What is happening?
Coal shipments, limestone mines, burial grounds, prison camps in the cities and the mountains. Lots of strange-looking buildings, stadiums and tracks, sports fields, empty roads and empty squares, Christian churches, a turtle-shaped building, apartment blocks where rich people live. I mean, you stumble upon some pretty wild stuff when you just scour every inch of the satellite map. I've also been talking to experts who...
Okay, that's really disrespectful.
Churches, a turtle-shaped building, apartment blocks where rich people...
Apartment blocks where rich people live. This was a glorious moment for the glorious Democratic People's Republic of Korea, where after many, many years of dedicated service, Kim Jong-un gave this apartment as a gift to one of the most famous women on the planet, okay? I remember. I monitored the situation actively. I covered it on this fucking broadcast when it happened. This was beautiful. Tears were shed. Look at this. A lifetime of service, dude. A lifetime of the Republic. Whom is this baller? She's the main lady. She's the main newscaster for DPRK. She's like the main, you know, the lady who sounds really fucking aggressive when she's explaining things. We got to play one of her. We got to play one of the yeah. Kim Jong-un gives Pyongyang flat to North Korean news anchor. The veteran news anchor who got a new riverside home. She told state media the Pyongyang flat was just like a hotel. Yeah, she's the main newscaster. Her family reportedly wept all night in gratitude. Yeah, Ri Chun-hee has read the news for North Korea State Network since 1971. 1971. Ri Chun-hee. Over her career, she's announced the death of the nation's ruler and its first nuclear weapons test. She's known and sometimes mocked overseas for a passionate tone delivering the news. Yeah, no mockery here, okay? I have great respect for one of my peers. As a newscaster here in the United States of America, newscaster recognized this is, you know, I bow to the real. Like Walter Cronkite is nothing in comparison to her. Kim Jong-un called her one of North Korea's treasures. He also gifted new flats to others loyal to him. The complex was finished ahead of late founder Kim Il-sung's 110th birthday on April 15. Pyongyang could mark the anniversary with a nuclear weapons test. The U.S. has warned.
Welcome back to Leading Ladies of the North. Today we're looking at the party's most famous newscaster, Lee Chun-hee. Born into a poor family in 1943, he became North Korean media royalty due to loyalty to the party and her dependence on the state for survival. Her fealty and ideological credentials earned her enrollment at Pyongyang University of Theater and Film as a drama major. According to a 2009 edition of the North's chosen monthly magazine, her rise to fame was attributed to Kim Il-sung's warm love and faith in her broadcasting ability. Later, she was recruited by the state-run KCTV in 1971, where her theatrics suited North Korean broadcasting's heavy showmanship to convey different tones depending on the news being delivered. As the bugler for Kim Jong-un, he reserves a lofty proud tone when praising him and his nuclear developments and an invective tone when discussing the West. The party uses her over-the-top speaking style to spread government-controlled information, contributing to North Koreans' forced isolation and the infringement of
More like she fucking delivers the news, okay, and restores glory to this this glorious nation. Chill.
their fundamental human rights to free thought, expression, and access to reliable resources.
You don't have to add all that. Calm down, okay? She is the GOAT. And yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
People live. I mean, you stumble upon some pretty wild stuff when you just scour every inch of the satellite map. I've also been talking to experts who spend their time looking at the map of North Korea, analyzing it day by day for decades. Their data has been really useful in all of this. And honestly, I'm starting to see North Korea in a totally different way. I think been exposed to a very specific version of this country. And that doesn't mean it's an inaccurate version.
This is a classic Dokho, isn't it? 143. Where is it? Where he talks about reunification?
신념과 치가 이루어져야 우리나라가 굳건하다, 건재하다.
Through generations for our country to be strong.
텔레비 화면을 통해
I watched a movie on TV.
이명훈 전사가
A soldier walked along the tracks
도반으로 툭툭툭 이래 걸어가는데 전기선이 끊어서
and saw that the overhead wire was broken.
끊어서
A cable was lying on the tracks, emitting sparks.
부쩍부쩍 나더구만. 그래서
Guys, don't worry, I speak Korean. That's why I can translate. And what did he do?
그 전사가 어케는 자기 몸에 그
He took the cable,
전화선을
rolled it around himself,
떨어졌습니다.
and jumped off the tracks. He was killed, but averted the danger from the train.
여기 열차는 구원됐단 말이야.
I thought I would be proud if he were my
그
grandson.
전사가 내 손주면 좋겠다. 어?
If he
나는
gave his
너네
life for his
어려운
people
몸에서
and the
나를
leader
위해서 수령 위해서 이런 혁명적인
and became a revolutionary hero.
난 부럽더라. 그
I was
전사가
very
내
envious.
손주가 돼서
How nice it would be if the hero were my grandson. Okay, guys, stop saying thanks for reading the subtitles. I'm not watching. I'm not reading the subtitles. I'm directly translating. I can speak Korean of the northern variety, okay? It's not North Korea, it's north of Korea. One Korea. Does the younger generation think about reunification? Yes, we think about reunification. Also, in terms of economic development possibilities, I think the economic possibilities would be very high. But firstly, the leader and the general think of reunification very often too. If we, the younger generation, don't achieve reunification, then we can't realize the legacy of our leader. I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. A lot of the fucking Jusha enjoyers are gonna get mad at me for saying this. I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think the leadership cares too much about reunification. I mean, they might say that they do in public, but I feel like they've calcified and hardened their stance as like the entity that kind of derives its power from the restrictions that they have at the global stage. One might assume that it is partially because of a necessity, partially born out of you know, DPRK's history of being dominated and destroyed, genocided by Western forces. But I do think that there is beyond pragmatism. I think that it's more so a self-interested attitude as well. I also don't even understand how like a reunification would happen, considering that South Korea is literally a fucking holdover state that is still completely maintained with full-blown American military invasion. It is a captive state that has a fuck ton of American soldiers. It's just like, how would there be any real reunification? Would America peacefully leave? I don't think so. Korea Gate? No. I mean, it is a vassal. It is a vassal state. Why would they do that? I don't know. Because they were one nation. You know? There are factions. Some want an end to the war and sanctions. They want to develop economic cooperation with the U.S. and West balances out Chinese influence and dependence. Others want war for reunification, and others want to maintain the status quo. I think that in a very weird, twisted way, the American sanctions regime has ended up solidifying the dynastic power that the Kim family has. In spite of it all, they've been able to do something unimaginable. Against all odds, they've still survived, which is, you know, still something to... It's not... Like the fact that DPRK does not resemble Korea, despite similar levels of intervention, maybe not to the same severity, maybe not to the same degree, maybe not for as long of a historic period as Haiti was clearly directly disrupted, maybe due to the proximity of DPRK as opposed to Haiti being much closer to the United States and immediate Western powers. But like, it should resemble Somalia or it should resemble Haiti, all things considered. They were genocided. So the fact that they still have a independent nation state that's reliant on initially the USSR for redevelopment and all trade, and then now reliant both on Russia and China, the fact that they still exist is crazy. I don't think that word, wait, what? South Korea has over 20 times the troops as the U.S. If they wanted to, they could easily kick the U.S. troops out. I don't think that word means what you think it means. What? What word? That's so funny. Yeah. Easily. Easily, South Korea would kick out the U.S. troops. Yeah. Well, Haiti was twice invaded twice by the Americans, and Haiti was president was deposed in 1991 and 2004. Yeah, the only thing that I'm talking about is like, dude, the fucking famine after the dissolution of the USSR was a death sentence. The very fact that there are still people living in North Korea is insane. I don't think we understand. Like, I often will talk about Cuba existing and surviving in spite of the crippling economic sanctions, okay, in direct, close proximity to the United States, the most violent power on the planet. It is pretty crazy that North Korea still exists, let alone has been able to overcome tremendous struggles, tremendous odds. It is fascinating.
이게 제일 우선 가슴이 아프기 때문에 우리가 그걸 생각하고 그러면 이렇게 북한함이
Yeah, most depraved part of the famine was that America put further sanctions on North Korea when it happened. We really are the great Satan. Yeah. At numerous different points in North Korean history, America could have just been like, we're going to fucking give you aid. We're so sorry. We're coming in with the recognition. We're coming in with the recognition that, like, we really fucked up. We're sorry. We're going to give you aid. We're going to allow you to fucking openly work around the globe as like a normal country. And you know, we're going to help you out. They didn't do that. Like, not even to give aid, but to like lift the sanctions alone would probably play a big role in destabilizing DPRK, or at least like the current dynastic political structure of the DPRK. It's kind of crazy.
통일된 후에 뭐 여러 가지 문제가 많이 대가지면 되는데 전체 인민대중이 이렇게 하나로 이렇게 마음이 다 지향하고 이렇게 결합되게 되면 그거는 힘들지 않다고 생각한단 말이야. 무슨 핏줄이 같고 언어가 같고 살색과 이건 다 풍습도 같은데 자연히 우리는 한결이기 때문에 이제 통일만 되게 되면 서로 무슨 대항하는 데서 뭐 이런 데서 뭐 오직하거나 뭐 이런 게 없을 것 같은. 자연히 난 오히려 우리 여기서 우리 아파트에서 저 옆에 아파트 만나는 사람보다 더 반가울 것 같습니다.
Okay, he's just talking about we're one people.
But it's just one version. Today I want to show you a deeper version. Now the map can't tell us everything, but I'm seeing how it can fill in the blanks in my knowledge of how...
If we lift sanctions, does it not just get looted by Kim and his associates? Or is it actually better as a destabilizing force to oust the Kim dynasty? Americans only have one fucking speed, bro. I swear to God. This is literally one speed. I wasn't saying lifting the sanctions as a means to fucking, I don't know, disrupt the North Korean form of governance. I was simply thinking about it on humanitarian grounds with a potential for it to destabilize the dynastic rule that the Kim family has over the DPRK. But immediately Americans have to be like, wait, what's in it for us? maybe through this aid, we could just fucking, I don't know, destroy the Korean government and overthrow it. Otherwise, what if we just give them aid and then what? Kim gets fatter? Like, what's going to happen? What more can he do to loot the aid, chatter? Think about it. He's already fucking fat. What's he going to get? Fatter? What's going to happen? He already loves Gouda cheese, famously.
How this country actually works, broadening my perspective on this most secretive kingdom in our world. So buckle up and let's get ready to look at this map. I mean, this whole country is under one giant surveillance. And I guess while we're talking about surveillance, let's talk about the sponsor of today's video, which has a lot to do with surveillance, because all of us are actually surveilled, whether we like it or not. I guess if we're on the internet, which you're on the internet right now, so you're being surveilled. A very lucrative industry in today's world is that of being a data broker.
He's like, not the people that fund me, but you are surveilled. Not the people that fund me don't surveil you, but you are being surveilled.
People collect information about where you live, what you do on the internet, how old you are, what your birthday is, a million different things. And then they buy and sell that information on an open market, secretly. You don't know this is happening. They sell this stuff to advertisers, insurers, even those sketchy people search sites. And even though this sounds sketchy, it's all technically very legal. But you know what else is legal? Asking these data brokers to take your name off of their lists so that you don't get junk mail and robocalls and text messages and have your insurance premiums jacked up. So Incogni is the sponsor of today's video, and that is their entire business. I signed up for Incogni a while back. I gave them permission to act on my behalf to go out and make these requests for me, because there's no way I could actually have the time to do it. A few years ago, I actually tried to do it myself and made a whole video about it and admitted defeat. That was even before Incogni even existed. But now Incogni exists, and so I use them. Here, I'm logging into Incogni to show you. Boom. So, I mean, check this out. They've given me this dashboard where I just get to sit back and watch. Since I started in March of 2023, they have sent out 779 requests to get me off these data broker lists. And of those, 643 have been successful. 643, that's a lot. I mean, you can even see the actual companies that they are requesting to get your name taken off of. There's a lot of them. This has been a very successful thing for me, and that's why I'm a big fan of Incogni and why I love that they come sponsor videos. Incogni just launched this new feature, the Unlimited plan, where you can get removed from any site, data broker or not. So if you want to get in on this, you can use the link in my description, get a big discount. It's incogni.com/Johnny Harris. If you use that link, you support this channel. Like, it's a good thing for me if you do that. And then you also get 60% off this plan. Oh, and I think you have to use the code Johnny Harris at checkout. Don't forget to do that. It may auto-populate, but it may not. Use the link incogni.com/Johnny Harris. Thank you, Incogni, for sponsoring today's video and being a longtime partner of the channel. And with that, let's dive back in to the map. I mean, first things first, North Korea is a beautiful country.
North Korea is usually viewed as, this hellscape of a place, but it's actually really beautiful. Lots of mountains and hills and rare animals and everything.
It's home to this huge mountain range. Among these rugged mountains, you've got this volcano.
I thought I subbed not to see the fucking ads. Bitch, you're not even subscribed right now, which you can, by the way. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and only you, the viewers. Also, the glorious nation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. One day, Marxist-Leninist Jewish principles will rise up and overtake the entire planet. Your voluntary contributions are the only way to support the Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Thank you.
Mount Paektu, kind of a sacred spot for North Koreans. It's where their legends say their great leader Kim Jong-il was born. Incidentally, it's right on this border, actually. Half of Mount Paektu is on the Chinese side. China, North Korea. North Korea can get really cold and snowy. It's home to between 20 and 30 million people. It's about half as many as live in South Korea. And it was the war in the 1950s that created these two Koreas, and in the process turned what is now North Korea into dust.
Okay.
Today, North Korea is built around a few major cities. Here's the 10 most populous. Some have ports, some are up on the border with China, and then there's the...
With another 100 gifted subs. Thank you for your service, American streamer man, to the great nation of North Korea, Kim Jong-il. Korean is an 81-month subscriber. Look at that. One of the few to get the sub badge that looks like this.
This river city of Pyongyang. This is the capital. this had to be redesigned from scratch because the country was destroyed in the Korean War. The country itself is designed in line with this North Korean communist ideology of a human body. The great leader is the brain, and then the members of his single-party government represents the nervous system that connects his will to the masses. The masses are the bones and the muscle, the ones who carry out the work of building this country. The country is supposed to act as one, serving the will of the brain, the great leader. And what I'm seeing is that this kind of body configuration allows them to do some pretty unique things. First and foremost, military. Most countries spend like between...
Bro just described urban planning, city planning, and planning of the state as like a unique entity. I don't understand what's so different.
1 in 4% of their GDP on military.
Oh, so like NATO nations. So, oh, you mean like what Trump wants out of fucking Scandinavian countries? Is that what you mean? Oh, damn. That's crazy, man. Also, 1 in 4% is wild. That's kind of a big swing, don't you think?
North Korea spends like between 20 and 25%.
Oh, he wasn't saying he wasn't saying NATO. He wasn't saying other countries spend 1 in 4%. He's saying Korea spends 20 to 25%
of their GDP on
my bad.
Military. And we've got the data on what that looks like. Whoa, okay, settle down, big boy. Oh, God. Look at this. Oh, my Lord, look at this.
My mistake.
I don't think I've ever seen so many yellow push pins in my life. Here, it kind of reminds me of that map of...
Where's he getting this info from, bro? I swear to God, he's CIA.
Like saunas in Finland. Place is like a fortress. You can see that a lot of this is concentrated down here on their southern border. This is the DMZ. It's actually a 4-kilometer thick border. And technically with...
As I said this earlier, we have fucked this country up and left it in a state of disrepair. Like, this is... You only do this if you are brain broken. Probably because 30% of the North Korean population is serving in reserve / paramilitary capacity. We have fucked this country up. And that is the reason why the only way that they believe that they can have sovereignty is so that they never allow what America and Western nations did to North Korea ever happen ever again.
Within this 4 kilometers, there's supposed to be no military stuff. That is, if you don't count the thousands of landmines that are there left over from the Korean War and that North Korea continues to plant. But in terms of weapons, most of it is right here on the border of the DMZ, where North Korea has 900 artillery guns that are aimed right at Seoul, South Korea. In the event of a conflict, these guns could fire 10,000 rounds a minute at South Korea, which would make good on their promise to turn South Korea into a sea of fire, which they often make towards their southerly neighbor. Now, reminder, it's not just North Korea. If we were mapping American or South Korean military assets, you'd see a lot of those too on the southern side, down here. But we are looking at North Korea right now.
Yeah, don't.
Got underground bunkers, missile launch sites, nuclear reactors.
Why doesn't China help out? Wait, what do you mean? They do. China is responsible for damn near the entirety of trade with North Korea. North Korea and South Korea not reunifying is also kind of good for China as well. I mean, I don't know if China would give a shit or not, ultimately. Clearly, they are perfectly happy with dealing with other countries in their backyard that are vassal states. I mean, look at Japan. You know, China is a major trade partner to Japan. But I think, like, the way China sees it as a buffer state, DPRK is a buffer state between American ambitions and China. They're not allies. North Korea and China don't trust each other since Korea was aligned with Moscow and still is. Okay, but fucking Moscow was aligned with China. And also, China, what are you talking about? China is their fucking entry point into the world, dude. No, that's not, I don't think you're correct as far as like North Korea doesn't trust China. China is literally without China, the DPRK has no economy, no commerce. DPRK is calling the shots. China is a small player in the region comparatively. True. True. DPRK is China's Israel? No, that's Pakistan. Pakistan is China's Israel, not DPRK.
Airstrips, naval bases. So you've got the thousands of landmines. And of course, this little pavilion where soldiers from both sides stand meters apart. This is where the countries have their diplomatic talks. You've got 1,000 observation posts, 300 checkpoints and roadblocks, tons of military facilities that support the soldiers here. And then, of course, tunnels. Man, you're going to see a lot of underground stuff here. North Korea is covered with...
No. Actually, I take it back. China is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea's Israel. Actually, first ever. We're the vassal state, an extension of Korean imperialism is far greater as an economic engine and a military superpower than the DPRK is. Yes. They are at the table. Turkey is the table. DPRK at the table. China, little partner at the table to DPRK.
These things, and this is just the ones we know of. One explanation for these tunnels is that during the Korean War, this country was basically flattened. Almost every building was turned to dust by American bombs. So a huge part of the North Korean psyche is this paranoid fear of air power. They designed their defense strategy to be ready for if that ever happens again. They have a lot of these fortified bases and tunnels. Some of them are for weapons storage, and some of them are for invasion. Like down here on the DMZ, they secretly dug a bunch of tunnels that are kilometers long that go under the DMZ. This would allow them to move troops into South Korea very quickly. Actually went into...
I remember reading something about how, like, DPRK tunnel systems are so fucking complex, and how, like, they've taught the Viet Cong how to do complex tunnels as well. And that tunnel tech has made its way to both Iran and also even Hamas. Low-key, DPRK is Hamas. Okay, that part is not a joke. Like, I'm no longer memeing, but a lot of these countries that are outside of the sphere of American influence, that are oftentimes victims of American imperial ambition, have found new resourceful ways of resisting against these sorts of actions. And one of the ways that you do it is basically fucking develop a tunnel, a complex web of tunnels. And I think, like, from what I understand, DPRK tunnel tech is pretty advanced. We in Switzerland have a lot of tunnels too. Are we Hamas? I don't think so.
One of these tunnels that had been discovered by South Korea. But these tunnels also have another purpose. And in fact, the military itself, a big portion of it, is dedicated to protecting one family. You'll see this in the capital. This is the barracks that houses some of the 100,000 bodyguards meant to protect the Kim family. This hill is like a giant bunker. It's home to a bunch of military installations, some of them deep underground, a lot of them connected through tunnels. And this is one of the many escape plans that the Kim family has. In case of an attack, they can escape on an armored train or in one of the helicopters that is stored inside of this hill. There's rumors that there is another huge tunnel system on the northern border that would allow the Kims to sneak into China if they needed to.
Just the amount of effort put into the security of the Kims themselves versus, you know, helping out your average person. I don't think people really realize the amount of...
Yeah, look, see? There's an entire thing about the tunnels. I don't think it'd be far-fetched to say the Hamas weathering 50 months of aerial bombardment and ground invasion is a long historical threat tying back to the U.S. dropping over 500 million tons of bombs on North Korea. There are many factors that allowed the Al-Qassam brigades to emerge from all corners of Gaza on Sunday, but a major one was their spider web of underground tunnels, a complex, endless maze of reinforced tunnels 50 to 100 meters underground with 5,000 access shafts. Following the U.S.'s genocidal air campaign in North Korea, described by General LeMay as, oh, by the way, bombs away LeMay, burning down every village in North Korea, the KPA started building a massive network of tunnels along the DMZ. North Korea is regarded as the most tunneled nation in the world by military experts. North Korea has also built underground command centers, industrial sites, and the Pyongyang Metro, the deepest metro on Earth, capable of withstanding a nuclear strike. The same year they completed the metro, North Korea dispatched an engineer regiment to North Vietnam to help them construct an underground military headquarters and pass on their expertise and equipment in their fight against the U.S. invasion. In 2006, Hezbollah humiliated the Israeli occupying forces when they invaded South Lebanon, a feat that rested largely on their underground infrastructure. Built with the assistance of North Korean engineers, A.B. Abrams notes that the layout closely mirrors the layout of the DMZ network. What? You were on Piers Morgan recently? Dude, come on. Dude, don't fucking... Really, dude? You're gonna say Hen Mazik, that fucking Hosburus piece of shit? Get the... Come on, man. Fuck you, okay? Calm down. Jesus Christ. Yeah, me, bizarro me, if I was fucking evil and lame. The effectiveness of Hezbollah's tight security network in southern Lebanon is emphasis on using complex and often extremely deep underground tunnel and bunker networks to move troops, store munitions, and infiltrate enemy territory safe from detection or air attacks. And more recently, its deployment of vast arsenals of rocket artillery and ballistic missiles all closely reflect not only Korean influences, but active Korean assistance. KPA advisors have reportedly assisted Hezbollah in building the complex tunnel infrastructure deemed key to its success in 2006. And Israel's discoveries since then of infiltration tunnels under its own territory meant for wartime penetration were highly reminiscent of those discovered by South Korea coming from the DPRK. It is notable that the layout of the tunnel network in southern Lebanon closely mirrors that on the northern side of the inter-Korean demilitarized zone. To provide some indication of how extensive and well-fortified the Korean-built tunnel and bunker network in southern Lebanon was, the region south of the Litani River alone was thought to have 600 ammunition and weapons bunkers, 8 or more meters underground, alongside better fortified command bunkers constructed to a depth of 40 meters using poured concrete. These were not as deep as those in Korea itself, designed to withstand multiple American nuclear strikes, but were still sufficient to weather anything in Israel's arsenal or any known non-nuclear bunker buster in service in the Western Bloc at the time. The network built in southern Lebanon was 25 kilometers long. Western analysts also believe that North Korean engineers have been valuable advisors to Iran in the construction of their underground facilities. You can see one of them here. Some even believe that the North Koreans had a direct role in the construction of Eagle 44 and, you might recognize this name, Fordal. One of the most notable types of RPG ammunition used by Hamas is the F-7 HE frag rocket produced by North Korea. Palestinians in Gaza have a long history with working with tunnels dating back to the 80s due to the blockade, but the scope, design, and purpose has drastically expanded since then. The first official tunnel operation against the Israeli occupying force would be conducted in 2001. Latest designs are bunker buster resistant, using a combination of poured concrete, arches, sandbags, and blast doors to fortify the soft sand and clay. Hamas tunnel pictured on the left and North Korean tunnel pictured on the right. Bro, the fact that Hamas is also able to do this under a fucking insane blockade implemented by Israel makes it so much more impressive. Because, like, the DPRK is doing this despite crippling sanctions and whatnot, but it's a fucking nation state, okay? It has, like, some semblance of sovereignty. Gaza does not have that semblance of sovereignty. There are lots of unanswered questions as to just how significant Iranian and Lebanese aid to Hamas was leading up to the Al-Aqsa flood, but I don't think it'd be crazy to say that they at the very least received designs and technical knowledge from them as they did with weapons. North Korea has been intervening on American aggression for decades on the down low. In turn, the U.S., Israel, and South Korea have been training for tunnel warfare for years, but no modern army has dared to actually do it. Israel did the tunnels in Gaza. They were talking about Iran. No, that's not true. No, there are some tunnels that obviously Israel designed, like the ones underneath the fucking Al-Shifa hospital. But the complex web of tunnels that exist under the Gaza Strip were not fucking all created by Israel. What are you talking about? But this tunnel that we're talking about, like this underground, this is not a tunnel, this is an underground facility, was in Iran. It's not even crazy because like the ingenuity required is immense. It's fucking nuts that they were able to do this under constant surveillance.
Security infrastructure that they have.
But it's not all underground. The country is littered with 1,500 guns and missiles that are meant for shooting down aircraft. A third of those, by the way, are concentrated around Pyongyang, the capital. Like, look at this one. Pretty funky looking from above. Here in the middle of this field. You've got the Air Force. The Air Force is one of their larger military branches. And then you've got their Navy, which has a bunch of submarines. A lot of them not totally operable, experts think. But in a recent video we made on submarines, we calculated at least 36 operable submarines hanging out in bases like this. Now look at their missile sites. Missiles, rockets, nuclear weapons are a big deal for this regime, especially the most recent leader, who, as you can see from this graph, has really ramped up the testing of all of this. These missiles have all kinds of different ranges, but the longest ones can go 12,000 kilometers away, and that puts a lot of the world in range, including the United States. Many of those are up here in these mountain bases, where they store these missiles and where they can launch them. But lately, they've also been trying to send up non-weapons into space. Ambitious. This launch pad is where, over the last couple of years, they've tried to put satellites up into space.
It's put a satellite in orbit. There's only about 11 or 12 countries around the world that have ever put a satellite in orbit.
The military is core to keeping the Kims in power, which is why they often show it off. I love this video from The Guardian.
The military is also key to fucking farming aura. They farm aura extra hard, brother. Don't you think it's equally impressive how North Korea acquired nukes? Yeah, that too, for sure.
They know when one of these things is going to happen because there's like a replica of the Kim Il-sung Square, the big central square, where all of these soldiers get together and practice. And so whenever they see activity in that practice square, they know that They're getting ready for one of these. So the military is a very important part of keeping the Kims in power. It's used as propaganda. It's used as actual defense. And it's often used to actually like build stuff. You've got one of the largest militaries in the world, 1 million plus active duty. They're able to
Hassan method, bitch, I'm live streaming for 8 hours a day. He didn't have to be chowing down on fucking yogurt when he's doing a video, okay? There is a difference between me eating while I'm live streaming versus him eating deliberately while he's filming this video. You think he didn't have time to just like suck down the yogurt and then fucking speak?
Man that to do all sorts of projects, including construction projects, which we're gonna look at. One thing you'll see a lot of in North Korea is fences, and not to necessarily keep people from coming in, but more so to keep people from going out. They've spent years building a fence around the entire perimeter of the country, at least 1,400 kilometers, bordering China alone. Here's all the security outposts. I mean, this fencing goes through all kinds of terrain, including dug into the beach. A lot of this was built recently, as more and more people have been trying to escape. And then within the country itself, there are barriers that control people's movement. The country has checkpoints at the province borders to make sure people aren't moving around without permission. So yeah, a lot of people can't get out of North Korea, but some can. In fact, there's a whole network of IT professionals, North Korean like engineers, who interview for Western tech jobs, get hired, and then pass money and information back to the North Korean regime, all without their employer knowing it.
Okay, I'm about to try to conduct a job interview for the first time in my life. I reached out to David Wensky, a senior software engineer, and he responded to me 3 hours after I reached out, but I'm not actually hiring anybody.
Oh my God, yet another one of these fucking fake job listings, bro. It turns out all of you chatters that have been fucking trying to get hired by these IT companies were simply getting honeypotted by these fucking losers that are trying to catch North Korean IT professionals for a YouTube video, okay?
And I don't think David Wensky is actually who he says he is.
This is a big rabbit hole that is very juicy, and my colleague Christoph went down that rabbit hole in a new video that's live right now over on his channel. His show is called Tunnel Vision. It is very good, and this story about IT espionage and money funneling back to North Korea is incredibly wild, how deep Christoph was able to get. So you should go check that out. The link is in the description. Okay, so a lot of this stuff probably isn't that surprising to you. This is the kind of stuff we see on the news, the stuff that gets covered a lot, the military, the missiles, the control. But now I want to get to the part of this country that really led me to this video in the first place, which is the stuff that we don't see very often, to try to expand my understanding of what it is like to live in North Korea. What is life like in these cities, out here in the rural areas? How do they make stuff? Where do they get their food, entertainment, community? Turns out that between defector testimony, state news, and the satellite map, you can actually learn a lot about this stuff. A lot of North Korea's cities were designed from scratch after the city was turned into rubble because of the Korean War. And because of that, they have very unique design that is meant to fulfill a certain objective that is in line with North Korean ideals of controlling people, unifying people, and continuously celebrating their leaders and the struggle of their continuous revolution. So many of us have seen the capital. We'll get to that. But I want to look at these other cities. A lot of North Korean cities are built around a big central square like this. A lot of them have these circles that look like they're hand-drawn. The squares.
The American mind continues to fascinate. Like, they will look at like city planning as this like endlessly fascinating thing as long as it's happening in Korea. You can make the same exact video about fucking Barcelona, okay? You can say the exact same things. Like he literally said the North Korean cities were designed around like communal gatherings. Yeah, really? Wow. You mean third spaces? Like, what do you mean? A plaza? They have that in like every Japanese town. You know? That is the point, Hassan? No, dude. The point is what kind of energy you put towards this kind of this kind of like otherwise very banal city planning analysis.
It's kind of the middle of the city. And then you have these massive boulevards that kind of frame out the city. Now you'll quickly notice in a lot of these cities that these boulevards are pretty empty. You see a lot more buses than you see private cars. Oh, and you see a mosque every once in a while. I've tried to get to the bottom of what the deal is with these mosques. North Korea has a couple of these churches or mosques that are mostly there for optics, from what I can tell. What? More on that in a little bit. So you've got these empty boulevards, lots of empty squares that lead to these kind of grand spaces. Now, these spaces are often punctuated with some kind of monument. Here's one. Here we go, Central Square. I mean, we can go back in time too and sort of look at the historical imagery. Huge boulevards, often very empty. Oh, boom, look, it's visiting. So when you see people, you often see them in huge groups like this. At least that's what I've noticed from above. When there's people, there's a lot of them and they're all very close. But oftentimes the stuff is empty. Oh, look, here's a bunch of people lined up in near perfect geometry on this square. Every major city has a stadium. Now, some of these are in kind of bad shape, but some are really nice. Sports is a big deal in North Korea.
Some of the sports that are popular in North Korea, they do very well. So they're definitely, in some areas, sort of hitting above their weight, I think. Yeah.
Though defectors do report that sometimes a stadium like this one in particular has been used for public executions or public shamings. A big part of the control regime in North Korea is to publicly punish to keep people in line. Okay, and then recently the government declared that every city needs to have one of these. Check this out. There are around 170 of these traffic parks, and these are new, but then these are very important to North Korean cities. Remember all those empty streets? Like, most people don't own cars in North Korea. They go on buses. But recently, that's kind of changing. There's even a car company that puts together, like, kit cars and sells them in North Korea. They're one of the few companies that actually advertise. And so because of that, there is more traffic in residential areas, which has led to more accidents for kids who are not used to dealing with cars. So this was an initiative to teach kids the rules of traffic to promote public safety for children. One thing that's going on. Okay, so those are some of the design patterns and kind of common ingredients in a North Korean city. But let me show you some specific...
I love that he literally said, this is a stadium for football, which is strange. Okay, they're hitting above their weight class by playing organized sports at a professional level inside of their fucking country. And then he quickly was just like, and they also execute people, I heard. This is actually kind of a cool video because in spite of Johnny Harris's like seasoning with the spooky music and the overall sentiment demonstrated that's like very skeptical of like Korean existence, there's still a lot that's like fascinating about a country, especially if you know the history and what North Korea has experienced overall. Like, it kind of comes across as like flexing their accomplishments almost. So your takeaway could be dramatically different from the average American liberal watching this. The average American liberal is like shocked. They're like, ooh, they're scarily teaching children how to drive cars. That's creepy. Versus, like, if you're a little bit aware of what they have gone through, you're like, that's kind of remarkable that they have all of this.
Specific cities, because as we do that, you start to see how this country works, how its economy works. Hamhung is one of their bigger cities. You've got your standard big, giant, empty squares with statues of the leaders. But this is actually a big economic hub for chemicals. Here's an area that some experts believe is a chemical facility where they actually store this stuff underground. Remember how they love to put everything underground to protect it? These little white dots sort of represent that there is something buried there, and potentially chemical weapons or other sensitive chemicals that they don't want the world to know about. See these big industrial facilities. They make a lot of chemicals like fertilizer, pesticides. It's home to this pretty wild-looking amusement park. I don't know what is going on with these slides. Now, I've never seen it full of people, even when I go to a weekday in the summer. But I want to show you this one factory. This is a really important building in North Korea because this is
a water park, but also, is it really? I've never seen, out of these two different satellite images, I've never seen people at the water park, so maybe it's actually not a water park, but they're doing water torture at the park. Yeah. Perhaps it's a place that is used for public executions.
It's where they make vinylon. Vinylon is a fabric that you can make not with wool or cotton, but with coal and limestone, which is something they have a lot of in North Korea. So as a part of the push for self-reliance, North Korea produces this synthetic material called vinylon. They use it for uniforms. Like a lot of clothing in North Korea is made with this really tough, scratchy, durable vinylon material. Use it for curtains. They kind of use it for everything. It's the North Korean like national fabric. So this is their biggest vinylon factory right here. And it's so important that the leader came to the reopening when they renovated this thing. So yeah, vinylon is made with coal. They mine a lot of coal in North Korea. If you zoom into this port in Hamhung, you'll see really gnarly looking yellow pollution. But you'll also see ships with coal aboard. You'll see all this coal getting ready to be shipped out, basically all of it going to China and potentially violating sanctions, but that's not what we're looking into right now.
Oh, brother. Let them fucking breathe, man. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, fucking snitch, dude. Violating sanctions. How about the sanctions are in and of itself a severe and ongoing violation?
Let's go to another city, but this one is interesting. It's up north, right in the shadow of Mount Pektu. This is a nice looking city. It's home to this ice rink. It's got a ski hill up here. There's, of course, the required children's traffic park. This was a big construction project for Kim Il-sung, and it's meant to show the world that North Korea is open for tourism, especially here in the shadow of their holy mountain. And look, this thing went up really fast. There's evidence that to make this thing go so fast, they used this youth construction brigade, which is a bunch of young people who do construction labor for like 10 to 12 hours a day as a way to like show their loyalty to the party and potentially move up in the ranks to move out of like their social class, which is something we'll talk about in a little bit.
This district was pretty much empty before it started.
I'm getting fucking, I wish I had that North Korean infrastructure right about now. You know what I'm saying? Fucking effing, dude. Crazy.
And in the space of, within a couple of years, or even a year, all of this was built. We don't know much about the construction standards, but they do build very fast.
But yeah, when you control every...
Bro, this is literally... Dude, this is the same shit that they were doing in China. The difference is they can't really do it to China. They can't really do it to China anymore because, like, it's not shut off from the rest of the world like North Korea is. So they're getting their kicks off in the same exact way with North Korea. It's crazy. Wow, I can't believe the DPRK is a fucking federal jobs program, dude.
Every human in the country, you can build this stuff really quick. Now, whether or not this is good quality stuff.
You don't think they use child labor? No. Why the fuck would they use child labor? No, I don't think they use child labor. They have a fucking ginormous country filled to the brim with able-bodied men and women. Why the fuck would they use child labor? I don't know, but my immediate assumption is not that they use fucking child labor. What are you talking about? It's construction, dude. Glazing North Korea as well is not glaze. Think critically. What would be the reason as to why? Okay, once again, what would be the reason as to why they would use child labor? Child labor is often utilized in countries where there is a profit incentive in mind. Okay, are children more capable builders? Why would they use child labor? If they are, even if you were to assume that North Korea is this despotic, dynastic, authoritarian military rule, right? And they have the capacity to, at gunpoint, make adults build shit. Why the fuck would they use children? Why would children? Just think, like, within the logical confines of the system that Johnny Harris is developing here, okay? Think within his own logical framework. Why the fuck would children somehow advance the construction efforts and make it faster? Please. That's it. Like, if they have the capacity to do forced labor, scary, at gunpoint, why would they use children? Do they yearn for it? They have small hands? What would the small hands do to building a fucking home? Yeah, National Endowment for Democracy ass fucking source. It keeps me hungry. It keeps me up at night when I think about those children. Hungry children suffering in the cold. Bro talking like the U.S. doesn't do child labor. The United States does child labor because it's profit-focused. If the United States had the capacity to, as they are suggesting that they do in North Korea, make adults at gunpoint work at the fucking factories, I'm sure they would rather use adult slaves rather than child slaves, don't you think?
Is another question. Like, I've seen videos of some of these houses in the mountains that like have ice on the inside of the window. So we're not sure if this is, you know, good construction, but boy, they're building stuff fast. Okay, let me show you a few more of these cities. Okay, let's go to Chongjing, port city here on the East Coast. Got some gnarly industrial stuff going on here. Home to these very cookie cutter looking homes. Here they produce textiles, rubber, steel. They build trains. They've got a big power plant. And you can see out here in the water, this is where a lot of shipping comes in and out of the country.
Yeah, that's funny because, yeah, Johnny didn't even suggest that they were forced. He just suggested that the children have this upward social mobility within the North Korean class structure, which I'm sure he will get to in a second. They have the opportunity for class advancement in North Korea, and that's why they fucking work in these, as children, they work in these conditions, even though there's plenty of fucking adults. Like, all of the jobs are controlled by the government. Why would the government go, you know what? We don't want able-bodied men and women working on the construction sites. We want children, okay? We want children to work at these construction sites, teenagers to work at these construction sites, because somehow they're better and more equipped and faster at building houses. I still don't understand why not both. Oh my God. If you are going to apply child labor to a fucking, to an industry, I don't think construction would be the one that they would be working in. They would probably be working in, like, I don't know, textile or something, okay? Like something where their tiny hands can be put to better use than motherfucking picking heavy things up. It doesn't make logical sense to use children at a construction site.
Look at all these vessels. I mean, not a lot relative to most countries, but, you know, got all this gnarly industrial stuff doing steel. You can see that they're shipping stuff out. There's coal, some of these minerals, a lot of mining.
Yeah, my point is child labor is not skilled labor, also is not equipped, like physically equipped to do the kind of labor necessary to build a home. So it's not, there's no reason to do this in a country where the government controls all aspects of labor. Like, I think they would have better use putting adults into this expedited construction scheme. And I described this while not giving any charitability to North Korea whatsoever. I even said, even if what the suggestion is true that there's like forced labor and stuff happening, why the fuck would they force children to make these houses? And chatters were like, why are you glazing North Korea? I'm just saying it doesn't make logical sense.
Which
and he used it as a reason for why it was so fast, why the building was so fast, because children potentially worked in it.
As we will see, usually is the work of political prisoners deep in the mountains working a life sentence of hard labor. But yeah, for now, let's just look at this. I mean, some of this stuff just looks like a wasteland, but you know, that's industry for you. But then all of that steel production is happening right next to these tightly packed homes, just endless homes. You've got your required empty boulevard, traffic park. Here's their train station. Here's the big central square. This one's really ornately designed. Let's see if anything happens if we go back in time. Oh, they just built this. This is 2020. Look at this thing go up.
Yeah, you can see the little dots that they're building. Those are children. They put those kids to work again, dude. There's nothing that North Korean children value more than pouring concrete. Do you understand? They are the best at it.
Looks nice. Statues of the two leaders, sports stadium. And if you look at these big blue roofs, you will see something that you wouldn't expect to see in North Korea. This is the home to a market where thousands of vendors buy and sell things all day here in the socialist, communist, anti-capitalist utopia of North Korea. So the story here is that back in the 90s,
bro, stop. Stop. There ain't no fucking, no. No. He said socialism when no trade, socialism when no commerce. That's amazing. That's fucking awesome. Wow.
So when the Soviet Union fell, North Korea was hit very hard because they were very reliant on aid from the Soviet Union. Mass famine spread throughout the whole country, and this region was very deeply hit. So it gave rise to this really resourceful black market. Homemade goods, smuggled goods, sort of bartering, trading. Between a couple 100,000 to a couple million people died during this famine. And the black market was the only way that a lot of people lived and still live today. So in 2008, the government tried to crack down on this. This is like very anti-North Korean, like letting people buy and sell and smuggle stuff in. This is like not North Korean. They cracked down, and the mostly women merchants in this city protested. You don't see that in North Korea. They marched to the city government office, and there was like a big confrontation, and they basically said, like, we won't be able to live if you cut us off of this.
Where North Korea started to change has been the sort of underground economy. It has become somewhat tolerated under Kim Jong-un, these kind of illicit markets.
And today, the government continues to let this happen. This one we're looking at with the blue roof is a big example of that, but it's not the only one, not even close. These markets are now all over the country. So a lot of people get their stuff on this kind of black, gray, informal market, which has turned into a massive network.
I don't get it. Why didn't they just kill all the women? Like, what? It doesn't make sense. Why didn't they just kill everyone? I thought this was like a incredibly suppressive state, incredibly repressive state. Why didn't they kill all the women and then abolish the commodity form once again, to maintain this loyalty to what Johnny Harris claims is the Marxist-Leninist principles that they abide by. You know, why don't they abolish women? That's so weird.
Of trafficking stuff in, usually from China and almost always illegally.
Individual smugglers that will bring stuff literally across the river that divides North Korea and China. Sometimes those trading companies will, in the back of the truck, in addition to the shipment they're meant to be bringing in, bring a few other things in as well. And then that will kind of flow into the black market that way.
Back in the famine days, it was just the essentials. It was just rice and corn, just basic food. But with time, it started to become a more sophisticated private market. And today, you can get all kinds of cheap Chinese products. I mean, China is like the manufacturing powerhouse of the world, and they are right there next to North Korea. There's a lot of ships and trucks coming back and forth between the two countries, which serves as the arteries for this black market. A lot of these goods end up in these markets. Here's one in Pyongyang. There's a part of me that wants to do a whole video on these markets because they are very interesting. The whole informal economy of North Korea is something I might do a video on. If you're interested in that, let me know, because man, I want to pull on that thread. But real quick, there's two things that I feel like I'm learning about North Korea because of this informal market system. Number one, North Korea's very survival is thanks to the presence of China. China, this massive manufacturer, rapidly developing country, is a lifeline for North Korea, both in the formal trade.
I don't understand why he's saying it's a black market while simultaneously pointing to government-sanctioned, government-built, possibly by children, child laborers, market facilities in every town across the country. Like, I feel like if it's a black market, doesn't that imply that it's being done without government supervision? Like, it just kind of, at what point does a black market turn into a market? Do you think they got Labubu? Oh, I know they got Labubu, bro. I know they got Labubus in North Korea. They probably got more Labubus than we do.
As well as the informal black market. And the second thing that this kind of confirms for me is just how much the centrally planned communist government does not work. It does not actually work to allocate.
Same bogus sources for the market stuff. Daily NK, North Korea's Sunan market site, major investigation into embezzlement by local official. Oh, all of these, a lot of the fucking North Korean papers are just like, whatever.
Goods and services to the people. This country would not be able to survive without the black market. So in addition to China, the black market is the only way that a lot of North Koreans survive. But you can see how risky this can become, these informal markets, because the regime only works because it controls every aspect of people's lives. So these black markets are relinquishing some of that control. So every once in a while, they crack down, they go in, they like break up the markets, they make sure to extract fees, they make sure that this doesn't get too out of control. Anyway, the markets are endless.
Yeah, they might get swept away with the light of capitalism. This literally feels like 80s propaganda against the USSR. If only they knew the thrill of commerce like this, they would see the light of capitalism, and the Korean government hates that. They're so fearful.
Fascinating. One other thing you see in Chongjing is up here. This is a prison camp. Prison camps always have economic activity attached to them. And further up the valley, you've got...
Unlike the American facilities that also have economic activity attached to them, but American style, which is why that's cool and fine. Very different things happening. That's the different, burgers, guns, freedom, bald eagle scream, America.
This re-education camp deep in the valley for anyone who shows disloyalty to the regime. This one's for just over 1,000 men who don't live in these homes. That's for like the officials. They live within these walls and they spend their time mining copper and iron, cutting logs, making bricks, and farming. This is where we should talk about the prison camps, because this one that we just saw in the city, there's a lot of those. They exist in cities. Some are just typical prisons. Some are re-education camps, but there are way bigger ones, and they're up in the mountains, and they represent what I see as the most egregious version of North Korea's many human rights abuses. What's happening inside of these shapes is some of the worst stuff we can imagine. This is pretty upsetting stuff. I'm not going to go into like super detail, but let me just show you these 4 major prison camps, where they are, what they have inside of them, and who gets sent to them, and why.
He just like menacingly keeps zooming in and out. Dude, just zoom in, man. Just show me the scary human rights abuses that happen in North Korean prisons that seemingly don't happen in American prisons, even though we have the largest prisoner density on the planet. Well, I think maybe CCOT now might actually, CCOT, our foreign slave labor colony that we are using to send our immigrants to, might have actually overtaken America on the prisoner density number, but
and how and everything we know. You get sent to a prison camp for kind of anything. If you show any rebellion or disrespect to the party or the leader.
You know why CCOT holds over 6 million prisoners? No, prisoner density per capita. I'm saying that America has the highest percentage of prisoners per capita, as opposed to, I think it's El Salvador now because of CCOT, which I guess we could technically say is also American, since we're using it as well as our proxy prison.
If you're a public official who messed something up, you get sent to one of these. Just being accused of wrong thinking can get you sent to one. And it's not just you and your family, it is also your children and your grandchildren that aren't even born yet. The system detains multiple generations of someone they've deemed a political prisoner. Now, officially, none of this exists. North Korea laughably says that they do not have any such political prison system, but here they are.
There's actually around 700 penal facilities. Okay, now that goes from short-term detention sites, that you're there for a weekend, to those massive, 50,000 people concentration camp style sites.
And they have these names like Camp 14, Camp 11, and they're often on these huge tracts of land. Here's one up in the north. Like this is.
These videos never end up comparing other countries deemed bad countries, foreign adversaries, to America, because the purpose of this video is to make you leave the video with the underlying notion that things might be really bad in America, but at least we're not North Korea. The moment that you flip the script and start talking about, haha, I was actually referencing America, is the moment where everyone will tap out of the video and go, you fucking piece of shit, how dare you say this? I know this from my own personal experience because I do this all the time, where I say, like, these are human rights abuses, okay? Which, yeah, of course they are. But the moment that I talk about, like, the very same, sometimes exact same human rights abuses taking place in the United States of America, Americans fucking blow a gasket, okay? They fucking short circuit. They go, what? No. They're doing it Korean style over there, which is so much worse.
It's like we're deep in the mountains here. Like, look at this. This is the prison camp. There are guard posts and fences. Some of these aren't completely fenced in 100%, but like, if you look closely, you will see fences here cut into this forest. If you look real close, you can see a guard post. And within these camps, not just adults, you've got a lot of children. Many of them were born in the camp. They know nothing different.
What?
And what you'll see inside these prison camps is a lot of economic, productive activity being done through forced hard labor. So like up here, you've got this coal mine. That's a big one. That's one of the reasons all of this stuff's in the mountains. Then you have a lot of farmland up here as well. Livestock. There's even a distillery here, maybe making some kind of hard alcohol to be shipped to Pyongyang. You've got a factory here. You've got a school, probably for the guards' children. The children in these camps are made to work from the time they are 4 to 6 years old. And the work hours are 10 to 12 hours long for everyone in this camp. Unpaid, forced prison labor. The conditions are horrific.
Okay, this I don't know and don't think is true. I think this is just a heavy speculation. What? There's children in the prison camps. They're born in the prison camps. They don't know anything other than the prison camps, and they're working at the age of 4 in the prison camp. Doing what? Goo gaga business? Like, what the fuck can a 4-year-old do in terms of labor? Like, this is the moment where like things that were kind of true turn into just like completely made up, hyper embellished shit. It's like Kim Jong-un shot his uncle in a piece of artillery into a pit where there were dogs, and then the dogs ate the fucking uncle, and then a week later the uncle is actually alive, and they're like, oops, I guess that didn't happen. Like, it's shit like that. Like, it's bad enough as it is. The conditions are not great. You don't have to fucking, I don't know, Yeonmi Park it. What the fuck? 4-year-olds are doing 10-hour shifts at the coal mine is a wild thing to say. He's not using any source for anything. No, some of the sources are like fucking National Endowment of Democracy type beats, or like North Korea Daily, you know, like CIA newspaper shit like that. He's not using any source for anything. Bro's making up 90% of his video with Google Earth. Like the blue roof markets exist all across Southeast Asia. It's just a common roof color in the region. I don't get this at all. I look at Google Earth at night all the time. I don't make it into a YouTube video and repeat my delusions. I mean, this is almost as ridiculous as like in North Korea, the men pull the trains. You weren't there. How would you know if you're going to talk about somewhere else? At least do the service of visiting it yourself. Okay, well, neither has he or Douglas Murray. And those guys love talking about North Korea.
People are on the verge of starving and often have to fight for resources. But you'll also see that even within these prison camps, it kind of feels like a North Korean city. It's like a little microcosm, a little mini version of the North Korean cities. Like, look, you've got a central square.
Defectors who escaped, tell them, thousands of them. Yeah, dude. Listen, I'm not discounting the firsthand testimony of defectors. There's a lot of valuable information that you can derive out of it. And then there's a lot of people who openly, other defectors, will say that they embellished as a direct consequence of the monetary incentive associated with openly embellishing about the conditions of North Korea. Yeonmi Park is one of the greatest examples of a North Korean defector. Okay? She also is one of the funniest memes of all time. She is literally used as a template for making shit up about a country, or sometimes saying the truth about America, but with the North Korean seasoning. Like, Yeonmi Park is such a fabulous that other defectors have literally been like, she's out of her fucking mind. She's just making shit up. Okay.
Where? The monument. You'll see murals of the great leaders. You'll have these indoctrination centers, a school. I want to know more about these schools. It's like a little mini city. These big ones, there's like 20,000 people who will live here. They are fenced in for the most part. Most people who come into this prison camp never leave. The people who are born here will never leave. These are
what are you saying? What the fuck? Where is the proof? None of this is true. I don't think. Like, he's just looking at a fucking Google map and is like summarizing something that like a defector most likely made up. What do you mean? Look, I'm sorry. After someone, in all sincerity, tells me that a 4-year-old is born in a fucking prison facility and is working 10 to 12 hours, it is very difficult for me to take them seriously after that point. Okay? Like, you can zoom in and out of a Google Maps thing all day, every day. That's not offering you additional credibility after you said something so unimaginable, so insane, that defies all fucking logic. What are you saying?
They have to hand massage a cow for your leader to take.
The wildest and most obvious made-up stuff comes from her YouTube channel, where she really just seems to be making all of this stuff up completely on the fly.
If you be sarcastic, especially about the leader and the party, not only yourself going to be executed, the 3 generations of your family going to be executed and sent to political prison camps with you.
North Korea sucks. Right, this country that has been a non-stop occupation.
I know he has sources in the description. They're all like fucking North Korea Daily. Like, even Western outlets are unfortunately unreliable when it comes to like understanding what the fuck is going on in North Korea. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have 2 very good friends from Australia who quite literally made a documentary about exactly this, okay? This thing that we're currently watching, which is that there is an entire industry designed around like the very limited amount of information that's readily available about North Korea, and how it's propped up by state departments that are invested in like constantly fucking talking about how terrifying North Korea is. Their names are Boy Boy and I Did a Thing. And they went to fucking North Korea to get a haircut, if you recall. The documentary is called Haircut. But your sources are all perfectly valid and true. I'm not even fucking sourcing this off of anything beyond what I've read and also what I have literally heard from people that went to fucking North Korea. Oh my God. Not to get all fucking Douglas Murray with it, but given that there are severe limitations and also a lot of interest in making shit up, it's very difficult to get a accurate assessment of the things that are happening. Now, having said that, the reason why I mentioned this, the reason why I fucking mentioned this is because of the fact that, like I said, the Haircut documentary is quite literally about this, about how Western media makes shit up. The fucking North Korea, some of it is really silly. Yeah, defectors fear impact of mounting skepticism of accounts told by celebrated North Korean escapee. Other defectors said you're fucking the bag up because you've made such shit, you've made things up in such a spectacular fashion that, like, you know, you're ruining this market. You went way too hard, dude. Why is it always the neckbeard guys who pick a female creator to obsess to hate on? It's so E with you. Wait, what? Are you saying my criticism of famed propagandist who notoriously makes shit up, such that other defectors literally have called her out, is equivalent to like hyper focusing on a woman misogynistically? What the fuck? Can you show evidence of her making things up? Yeah, like things that she says in this video, but most famously when she fucking says, in North Korea, men pull the trains. This is physically impossible. Okay?
Yeah.
Were they eating them raw?
Sometimes if you find the skin, you do, but they do find some like fire and roast them.
So they were excited to find a rat to eat.
Yeah,
so they were catching them with their hands.
Yeah.
Were they eating them raw?
First Japan, and then now America. They're definitely spending all of their resources on the joke police. North Korea blows, man.
Parents cannot feed their children. We give them mud because children are so hungry. And when you eat mud, you die in 10 days. You cannot go to bathroom.
Sometimes even I get a little carried away. I see some mud. Sometimes it has that perfect consistency, you know? And I start eating a little bit of it, but then I remember what Yeonmi Park said. I remember that, I think of it, and then I...
Bro, my mom does that shit when she talks about growing up in Vietnam during the war.
So you're born in North Korea?
Yeah.
Are you going there on the next tour? They don't do comedy shows there, do you?
I think that's the thing. Like in North Korea, I knew about comedy, but in comedy, they have to glorify the dictators. So I was like so shocked. In America, people can make fun of everything,
Yeah.
or themselves, or anything.
Yeah. Well, there's a dinner that they have every year where you make fun of the president, and the president has to be there and then get made fun of in front of everybody.
They don't get executed.
Yeah. Crazy.
Wow.
So you're born.
God forbid a Korean woman has a hobby, dude. Instead of focusing on this girl, how about we actually see if we can disprove the comment about children growing up as generational prisoners? Okay, in North Korea, children are actually nuclear scientists because they have the most brilliant fucking children of all time. After all, North Korea has a nuclear program. And the only reason why they got this nuclear program is because the children are brilliant nuclear physicists. Can you disprove this insane claim that I made up just now? No, you can't, because I can't disprove something that you just fucking made up. What do you mean? Yeah, they got baby nukes. Babies are making nukes. Sometimes you have to think critically and go, well, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? What the fuck? Nice deflection? This is not deflection. The amount of effort required to maintain a penal state such as this one is insurmountable, okay? This is a big fucking country. Like, what are we talking about? The fuck? This is why we need to blow up Iran. Somehow, yes. Also true. Wow. Spoken like a true State Department employee.
Sentences, and it really gets its roots from the old Soviet days where so much control and power was wrought from just having the threat of this thing that the UN has called a human rights abuse with no parallel in modern times.
Like the person The person that we're talking about is a person who said Columbia University taught me the same lessons as North Korea.
After 5 years in South Korea, I came to America, guys. I came to the promised land, and I came here to study at Columbia University in New York City. And that's when I thought my journey to freedom ended. From now on, it's going to be all happy ending. I'm going to a land where justice alives and people understands the value of freedom. When I got to Columbia, I was completely speechless because the professors at Columbia were teaching exact same things that my North Korean teacher were teaching us back in North Korea.
Yeah, like math. Just why is she kind of bad though? That's like half of the fucking the half of the purpose here. Yeah, they were teaching biology, which is weird. I didn't understand.
Yeah. And I was thinking, how is this possible? My Columbia professor, 21st century, living in New York City, telling us math is racist. Math is made up by the white man to control the minority. After 5 years in South Korea,
in North Korea, they're teaching tricknology. The white man invented tricknology. Oh, my Lord.
Like this is a level of control and deprivation that doesn't really exist anywhere close to this degree.
20-odd million people that are basically prisoners.
Reminder that her lies are so outlandish that even other North Korean defectors call her stories ridiculous. A 59-year-old woman from Hyesan who escaped in 2009 laughed when asked, was anyone ever executed for watching an American movie? How can you be executed for watching an American film? It sounds ridiculous even saying it. That has never happened before. I go to church with around 350 defectors, and you ask any of them, and they will say exactly the same thing, she told us over the phone from South Korea. Other defectors confirm this. By the way, that idea that people get executed for watching an American movie isn't just Yeonmi Park's assessment. It is literally the type of insane statement that does make its way to CNN. This is why I was trying to explain to you that even Western media, unfortunately, is not very reliable when it comes to getting accurate information about the day-to-day existence of North Koreans. This isn't to say that, like, North Koreans are eating burger every meal and life is fucking fantastic. But overall, a lot of the stuff that defectors even say, they have a fucking financial investment or financial interest in, like, maybe exaggerating a little bit. So isn't that a good thing if other defectors are coming out and saying she's lying? It doesn't matter. That's my point. Did you know that other defectors had actually fucking routinely made fun of Yeonmi Park's insane claims about North Korea? Many of which does not make sense because it, like, you would have to suspend your disbelief. You would have to assume that North Koreans are like an alien force, okay, that survives on mud and rat skin, that somehow still have the capacity, in spite of how starving they are, that they are able to pull trains, which is, again, an unimaginably impressive feat for any human, let alone a starving population of child slaves that were born in a prison colony that never left the prison colony. Like, none of this makes sense. Yeah, and also she's the most famous and successful because she's lying, like aggressively lying. And it does not take much for like a person to make a claim like this because there's no accurate information coming out of North Korea, as we've already talked about. So then mainstream resources will literally take up these claims and treat them as though they are truths. Like, it comes from a defector sometimes, okay? It goes to an outlet like Daily North Korean. Children in North Korean political prison camps face forced labor and other human rights abuses. Sometimes you want to even hear from like Amnesty International that will verify these claims without applying much scrutiny to them whatsoever. And then they make their way to like CNN. Yeah. Why do North Korean defector testimonies so often fall apart? This is an article that was written on The Guardian. Cash incentives and the Western media's endless appetite for shocking stories encourage refugees to exaggerate. There's also stories of defectors that will literally suffer because they also get mistreated by South Korean society broadly and also can't get a fucking job in South Korea, which causes them to make up new shit because there's an incentive structure designed around like constantly creating new stories. Constantly creating new stories that are even more embellished. Because that's the only job you can get. You defect. Obviously, the conditions are not great in North Korea. I'm not saying that they are, right? You defect. You run away. You go to China, and then the Chinese government sends you to South Korea. Then your only opportunity after you've gone through the investigation and the interrogation process to show that you are not somehow a double agent for North Korea, the only way that you can make money is by telling your stories, because you can't get a normal fucking job. And even if you do get a job, it's hard to survive in South Korea in general, which is why South Koreans themselves call it, what, hell on earth? But ultimately, if North Koreans are captured in China, they send it back to North Korea. Okay, China sends them back to North Korea. Then you escape China, and then you get to South Korea. There are stories of even defectors that have tried to go back to North Korea afterwards because they miss their families or because they can't fucking survive. What's the reason they can't get a job? I mean, the reason why they can't get a fucking honest job that allows them to survive is because it's the same fucking reason why regular South Koreans can't get a fucking job either. I assume that stop. That chatter is wrong. Yeonmi Park was sold to be a sex slave to an R-worded Chinese farmer. No, you're also wrong. She claimed that she was sold as a sex slave to an entire family of Chinese farmers that all happened to be R-worded, is how she described it. She said every single person in the family, in the Chinese farmer family, was disabled mentally. She did say that. That's another thing that she said. Yeah, there's no verifiable education, work experience, most lack post-secondary education, South Korean discrimination against North Koreans, etc., etc. Exactly. There are a fucking shit ton. There are a shit ton of reasons why if you're a North Korean defector, you're going to have a hard time getting a job. You already have a hard time getting a job in South Korea, even if you are South Korean and went to school. Like, obviously, things are not great in South Korea. It's true. I was there. I was the farmer. I was one of the mentally disabled farmers. Anyway, let's continue.
Prisoners to a system that they can't change.
This is kind of like a condensed version of that, a prison within a prison. Now, there's obviously a lot more study that's been done and visual analysis from satellite imagery. In our sources, you can read some of the human rights groups' reports on this, where they've done sort of a deep dive in annotation. I've just done a quick overview here. And to contrast the prison camps, let's go to Wonsan, where I found one of Kim Jong-un's palaces. We can really show you what Kim Jong-un does with this power that he's extracted from his people. So this is Wonsan, and up here, you got your empty square with the circles, you got a port. Then up here, you've got this international children's camp where kids from all around the world come to partake in North Korean fun and sport every year. And then right here is the Kim family compound. Look at this, right on the beach. It's got this private beach with all kinds of security barriers. It's got all of these massive structures, big yard, a shooting range, and right here next to it, of course, a railroad just in case the guy has to scurry away in case of an invasion or something. So he's always got an escape.
Yeah, so does every fucking leader of every country. In every state. Around the planet, okay? The notion that there are escape routes available for a president is not worthy of scrutiny or fascination. It's just how it is. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? The only thing that's unique is that they use a bulletproof train, okay? That's it. That's the only unique part about this. Same with Vladimir Putin. What the fuck?
So while the 100,000 North Koreans...
Like, he's literally saying, like, this president is like such a pussy, dude. What are you, scared that you're gonna get fucking invaded, dude? Okay, why does every president have that? Of course every president has that. Like, yeah, but they're escaping in, like, a weird Korean way. You know what I mean? Like a weird North Korean style situation. That's why they're escaping Korean-like.
Are imprisoned up in the mountains. Kim Jong-un has his residence here on the beach. You know, I've known this. I've known that North Korea is crazy, but to see the prison camps and then to see this is just, it's fairly sickening to me. So when you're out here in rural North Korea, like I've been a lot lately, you stumble upon a few weird things. Check this out. Like if you get this, like this looks like maybe an anti-aircraft battery, like a military installation, maybe here in this red earth. Then you get these like really peculiar looking.
Wow. Hold on. I got this. Hold on. One second. Hold on. I got this. Just trust me. Okay. Are you ready for this? Folks, I gotta show you something. Okay? I have it on good authority. Here you have the Department of Corrections. This is a former prison in DC. Okay? You can't really see. It's really bad. The visuals are really bad and really scary, and you should know that it's really scary. Also, only a couple miles away, this incredible sight. Computer enhance. The president, the leader of this country, only miles down the road, living in this house. They say some parts of the house might have been built by slaves, real human beings that were bought and paid for and sold as commerce in the market. Up on the roof, snipers. What are they afraid of? This president must be terrified of his own population. Underneath this house, tunnels. That's right, miles and miles of tunnels. You can kind of see, here it is, the entry point into the tunnel system so that the president can evacuate with ease. That's right. I didn't want to show you this, but it needed to be done. Isn't that scary? I'm terrified. I found a disturbing image of a place looking barren. What is this website that you sent me? Mapsales.com, North Dakota. Wow. Look at this land. Not a single Walmart to be seen here. Terrifying. Mapsales.com. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. The leading source of wall maps. Who the fuck goes to mapsales.com to purchase this specific map of North Dakota? The North Dakota satellite map dramatically displays the Peace Garden State as seen from outer space. The striking aerial view map was created from spectral data, satellite images obtained from NASA's Landsat satellites, which was then combined with 3D shaping to provide a natural-looking satellite map. That's amazing. Oh God, I'm showing the scary house again. It's white.
Housing blocks that are just eerily symmetrical. They're kind of everywhere out in the rural area, and they are often built next to a farm. I've never seen villages like this anywhere in the world from the sky. They're just so clearly deeply planned. But what I'm learning...
Yeah, dude, they have a command economy. Yes. Also, it literally resembles an American suburb. Motherfucker, look at Houston, okay? What the fuck? Like, what are you saying? Like, look at this. Look at this, please, dude. Ooh, I've never seen such symmetrical design. What are they planning? Indecent things, I suppose. What the fuck are we doing? Ooh, look how planned and symmetrical. How insidious. What the fuck?
Learning is that this is how a lot of stuff gets made in rural North Korea, a lot of the farming. Like, look at this. See all these houses? All of these houses, which look identical to each other, they're all a part of this factory. This is a factory that makes, let's find out. Boom. There we we go. Fruit. This is a fruit processing factory out here, way out in rural North Korea. And all of these homes are the people who work in the fruit factory. Something Jacob pointed out to me is that a lot of these are duplexes, meaning two families live here, and you can see this is their backyard, and they have kind of a separator, so they have this little plot of backyard. This is their community.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. This literally feels like glazing North Korea. Like in America, you don't get a government-sponsored condo when you're working at the factory, which is close enough to your home. In America, you get nothing. You get to live in an apartment with like 8 other people as you go to the fucking factory down the road, and you have to drive there on top of that. What the fuck? Stop, I live in a 1-bedroom brownstone in Princeton, New Jersey with my 5-person polycule, and this is scaring me.
Community. You are assigned a job here and you work here. I don't see a car anywhere on these roads.
You mentioned cars. Of course, private ownership of vehicles isn't really a thing in North Korea, so there's no need for parking spaces.
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why it's not a thing. Let me think. Perhaps there might be a reason for it. I don't know. Maybe because they have been forcibly excised from participating in the global marketplace. And as a consequence of that, they didn't really develop industry surrounding private vehicles and instead focused on the limited opportunities they had on public transit.
You are living here and working here for your whole life. See some people biking, some people walking. But the other thing you see are these vast complexes of greenhouses. Kim Jong-un has been going nuts on greenhouses, building as many as he can. This was an airport for some reason, but over time, this airport got turned into a massive greenhouse complex. Kim Jong-un has been doing this. And in fact, just a short time, this is 2022, and this is today. Like, man, they built stuff fast.
You know who built the greenhouses? Children. You know who's working in the greenhouses? Children. That's right. You might have guessed it. It's children. It's always children. Children are working and building the greenhouses. Children built the previous airspace as well. They built the airport, and then they were flying the planes.
Fast, it seems. So one way that North Korea works is by just assigning people jobs and having them live and work in the exact same place. But man, I get really mesmerized out here in rural North Korea looking at the configuration of the housing. Okay, but we have to talk about the capital. I know everyone's wanting, like, the capital, it's the most interesting. I've been holding off because I feel like the capital gets so much coverage, and I'm interested in, like, these rural, like, backwaters. But let's talk about the capital. In order to understand Pyongyang and, like, what it is, you have to understand this concept of songbun. Basically the caste system for North Korea. It's how they subdivide the people. And like once you're in one class, you're in one class, and like your kids are in that class too, and you can maybe move up or maybe move down. If your grandpa was like supportive of the Japanese or wasn't super loyal during the revolution, then you are a part of the hostile class. Like you are not to be trusted, you are not loyal, you will have the worst jobs, the worst opportunities, you will get the worst punishments. The wavering class are kind of the middle ground, and they are more trusted. They're still on thin ice like everyone. They have more opportunities, they get better healthcare, they get better schools, better food. But the core class, those are the top dogs. They're party officials, they're the elites. Those are the people who live in Pyongyang. They live in a completely different world than the rest of the country. The capital, which is a pretty wild looking place. Here on Google Earth, they've put these little 3D renderings of like the big super wild hotel at the center of town that actually...
Isn't that supposed to be a casino?
Looks really awesome and cool and wild, but it's totally empty. At least that's what the reports say. It's just a big piece of propaganda. Part of it is that with these buildings, because electricity is so flaky in North Korea, you actually don't want like a high-rise like penthouse, because if you're like at the 30th floor...
What the fuck is he? Is he eating chips with chopsticks? They should have never let Mormons escape Mormonism and find the internet, bro. We shouldn't let Mormons out of the country. Straight up. We should just keep them in the country.
And the power goes out, you're walking 30 floors of steps. So the most desirable apartments, according to Martin, the expert interviewed, are the ones on the bottom floors. Okay, so Pyongyang has big old stadium, monuments, big grand boulevards, lots of buses. So much transportation happens on buses in North Korea. And as you're rolling around here, you see a lot of like pretty peculiar architecture.
A throwback.
Like, just understand that this is a pre-recorded video, as in he wanted you and me to see that he was eating chips with chopsticks when he was talking, okay? Like, I need you to understand, this is all a performance. This is not a live stream. He wrote a script for this. And in the script, he was like, I'm going to be eating chips with a chopstick while explaining to you Pyongyang, okay? I'm going to end the edit.
Back to Soviet era when cities were laid out on a template and you had, brutalist architecture and everything and just rows of...
I still love Johnny Harris. Donald Harris is one of my favorite content creators, straight up. And it's been a while since we've reacted to a Donald Harris video.
Apartments and no real like suburban landscape.
All these theme parks are empty parking lots all the time. It is like, just a snapshot in time. So we don't actually know, but I've never seen anyone in these. Although, check out this promo video from this water park. Oh my God, doesn't this baby know that she has to go back to work at the baby factory? You're acting all cute now, Korean child. If you are not extra cute in this video, you and 3 other generations will serve in the baby factory. You start to see that like a lot of this stuff is built to show the outside world that North Korea can do this, and to show fellow North Koreans that North Korea can do this. That is a massive part of construction in this country. It's not about serving the broader people as much as it is about telling a story. So many sports are a big part of North Korean culture. Kim Jong-un's got his little signature buildings here. Every leader has a different style, and Kim Jong-un is just doing it with these curvy apartment buildings. One thing you see here is churches. There's a bunch of random churches in Pyongyang. One of them is this Eastern Orthodox Church, which North Korea built for their good friend Russia. Here's Vladimir Putin in this Eastern Orthodox Church. Oh, but here's a Protestant one. Founder of the country, Kim Il-sung, had a mother who was a Protestant. And apparently she was a deacon here in this church. So they restored this church, and it's sort of like a symbol that, like, look, North Korea believes in freedom of religion, but they, to be clear, do not. Religion is not widely practiced in North Korea for obvious reasons. Now, what I love...
I don't think they fuck with religion like that in general. Like, I don't think it's anything more ominous than that. What do you mean for obvious reasons? Is he trying to say, like, obvious reasons as in, like, look at what the church has done in South Korea? Because I don't think that's what he means. Because if I was North Korean and I saw what the CIA was doing with the Christian churches in South Korea, I'd be like, no fucking Christianity, please. Not allowed, okay? I'd be like, no, stay away, okay? Stay the fuck away from my country, please. Oh, my Lord. Fun fact, North Korea has a masjid, which is the Iranian embassy, but the employees are all Sunnis from across the world.
What I love about Pyongyang is it takes the whole, like, big boulevard, grand streets that are empty to a whole new level. I mean, look at this. Here's where the great leader used to live. This was their palace. And coming off it is this big, grand square, empty. And coming off that, there's this grand boulevard that is just so grand and so empty. So it goes down.
Oh, he means worshiping Kim as God? Oh, that's what he meant. I wasn't even thinking like that.
Through this big, beautiful roundabout, keeps going through a tunnel to another big,
I don't think that's
beautiful, mostly empty roundabout. There's a car. And now it enters into this massive grand, like, this is, you would expect a urban design like this in, like, Mexico City or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lanes going into this grand intersection for the 4 cars that are here. I mean, it's mesmerizing to look at, right? So anyway.
I think one of the saddest parts about both North Korea and even China is how fucking Amerifat coded they are. Like, they're also Ameriboos. It's American culture is, like, inescapable. But, like, everything he's shown of North Korea just kind of looks like cooler Houston. Like, I mean, China is, like, especially Amerifat coded with their car culture. Luckily, they still have tremendous public infrastructure and public transit options, but they also still definitely have a fuck ton of cars.
Anyway, that is the grand boulevard that leads up to this palace that the leaders used to live in. The leaders don't live here anymore now. Kim Jong-un lives instead up here. See if I can find his house from memory now that I've been staring at it nonstop. Boom, there it is. Found it. Okay, here he is. He lives up in this big compound up on the hill. This big boy. This is his main residence in the city. I'm looking at my data set from Jacob, and you see potential underground entrances to these heavily secured compounds and bunkers. For how much we know these folks like to dig, you can imagine that behind Kim Jong-un's house, there are tunnels and bunkers. We don't know that, but...
Bro, what are we... I don't think he's making this shit up. I just don't understand why this is like, ooh, scary, Okay, this is what I mean. It's like this is every leader of every country, including the United States of America. Like that's, I don't know. Maybe this is unique, but I don't understand.
I presume there probably is. Now, Google Maps being what it is, someone put a concentration center label right over the hill from Kim Jong-un's house. I asked the experts about this, and they're like, no, that's not a that's like, there's not a concentration camp on the other side of Kim Jong-un's house. It's probably a barracks where his bodyguards live. Don't believe everything you see on Google Maps, folks. So, yeah.
But you just did that. You did that the entire video. You literally zoomed shit, and whatever the thing that it said turned around and repeated. It's been 42 minutes. Why is it that at the 42nd minute, you finally go, maybe this seems a little bit far-fetched? The entire video was that. Just fucking diving around on Google Maps and being like, I'm zooming in here. Look at this scary place. Half of the stuff that he was talking about exists in every country, whether it be prisons, whether it be fucking prison labor facilities, or even like extraction routes for a head of state. And then the other half is just like zooming in and going, this is the scariest thing I've ever seen. And the image that he's showing is basically this. And then the additional classic stuff, like they have 18 generations of slaves in the prison colonies where children are being born and working for 12 hours a day at the age of 4.
Yeah, Pyongyang is a place that could look fairly developed and nice. And indeed, the imagery from Pyongyang does look fairly
let that not fool you.
Nice in some views. Because this is where the elite live, the core class. This is where the output from all of the horrific abuse and slavery that's happening out in the countryside comes to benefit. And this is the center of power for the regime. Oh, and something you can't see here, but that you see in a lot of like tourist videos is the very deep underground train system. They've got a subway that is very nice looking. And boy, I wish I could go there and visit and see it someday, but I probably will never do that for obvious reasons.
Yeah, because he's CIA.
Okay, I want to finish this video talking about the thing we can't really see on this map, which is the people.
They are regular people like you and I, and they have dreams and ambitions. They just want to have some food and enjoy themselves and go out with friends and just kind of have a happy life.
Despite all the horrors of this place, there are wholesome, meaningful traditions and rituals that still endure. The Lunar New Year, or the Harvest Festival, brings people together to celebrate. The extreme poverty limits their feasts, but they often consist of homemade alcohol, simple rice cakes, and something poverty and totalitarianism can't totally take away, which is community, the nourishment of relationships. As we've seen, most people can't really move around in the country, so they stay in one place, which defectors have reported leads to a sense of intimacy and connection with the community they live next to. They lean on each other, they survive because of each other, they celebrate together, and they seem to find meaning despite all the limitations and all of the control. One defector went so far as to say, everything was suffocating and pitiful in North Korea, but it is a country that I have many positive memories from. So if someone asks me, what is North Korea like? I say, North Korea is a nice place with plenty of love.
And that's, I think, one of the things that's often forgotten when we look at North Korea in the traditional media, because people having a happy life is not newsworthy, but a military parade or a nuclear test or a missile launch or something is newsworthy.
Yeah. So just leaving you with a reminder that there's more to this country than the horrible realities that we've seen here or that we often see on the news. If you want a deeper look on this angle of the country, there's a book called Nothing to Envy, which is a great human-level account of life in North Korea. So thank you all for being curious with me as we looked at this map. To understand more about this secretive country, let me know what you want me to cover next.
Oh my God. North Korea can host the best F1 street circuits. The internet's such a cool place. You can become an expert in North Korean geography from the comfort of your own home. No, you can't. This video did not prove that. This video did not prove what you think it proved. Man, how North Korea builds cities is like how I play city building simulation games. Let us all appreciate the fact that we were born elsewhere. The fact that we're studying North Korea like it's an alien planet is just wild. Bro really chewed on more food in this video than a North Korean see in a week. Ugh, gross. Everybody gangsta until Johnny Sahara says, look at this map. We have watched Mike Ok's video in North Korea. What is this? What is this? As an average tourist, this was the closest I could get to delivering my message to the United Nations on behalf of all my Israeli friends. Ordinary yet oddly opinionated, proud American, unapologetic Zionist. It's not mental illness. It's a bot, chatter. It's all these different hands. It's a bot. Never mind, it's the same hand. This hand is different, though. I think some of the initial hands were different, too, no? Aren't they? Try holding a middle finger like that. It's not possible. I just did. I don't think it's her hand. Or it's not the same hand. Unless you moisturize it like a motherfucker on the inside of her hand as opposed to the outside of her hand. God damn, look at the outside of her hand versus the inside. That clip is getting you canceled? Why? Sun damage? No, she posted with the ring out to flex. People accused her of doing it wrong, and then she went back to flip it off the right way. I love hand watch at the Hassan Hour broadcast. It does seem like a bot account. No fucking real human being is wasting this much time posting this over and over again. I hope it's a bot account and not a real human being that's spending that much fucking time. Anyway, that's all I got for today. I'm fucking tired. I can't believe we did 9 hours. Shouts out to John Old Harris. John McDonald Harris for allowing us to go for 9 hours today almost. Peace from the Middle East. Peace in the Middle East. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, a sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown.
جلست هنا أصغي لصوت المطر أفكر ما الذي حصل لحالي طوال سنة مثل نهر يضيع مني العمر ولا أبالي قد سئمت من التفكير قد حان وقت التغيير طال شوقي لغد لي مبتسم لأغني ما أجمل الحياة فكل شيء يحيا بالأمل فلننسى ما فات ونبني لنا مستقبلا أفضل إلى متى سوف أظل تائها أنت شيئا فشيئا عن حلمي لا لن أبقى هكذا مكبل اليدين فأنا أحس بالحنين لنفسي لا لا يأس بعد الآن لا تقل فات الأوان فليكن يومك أحلى مما كان لنغني ما أجمل الحياة فكل شيء يحيا بالأمل فلننسى ما فات ونبني لنا
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Tom Piker, and this is awesome. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live on live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MVs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, folks. It's Monday, Newsday, as a matter of fact. This is Vika's Music. V-I-K-A-S Music. Baba, I'm live. Evet. The Global Alex, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday Newsday, folks. It's June 30th, 2025. That was V-I-K-A-S Music, Vika's Music, Blinding Lights, Arabic version, Eurobeat remix. I'm Hassan Piker. But we're live. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and obviously a lot has taken place. I'm live early. It's 10:37. I'm actually super early, a lot earlier than I normally start at. I usually start at 11. Now, the reason why I'm early is because I have spent some time away from you guys. I spent the last 24 hours just kind of hanging out. I'll be watching your YouTube VOD about China's strengths. As someone who goes to China a lot for work and has a lot of friends who live in China, I'm super skeptical of your claims. My knowledge, though, is purely anecdotal. And I'd love to see a deep dive of your claims. Love your work. Cool, I guess. And don't worry, one day I'm going to go to China, and then you'll see the deep dive. But yeah, yesterday, yesterday, I did not stream. And the reason for why I didn't stream yesterday is because I woke up in the morning as always. And what did I do? Well, unlike always, I did something new. I did something different. I actually went, let me move this stuff around a little bit. I actually went on a merch shoot. That's right. Under normal circumstances, I thought I would do my merch shoot because, you know, as you guys can tell, new merchandise is coming. It's that time of the freaking year. The hat is Chapo, but the merch is mine. Look. Austerity abroad, austerity at home. But basically what happened is the shoot went way beyond what we normally would do. It went into like 1:30, 2 p.m. So at that point I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm not actually gonna stream today. And instead, and there's a baby tea as well for the Girly Pop Nation. I think you guys will like it. Anyway, so I took a day off. And I spent the entire day under the sun. I went in, I went in the pool. I have my friends come over. They wanted to go into the pool, and I have like an open invite usually for them anyway. So they were already there. Okay, this is another one. This is another merch. Shock Doctrine. We got some real cool stuff coming out. Anyway, but yeah, did the merch photo shoot. Went in the pool. I got scratched up a lot by Honey, my buddy Mike's dog, Honey. She is an aqua dog. I've never seen a dog like this. He has 2 Belgian Malinois. You've met him on the stream. They were there for Kaya's birthday. They're Kaya's best friends. One of them's a male, one of them's a female. The female is younger. She literally spends 3 hours in the water. I've never seen anything like it. She just jumps in the pool and only stays in the pool. And she just swims around for 3 hours. I'm not even kidding. Like, it sounds like a joke. It sounds like a joke when you describe it like that. You're like, what? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you're exaggerating. No, we were in the pool for 3 hours. She was in the pool for the entirety of that process. A Belgian Malinois. The other one can also swim pretty well, Huxley, but he doesn't like going in the pool that much. But he'll just like throw his own ball into the pool and then go chase after it and then swim. But yeah, that's me doing the LeBron. Bro think he LeBron? Yeah, I know. I love LeBron. Anyway, I found out that my Finnish national TV article came out. They did it both in the news as well. So there's that. We'll obviously cover that too, or we'll visit that link. Hassan Piker became the voice that young American men listen to. We'll obviously cover that as well. And then I spent the rest of the day shooting, playing some ball. And honestly, it's finally getting better. My leg is finally getting better. On the weight gain side, like, I'm fat. 10 pounds. State of Qatar, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's crazy. The State of Qatar showing up. Yeah, I've been like, I'm 235 right now. I need to get back down to like sub 225. You reached the front page of it yesterday?
Matters. And I think inexperience is dangerous in this case.
Oh, shit,
Mr. Mondani had a staff of 5 people. You're not going to run a staff of 300,000.
He never says his last name right, by the way.
He's never dealt with the city council. He's never dealt with the Congress. He's never dealt with the state legislature. He's never negotiated with a union. He's never built anything.
Mr. Mondani, to Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should...
That got 53,000 opos. That's crazy. They're doing Project 2029, and they have Neera Tanden and Jake Sullivan on the board. Yeah. The real Mamala. Mamdani. 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 So, yeah, but personal news wise, that's it. Like you know, I've been holding it down a little bit. I had some sandwiches yesterday, some Italian sandwiches. I haven't been eating too great, but I did spend the entire day doing activities and being outside, and it was fucking awesome. And I also realized that Kaya is not used to that at all. Like, she's used to this. She's used to just sleeping. She's used to playing in the morning and getting all of her energy out, and then just passing out, right? And I know this because yesterday she got absolutely cooked. I put her in the pool. I made her swim a little bit. She does not like swimming, so there's no new update on that front. But also, after that, I took her to the park. I'm telling you right now, she is not capable of, okay, I don't care about this. She is not capable of doing that much activity. She should be doing activities throughout the day. Yeah, no, she can't handle it. She literally cannot handle it. But at least something that's good, at least one thing that I've realized that's good is that, like, I can actually still move around a little bit again. Like, my ankle has been, it's not fully healed yet, but it's like almost fully healed. And it took 2 weeks, but I can run again. You know what I mean? Like, not fully, but kind of run. I don't think I can play. Like, I don't think I can play basketball with, like, you know, you've needed to ball. It was like withdrawals. Yeah. Like, I'm still feeling it. Like, I'm still feeling my ankle, like, even right now, but you know, we'll see. And then I did the tub, did a little bit of recovery, passed out, and woke up, got it started right again, baby. Back at it. You already know. But my right shoulder is busted as hell. This is 225, light work, not a big deal. Didn't want to push it too hard. Hit that quick 6, not an issue for me at all. But right shoulder is still tweaked out. Haven't been able to figure it out. Haven't been able to figure out fixing it and how to fix it. But yeah, that's it. I'm back at it like a crack addict. Oh yeah. Any interest in watching the Senate Big Beautiful Bill amendment stream? Fuck no. But we will be covering that, obviously. That's a huge deal. It's big booty bill. Don't worry. Nobody wants to work anymore, especially not John Fetterman. Mélenchon getting stun locked by one guy in the chat. Oh no, he did a live stream. Okay. Wow, she changed the Twitch's landscape more than anyone else. The genius behind Cutie Cinderella. That's crazy. That's crazy glaze, dude. He was Cutie, how she changed Twitch. Massive Impact of Streamer Awards. Butterfly Effects of Streamer Awards. That's glaze. If you wear a MAGA hat, it'll fix your shoulder. I doubt it. The State Department has revoked the visas of Bob Villain, proud son of a diplomat and former U.S. ambassador. Wait, to Mexico? Oh, this is America did. That's cool. That's sick, man. We're such pussies. God, this country. Oh my God. Anyway, let's get it started. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it going. I'm gonna blast off. Mamdani Mania continues. Trump's awful bill and how to stop it with David Dayen. SCOTUS ruins Constitution. Idaho sniper shoots firefighters. Israel strikes journalists as Trump demands to free Bibi. Get in now. Yeah, yesterday was pretty crazy. Are we dying for Israel? Dude, every day. Let me tell you something. If you're not dying for Israel, you're anti-Semitic. So don't you dare say you wouldn't die for Israel. I don't entertain that kind of, I do not entertain that kind of anti-Semitism, which is the maximum anti-Semitic position. You need to say, Am Israel Chai right now. You need to say, Am Israel Chai right now. You do not want to be anti-Semitic. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. I live in the area. Following the sniper room news was wild. Yeah. As soon as I heard Idaho, I was like, there is 0% chance this is an Iranian sleeper cell. This is 100%. I mean, I don't know the details. But I suspect it's it's Aryan Nation activities, right? Like that seems like a Aryan Nation ass move. Down to like shooting firefighters. Yeah. Not even like a Groiper. I'm talking, this isn't even like Groiper shit. This is like OG. This is OG Aryan Nation shit. Like this strikes me as something more than like internet Groipers. Like internet Groipers will do like school shootings and stuff, but this seems like they had smoke for the fire department, which has to be beyond. We call them homegrowns. Oh, I mean, most of it is homegrown, obviously, but MHUD, he's a conservative teen. They censored his t-shirt with Trump is Rocky in it for their narrative. What the fuck? It was a Groiper? Oh my God, that's actually shocking. Dude, what the fuck? It was actually a Groiper. All right, we'll cover it. Range Media did good coverage on their last updates on their Insta. No way. That's crazy. I really thought like, oh, this is like some fucking 45-year-old Nazi, like Aryan Nation guy. I did not think it would have been a fucking 20-year-old Groiper. That is kind of crazy because it's Idaho. Idaho and like targeting firefighters makes me feel like, this is more organized and a long-standing beef. This is not new Nazi activity. New Nazis will go and like kill all the girls in their school or something. Old Nazis would old school American Nazis back in the day would do like the order type shit. Like they had a much more organized version of violence. Like they were way more organized and way more militant. It wasn't in the same way that like these guys do it. These guys nowadays will just be like, I mean, the attitude is still the same where it's like, they're so stupid. You ask a Nazi back in the day, like Aryan Nation, the order times, like they literally thought if they blew up a bunch of shit, they could potentially spark a race war. And nowadays, the stochastic terror that you see is in the same vein where they literally think, oh, if I shoot my school, then I'll start a race war. And it's like, no, dude, it doesn't work that way. Like, you're so fucking stupid. You're such a dumbass. Of course you're a dumbass. You're a fucking Nazi. But like, these guys all literally think if I do just enough violence, there will be race war in this country. And like, no, it doesn't work that way. Okay? It doesn't fucking work that way. You're so stupid. Having said that, the old school Nazis, what is a Groiper? This chatter asks. Groipers are online Nazis. They're like the under the age of 35 in the Republican Party neo-Nazis. They mostly like meme online. They watch like Nicolas Fuentes. They also fantasize about race war, but they're primarily on like forums and stuff. And they're gross, but it's a little bit different than like Aryan Nation style, like fundamentalist white nationalists. This type of Nazi? Yeah, no, that's what I thought. I thought it would be like this type of shit. Not this type of shit. Groiper, sometimes called the Groiper Army, a group of alt-right and white nationalist activists led by Nick Fuentes. Members of the group have attempted to introduce alt-right politics in the mainstream conservatism in the United States, participated in the January 6th Capitol attack, blah, 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 blah. I hope that was I hope that explains it. Anyway, that's Groipers are fucking weirdos. To be fair, Nazis of all different backgrounds are fucking weirdos, but like Trump is targeting naturalized naturalized Americans for citizenship criminal offenses. Yeah, listen, this is the worst case of I told you so that's taking place in American society right now. I've literally detailed every single step that the Trump administration, I told you, was going to take in this process. And every single day we are moving closer and closer to that reality of denaturalization, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, this is exactly what Nazi Germany did, okay? A lot of people think like, oh, dude, this is not Nazi Germany. They weren't like deporting non-citizens or whatever. It's like, no, this is the process of declaring people non-citizens is exactly what Nazi Germany did. And they absolutely did deport people, okay? They deported them and they put them in concentration camps in the process of deporting them. So it's not hyperbole. We're in it. And it's so crazy that Americans can't just fucking wake up. Remember, exactly like Nazi Germany, people who still support him don't see that. They're insane. I think a lot of people just don't understand. I really feel bad for the FBI agents that have to go through your stream. No one should be subjected to this level of stupidity. Lol, goofy take. Okay, guys. I don't think you understand. Like, you can agree with what the Trump administration is doing. I mean, that would require you to be a piece of shit. But you can't just fucking be like, no, you're wrong, sweetie, or you're stupid. It's just a one-to-one comparison at this point. Like, the expectation from you, I suspect, is until it gets to like 6 million, you know, you won't actually say this is a good comparison, because I think you suspect that the Nazis just woke up one day and decided we're going to kill 6 million Jews. That's not how this works. That's not how this started. Okay, there is a long and convoluted legal process from appeasement all the way to the Nuremberg race laws, all the way to the process of like remigration and denaturalization that took place, criminalizing Jews and criminalizing different kinds of political ideologies. Like, it didn't start overnight. It didn't end overnight. That's not how this works. Okay, we are slowly but surely moving through that process right now. It's step by step. Just like Donald Trump didn't come into office and immediately start talking about denaturalizing people. Okay, he didn't. But now he wants to do that as well. I warned that this was going to be his eventual goal. But now that like the Supreme Court has offered him a tremendous power, where basically the only way to combat this kind of thing by executive mandate is to take it all the way up to the Supreme Court, launch a class action lawsuit that literally has every single person that a wronged party in it, take it all the way up to the Supreme Court with the hopes that like the Supreme Court will take it on, allow the class action lawsuit to continue as a class action lawsuit, and then also will work against the Trump administration, when in fact we have seen they have not actually done that. That's the real reason why the lower courts no longer have injunction powers, as I covered extensively last week, and I'll be talking about more today. So very low likelihood that the Supreme Court will allow, or the Supreme Court will rule against the Trump administration, unless it's like directly impacting capital somehow. My father is the son of a half-Jewish German World War II refugee, and he doesn't see the parallels. I guess as long as it's not coming after him, he doesn't care. That blows my mind, especially if you're Jewish. Like, when you, like, Jewish people will be like, oh my God, you said death to the IDF, that's the Holocaust. But then you're literally facing down the barrel of a second Holocaust happening, and you're like, nah, that's not. Like, how is that possible? This is not even like a never again just for Jews moment. It literally will happen to Jews as well. What the fuck? Any comments on the fatwa? Which fatwa? I think it's a good comparison for what is actually happening, but I'm not sure it's the best way to explain it to normies. Directly comparing it to the Holocaust met with overreaction from normies. No, I think it's a pretty good comparison, because what you can describe to them is that this is exactly how events unfolded that led to the Holocaust. We are in like the third step right now. There is probably like 17 more steps. Not even the third, 17 more steps. I'd say we're in the third step. There's like 7 more steps, right? It's not necessarily hyperbolic. It's taking the exact same shape and the exact same form the process of remigration and the process of like denaturalization. That is precisely what happened with the Holocaust as well. But like it doesn't go gas chamber overnight. You know what I mean? That's not how it works. Right here, there it is. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum defines the years of the Holocaust as 1933 to 1945. The Holocaust era began in January 1933 when Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party came to power in Germany. It ended in May 1945 when the Allied powers defeated Nazi Germany in World War II. The Holocaust, also sometimes referred to as the Shoah, the Hebrew word for catastrophe. Ironically enough, Nakba is the Arabic word for catastrophe, and it is the word referencing 1948, which is when the Zionist brigades conducted an ethnic cleansing campaign and an ethnic displacement operation of 750,000 Palestinians, which was also the steps taken to create the nation state of Israel. Anyway, that is a separate point. Getting back to it, when they came into power in Germany, the Nazis did not immediately start to carry out the mass murder of Jews. However, they quickly began using the government to target and exclude Jews from German society. Among other anti-Semitic measures, the Nazi Germany regime enacted discriminatory laws and organized violence targeting Germany's Jews. The Nazi persecution of Jews became increasingly radical between 1933 and 1945. This radicalization culminated in a plan that the Nazi leaders referred to as the final solution to the Jewish question. The first part of that is to create the Jewish question, to look at all of the existing economic anxieties and economic tumult that was in place in German society, and then immediately redirect all of that enmity towards Jews. There is the Jewish question. You create the Jewish question, and then, of course, when you create the Jewish question, which is asking society why you feel so angry and resentful, oh, it's because Jews control the money, it's because Jews control the media, it's because Jews control academia. So once you create the Jewish question, then you have to have a solution for it. And the solution is the final solution. What is the final solution? The ethnic cleansing and whole-scale slaughter of all of the Jews in the concentration camps and the death camps. That is how the Holocaust happened. Okay? The final solution was the organized and systematic mass murder of European Jews. It did not happen overnight. It took 10 plus years. The enmity was pre-existing. The enmity already existed. It was greatly intensified post-World War I. Okay? The enmity towards Jews already existed in historic Christian societies to begin with. And this is how it led to the Holocaust. A lot of people do not have the capacity to understand that the reason why we know about this and the reason why we cover it, the reason why we learn about this, is because it is considered the crime above all crimes, the worst possible crime possible. Okay, genocide, ethnic cleansing. It is the worst crime. It is the worst crime imaginable. The reason why people learn about it, the reason why we all know that this is an immoral, morally repugnant position, is so that we understand, we recognize how societies move in this direction, and then we hope that we'll never repeat it again. However, a lot of people literally look at this indescribable evil and say, well, it hasn't gotten to that point yet. They haven't killed 6 million Palestinians yet, so I guess it's not the same. Right? Because they're stupid. Black slavery was bad too. Yes, chattel slavery and the Nazi regime and the Holocaust are the two things that most historians across the board will directly say is evil. Okay? Chattel slavery in its practice was unique. It was uniquely cruel. It was uniquely evil. It was more evil than every other historic form of slavery. Okay? Straight up. Which is precisely the reason why most historians, while most historians won't actually offer any sort of like determination and simply just repeat and simply just explain events of history, the Holocaust and chattel slavery are the two things that most historians will openly say is really fucked up. This does not mean that there aren't also additionally cruel practices that even Germany and Belgium and many other European countries engaged in Africa and the African continent that would be akin to the Holocaust. Absolutely. Having said that, those are the two things that people recognize as like deeply, deeply immoral, historians even. Anyway, why am I talking about this early? It's not even 11. It just turned 11:09 and I'm already talking about the Holocaust. Well, it's because we are in it, okay? We are in the early stages of America's Nazi regime. And just like the Nazis hosted the Olympics in 1936, we are also going to be hosting the fucking World Cup in the United States of America. History oftentimes doesn't immediately repeat itself, but it often rhymes. However, in this circumstance, it is quite literally fucking repeating itself. So, the Olympics and the World Cup, exactly. Another place that hosted the World Cup was Argentina. During the military junta and its disappearance regime in Argentina, they literally a fucking mile down the road from one of the largest political dissident prisoner, one of the largest prisons for political dissidents. Argentina was hosting the fucking World Cup a mile down the road. You know, what a time to be alive. Junta, sorry, not junta. Junta. So, lots going on in the world. I'm not going to start off with a big, beautiful bill. I am going to go with Zohran Mamdani and the Mamdani mania. Zohran Mamdani says, I don't think that we should have billionaires. Full interview. Okay? Mamdani mania has overtaken the world, overtaken the United States of America. But also, the more he reaches new levels of prominence and popularity, the more people get racist and insane about his existence in general. People are pissed off that he was eating with his hands. People are frustrated that people are mostly just frustrated that he's a brown guy. That's what it is, honestly. All right, but let's start with this.
Welcome back. A stunning political upset this week in the race to lead America's biggest city. 33-year-old Democratic Socialist and New York State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani is poised to win the Democratic primary for New York City, beating out former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He's now set to head to the general election, but his likely primary win is already sending shockwaves through the Democratic Party. And joining me now is Zohran Mamdani. Mr. Mamdani, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. There is so much to discuss. We have to start with your remarkable victory in the primary for mayor. You're 33 years old. As I just said, you started out at close to 0% in the polls, Mr. Mamdani. You came back to topple one of the biggest names in New York politics, Andrew Cuomo. What was the secret to your success? Do you think it was your message? Do you think that voters were voting?
This is good. This is positive. I'm happy that they are directly asking what contributed to his success instead of, what the hell? What a good start to the day. Wow. Good start to the day. Mini F. Love to see it. Love to experience it. Love the situation. It's just a stutter. And we're fine. We're good. Everybody calm down. Okay. Good start to the day, baby. We're gonna test the delay. What number am I holding up? Type this number if you see it. 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's like a 3-second delay. It's not that bad. All right, we're good. There's only like a 3-second delay. It's not the end of the world. All right, let's continue.
Against Andrew Cuomo a little bit.
Oh, what I was saying while the delay, while the little outage happened. So one of the things that I think is good, personally, is that they're asking Mamdani directly what caused his victory. The reason why I find it frustrating, or the reason why I think this is good, is because overall, there's a lot of like people taking credit over what caused him to win. And these are mostly like the DC consultant class that is running their mouths and claiming that the reason why Zohran won is because his policies. It's not because of his policies, but because he actually was on board with the abundance mindset, or the reason why Zohran won is because he had a joyful campaign, or because he did social media. No, those are all, especially social media, played a big role in this. But very obviously, a major part of his victory was his policies and his massive turnout machine. Zohran Mamdani had 50,000 door knockers, dude. Are you kidding me? That's like a percentage of the overall vote. Like, that's significant. That is incredibly significant. Here is me jokingly responding to Donald. You guys met him already. Boringstein is like Zohran's cinematographer. He was you probably saw him while we were live streaming. He was in the background also filming. Representative Rua Roman says, it's not just Zoran's videos that won the primary. If you don't have a serious ground operation, you will lose, even with the most viral videos. A viral video does not make a movement. His media team is amazing, and they deserve all the flowers, and the rest matters. Donald said, going to keep hammering this home. The field operation on our campaign was the greatest since Obama 08, and if adjusted to scale, far and away the most impressive field operation in the 21st century American politics. Understand, ladies and gentlemen, understand something. The person who is saying that is quite literally the person that is the person who's saying that is the person who should be saying, no, it was the videos. I'm the kingmaker, okay? Because he's literally responsible for half of the fucking social media. He's responsible for the cool movies that they shot the entire campaign. And he's the one saying, that's not the case. It's not just like the fucking social media or whatever. It unironically is the fucking turnout. It's the turnout machine that they had. And the only reason why the turnout machine was the way it was is because of the policies. Okay? You can't have a turnout machine like that. You cannot have a turnout machine like that without the policies that that a fuck ton of people care about. Okay? Hold on, I need to. Where is it? Sorry, I'm doing something to fix the I was doing something to fix the chatterino because it was showing like the fucking deleted messages. All right, to which I responded with, nah, it's because Zoran did joy and abundance, and also abundance, I think. I'll let the big boys in mainstream media and DC consultant class handle the analysis on this one. Okay? There's no way door knocking did more for the campaign than social media. Dude, the fucking social media guy is telling you it's the door knocking. What are you talking about? Like, this is the guy. Okay, do you understand? This is literally the guy. I'm showing you the guy who did the social media, and the guy who did the social media is saying it's not the social media, it is the incredibly impressive turnout machine. What are you talking about? He's just being nice. No, he's not being nice. Look at his bio. Director, DOP, video for Zoran Mamdani. Like, I know him. I met him. I know he was there. I know his team. What is going on? There is not, it's so funny. It's just like, it's so crazy that you have people who are like, nah, don't believe it. I don't actually believe you. I think I'm just going to keep going with my own mentality. Kamala Harris had a incredible social media machine. Why didn't it work? Why? Why did it not work? Do you think Kamala Harris didn't do enough social media? She did. It's because Kamala Harris did not have Kamala Harris did not have good enough policies that would push a lot of the quote-unquote left, the door knockers, communities such as ours, into mobilizing for her, okay? That's it.
Bit of both. How do you see it?
I think ultimately it was the focus on the fact that we live in the most expensive city in the United States of America. It's also the wealthiest city and the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And
Bro does not stop. By the way. Yeah, 18 to 44 was almost 50% of the electorate, by the way. The big question heading in the New York City race was what percentage of the electorate would be 18 to 44? Manhattan Institute had it at 24%. Marist had it at 30%. Emerson had it at 35%. The actual result was 18 to 44-year-olds were 48 to 49% of the electorate. That is the reason why all the polls were wrong, because they didn't weigh the 18 to 44 vote accordingly. 50%. How did that happen? Well, that happens when you got 50,000 door knockers, okay? I checked this roughly against the voter file. My firm uses some noise created by birth dates and such, but 2024 G based on age right now, 18 to 24, 176,000, 25 to 29, 237,000, 60 to 64, 238,000. Target early data implies more 18 to 29 Democrats voted in the mayoral primary than the 2024 general. More 18 to 29-year-olds that are registered Democratic Party voters voted in the New York City mayoral primary than they voted in the fucking general. The general election for the president. That's why I said Zohran Mamdani was able to actually do the Bernie method successfully, because the Bernie method was supposed to be this. Tremendous turnout of the youth vote, which is hilarious to say. 18 to 44 is the fucking youth vote, by the way. But it is because of how old the voters are in general. But up until like 18 to 44 as a demographic, there's a shit ton of numbers there. There are a shit ton of people there. They just don't vote. They don't vote because they have nothing to vote for. When you got a candidate that actually resembles the electorate, you have a candidate that actually has policies that the electorate wants, and he is an earnest communicator, this is what happens. Okay? Biden Defense Squad says, a big part of why I'll support Zohran going forward is because for years I've been like, well, if you guys want to win, why don't you actually go out and vote instead of just tweeting? And now that they've done that, I can't really be like, no, I didn't mean like that. Now, this is just the Biden Defense Squad, right? Like, this is a Biden dead ender. I'm glad that these guys are actually realizing that this is the method. Having said that, a lot of the establishment Democrats will not do this, okay? Understand that they are spending most of their time and most of their effort currently attacking Zohran Mamdani. It is crazy. You have an incredibly unpopular tax bill that is so unpopular that it's unpopular with Republicans, being pushed for by a Republican president that is also unpopular. You have mass instability, war all around the globe. None of the things that Trump ran on that he said he was going to fix, he is actually fixed. And instead of the Democrats using that as an opportunity to talk about how austerity sucks and how, these guys are basically stealing your lunch money so that the wealthy can get a fucking tax cut, right? Instead of the Democrats using this unprecedented opportunity to really drive a wedge between the base of Republican Party's base of support and the Republican Party politicians, they're spending a decent amount of time talking about the one fucking guy that actually went out and did the damn thing with popular economic policies and won a goddamn race in a closed Democratic Party primary against a dynastic name like Cuomo. I saw this graphic in an article earlier and thought the same. He got them damn kids to show up. This is what they voted for. Now he has to expand his coalition. I'm not arguing or fighting over the will of the people in a fair election. I also tell them, well, if you want to win, stop choosing terrible candidates. So I can't be like, how come Andrew Cuomo didn't win? I don't understand. So you're happy to throw Jewish New Yorkers under the bus? Win at the cost of vulnerable members of society is the Republican way? Yes, Jewish New Yorkers, the vulnerable members of society that are under attack constantly. Bitch, I'm a Jew who I guarantee you has taken 100 times more anti-Semitism than you have on this app. So shut your mouth and know your place. Oh, that's awesome. Dark woke, baby. Dark woke. Wait, what? Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, was asked if President Trump supports Representative Andy Ogle's call for denaturalization proceedings for Zohran Mamdani. She said, surely, if the claims are true, it's something that should be investigated. Oh, my God. And then right on the dot, dude, look at how fucking botted this stupid-ass website is. Yikes, denaturalization is a heavy move. Sounds like she's leaving the door open without fully endorsing it. If markets react, Cameron West might tie it to a political risk, but it feels like more culture war than policy. I swear to God, everyone is a fucking bot on this website. And then you look at Cameron West, and it's helping new and experienced investors make better trading decisions through research and market updates.
Thank you, Caroline. Does President Trump want Zohran Mamdani deported?
I haven't heard.
Haha, so funny. Haha, 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 so funny. Let's just literally deport a dude who won a fucking Democratic primary. Like, what are we doing? What is happening right now? What the fuck is going on? Real funny, haha. Just a little Hitlerian policy making, you know. This is why Democrats need to do everything in their fucking power right now to basically back the boy, okay? To basically back him down to the wire. This is a major contest that is an existential threat, not only to the Democratic Party as well, but also just to America in general. I don't think they understand, or perhaps they do understand that this is an existential threat to the United States of America, and they simply don't care.
him say that. I haven't heard him call for that. But certainly he does not want this individual to be elected. I was just speaking to him about it and his radical policies that will completely crush New York City, which is obviously a city that the president holds near and dear to his heart.
There's this Congressman Andy Ogles. He wants the Attorney General Bondi to explore denaturalization proceedings because he thinks Mamdani could have misrepresented or concealed material support for terrorism based on rap lyrics he wrote in 2017. Does President Trump think this is a worthwhile?
This is the most psychotic angle of attack, dude. This is insanity, okay? Oh my God. They are using denaturalization for everything, okay? They are going to use immigration for everything. You make a fuss, denaturalize, okay? And now that there is no process of injunction, now that there's no power in the courts to actually put a stop to this kind of madness, they can just kind of get away with it until the Supreme Court takes it up. And what if it doesn't go all the way to the Supreme Court at all? This is literally what the Nazis did, okay? Every single thing that they're entertaining here is a test. You need to stay aware. I am telling you right now, every single person should be losing their minds over this. Guy comes in, wants fucking free buses, okay? Wants a rent freeze, happened before, many times over in New York, okay? And all of a sudden, wants to tax the wealthy a little bit, okay? And all of a sudden, they're like, well, we got to deport him. He's a Muslim terrorist that needs to be deported. That's where we're at right now. Understand how fucking insane this is.
Use of the Attorney General's time.
Well, I'll let the president speak to that. I have not seen those claims, but surely if they are true, it's something that should be investigated.
Thank you, Caroline. Does President Trump want Zohran Mamdani deported?
I haven't heard him.
I know. The gray bars are back. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix everything. Hold on. All right, but let's get back to this.
The rest are seemingly trapped in a state of anxiety. And what we've seen is that this is a city that needs to be affordable for the people who build it every day. Our focus was on exactly that. And by keeping that focus on an economic agenda, we showed New Yorkers that this could be more than just a museum of what once was. It could be a living, breathing testament to possibility.
Well, let me ask you about what I was just discussing with Senator Chris Murphy. The fact that you have leader Schumer, leaders Hakeem Jeffrey, who wrote very nice things about your victory, said you'd won a very strong campaign, have not endorsed you. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has endorsed you. Do you think the Democratic establishment is afraid of you?
I think that people are catching up to this election. This is an election that went against so much of the analysis that had been told about our party and where we needed to head to. And ultimately, what we're showing is that by putting working people first, by returning to the roots of the Democratic Party, we actually have a path out of this moment where we're facing authoritarianism in Washington, D.C.
Well, let's talk about your policies, your vision for this city. Here are some of the things you've proposed: free buses, rent-stabilized housing, a $30 minimum wage, the creation of city-owned grocery stores. It's a very long list of proposals. So let me ask you, if you were to be elected the next mayor of New York, what would your day one priority be?
The first thing is living up to these promises that I've made, because I've made them because I intend to keep them. And in a city of about 8.5 million people, close to 2.5 million New Yorkers live in rent-stabilized housing. The mayor, through a board called the Rent Guidelines Board, sets whether or not those rents increase or stay the same. The previous mayoral administration froze the rent 3 times. This one, led by Mayor Adams, increased it by 9%.
Yeah. Eric Adams increased the rent when he had every opportunity to freeze it, okay? Now, what's really interesting about this is that now that rent freeze is a point of contention, Eric Adams, who is the most cynical charlatan of all time, has turned around and talked about potentially, potentially no longer increasing rent as well. He just released literally released a statement saying, we're just going to do the minimum rent increase this time around or something like that. I'm unsure how these politics works. How the fuck did Adams get in office? No, he said we can freeze it. We can't freeze it, but we want it to be as low as increase as possible. What did he say? Do we have the link? Don't send me Curtis Sliwa, okay? Shut the fuck up. Where is it? Where is the... Oh, here it is. Here's the statement from Eric Adams. Why I'm urging the Rent Guidelines Board to adopt the lowest increase possible while protecting the quality of housing for millions of New Yorkers who live in a rent-stabilized home. So he saw the rent freeze conversation take place and decided, you know what? We're just going to do the minimum amount. We're going to still increase it, but just by a minimum amount. One of the largest cost kitchen table issues is kitchen tables each month is rent. Dude, what the fuck is going on, dude? Why can't I delete the fucking deleted messages? I'm so goddamn annoyed. How do I hold on one second. It's so goddamn annoying. Restart Chatterino. Yeah, my Chatterino bricked, and it's just like showing it's showing the deleted messages, and I don't want to see it, like the moderated messages. Bruh, you suck at streaming. I know. I'm the worst. Where is it? Yeah, why isn't it showing? Why is it still showing it? I clicked on it. No, it's automatic detect streaming software. Tech issues is my favorite segment. Hold on, maybe if I turn it off and turn it on again, it'll fix it. Hopefully, but probably not. No, it is on disabled. It is on streamer mode. It detects OBS. It's on streamer mode. See, it literally says streamer mode when I go on a thumbnail. Yeah, see, like all this spam shit. Wait, let me see. Control H. Will that work? It's a Twitch bug. Yeah, see, it's not deleting it. I don't know why. I'm so fucking annoyed. What is happening? Like, this is exactly the type of shit I don't want to see in my fucking chat. You know what I mean? Twitch API is having problems. Yeah, no, I did the hide deleted messages gear thing. I did. I don't know why it's not. Oh, wait, never mind. All right, I think it should work now. All right, we're good. We should be good now. I think so. I think we should be good. Someone type a slur. Yeah, all the spam is going away. All right, we're good. Okay. All right, let's get to it. Let's get back to it. Okay. Where were we?
So the first thing that I would do is start to constitute a board that votes in reflection of reality. And the reality I'm speaking of is that the median household income of those tenants is $60,000 a year. The landlords of those units have seen their profits increase by 12%. It's time for relief for working class New Yorkers.
Okay, well, of course, the big question is how are you going to pay for it? You've proposed increasing taxes on wealthier New Yorkers. The Democratic governor, though, of your state, Kathy Hochul, says she's not going to support increasing taxes in order to get it across the finish line. I want to let you take a listen to a little bit of what she had to say recently and respond on the other side. Here she is.
I'm not raising taxes on people at a time when affordability is the big issue. I'm actually cutting middle class taxes. I don't want to lose any more people to go to Palm Beach. We've lost.
Oh my God, dude. Come on. Have some fucking backbone. Have some goddamn backbone, dude. Of course, she doesn't. She does not.
Enough.
How are you going to raise taxes if you can't get Democrats to support it?
So I think what we've shown over the last 8 months is our ability to take that which is considered a non-starter and make it seem inevitable. We've shown that with this campaign, and ultimately we're...
Once again, here are the takes that you can fucking immediately deploy here. Are you ready for this? This is the only aspect of his policies on his campaign that requires Albany to play ball. Okay? Having said that, however, this has been a tremendously successful ballot measure in a state like Massachusetts, in Boston. Okay? It's been spearheaded by Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston, and this was a ballot measure that passed a millionaire's tax directly. It was a ballot measure that passed in the state of Massachusetts. So this is a profoundly popular provision in blue states that will yield billions of dollars into the state coffers so that we can fund some of these initiatives that are helpful, that will clean up the streets of New York, that will make New York a more livable place. Okay? Yeah, in Massachusetts, the tax increase for the millionaire tax was 4%. Zoran wants half of that, 2%. Okay? And this was a profoundly popular policy in Massachusetts. Do you understand? So he can literally point to another comparable state and another comparable city. As far as the mobilization behind this policy.
We're seeing that our vision to tax the top 1% of New Yorkers, these are New Yorkers who make $1 million a year or more.
Yeah, you can also point to the fact that there's only like 34,000 of them in New York. We're not talking about, there's like what, 14 million people? What's the population in New York? Let's see. 8.25 million in New York population, greater metro area. The population of New York, oh, what the fuck? Yeah, 23 million, okay? 23 million in the New York metropolitan area, New York City in particular, 8 million. The number of millionaires that he is talking about is like the number of people that would be affected by this tax rate. Okay, the number of people that would be affected by this tax rate is literally 34,000. 34,000. Look at your own people? What do you mean? Look at your own people? What are you talking about?
And our proposal is to just tax them by 2% additional, is something that has broad support and will continue to increase that support over the next few months and years.
So you think you're going to be able to twist Governor Hochul's arm and get...
No, the New York metropolitan area is obviously 31 counties, which is New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, so it doesn't count. New Jersey and Connecticut won't count. But I'm saying that, like, New York City is 8 million, and this is, out of 8 million people, it is 34,000 people that he's talking about that would be impacted by this tax.
Get her to support raising taxes. I mean, what about the fact that she says she's concerned New Yorkers might leave? They might go to Florida.
I think it's time for a leadership that doesn't twist arms, but rather builds partnership. And I'm looking forward to having that with the governor, because ultimately my policies, my vision, it's driven by an assessment of what's actually happening. The Fiscal Policy Institute found that the top 1% of New Yorkers leave at 1/4 the rate of other income groups. And when they do leave...
The AI response from hold on. One out of every Bloomberg has an article on this. The number that they have is like 34,000, I think, that they said would be impacted by this tax. But Bloomberg is saying it's 300,000. But I don't think that's the case. I think this means like people that are working in New York, in the greater metropolitan area. That number is probably around 350,000. But I trust Zoran's numbers more than I do this, because there's a little bit of a confusion here. Oh, $1 million in income. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, because he's talking about $1 million in income. Yeah, people with net worths over $1 million is entirely different than someone who makes $1 million in income a year. Yes, okay, that makes sense. That's where the confusion is coming from. In any case, I don't understand it. Florida is a red state. If rich people left to Florida, wouldn't rich people make Florida great? Great question. The answer is no. 1 million isn't much in New York City, but regardless, a lot compared to other. 1 million is a lot, though, to be honest, in Manhattan. $1 million a year? $1 million in income a year is a lot everywhere on the planet. There is not a single place on this entire earth that $1 million a year in income is not a lot. That is insane. You are delusional if you think that that is not there. Like, you can say $100,000 in income a year is like barely making you live a comfortable existence in a big city in this country nowadays. Okay. And even then you can have a little bit of a back and forth here. Like, if you're making $100,000 a year, okay, in a place like New York City, if you have to live in the city, or in a place like Los Angeles, if you have to live in Los Angeles, you're going to survive, but you're not going to be super comfortable, okay? Which is crazy to say. I'm talking about $100,000. There is no place on the planet right now where $1 million a year, if you make $1 million a year, you're not comfortable, or you're not immensely wealthy. Yeah, I make 115K and I live in Marin County. It's like 10K above the poverty line in Marin. Marin is near San Francisco, by the way. No, what do you mean Dubai? There is no place on the planet. There is no place on the planet where the yearly household income is $1 million and they're not making ends meet. There's not, like, you guys are talking, you want to know how much $1 million a year in income is? It's so much that when people joke and say, well, what about the limousine costs? Or what about the daycare costs? What about the nanny costs? None of that makes you have a hard time. None of that will cause you financial trouble if you're making $1 million a year. Marin, that's how you say it? My bad. Like, there's not, that's crazy. We're not talking about net worth, chatters. We're talking about fucking income. $1 million a year in income is so much money that it's like hard to spend all of that money. Unless you are like flying fucking private and you just have this very unhealthy addiction to constantly purchasing cars or something. Like, oh, I made $1 million this year. I don't know how to make ends meet. Why? Oh, because I bought a Bugatti Veyron. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be a deep and severe gambler. You have to have serious cocaine and gambling addictions to have a hard time with $1 million a fucking year. These people have listened to so many millionaire YouTubers, they think it's old news now. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you're making 20 grand a week, dude. What the fuck? Can you imagine? What kind of expenditures could you have that is $20,000 a week? Like, I fly around fairly frequently for my fucking job, okay? I ain't spending that kind of money. What are you, fucking nuts? 20 grand a week? That's like Aiden Ross is spending that much money a week. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? $20 grand a week is crazy. And I take care of my entire, I am financially supporting my entire family, okay? Y'all are fucking nuts. Anyway, let's continue.
It's actually to other states considered high tax, New Jersey, California. So it's not fiscal policy, it's quality of life. And ultimately, the reason I want to increase these taxes on the top 1%, the most profitable corporations, is to increase quality of life for everyone, including those who are going to be taxed.
Here's how the Washington Post editorial board wrote about your proposals. They say
oh my God, this is so cooked.
Massive minimum wage would depress low-skilled employment. His rent freeze would reduce the housing supply and decrease its quality. Cutting bus fares would leave a transit funding hole that, unless somehow filled, would erode service. Meanwhile, the grocery business operates on thin margins, and his plan for city-run stores would probably lead...
Wow, I can't believe Jeff Bezos' newspaper that fucking endorsed Donald Trump, by the way, at the direction of Jeff Bezos, unironically. Like, the Post, Jeff Bezos, Trump endorsement Washington Post's editorial board is against a socialist who is advocating for the most modest, the most doable increase in social safety nets. Color me surprised. Oh boy, am I shocked. Wow, shocked, I tell you. This is the most shocking thing.
To fewer options.
I can't believe the e-commerce grocery store magnate wrote in his newspaper that a government competitor to his major profit-seeking sector would be bad. The margins are so thin. 20K a month isn't a lot. You should see the lifestyle of ex-wife. What? My ex-wife. Yeah, they endorsed no one. Remember, the board was going to endorse Kamala, but Bezos stopped it. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a de facto endorsement of Donald Trump. Jeff Bezos personally stopped the Washington Post editorial board from endorsing Kamala Harris and said, oh, we don't do that. We're not in that business anymore, which is an endorsement of Donald Trump. And he obviously has a personal investment in seeing any kind of initiative of government-owned grocery stores failing, because obviously that would be a tremendous market competitor if implemented successfully all around the fucking country. Jeff Bezos does not want that.
poor service, and shortages. Mr. Mamdani, are your proposals going to hurt the very people you're trying to help?
Not at all. There have been many in editorial board who have had concerns, and what we've shown is that more than 400,000 New Yorkers are excited about this vision. And the reason they're excited about it is one that is in line with the scale of the crisis in the city. I mean, we are talking about our tax base.
Thin fucking margins, bro. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, man. Then I guess the government should own all the grocery stores then. Like, what is the argument here? Oh, dude, our margins are so thin. Yeah, you know who else has really thin margins, dude? Fucking insurance, okay? First of all, thin margins is made up, okay? It's fucking made up. It's made up. The idea that like, oh, our margins are so thin. Okay, then don't fucking don't use so much of the revenue coming in on a whole deal of ridiculous shit, whether it be executive pay, like executive payout packages, stock buybacks, things of that nature. Okay, there are so many things that companies do in terms of lobbying expenditures and all this other stuff that they could actually dial back from, but they don't, right? Bro, I'm being sarcastic. Okay. They don't do that. They want it. You are a cancer to the Democratic Party. I like that we're watching the most, currently one of the most dynamic candidates, a candidate that I endorsed and backed, that is making national news because of his, again, modest social democratic provisions. And this guy's like, nah, you're a cancer to the Democratic Party. Brother, the Democratic Party itself has maximum cancer right now, okay? This is the chemotherapy to the Democratic Party. And there's a bunch of dumb fuck liberals in here who still try to like hold on to the idea that like, no, we have to do third way neoliberalism. Brother, you are not a fucking Democratic Party consultant. You're not getting paid by them. So why are you running defense for them? I don't understand. You're a voter. You are a citizen. You are not seeing any of the benefits. So why the fuck are you advocating for it? It doesn't make any sense. You're advocating for it like you're fucking Kristen Gillibrand. You're not Kristen Gillibrand. It doesn't make sense. There's never been, like, I understand why you would ride super hard for your local team, right? Maybe you grew up watching the games with your dad. Maybe you own the merch. You think you have like a stake in your team winning, okay? But I don't understand how people apply this to the Democratic Party when you are so clearly not a part of the fucking team, brother. You are not. Now you got some restructuring going on in the Democratic Party, finally, okay? Because a person has been successful. A person with populist messaging has become successful. And there are still naysayers out here in my chat being like, nah, dude, you're a fucking cancer. You're a cancer, dude. You're a cancer to the Democratic Party. Your vision, your goals, cancerous. It's because the other choice is the Republican Party. What do you mean? Okay, this is how you win this is how you defeat the Republican Party. Do you understand? So anyone that looks at this and goes, nah, the fucking guy who mobilized the youth after Democrats cried and complained about how we've lost touch with the youth, how we've lost touch with all these fucking different demographics, he's actually bad. He's actually what's wrong with the Dems. We can't have this. We can't allow this to happen. It's so crazy to me. I get why DNC consultants would say that, because their job security relies on actively undermining this kind of populist momentum. Yeah, if your football team has been getting its ass kicked for the past 2 decades, you don't get upset when they draft a star quarterback that's going to shake up the team. Them should at least be a proper team fan. Exactly. No, I'm on board with electing progressives. You know that. I'm just saying people have no choice in the stupid system. We need more people like them. Exactly. See, Lib Drive is correct. That is the real liberal mindset here. The real liberal mindset here is to look at this mass mobilization and mass momentum happening with a progressive candidate, with a socialist candidate, and goes, no, we need more of this, actually. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it happen in front of my eyes. We were wrong to have this like weird, restrained attitude and consistent fucking advocacy against these kinds of candidates.
Growing smaller and smaller each day, with New Yorkers leaving to New Jersey, to Pennsylvania, to Connecticut. If we do not meet this moment, we will lose the city. And our proposals are ones that are thought out. They are ones that are also clearly going to be funded by these revenue streams. I'll give you an example. When we talk about grocery stores, I've put forward a proposal for a pilot of one grocery store in each borough. These are 5 grocery stores that would cost $60 million in a city budget of more than $113 billion. And ultimately, the reason that we are so excited by them is we've seen that they've worked in Kansas. We've seen that when a feasibility study was done in Chicago, it was shown to be something that was not only feasible, but pressing and urgent in an urban setting. And finally, it costs less than half of what the city's already set to spend on subsidizing corporate supermarkets without any guarantee of cheaper prices, any guarantee of collective bargaining agreements, or that they accept SNAP or WIC.
Well, you take me to my next question about grocery stores. Some executives, including one of the top grocery stores owners, billionaires, threatening to shut down his supermarket.
Great. That's amazing. That means the city can take over these grocery store chains that I guess are about to fucking close down. Go ahead, make my fucking day. You know what I mean? We'll take it.
In the city, John Castamatidis, who runs Gristides grocery chain. You're probably very...
Yeah, the Gristides grocery chain, as far as I understand, is like already at the brink of insolvency too. What is the name of it? Gristides Supermarket. Gristides. Castamatidis considers buying embattled rival grocery chain. John Castamatidis is still carrying a torch for rival grocer Fairway Market, the Post has learned. Castamatidis, who owns Gristides Supermarket, has had recent informal discussions with Fairway owner GSO Capital Partners about buying the embattled chain, he told the Post. This was in 2017, okay? They wanted to buy another fucking rival grocery chain and expand their operation, and now they're talking about leaving New York City. They are not doing that, okay? They are not fucking doing that. By the way, the embattled rival grocery chain, Fairway Market, has had numerous bankruptcies at this point. They've had numerous bankruptcies since then. 2017 is when they wanted to buy it. In 2020, they also were bankrupt, the rival grocery chain that they're talking about. In the wake of Fairway's bankruptcy, there's been one looming figure making a mess out of grocery stores, private equity. Cleanup on aisle 11. Private equity's rolling grocery store bankruptcies. Okay? They bankrupt almost because they can't do business margins, by the way. No, the reason why they get fucking almost bankrupt or on the verge of insolvency is because they are operating with fucking business mindset. They want to make money. There's also tremendous competition from the likes of Amazon. State-run grocery stores would not have the same exact issues because they're not supposed to be run with the profit incentive in mind. We put out feelers that we had interest before they went bankrupt and after, Castamatidis told the Post. I've been in the food business for 50 years. Yeah, this is him. John Castamatidis. Like, the reason why Zohran wants to have potentially state-run grocery stores is quite literally because he's making the argument that we shouldn't be at the mercy of profit seekers, man. That's the whole point. This is the visage of a grocery capitalist, vindicates every 19th century political cartoonist. Yeah. Gristides owner found liable for unpaid wages. He looks like a fucking cartoon character, dude. Stop the Greek hate. Okay, chill.
Very familiar with him. He said this on Election Day, quote, "If the city of New York is going socialist, I will definitely close or sell or move or franchise